No way. Number 03 shouted. Regiment commander is so powerful. How could he lose to the monster? This was the only way number 03 could encourage himself. He didn't expect this planet to be filled with dangers. They had not had a good rest or a meal for almost a week. With every step they took, they would meet all kinds of different monsters. The moment they killed one monster, another monster would come. These monsters were not afraid of death. There seemed to be no end to their numbers. They had to resort to cold weapons due to their beam guns running out of energy. However, those small and weak-looking monsters were like irritating tiny ants. They were able to kill many of them with each attack, but the monsters would keep crawling at them like an endless tide, and would only stop after tearing them apart bit by bit. This was the reason why their entire mecha clan got annihilated almost immediately. No. 03 remembered the order their regiment commander gave and quickly controlled his emotions. Our regiment commander asked us to seek help from the other divisions. Let's release our SOS signals again and see if there are any mecha operators around us. He must find help and save his comrades. The other people got reminded by him and quickly started releasing their signals. However, the screen just remained blank, showing no signs of working. It seems the signals are blocked here. What's happening? The 5 of them exclaimed. When they were fighting with the monsters, they were still able to send out signals. Unfortunately, there was no one around to save them then. Did they enter an area that has monsters that could block signals? They felt a sinking feeling in their stomachs. They hurriedly searched around the area. They flew here and there, trying to find signs of life, but this area showed no signs of life. It was eerily quiet. This was an entirely different situation compared to what they had went through just now. It was like entering a completely different world. What is that? A mecha operator saw something on the screen and hurriedly zoomed in on the area. He finally saw a small plaque around 1 kilometer away. The words, 250 Mecha Clan, were written on the plaque. The mecha operators were shocked. Did they come to 250 Mecha Clan's territory? They started to relax a little. Does this mean that they are safe? When they saw this peaceful piece of land, they understood why their regiment commander was jealous of 250 Mecha Clan. While they were fighting with their lives to find a safe place to set up their base, 250 Mecha Clan found it easily. There's movement. Someone received a thermal signal and got nervous. They saw 10 familiar mechas moving towards them. They relaxed again. They knew that they were in another division's territory. Number 03 furiously waved at the 10 mechas. They could see the 10 mechas, but their radar remained empty. The radar couldn't detect their signal. This area had indeed blocked all forms of signals. He wondered how 250 Mecha Clan were able to communicate with each other. The people from the 7th Division didn't know that there was a powerful intelligent entity in 250 Mecha Clan. With the help of this intelligent entity, 250 Mecha Clan were able to communicate with each other. This lake was able to block all signals, but it couldn't block the short communication devices the intelligent entity had created. Every mecha had a messaging device installed in it. This was why 250 Mecha Clan segregated the area into a few sections. They were afraid that they would lose each other if they flew out of the range of the messaging device. Their maps located in their cockpits informed them the furthest distance they could go. They were not allowed to fly further into the area beyond their map. 404, I think that there are mechas from another division over there. Why are they at our territory? One of the 10 mecha operators saw the 5 mechas. Let's go over and take a look. Be vigilant. 404 thought for a moment before deciding to interact with the other party. However, he still reminded his team members to remain on their guard. Each group of 10 mechas had a temporary leader. This leader of this group, which was on a scouting mission, was 404. Yes, 404. The mecha operators operated their mechas and flew towards the 5 mechas. Are you all from the 23rd Division? Number 03 saw these mechas moving towards them fully armed, so to prevent any misunderstandings, he hurriedly greeted them first. Yes, are you from the 7th Division? 404 only recognized the number 7 on their mechas. He didn't recognize the totem, so he didn't know which mecha clan these mecha operators were from. We are from the Bingu mecha clan under the Three Sun Fleet. Number 03 proudly introduced. They were an ace mecha clan with a title. They were not a common mecha clan like what 250 mecha clan was. Bingu. I think I've heard of it. 404 didn't have much of an impression of this mecha clan, so he just replied casually. The expression of the mecha operators from Bingu changed when they heard what 404 said. They felt that this mecha operator was too rude. How could he be so perfunctory? Was he trying to give them an opening gambit? Was he pretending to not know them? Their mecha clan was the only ace mecha clan in the past 5 years to have its own title. Their arrogance could not be changed just because the indifference of the mecha operators from 250 mecha clan. The 5 mecha operators from Bingu scoffed. Their first impression of 250 mecha clan was bad. Actually, the 5 mecha operators misunderstood 404. The mecha operators in 250 mecha clan, besides the people from the Lingtian battle team, were all famous more than 10 or even 20 years ago. They were deemed as useless by their own division and were sent to the 23rd Division 5 years ago. They wasted their time lounging around in 250 mecha clan, so it was perfectly normal for them to not know anything that happened in these past 5 years. If Bingu existed 10 or 20 years ago, 404 might know who they are. The 5 mecha operators from the 7th Division didn't know this, so they were furious. However, in spite of this, they couldn't offend them because they were in their territory and they desperately needed their help. Hence, they controlled their anger. Oh right, why are you in our territory? Did you get lost? If that was the case, they would have to bring them back to their base and ask the base to contact their mecha clan. Number 03 immediately started asking for help. His emotions burst out in a flurry. Our entire mecha clan was ambushed by creatures from this planet. They are in danger. Please contact your regiment commander now. We would like to ask for help on behalf of our mecha clan and comrades. Don't be anxious. What happened to you? Slowly speak. I'll inform my regiment commander about this. 404 hurriedly stopped the other party and reminded him to speak clearly. Under 404's guidance, number 03 finally calmed down. He told 404 what happened to their mecha clan. This is what happened, Regiment Commander. 404 didn't dare to waste any more time after knowing what happened. He immediately contacted Ling Lan. This was an issue regarding his fellow soldiers' lives. Okay, wait there. We will find the location of Bingu mecha clan and make the necessary arrangements. Ling Lan stopped the call. She turned serious. Her new subordinate, the circular creature, said that there were many beings on this planet which were more powerful than it. She thought it was referring to large-sized monsters. However, she seemed to have mistaken. Those smaller creatures which were able to produce more offsprings were even more frightening than the large creatures. Laner, what is your decision? Ling Xiao asked. This was a real test for Ling Lan. Ling Lan's gaze was cold. She turned on the optical supercomputer and called for Meng Lan. Hello, Master. What do you need me to do? Contact the command center of Rising Sun Fleet and tell them what happened to the mecha clan from the 7th Division. Ask them to seek help from other divisions. Call all the mecha operators that are resting now. They will follow me to the location where they met the creatures to rescue them. The 2 orders from Ling Lan depicted her attitude towards this matter. Ling Xiao was satisfied with her answer. A qualified soldier would never abandon his comrades. Ling Xiao felt gratified by Ling Lan's decision. His daughter is the best. She is perfect. I'll go with you. Ling Xiao wore his mask and prepared to leave with his daughter. Didn't you say that you will not attack? Ling Lan asked in surprise. I remembered that you ordered me to look after you. How can I go against your order? Ling Xiao smiled as he tapped Ling Lan's forehead. He didn't plan to show his strength, but it didn't mean that he would stay at the side and watch them heartlessly. If those creatures dared to harm his daughter, he would definitely kill them. Daddy, if you continue protecting me like this, I will start relying on you. Ling Lan frowned. She had no plans on becoming a useless second generation of a top-level military family. I believe that you won't. Also, this might be the only time when I can protect you. How can you bear to take this chance away from me? Ling Xiao looked at her pleadingly like a little dog was abandoned by its owner. Daddy, can you please change back to your general self? Ling Lan was speechless. She felt pressured. When her father pleaded, it was more stressful than when he makes a command. Ling Lan couldn't do anything about it. She gave up. You can do what you want. Sob, I hope that mummy will not kill me and ask me to return her charming husband back. What? Bingu Ace Mecha clan got annihilated? The commander-in-chief of Three Sun Fleet, which belonged to the 7th Division, shouted in anger when he heard the news from the commander-in-chief of the Rising Sun Fleet. This is so humiliating. They didn't look for their own division but instead, sought help from another division. One of the officers in the command center scoffed. He was unhappy that Bingu didn't look for them directly. What are you muttering to yourself? Hurry up and search for the location. The commander-in-chief got more furious when he heard his officers talking among themselves. I found them. The last message sent by Bingu was received an hour ago. They requested for an energy storage unit for beam guns to be sent to them. One of the officers finally found some information on Bingu. Why didn't we send it to them? The commander-in-chief glared at the officer furiously. The commander of the starship that Bingu was on felt that the coordinates Bingu gave were not safe. Hence, he rejected the request. The officer felt cold sweat forming on his forehead. The person in front of him was the supreme commander of this mission. However, the starship commander was not wrong too. He had the right to reject the request if he found the location to be dangerous. Did anyone check with Bingu after they were rejected? The commander-in-chief calmly asked. Normally, if the two parties had different opinions, the command center would step in and review this case before making a final division. This time, no one answered him. Seemed like after they got a reply from the starship commander, the people in the command center threw this matter aside. No one followed up with the Mecha clan. None of them expected Bingu to be annihilated in a short 1 hour. In the end, Bingu had to seek help from another division, causing the 7th Division to lose their dignity and reputation. The commander-in-chief smashed the table in front of him into pieces. He knew that someone had neglected their duties. He didn't expect something like this to happen under his watch. In a land-clearing mission, the mecha operators had to risk their lives to help their division gain more resources. Yet, their superiors disregarded their efforts. How was he supposed to answer to the mecha operators that fought hard at the front line? Inform all the mecha clans under the Three Sun to go the location where Bingu went missing as quickly as possible. If there are any survivors, we must save them. The commander-in-chief quickly gave his orders. The most important thing now was to save the mecha clan. He would deal with the commander of the starship which Bingu was on later. After the order was given, all the mecha clans under the Three Sun Fleet, especially those who were nearer to the location of the ambush, started acting immediately. All the other commander-in-chief also gave a similar order. They were not from the same division as Bingu but all of them were from the Federation. All the soldiers in the Federation were their comrades. They would not abandon their comrades. Number 03 was agitated. Ever since he sent a request for help to 250 mecha clan, they had been waiting. 404 said that he had reported the situation to the higher authorities. They had to stay at the same place and wait for the command from the higher authorities. The 5 mecha operators from Bingo were unhappy that 404 and the other 9 operators were watching over them. If they had more people on their side, they might have left this place and would immediately go to the base of 250 Mecha Clan to seek help. After 20 minutes of waiting, 404 still hadn't given them any concrete answer. The 5 mecha operators from Bingo couldn't stand it anymore. They decided to go to the base of 250 Mecha Clan and look for the regiment commander themselves. The moment they moved, 404 noticed them. The 10 mechas surrounded them with their beam guns aimed at them. What is the meaning of this? How dare you point your guns at your comrades? Number 03 shouted. 404 replied calmly, please wait over here. He must follow his regiment commander's order. You asked us to wait. Do you know that our regiment commander and our team leader is still fighting? We don't even know if they are still alive. They are waiting for us to save them, but you asking me to wait. Bastard. If 250 Mecha Clan doesn't want to help, you can just tell us. We will not trouble you. However, you do not have to prevent us from seeking help from Mecha Clans, right? Number 03 shouted furiously. Our regiment commander has given his order. Your SOS has been sent to the higher authorities. We are still preparing. Please wait patiently. 404 continued to repeat what Ling Lan told him. He understood why they were so anxious, but being anxious would not save their comrades. They need to make ample preparations before going on the rescue mission. If they act rashly, not only would they be unable to save their comrades, they might endanger their own life. Prepare, prepare. That's what you said 20 minutes ago, you have been preparing. Are you done preparing yet? Is the life of the mecha operators from Bingo not worthy enough for you to save? Is that why you keep dragging the time? This is murder. Murder. Another mecha operator from Bingo started crying. The longer they wait, the more danger their comrades were in. How could they wait patiently? Your comrades' lives are worthy, but so are ours. 404 glared at the other party with bloodshot eyes. He finally got triggered. He couldn't maintain his composure anymore. From the video you gave me, we know that the creatures are frightening. If we make a small mistake, our entire mecha clan would be annihilated. However, even though this is the case, the mecha operators from 250 mecha clans still took on the challenge and gathered everyone available in the base for this rescue mission. 404 shouted furiously, our regiment commander treats our mecha operators very well. He would never act rashly. He only attacks when he has the confidence that we will succeed. Our regiment commander will not let anyone sacrifice themselves unnecessarily in this mission. If his regiment commander last time was as decisive and placed as much importance on the lives of his mecha operators like Ling Lan, he might not have felt so much disappointment and despair and in the end becoming a despondent person. 404 blinked and removed the sorrow from his eyes. Bullshit, Bingo. No. 03 wanted to refute, but 404 interrupted him. Your regiment commander made 4 mistakes. First, when you first entered the base of those creatures, he should have ordered an immediate retreat as you weren't able to accurately judge how powerful those creatures were. Second, when you realized that only beam guns can kill those creatures, he should have gauged whether you all were able to kill all the creatures before the energy in your beam guns ran out. Hence, even if you couldn't determine how strong your opponents were and wasn't sure whether you should retreat or not, your regiment commander should have ordered a retreat at that moment. Our regiment commander did calculate this. He felt that we didn't need to retreat. However, he didn't expect more and more creatures to come as we started fighting. Number 03 tried to explain himself. 404 scoffed, these 2 mistakes are not fatal. Normal commanding officers might make the same mistakes. However, the worst mistake your regiment commander made was this. When he realized the energy in the beam guns couldn't last till all the enemies are destroyed, he still stayed there. He chose to request the starship to give him more energy storage units. This decision placed the entire mecha clan at unnecessary risk. We have been fighting constantly for 3 days and 3 nights. Even if the regiment commander asked us to retreat, we could not do it. It is the fault of the commander of the Aoshi fleet. If he had agreed to provide us more energy storage units, we would not be in such a position. Number 03 was indignant. In his heart, he pushed all the blame on the commander of Aoshi fleet. Stupid! How can you hand over your life to a commander you can't trust? I must say that your regiment commander was blinded by interest. 404 sneered. He recalled what Ling Lan told them when they pleaded with him to let them off from the harsh training. He said that it was extremely stupid of them to put their lives in the hands of other people. Our regiment commander did this for us. Number 03 remembered the resource they found and felt bitter. The resource might be the reason why their regiment commander decided to take the risk. Unfortunately, the resource wouldn't belong to Bingu anymore. Although the third point is the worst mistake your regiment commander made, he is still the cause of the annihilation of your mecha clan. 404 remembered what happened to his mecha clan many years ago. The situation was similar. That year, because of a mistake of their regiment commander, the entire mecha clan died. Bullshit. Our regiment commander fought till the end so that we could escape. What did he do wrong? Number 03 shouted. They were still alive because his regiment commander protected them. His regiment commander would die to make sure that his mecha operators would survive. There was nothing wrong with his decision. Can you say that he made the right decision just because he fought till the end? 404 didn't have any relation with the regiment commander of Bingu. He was just furious because the regiment commander made an extremely wrong decision and basically killed his entire team. Actually, he should have been more decisive and sacrificed some of the mecha operators by letting them self-destruct. That way, you 5 will not be the only survivors. Most of your mecha clan members would be still alive, 404 shouted angrily. This decision seemed cruel, but an outstanding commander should know when to make a sacrifice. If not, most of the mecha operators would have to die. The entire mecha clan might even be annihilated. Bingu was a perfect example. If their regiment commander was just more decisive and gave up those mecha operators that had lost their ability to fight, majority of his mecha operators would still be alive. Those mecha operators would be willing to sacrifice for their comrades too. That time, if his regiment commander had ordered him to fight in order to buy some time for his comrades to retreat, he would have done it without any hesitation. Yet, their regiment commander got nervous and made a wrong decision. In the end, all his comrades died. He was able to survive because his team leader protected him with his own body. Number 03 felt cold sweats on his forehead when he heard what 404 said. If 404 didn't say all the mistake their regiment commander made, number 03 would not think so deeply. However, after 404 exposed the truth, number 03 started thinking back and realized 404 was right. If their regiment commander was more decisive, their team leader might have been able to escape. He shook his head furiously. He couldn't think about their regiment commander like this. Their regiment commander had risked his life for their safety. How could he question his regiment commander's decision? Number 03 froze on the spot. 404 vented his anger out. However, he still felt sad because he was not joining the rescue mission. Just as he was feeling sad, he heard a sound. There were mechas near him. 404 saw a group of mechas appearing in the sky above them. The mecha in front was very familiar to him as it was the second most used mecha of their regiment commander. During their harsh training, their regiment commander liked to use this mecha to fire long-range attacks at them. However, the most hated long-range mecha during that time looked very amiable at this moment. 404 sighed. Why couldn't he participate in the rescue mission? Our regiment commander is here, 404 said before welcoming Ling Lan. Bingu. Ling Lan looked at the 5 mechas who seemed to be hesitating whether they should come over or not. Yes, 404 replied. He thought for a while and decided to make a request. Regiment Commander, our team just reached this area. We didn't do much today. I would like to request to join the rescue mission. Ling Lan felt that since the 5 people from Binggu had been interacting with 404's team for a while now, they might feel more comfortable with them and might provide more information because of this. Hence, she agreed to 404's request. 404's team were elated. Time was tight, so 404 informed the 5 people from Binggu and they joined the main rescue team. There was close to 100 mechas flying towards the spot where Binggu was attacked. 4 teams were taking part in this rescue mission. They were Qi Long's team, Li Lanfeng's team, Luo Lang's team, and Lu Furong's team. Soon, they arrived at the edge of a dense forest. Boss, this should be the place where Binggu met the monsters. Qi Long and his team reported their findings after they scouted the area. Did you see the video Binggu sent over? Ling Lan frowned. It was another one of the 3 most dangerous locations in the land clearing mission, the forest. This was where Binggu went missing. Yes, we saw it. Those ant-like creatures are weak alone, but when they attack together, they are frightening. They all saw how the creatures bit through the mecha's outer shell. A chill ran down their spines. Luckily, they saw that when there was a beam shield, the creatures were not able to penetrate it. Hence, they managed to calm down a little. Why was it only a little? It was because the energy in the beam shield was not limitless. After those ant-like creatures exhausted the energy in the beam shield, the mechas would become their food. Cold weapons can't harm them much. All mecha operators, check your weapons. Change them to firearms and make sure that there are enough energy in them. Ling Lan would not allow her mecha clan to be in the same situation as Binggu. Once everyone was prepared, Ling Lan entered the forest. The forest was quiet. It seemed to be safe. Many people would think that the Federation's mecha were large and powerful, but on this planet, they were just like a speck of dust. The trees were huge and tall. They couldn't see the top of the tree. Even the tree branches were taller than the mechas. The mecha operators felt like they were walking in a normal-sized forest with their own bodies. Ling Lan's heart stopped. She remembered her new subordinate, which was still hiding at the bottom of the lake. The circular creature was able to use its spiritual power to attack people. She suspected that the creatures on this planet all had this ability. It should be known that no matter how vast this forest was, these experienced mecha operators should never such an illusion. Without a doubt, this was a form of spiritual attack. It was to lower the mecha operators' guards. Be careful, everyone. Ling Lan's cold voice sounded on the team channel. The mecha operators who started relaxing due to the peaceful environment started turning vigilant again. Have the 5 mecha operators from Binggu lead the way. Although they knew Binggu went missing in this area, they didn't know exactly where they disappeared. The 5 mecha operators from Binggu would know their coordinates better since they had escaped from this area. Ling Lan decided to let the mecha operators from Binggu lead the way so that they didn't have to waste time locating the main army of Binggu. She knew that time was tight. She couldn't waste any more time. The 5 mecha operators from Binggu heard the order. They hastened their pace and came to the front of the group. The mecha operators from Binggu were very efficient. They took some time to confirm the direction and soon, they got to the location where they met the monsters accurately. When they reached their destination, everyone turned silent. The scene was tragic. Many mecha operators chose to self-destruct with the creatures that were crawling over them, leaving many burned mecha parts scattered around the area. Broken branches and leaves were all over. There was smoke everywhere. Many trees were still burning and you could hear the sound of fire crackling. There were some mecha operators who didn't choose to self-destruct. These mecha operators limply sat in their cockpits which had been bitten through. They were covered in blood. The ground was stained with the red blood as well as the purplish-blue blood. Ling Lan frowned. From the looks of it, the mecha operators from Binggu didn't manage to survive until rescue came. Most of them died in the battle. Regiment commander, team leader, little tiger, old Duan, dragon. Screams of anguish came from the 5 mecha operators. They started crying uncontrollably. However, their comrades would never be able to come back alive. The fallen mechas proved that the battle with the creatures was a hard-fought battle. The mecha operators from 250 mecha clan saw the traces of the creatures on the corpses of the mecha operator. They could determine the creatures bit through the cockpit of the mechas and slowly devoured the mecha operator's whole body, only leaving some bits of flesh and bone. Ling Lan frowned. She controlled her emotions and immediately ordered, Qi Long, Luo Lang, have your team guard this area. The rest will search the area and look for survivors. Ling Lan always knew the death rate of land clearing missions were extremely high. However, before this, all she saw were numbers. Now, she saw how cruel land clearing missions could be personally. The resources gained from land clearing missions were built on the lives of many mecha operators. At that moment, Ling Lan finally understood what land clearing missions really represented. Yes, Regiment Commander. Everyone started moving. Although the 250 mecha clan were made up mostly of experienced mecha operators, they still felt uncomfortable as they searched through the debris. Usually in a war with enemy countries, although there were cases where an entire mecha clan got annihilated, the mecha operators that sacrificed themselves normally have a clean death. However here, the mecha operators either self-destruct, were bitten to death by the creatures or watched themselves dying from blood loss. These were all painful ways of dying. The efforts of 250 mecha clan paid off. After some time, one of the mecha operators shouted, "The person in this cockpit seems to be alive." Everyone rushed over when they heard this. They realized that this mecha operator managed to survive because 2 mechas had fallen on top of him. The protection of these 2 mechas prevented his cockpit from being bitten by the creatures. Everyone carefully took the cockpit out of the mecha. One of the mecha carried the cockpit carefully. No one dared to open the cockpit now. The air on this planet was not suitable for humans. Additionally, no one knew what the situation inside the cockpit was. They could only tell the person inside was still alive from the information shown on their screen. If they wanted to save this person, they needed to go to a safe location first. After they found the first survivor, everyone got motivated and started hastening their pace. Qi Long and Luo Lang's team were nervous. They carefully surveyed their surroundings in fear that the creatures would suddenly appear and interrupt their rescue mission. Qi Long and Luo Lang were not afraid of fighting. However, the main aim for this mission was to rescue the survivors. Hence, the lives of Bing Ji's mecha operators were the most important. If the creatures came and interrupt them now, all their efforts would be in vain. Luckily, the creatures didn't appear and attack them. They searched through all the debris and found 19 survivors. They even had the time to count the number of cockpits that were still intact. Although they managed to save 19 mecha operators, the 5 people from Bingo stated that there were close to 800 mecha operators from their clan who participated in this mission. Adding the 5 people who came to seek help, only 24 mecha operators from Bingo survived. This number was only accurate if they managed to rescue all the 19 mecha operators from the brink of death. After searching through the debris a few times and confirming that there were no more survivors, Ling Lan decisively gave an order. Retreat. She glanced at a direction coldly before retracting her gaze indifferently. No, I want to look for the creatures and take revenge for my comrades. One of the mecha operators from Bingo shouted in agitation. The death of his comrades incensed him. He operated his mecha and rushed towards the other end of the forest. A figure flashed past him. The limbs of the mecha were amputated. The mecha's body fell to the ground helplessly. Behind this mecha was a balanced mecha. The mecha placed its cold weapon behind its back. It was Li Lan Feng. Ling Lan turned around and spoke to 404 calmly, "You will be in charge of bringing the operators from Bingo back." All the mecha operators from 250 mecha clan looked at the mecha operator from Bingo with pity. How dare he disobeyed their regiment commander? If Li Lan Feng didn't act, this mecha operator might only have his cockpit left. Although the situation didn't seem much better now, at least he still had his engine, so he was able to at least fly his way back. Yes, Regiment Commander. 404 immediately went to help the mecha body up. He hoped the mecha operator would not provoke his regiment commander further. If not, his cockpit might be blasted out of his mecha body. He remembered Ling Lan did this before, when someone performed too badly during their training. Everyone had chills when they saw what had happening. It was too shocking. They didn't want their regiment commander to gain a cruel reputation. Although their regiment commander was violent, they didn't want other people to know about it. Why? You don't wash your dirty linen in public. Ling Lan made some arrangements. She asked Lu Furong's team and 404's temporary team to send the mecha operators from Binggu back to 250 Mecha Clan's base. After they left, she called Qi Long, Luo Lang, and Li Lanfeng. Let's go further in and investigate this place. Ling Lan made this decision after much thought. Qi Long had a strong intuition. He could sense any threats around them. Luo Lang had many personalities, so his spiritual power was stronger compared to normal mecha operators. This was why he wasn't affected by the circular creature. As for Li Lanfeng, he had specter abilities. Ling Lan felt that his spiritual power was as strong as her. It would be safer to explore this area with 3 mecha operators with strong spiritual power and their teams. When Ling Lan ordered Lu Furong and 404 to bring the mecha operators from Binggu back, these 3 people already knew that their boss wanted to explore the area. Their boss was not someone who was afraid of risk. Ling Lan brought 3 teams with her as she went to the direction where she sensed something. After flying for a certain distance, Ling Lan's gaze turned cold. She controlled her mecha and shot a beam. A flash of white light was seen. The creature was hit and fell on the ground. Qi Long immediately went to the creature and inspected it carefully. After a while, he said, "Boss, this should be the creature Binggu met in the video." This creature looked like an ant, but it was 100 times bigger than an ant. The sharp teeth in its mouth told everyone why it could bite through the mechas easily. This creature had been present ever since we arrived. I thought that it wanted to attack us while we were searching for survivors, but surprisingly, it didn't, Ling Lan replied calmly. She had blanketed the entire area with her spiritual power, so she was able to detect things that other people couldn't. This creature was an instance of something she was able to detect. Ling Lan thought that since this creature didn't attack them at the start, it would just continue to watch over them all the way. However, it attacked when they moved deeper into the forest. This creature probably attacked us because it didn't want us to go further in. Ling Lan was curious. Were these creatures protecting something and they didn't want them to disturb them? This might be the reason why they didn't attack them while they were searching for survivors. If the 7th Division reacted quickly, help should have arrived, Li Lanfeng reminded Ling Lan. True. I almost forgot about this. We informed the Rising Sun Fleet instantly after we got the news, so they must have informed the 7th Division immediately too. Based on the timing, help from the 7th Division should have arrived. Ling Lan nodded her head. However, there seems to be a communication error between the Mecha Clan and the starship. Luo Lang couldn't forget the tragic scene of what happened to Binggu. The starship was one of the reasons why this tragedy happened. He felt that if they went for a mission in the future, they must find a starship that would collaborate well with them. If they board a starship like Bing Ge's starship, Luo Lang couldn't confirm if their Mecha Clan would be able to persevere until help arrives. Starship, Ling Lan's heart started to beat faster. She was someone who liked to control her own life. Now, she realized that there was still another uncertain factor that could affect her life. This made her unhappy. It would be great if we can have our own starship, Ling Lan muttered. This was the only way to make sure that something like this would not happen to them. Mecha clans do not have the rights to own a starship. Ling Xiao couldn't help it and cough. He reminded Ling Lan that she shouldn't be too greedy. It was impossible. The only thing he could do was to get trustworthy captains to cooperate with Ling Lan. I don't believe it. There must be a way, Ling Lan replied angrily. Li Lanfeng got enlightened by what Ling Lan said. He recalled the rules the Federation created for owning a starship and tried to find a loophole in it. It had to be said that Li Lanfeng's memory was really good. He actually managed to find a way around it. He smiled slightly and said, actually, there is kinda a way. Mecha clans are able to register a personal transportation vehicle. A starship is a kind of transportation vehicle. There is no rule stating the transportation vehicle can't be a starship. Ling Lan's lit up. Lanfeng, we can exploit this loophole. Since there was no rule stating that a starship couldn't be registered as a transportation vehicle, their 250 mecha clan would get one. When I go back, I'll talk to the chief of staff and ask him to give me the funds to buy a transportation vehicle. We will buy the starship on our own. Even if you get the funds, the amount will only be enough for you to get a normal transportation vehicle. You will be unable to afford a starship, Ling Xiao remained Ling Lan weakly. How could you say such things in front of me? Daughter, aren't you being too arrogant? No worries. After this land clearing mission, there should be enough money given to us so we will be able to buy a starship. Also, I believe that there are other ways of buying a starship. Ling Lan glanced at her father. She didn't have any worries at all. She didn't believe that her father would be fair and just, especially about a matter that concerned her safety. Actually, as long as Ling Xiao closed one eye, Ling Lan would be able to get a starship. Little Four had many ways of getting a starship through the black market. The gene agents that Ling Lan had over these years were all bought from the black market with the help of Little Four. Little Four was a master at this area. He had even become the diamond-level VIP member of the black market. It was easy for him to get his hands on a starship. Ling Xiao made a smart decision and immediately shut up after he heard what Ling Lan said. Seemed like his daughter had made up her mind. He should start thinking about how he could help his daughter. Ling Xiao felt his head hurt. How can he let 250 mecha clan own a starship lawfully? It is hard to be a good father. Ling Xiao sighed. Ling Xiao being a first-time father wasn't very experienced, so he thought making his daughter happy was what a good father should do. If Ling Lan was an obedient girl, he would not have such a hard time. Heaven grants hardships after it grants a man with great responsibility, cough, cough. He could only say that heaven liked him too much, so it gave him a daughter who kept tormenting him so that he could display his ability as a loving father to the fullest. Ling Lan and her team only inspected the creature for a moment before continuing their journey. After some time, they heard the sound of fighting. There is a battle going on ahead. Qi Long's eyes lit up. He loved fighting. Ling Lan raised her hand and everyone hastened their pace. After they walked out of the forest, they arrived at a flat land. There were many mecha operators fighting with the ant-like creatures. We are the Courage God Ace Mecha Clan. Which division are you from? A loud voice rang in the air. A mecha operator who was fighting moved away from the battle and came over to question Ling Lan. Hey, they are from Courage God. One of the mecha operators from Li Lanfeng's team was shocked. Old Duan, I remember that you are from Courage God. Li Lanfeng turned his head and quickly recalled where this mecha operator came from. That's right. Team leader, you have a really good memory. I previously am a member of Courage God. I didn't expect to meet them again. Old Duan sighed. That year, he left Courage God in despair. He never imagined that one day, he would still be able to operate a mecha and meet his old mecha clan in a mission. While Li Lanfeng spoke with Old Duan, Qi Long had already replied, we are 250 mecha clan from the 23rd Division. Some of the mecha operators from Courage God couldn't help it but turn their heads to look at Ling Lan and her mecha operators. Luckily, they were all capable mecha operators, so this loss in focus didn't affect them much. The mecha operators from 250 mecha clan frowned when they saw this. Old Duan even got angry. Why did this bunch of brats behave like that? They caused him to lose his reputation in front of his regiment commander. Although he was a member of 250 Mecha clan now, he still had strong feelings towards his old Mecha clan. He always hoped everything would go well for them. Every mecha operator had a strong relationship with the mecha clan that practically raised them. This was why mecha clans liked to take in new recruits. They would be much easier to foster a stronger bond with the mecha clan. Thank you for your help. This place is dangerous, so please retreat immediately. The regiment commander of Courage God knew that they were the mecha clan who first received the news about the annihilation of Bengu. He frowned when he saw how few people there were. How could 60 people handle all these creatures? 250 Mecha clan was not an ace mecha clan. He didn't know why they were able to participate in this mission. The mecha operators from an untitled mecha clans like theirs probably couldn't operate their mechas well, so how could they even put up a fight against such dangerous creatures? They would only make the situation worse for them. The regiment commander of Courage God made his decision and hoped that 250 Mecha clan would not participate in this battle. He asked them to leave the battlefield immediately. The experienced Mecha operators were unhappy when they heard what the regiment commander of Courage God said. How dare he look down on them? F***K, is he looking down on us? Qi Long instantly shouted in the team channel and instantly ignited everyone's anger. On the other hand, Ling Lan remained calm. Before they showcased their abilities, it was normal to be underestimated. However, she had her temper too. She raised her mecha's right hand and curved 2 fingers towards battlefield in front of them. This was a signal for them to attack. The mecha operators had been waiting for this order. They immediately roared and rushed into the battlefield. The regiment commander of Courage God was furious when he saw the mecha operators from 250 Mecha clan entering the battlefield recklessly. However, before he could say anything, he was stunned by the capabilities of the mecha operators from 250 Mecha clan. At that moment, one of the mecha operators from Courage God finally managed to kill a creature. Before he could catch his breath, 4 ant-like creatures who saw one of their kind getting killed, pounced at him viciously. By right, his 2 comrades by his side should help him to hold back 1 or 2 of the creatures. However, the creatures that his comrades were fighting with, seemed to have received some orders and started pestering the mecha operators furiously. His comrades were unable to lend him a helping hand. No mecha operator could handle so many creatures at once. The mecha operator's face turned pale. He knew that once the energy of his beam shield ran out, his mecha would become the creature's food. That's right. These weak-looking creatures ate metal as their food. The tough and durable mecha shell was nothing to these creatures. The mecha operator remembered how some of his comrades were killed by these creatures when they first confronted them. A chill ran down his spine. Is he going to die here today? He knew that a land-clearing mission was a high-risk mission, but he never expected himself to be bitten to death. Just as the mecha operator was feeling hopeless, 2 beams flew by him. They flew past his mecha and hit the creatures accurately. Before he could react, he felt a huge force pulling his mecha back. He flew back uncontrollably. The mecha operator saw a figure flashing by him on the screen. Then, with a flash of white light, a huge sword appeared in front of him. The 2 remaining creatures which didn't get hit by the beams were thrown out. Within a blink of an eye, the 4 creatures that put him in a dire situation were taken care of. At that moment, the mecha operator slammed onto the ground. He looked at his screen as he laid on the ground and saw some mechas that didn't belong to Courage God. They appeared in front of his comrades who were having a hard time and lightened their burden. No, they didn't just lighten the burden. They managed to kill the creatures with their beam guns and their cold weapons easily. Seemed like these creatures could be killed with cold weapons too. They just didn't have the skills to do it. That mecha operator, who was lying on the ground, watched as the mechas wielded their swords and slashed at the creatures. They didn't use any complicated moves. All they did was stab and slash the creatures, but the creatures died. This was how a close combat mecha operator should perform. That mecha operator was stunned. He looked at them with envy. He was a close combat mecha operator too. Close combat mecha operators should be at the front line of a battle, but in this situation, they were unable to be at the front line as the creature would just overwhelm with numbers. They even had to resort to using long-range attacks which they were not used to. This affected their performance. Half of their mecha clan were close combat mecha operators, so this caused them to be on the losing end during this battle. 250 mecha clan only had 60 people, but their presence immediately changed the situation. Some mecha operators from Courage God Ace mecha clan were too focused in their fight, so they didn't hear the conversation between their regiment commander and 250 mecha clan. They saw the vicious mecha operators beside them and wondered where they came from. Did they belong to a named Super Ace mecha clan? They made this guess because these mecha operators were extremely powerful. All of them had the capabilities and the strength of a team leader. Some of them were even as strong as their regiment commander. They would have guessed that they were from one of the special forces, but they didn't see any familiar totem on their mechas. Since they were not from the special forces, they could only be from a named Super Ace mecha clan based from their terrifying performance. Moreover, if you looked closely at their equipment, they must be from a named Super Ace mecha clan. These pieces of equipment were all the most advanced equipment of the Federation. Courage God applied for these pieces of equipment but never managed to get it. The mecha operators from Courage God looked at the mecha operators from 250 mecha clan with envy. In order for a normal mecha clan with a title to become a named Super Mecha Clan, the criteria would be to have many outstanding individuals over subsequent generations who contributed to the Federation. Hence, there were only a few named Super Mecha Clans. A named Super Ace Mecha Clan would enjoy the glory and many benefits. The treatment between a normal Ace Mecha Clan and a named Super Ace Mecha Clan were extremely different. A named Super Ace Mecha Clan would be granted much more resources and be given the opportunity to recruit better mecha operators. A named Ace Mecha Clan received many benefits, but it was nothing when compared to the treatment given to a named Super Ace Mecha Clan. Of course, the special Ace Mecha squads in the Federation received the best treatment since they were the elites among the elites. Hence, every mecha operator aspired to enter the special Ace Mecha squads. However, for now, let's not talk about the special Ace Mecha squads. Let's put our focus on named Super Ace Mecha clans. They were a cut below special Ace Mecha squads, but they still had a special presence among the Ace Mecha clans. Named Super Ace Mecha clans were all old mecha clans with rich history. They got this honor after several generations of contributions from their mecha operators. All the mecha operators that came from these mecha clans had better mechas, equipment, and weapons compared to a normal named mecha clan. Their resources were only one grade lower than those given to the special Ace Mecha squads. Some powerful named Super Ace Mecha clans could be compared to lower-end Special Ace Mecha squads. Special Ace Mecha squads welcomed all outstanding mecha operators in the Federation. They didn't belong to any division and were only governed by the Federation itself. On the other hand, named Super Ace Mecha clans rarely take in mecha operators from other divisions. They preferred to groom recruits personally so that they would develop a stronger bond with the mecha clan. Every division had one or two named Ace Mecha clans. In actual fact, these named Ace Mecha clans were the ultimate weapon of the division. If the entire division was to get annihilated for some reason, as long as someone from a named Ace Mecha clan survived, they could build their division from scratch again and the legacy could continue to pass down. The mecha operators from Courage God all thought that 250 Mecha Clan was a named Ace Mecha Clan. They respected them but were jealous of them at the same time. Regiment Commander, are they really just a normal mecha clan? The adjutant beside the regiment commander of Courage God asked. How would I know? The regiment commander answered angrily. How was he supposed to know that 250 Mecha Clan was such a powerful mecha clan? Did he offend them with his attitude just now? Look, they know the weakness of these creatures. They strike their Achilles heel and don't waste any energy or time, the adjutant said with admiration. They must have gotten first-hand information from Bingu. However, it is still impressive as they managed to use the information to its fullest within such a short time. The regiment commander of Courage God had to admit that his mecha operators were not as capable or skilled as the mecha operators from 250 Mecha Clan. He always thought that his mecha operators were not bad, but after comparing them to those from 250 Mecha Clan, he could see that there were still some flaws in his mecha operators. Everyone made some mistakes. The regiment commander of Courage God got angrier as time goes by. He wanted to shout at them and remind them to stop embarrassing themselves. Ling Lan was also not satisfied with her mecha operators. They got too excited and walked into a bunch of creatures. Shouldn't they be concerned about their own safety? Why did that mecha operator who was adept at long-range attacks rush to the front line to fight the creatures in close combat? Shouldn't he fully utilize his strength? Don't tell me that his beam gun ran out of energy. Before leaving their base, she asked all the mecha operators to bring ample energy storage units. A few minutes of shooting would not use up all the energy. That mecha operator on the left. Even if you think that the mecha operator from the other division is a hindrance, don't make it so obvious. How am I supposed to explain to the regiment commander of the other mecha clan, why you kicked his mecha operator away so forcefully? Don't you know that I hate explaining things? Also, who is that mecha operator beside him? Why is he giving a thumbs up to him? Is he implying that his comrade did the right thing by kicking the other mecha operator away? Didn't you see that a bunch of mecha operators from the other division had run away from you? What a worrisome bunch of people. Can you all be a little more friendly? Lanner, your team members are full of character, Ling Xiao laughed softly. Daddy, are you joking? Don't you see how anxious I am? Ling Lan stared at the old man who seemed to be having a good time and sighed. However, you brought them up well. Ling Xiao looked at his daughter proudly. These mecha operators who were given up by their divisions managed to stand up again under the guidance of his daughter. His daughter is so capable. Ha! Ling Lan and Ling Xiao turned their heads simultaneously. They felt a spiritual fluctuation in the air. A message seemed to be sent through the air. All the ant-like creatures suddenly retreated. Within a few seconds, none of them were left. Only the carcasses of the creatures and those broken mechas remained on the battlefield. Search for survivors immediately. The regiment commander of Courage God didn't continue to pursue their enemy. He chose to save the mecha operators instead. His mission was to rescue people, not to kill creatures. Ling Lan didn't order her team to pursue their opponents too. No one knew if the creatures were planning an ambush. Ling Lan only had 200 mecha operators participating in this mission. Currently, she only had 60 mecha operators beside her. Compared to the other mecha clans who had more than 1,000 members participating in the mission, Ling Lan's team was very small. Hence, every single member was important to her, so she didn't want anyone to die unnecessarily. Close to 100 mecha from Courage God were destroyed in this rescue mission. However, Ling Lan and her team arrived in the nick of time, so only the first few mechas were bitten through by the creatures. They suddenly discovered inside those mechas still had signs of life. The regiment commander from Courage God was elated. Mecha operators who joined the land clearing mission were all elites. As a regiment commander, he didn't want any of his team's elites to die. Regiment commander, Ali is in a bad condition. Someone suddenly called the regiment commander. Luo Qi is not going to make it too. Regiment commander, what should we do? Bad news kept coming in. The regiment commander felt his heart dropped. They had not built their base on this planet yet, so they didn't have a medical department to send the injured to. If they sent these injured mecha operators back to the starship, they might die before they reached the starships. Does he have to watch his soldiers die right in front of his eyes? He wanted to call his team leaders for a discussion. Before he could, he saw the mechas from 250 Mecha Clan organizing themselves at the side. They didn't participate in searching for survivors, but they didn't hinder them. The regiment commander remembered that 250 Mecha Clan was the first Mecha Clan to complete their temporary base. Although it was due to sheer luck, no. The regiment commander pushed this thought away. If he didn't personally witness how strong 250 Mecha clan was, he might still believe this rumor. However, now, he believed that it was due to a combination of luck and skills that they managed to build a base so quickly. May I know who is the leader of this rescue mission? The regiment commander of Courage God asked them. Our regiment commander, Ling Lan. Qi Long pointed at Ling Lan proudly. Ah, I didn't expect Regiment Commander Ling to lead this rescue mission personally. The 7th Division would like to thank the 23rd Division for your help. The regiment commander represented the 7th Division and thanked the 23rd Division. Everyone knew the 250 Mecha clan acted so quickly because their superiors ordered them to. The regiment commander was grateful. Seems like General Ling Xiao have not forgotten the 7th Division that groomed him. That was probably why the higher authorities of the 23rd Division placed so much importance on the rescue mission. They acted instantly after they knew something bad had happened to the 70th Division. Thinking about this, the regiment commander scoffed. Those people who said General Ling Xiao had forgotten about the 7th Division should take a look at what happened. When something happened to the 7th Division, the only help provided was from General Ling Xiao's 23rd Division. There is no need to thank us. We belong to the same federation. It is only right for us to help you, Ling Lan replied indifferently. Since they all belonged to the federation and the location of the attack was near her base, she was willing to lend a helping hand. Ling Lan's words caused the regiment commander of Courage God to confirm his hypothesis about General Ling Xiao. General Ling Xiao left the 7th Division because there was no position left for him after he came back. Hence, he had no choice but to form his own division. The regiment commander felt bitter. If the division left General Ling Xiao's position empty, the general of the 7th Division might have been Ling Xiao now. This thought only flashed past his mind. He quickly controlled his emotions and made a request to Ling Lan, Regiment Commander Ling. During the battle, some of my mecha operators were seriously injured. Could you let them enter your base and get treated there? The regiment commander thought of something and his expression changed. Is there a medical department in your base? Only master-level mecha clans had a medical department and medics. If he remembered correctly, 250 Mecha clan was just a normal mecha clan. We have a medical department in our base. Don't worry, Ling Lan replied seriously. She signaled Courage God to follow after them back to their base. The regiment commander heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't know whether the facilities they had were good or not, but it was better than having them die here. Very soon, the Courage God Mecha clan arrived at the base of 250 Mecha clan. F***K, what is this? Am I hallucinating? The people from Courage God saw the huge protective shield shining beside a lake. The protective shield was made using the most advanced technology in the Federation. Only master level and above command centers had the right to get it. However, normal command centers were only able to get small-sized protective shields. This protective shield in front of them was definitely a large-sized one. Only the central command center, at the 10th level of the master level, was able to get this equipment. They looked at the calm expressions on 250 Mecha clan mecha operators' faces. Many mecha operators from Courage God nudged the mecha operator from 250 Mecha clan standing beside them. Buddy, is that your temporary base? Of course, the mecha operators from 250 Mecha clan answered proudly. Really? That is a large-sized protective shield. How did you get this? The mecha operators from Courage God were green with envy. The regiment commander of Courage God coughed to remind his members to watch their manners. In his heart, he already confirmed that 250 Mecha clan was indeed General Ling Xiao's personal mecha clan. It was the most important mecha clan of the 23rd Division. Although it looked like an untitled normal mecha clan, the regiment commander felt that it was part of General Ling Xiao's plan. That way, no one would notice this mecha clan. As the regiment commander of Courage God, he knew that the Federation had many factions. The regiment commander's reminder calmed his mecha operators down. They stopped asking questions and controlled their mechas to move towards the beautiful base. Once they reached the entrance, they saw two massive pathways. There were people waving flags near the entrance to guide them into the base. Since there were injured members, Ling Lan asked Courage God to enter the pathway first. The people from Courage God accepted the offer readily. Everyone knew that the faster these injured people were sent in for treatment, the higher the chances they would survive. Hence, Courage God's mechas flew down and entered the pathway. Within the pathway, they saw people waiting for them with carts. The moment the mecha operators placed down the cockpit housing the injured individual into the cart, the people with the cart ran into the base immediately. By the time the mecha operators docked their mechas in the mecha hold, the people pushing the carts were gone. The mecha operators from Courage God were anxious. They didn't know where their comrades went. At that moment, another person led them to the changing room. After changing their clothes, they entered the base. The base was filled with advanced technologies. There were high-speed conveyor belts allowing soldiers with urgent matters to move around quickly. The person leading them didn't bring them to the high-speed conveyor belts. Instead, he walked for some distance before reaching a venue that had the hospital logo. Many personnel wearing white gowns were hurrying around the venue. They were led into the atrium of the hospital and were asked to wait for the news patiently. Then, he left hurriedly to attend to his next task. There were only 300 logisticians in this base. Every logistician had more than one position. One day, they could be attending to the mechas. The next day, they might be helping out at the hospital. On the third day, they might be cleaning up the base. These logisticians were busy all the time. At the end of the day, they would fall asleep the moment their head touched the pillow. However, none of them had any grudges. Lin Zhongqing had brainwashed them well. These logisticians were tricked into thinking all logisticians in the Federation worked as hard as them. They felt that a qualified logistician should be able to handle all kinds of positions. These logisticians, who used to be the worst among their batch, were trained harshly to become all-round logisticians. They didn't want to remember the tortures they went through in order to become so efficient. The people from Courage God waited in the atrium. Many medical logisticians walked past them. They kept sending the mecha operators to the 3 emergency rooms. The mecha operators from Courage God only saw people being pushed in but none came out. They got worried. Were they unable to save their comrades? Finally, a beautiful and amiable-looking lady wearing a white gown walked out of one of the emergency rooms. This was the first time the people from Courage God saw a female medic. The moment the lady came out, an impatient mecha operator from Courage God stopped her. "May I know how my comrade is doing?" The lady seemed delicate but she was not timid. She looked up at the mecha operator and said in a clear voice, "Bingo. Courage God." Only mecha operators from these 2 mecha clans were sent to the emergency room. She couldn't see the 2 mecha clans' totems on the mecha operators, so she couldn't tell where this mecha operator was from. "We are from Courage God." The mecha operator knew that he had found the right person. "Still okay," the lady replied indifferently. Then, she wanted to leave. The mecha operators from Courage God were angered by the lady's words. They thought that the lady was giving them a perfunctory reply. They knew their comrades were at the brink of death when they were sent here. They hoped their comrades could be saved, but they knew that even with ample resources and experienced doctors in the hospital at their division headquarters, their comrades could not be saved. "Still okay" was not a bad reply, but sometimes, a perfunctory answer was even worse than a piece of bad news. One of the mecha operators grabbed the lady's wrist and shouted furiously, "What attitude was that? I'm asked you about the condition of my comrades who are heavily injured. Is this how you should reply to me? Your 250 mecha clan is too much. I'm going to complain to your superior." The lady looked up at the mecha operator with shining eyes. Many mecha operators who were calmer couldn't bear to scold the lady. They knew that their comrade was too impulsive, as they wanted to pacify the man. However, before they could do anything, the lady moved her wrist. The mecha operator couldn't hold on and released his grip. The lady broke free easily. If you want to know about the condition of the patients, ask the optical supercomputer in the atrium. The lady was not angry. She knew how they felt, so she didn't want to argue with the mecha operator. However, the mecha operator was not appeased. His emotions exploded when he realized that a lady was able to break free from his grip easily. He raised both of his hands and attempted to grab her again. His eyes were bloodshot. A cold flash of light flashed past the lady's eyes. Something shiny flew out of her hand. The mecha operator froze and fell on the ground almost immediately. Everyone saw a miniature syringe at his neck. The lady calmly took the syringe back and placed it in her pocket. Some logisticians rushed over after seeing the commotion. She told the logisticians, "This person is mentally unstable, send him to room 712 to get treatment." The logisticians looked at the mecha operator with pity. How did this person offend Miss Luo Chao? She wanted to send this person to that room. They could only hope that he would be fine after going through the treatment. The people from Courage God wanted to stop them. Luo Chao looked up and said gently, "Would you all like to visit the room too?" Everyone shook their head decisively. They wanted to cry. "Pretty little lady, can you throw away the syringes in your hands? It's frightening to see you waving so many syringes about." Luo Chao nodded her head in satisfaction. She kept her syringes and left the atrium calmly. The miniature syringes Boss Lon gave her were very useful. As expected of my Boss Lon. Luo Chao blushed slightly. The mecha operators from Courage God teared up a bit when they saw the beautiful silhouette of the lady. F***K, 250 Mecha Clan is a bunch of perverts. Even a gentle-looking beautiful lady is so vicious. From Luo Chao's attack, they could tell that her physical skills were stronger than most of them. She was not as harmless as she looked. Their comrade offended someone, he shouldn't. After this episode, the mecha operators from Courage God rein in their temper. They started to be vigilant in front of the people of 250 Mecha Clan. They didn't want to offend another pervert. However, they still remembered what Luo Chao said and went to check the optical supercomputer in the atrium. They needed to enter their comrade's personal code into the optical supercomputer. Every soldier had his own code. Yet, most soldiers would only remember their own code. They were stunned. They tried to enter their comrades' names, but the optical supercomputer didn't manage to find the person. They knew why this happened. No one accompanied their injured comrades, so the people from 250 Mecha Clan could only scan their comrades' personal codes in order to identify them. If they wanted to get more information, they needed to wait until the treatment ended or wait for their regiment commander to come. Only their regiment commander had the personal codes of all the mecha operators in the Mecha Clan. The regiment commander of Courage God was the last person to arrive at the atrium. He walked into the medical atrium anxiously and was informed about the need of the personal codes of the mecha operators. He immediately opened the document on his communicator and entered their codes into the optical supercomputer. The regiment commander prepared himself mentally. He knew that those injured members might not survive even if they were sent to the best hospital in the Federation, the headquarters hospital. However, when he entered their personal codes into the system, he realized that no one was dead. The worst remark about their situation was, in the emergency room. Did they not update the information yet? The regiment commander recalled that there were many injured mecha operators sent to 250 Mecha Clan's base. Although the base was technologically advanced, there were not many staff inside. It was reasonable that they didn't have enough logisticians to update the information. The regiment commander knew that this was probably the truth, but he wanted to believe that his members were still in an emergency state and not dead. After a few hours, the light on the 3 emergency room signs dimmed. The door of the middle emergency room was opened. A tired-looking young man wearing a white gown, stained with blood, walked out. 2 beautiful young ladies walked out after him. One of them was the gentle lady who subdued the mecha operator with a syringe. The other one was a valiant and lively lady. She didn't look like an easy person to bully. There was a difference between the white gown of a military doctor and the white gown of a medic. The regiment commander was elated when he noticed the young man was a military doctor. He was under the impression of 250 mecha clan had only medics, but they actually had a military doctor. No matter what rank he was much more skillful than a medic. If his members could last longer, he would have asked more professional military doctors to come and rescue his members. The regiment commander instantly walked up and asked anxiously, "Major, may I ask about the condition of the mecha operators from Courage God?" Since they couldn't get the latest information from the system, he could only look for the military doctor personally. The young man raised his head and looked at the regiment commander's face, which was filled with worry. "Everything is successful. If you want to know the details, check the optical supercomputer in the atrium." If he didn't see how anxious the regiment commander was, he would not have bothered to reply. Among the injured members, 6 of them were on the brink of death. If his emergency healing agents were not powerful enough to sustain the lives of these people for a period of time, even with his ability, he might not be able to save all of them, as there were not enough military doctors in this base. Li Shiyu finally felt the consequences of the lack of manpower. Luo Chao and Han Shuya tried their best, but they were ultimately not military doctors. They were only medics, more skillful medics. Maybe he should send an invitation to some of his juniors in the medicine major at the 1st Men's Military Academy to ask them to apply to enter the 23rd Division. He should get more military doctors to come to 250 Mecha Clan. Li Shiyu's reply made the regiment commander extremely happy. Since the military doctor said this meant that all his members managed to survive. However, he still wasn't too optimistic. Maybe they were just alive but needed to undergo more treatments later. The military doctor left after saying one sentence, so he couldn't ask him more questions. He saw how tired the military doctor was and knew that he needed a good rest after spending so much effort to save his members. Only the regiment commander and the team leaders of Courage God still remained in the atrium. They rushed to the optical supercomputer. Luckily, there were a few optical supercomputers, so they didn't have to squeeze around one. Everyone was concerned about their own comrades and wanted to know what their condition was. Just like what the military doctor said, no one died. 5 were still in a dangerous state and needed to be under careful observation. The people from Courage God were content to know this. They wanted to visit their team members, but the medical department of 250 Mecha Clan had very strict rules. They didn't allow any visitors after the visiting hours. The regiment commander had no choice but to leave the atrium with his team leaders. They had to wait for the next day if they wanted to see their comrades. The regiment commander finally had the mind to observe 250 Mecha Clan's temporary base. He got more shocking as he continued walking. Is this really a temporary base? This is more like an official base. Some official base might not even be as good as this place. If I have such a base as my home, I'll not be afraid no matter how hard and tiring the land clearing mission is, one of the mecha operators couldn't help but say. The high mortality rate for land clearing missions was public information, they fully understood what they were getting into. The mecha operators were nervous when they accepted the mission, but they were not afraid. Since they chose to enter the military and become a mecha operator, they were already prepared to sacrifice their lives for their country on the battlefield. But, the living conditions in a land clearing mission was much harsher than in a war, especially for the scouting teams. They gained the most resources but endured the most hardships. They had to spend days or even months in the small cockpit of their mechas. They couldn't move their bodies too much. It was a mental and physical torture for the mecha operators. Many mecha operators would develop some mental illnesses after returning from a land clearing mission. Some couldn't enter a mecha anymore and had to become a normal soldier or leave the army. Although a land clearing mission was supposed to let the various divisions to gain some more resources, it was a harsh test for the mecha operators too. Some that survived might be able to achieve a breakthrough, while others might lose their mind and become a normal soldier. Some might die and become a name on a tombstone. This was why divisions brought along logisticians for their land-clearing mission. The logisticians would build a base for the mecha operators so that more mecha operators would not turn crazy after the mission ended. But, due to reasons like money and time, most temporary bases were simple and crude. The mecha operators only had a small area where they could move around. However, compared to their small cockpits, this temporary base allowed them to get some rest and relax their mind. Yet, the temporary base of 250 Mecha Clan was nothing like what they knew. Everyone was green with envy. F***K, why does their Mecha Clan not have the same treatment as 250 Mecha Clan? This thought only flashed through their minds. Soon, they calmed down. They were now even more certain now that 250 Mecha Clan was General Ling Zhao's personal Mecha Clan. It was the most important Mecha Clan in the 23rd Division. Their appearance were noticed by the logisticians at the base. After understanding their situation, they brought the people from Courage God to their accommodations. Courage God had many people, but this base could house close to 2,000 people. When Lin Zhongqing asked for resources from the Chief of Staff, he told him to give him equipment for 2,000 people. After all, 250 Mecha Clan would expand in the future, they needed to make preparations ahead of time. If Lin Zhongqing could get the resources for a temporary base that could house 5,000 people, he would have done it. However, they were unable to transport such a huge amount of resources over based on their current manpower. It was a good thing he didn't bring this up too. If he did, He Shuyang might have flipped the table on him. Ling Lan went back to her room after she let Lin Zhongqing handle the people from Courage God. She didn't arrange her mecha operators to explore the area where Bingu met the creatures. Why didn't you send mecha operators to explore the area? There must be something good inside the forest. That is why Bingu didn't want to give up the area. Ling Xiao sat on the sofa lazily after he entered the room. He smiled mysteriously at his daughter. Since Courage God is here, it is not right for me to do it, Ling Lan replied nonchalantly. If she didn't meet Courage God, she would have sent in some mecha operators to explore the area. However, now, the situation was different. Actually, in a land-clearing mission, there is no such thing as first come first serve. Even if Bingu found the area first, they didn't have the ability to get the resource, their mecha clan was almost annihilated. This means the resources belong to no one. If you want it, you can get it. Ling Xiao told Ling Lan the rules of the land-clearing mission. Although they were on good terms with the 7th Division and Ling Xiao was previously the vice-commander of the 7th Division, all these were now in the past. To Ling Xiao, only the 23rd Division mattered to him now. I know, Ling Lan said. Why did you give in then? Ling Xiao frowned. It was good that his daughter was not a greedy person, but he didn't want his daughter to be too soft-hearted. A qualified officer must not be emotional and soft-hearted. He or she must understand what was best for him and his soldiers and be merciless when required. I feel that those ant-like creatures are dangerous. Ling Lan thought for a moment before replying. The circular creature at the bottom of the lake is intelligent. When it knew it couldn't defeat us, it chose to bow down to us. I suspect the ant-like creatures are similar to it. They retreated too quickly. I feel that if we continue chasing them, we will be in danger. So you wanted Courage God to explore the area first and see how powerful the ant-like creatures really are? Ling Xiao smiled. He had already noticed how abnormal the ant-like creatures were. This was why he didn't persuade Ling Lan when she chose not to send anyone to explore the forest. What he said just now was to test if Ling Lan noticed the same thing as he did, or was she just being soft-hearted. His daughter never disappoints him. Ling Zhao's looked at his daughter proudly. Since the people from Courage God had arrived, it means that it's impossible for us to swallow this resource alone. Anyone with a brain will know the resource Bingu tried to get even at the cost of annihilation must be something special. The regiment commander of the 7th Division knew this, so he acted quickly. Ling Lan started her analysis. However, this is good for me too. If there was only 250 mecha clan, I might have taken the risk since the benefits outweigh the risks by a large margin. The result will be unpredictable. Now, with Courage God as my frontline, we will be much safer. Compared to resources she could gain, Ling Lan cared more about the safety of her mecha operators. Are you not afraid if all the meat was taken by Courage God? Ling Xiao smiled. He was satisfied with the fact that Ling Lan was able to remain logical in front of wealth. He was also happy that she cared so much about her mecha operators. It's fine. Having some soup is good too, Ling Lan smiled. Since they helped Binggu and Courage God to save their men, the 7th Division had to give them some resources in return. Also, she didn't want to become a thorn in the flesh for all the divisions. With the 7th Division taking the lead this time, her father would have less pressure on him. Based on Chang Xinyuan's rough estimation, the energy within the lake was enough to astound the entire military. Her father would be having a hard time trying to make sure that the 23rd Division fully swallowed this resource. Ling Xiao thought about this too and his smile got brighter. Was his daughter worried about him? Sob, I'm so touched. Ling Lan didn't know what Ling Xiao was thinking. She just felt that her father already had a hard time settling all the things within the 23rd Division as well as appeasing her frightening mother. Hence, as his daughter, she must not add more burden on his shoulders. She didn't want to have white hairs. Ling Lan still hoped that her father would be a handsome man, not an old and tired-looking old man. Ling Xiao didn't know that Ling Lan was thinking about his looks with disdain. Let's have a moment of silence for Ling Xiao. Hence, 250 mecha clan explored the area around their base without touching the forest where Binggu was attacked. The regiment commander of Courage God was touched by Ling Lan's decision. He was even more convinced now that this was an order given by General Ling Xiao so that the 7th Division could acquire the resource. The commander of the 7th Division had a similar thought too. Soon, he made an agreement with the commander of the 23rd Division. They would use the base of 250 mecha clan as their temporary base. The 7th Division would send the rest of its mecha clans to 250 mecha clans base, to work together with Courage God to destroy the ant-like creatures. If they found any resources at this part of the planet, they would give a portion of it to the 23rd Division as well as 250 mecha clan. Lin Zhongqing was very busy. He was so busy he wished that he could fly instead of walking. A housewife can't cook a meal without rice. How was he supposed to handle so many people at once all by himself? Lin Zhongqing gritted his teeth. After this mission ends, he must ask his boss to get more men from the chief of staff. The moment Lin Zhongqing saw logisticians from the other mecha clans, he would attempt to lure them over to 250 mecha clan. Besides him, He Chaoyang and the other three were also extremely tired. They hated themselves for being too naive to be fooled by their boss into entering the logistics department. At this moment, they were no longer as excited as they were when they got all the advanced pieces of equipment from the chief of staff. Zhongqing, can I take a break tomorrow? Yuan Yuyun said weakly as he laid there with a helpless look on his face. How is he going to survive tomorrow? Once you finish your job tomorrow, you can rest for as many days as you want. Lin Zhongqing heartlessly rejected his request. He lacked manpower, so he would never let such a good subordinate off so easily. Sob. I'm going to die soon. Yuan Yuyun laid on the table weakly. He was in charge of the JMCs but with most of the logisticians taken away by other departments. Where could he find enough JMCs to direct the numerous visitors coming into their base? Yuan Yuyun looked at the name list of the logisticians given to him. There were only 80 logisticians available. How were they able to welcome 1,000 mecha operators all by themselves? He looked at He Chaoyang. Then, he turned his head decisively. He Chaoyang couldn't even solve his own problem. They were good friends, but at times like this, they should take care of own problems first. As for Luo Xiaoyun and Li Jinghong, the former was in charge of taking care of the mechas while the latter was in charge of the logistics of the living areas in the base. These two required large amounts of manpower too, so they were unable to help Yuan Yuyun. They were also lacking people. They couldn't help even if they wanted to. Li Jinghong saw how helpless Yuan Yuyun looked. He knew that with the current 4 JMCs available to him, they would definitely be unable to handle such a huge number of people. Hence, he reminded him, Yuyun, you can ask Sister Luo Chao for help. Maybe the medical department can give you some people. The logisticians of 250 Mecha clan were all-round logisticians. They could move between all the departments. Fine, for the sake of his comrade, he betrayed young Master Shiyu. Li Jinghong felt embarrassed by himself. He apologized to Li Shiyu in his heart. Although they were both from the Li family, he had to consider his job first. Yuan Yuyun was inspired by what Li Jinghong said. He hugged Li Jinghong and cried, Li Jinghong, you are indeed my good friend. Before Li Jinghong could reply, he was pushed away. Li Jinghong almost fell on the ground. Yuan Yuyun rushed out of the logistics department. Before he left, he said, I'll go look for little sister Luo Chao now. Li Jinghong looked hurt as he pointed to the door, trembling from head to toe. He shouted sadly, Yuan Yuyun, I will not let you go so easily. How dare you kick me away once you used me? Luo Xiaoyun and He Chaoyang laughed when they saw this. Lin Zhongqing couldn't help but smile too. With these 4 lively and capable helpers beside him, Lin Zhongqing's personality started changing too. Yuan Yuyun charged to the medical department. The moment he stepped in, he cried and shouted, Little sister Luo Chao, help. This shout shocked everyone in the atrium. Who is he? The regiment commander of Courage God frowned. Didn't he know that he should keep quiet in the medical department? He might disturb the rest of the patients and affect their recovery. I don't know. I've never seen him before. Yuan Yuyun rarely came out, so the people from Courage God were not familiar with him. However, they saw the medics bowing to him, so they knew he must be an officer. When Yuan Yuyun shouted the second time, the door of one emergency room slammed open. Someone shouted loudly, Yuan Yuyun, shut up. The lean and valiant-looking lady appeared at the door with her hands on her waist. She glared at Yuan Yuyun angrily. Didn't he see the poster covering almost the entire wall? Didn't he see the words, remain silent? Yuan Yuyun looked at the lady and scoffed. He waved his hands. Han Shuya, I'm not looking for you. I'm looking for little sister Luo Chao. Yuan Yuyun. Han Shuya was already angered by Yuan Yuyun's actions, so when she heard Yuan Yuyun dismissing her, she exploded. Han Shuya disappeared from the door and reappeared beside Yuan Yuyun in a blink of an eye. She kicked Yuan Yuyun. Yuan Yuyun raised his hand and blocked the attack. Yuan Yuyun looked at her in astonishment. Han Shuya, are you trying to kill me? If he didn't intercept her attack just now, with the force she exerted in her kick, he would have been badly injured. Since you dared to raise your voice in my territory, you must be prepared to die. Han Shuya gritted her teeth. She raised her leg and continued kicking Yuan Yuyun. The medics in the atrium calmly walked to the side, leaving an empty area for the two of them to fight. They made sure that they would not destroy the seats at the side. The people from Courage God were dumbfounded. Do the people from 250 Mecha clan fight whenever they want to? Even a quiet medical department can become a venue for a fight. As the two people were fighting, another gentle-looking lady appeared at the door of the emergency room. The people from Courage God felt a chill on their neck when they saw this lady. They still remembered their comrade who was still lying on his bed after being attacked by her syringe. Yuyun. Shuya. What are you two doing? Luo Chao said helplessly. These two people had been like this ever since their military academy days. Whenever they were free, they would fight. Yuan Yuyun never gave in to Han Shuya just because she was a lady. Well, maybe Yuan Yuyun never took her as a lady. The two people stopped what they were doing when they heard Luo Chao's voice. Han Shuya sulked and glared at Yuan Yuyun before blowing off imaginary steam off her fists. Luo Chao looked like a gentle and easygoing person, but when she gets angry, she was very scary. Yuan Yuyun ignored Han Shuya's glare and looked at Luo Chao as though she was his life savior. The next second, he rushed over. "Sister Luo Chao, help." He was here to seek help from Luo Chao. If he didn't guide the mecha operators from the other mecha clans properly, embarrassing 250 mecha clan, his boss would surely punish him severely. Before Yuan Yuyun could hug Luo Chao, he heard snort. He saw Li Shiyu crossing his hands in front of his chest while he leaned against the door frame. Yuan Yuyun stopped immediately. He could almost feel the heat from his military boots as they scraped the floor. It almost burnt his toes, but it was worth it. He managed to stop before touching her. "Huh, brother Shiyu is here too." Yuan Yuyun touched the back of his head. "Sob, he is just here to seek help from little sister Luo Chao." "Why is the devil of the medical department here too?" Yuan Yuyun remembered the last time he hugged little sister Luo Chao. Li Shiyu injected him with an agent that made him itch all over. He could still vividly remember that feeling. It was not because Li Shiyu liked Luo Chao. Li Shiyu just felt that a man should respect a lady and not touch them whatsoever without their consent. Especially in the military where 99.99% of the army consisted of men, they should take note of this and keep their distance. If by any chance a man couldn't control himself, he might hurt the lady. Yuan Yuyun was afraid of Li Shiyu not because of his frightening agent but because his boss also agreed with Li Shiyu's viewpoint. If any men in 250 Mecha clan dared to do anything untowardly to a lady, his boss would punish them even more harshly. Yuan Yuyun glanced around him carefully. There was no sign of his boss. He patted his chest. He was so anxious to seek help, he forgot about the rule of 250 Mecha clan just now. He almost went to meet the god of death. If Li Shiyu saw him, he would at most be physically tortured. If his boss saw him. Yuan Yuyun felt a chill down his spine. He still remembered that mecha operator who teased Luo Chao and Han Shuya and ended up in the healing pod, and was still there till this day. "Boss is not here. Why are you looking for Luo Chao?" Li Shiyu knew what Yuan Yuyun was afraid of, so he exposed him. "There are mecha clans from the 7th Division coming to our base, right? Little sister Luo Chao, can you have some medics temporarily be JMCs?" Yuan Yuyun put his palms together and looked at Luo Chao hopefully. He hoped Luo Chao was able to help him. This time, however, Luo Chao looked hesitant. "But boss asked Shuya and I to be in charge of the reception at the meeting room." A collaboration needed more than just a sentence. The 7th Division ordered their mecha clans to come over so they could have a discussion and come up with an action plan. Since 250 Mecha clan had a temporary base, they had to provide the venue for the meeting. The meeting would be attended by people of higher rank, so they needed qualified people to attend to them. Thus, the only 2 ladies of 250 Mecha clan were chosen for this job. Yuan Yuyun was in despair. Even Luo Chao has a mission. Who else could he look for? He didn't dare to snatch his boss's ladies. There seemed to be something wrong with this sentence. Luo Chao couldn't bear to see him like this. Will we be able to get to the meeting room in time if we help out as JMCs? They had to guide the people into the base anyway before they could start the meeting. As long as they were able to reach the meeting room before these people, everything would be fine. To ensure the operations of the entire base ran smoothly, even officers like Luo Chao had to step in as logisticians. This showed how undermanned 250 Mecha clan was. Yuan Yuyun's eyes lit up but dimmed again. "No, you have to prepare for the meeting. If there are too many people coming into our base, you would not be able to rush back in time." He didn't want Luo Chao and Han Shuya to be scolded by their boss because of him. What is so difficult about that? There will only be a lot more traffic at the start. We can help until right before the meeting starts. Then, we will get someone to substitute for us for the later part. Han Shuya walked over. Yuan Yuyun was enlightened by what Han Shuya said. He nodded. He said gratefully, "Thank you, Han Shuya. It is settled then. You will come over in the morning." "Yes, I know. Do you think I'm stupid? Hurry up and leave, we are very busy." Han Shuya glared at him and swept him away like a pile of rubbish. Yuan Yuyun had achieved his goal, so he didn't bother about Han Shuya's attitude. He left with a smiling face. The people Courage God saw Yuan Yuyun leaving. Their eyes lit up when they saw the 3 highest-ranked officers of the medical department. Li Shiyu reacted the fastest. "I'm busy. You two will settle everything from here." He closed the door of the emergency room with a bang. Luo Chao and Han Shuya reacted slower, so they got surrounded by people from Courage God. "Second Lieutenant Luo, may I know?" "Second Lieutenant Han, may I know?" Luo Chao and Han Shuya's face darkened. They were upset with their reaction speed. Li Shiyu was able to get himself out of this situation, but they weren't able to. As they answered the questions given by the soldiers, they promised to themselves that they would train their physical skills and reaction speed whenever they had the time so that they would not become the sacrificial lamb for Li Shiyu. The next day, Luo Chao and Han Shuya arrived at the atrium of the medical department bright and early in the morning. They had a medic beside them. This time, they chose 3 medics to go together with them. After all, Yuan Yuyun would never be able to handle the huge amount of mecha operators with his current manpower. Luo Chao and Han Shuya could only help him for a while. Hence, they decided to bring some helpers along. "Why isn't Zhou Yu and Chen Yian here?" Luo Chao frowned. Did something happen to them? These 2 people always performed well. Zhou Yu might make some mistakes, but Chen Yian was an extremely responsible and stubborn person. If was a deadline, he would meet it. At that moment, Chen Yian carried Zhou Yu over on his back. "What happened to Zhou Yu?" Luo Chao hurried over and asked in concern. "I'm not sure. Yesterday evening, he kept vomiting and was running a fever. He ate some medicine but it didn't seem to be working, so I carried him here to find Dr. Li," Chen Yian replied worriedly. Luo Chao wanted to say something, but her communicator suddenly vibrated. She picked it up. Yuan Yuyun's voice could be heard. "Sister Luo Chao, help. Help." The mecha operators guarding the outer perimeter of the base just informed him that the other mecha clans would soon reach the territory of 250 mecha clan. Yuan Yuyun needed Luo Chao and Han Shuya's help immediately. Luo Chao didn't dare to waste any more time. She brought Han Shuya and the other medic over. She asked Chen Yian to settle Zhou Yu down and hurry over as soon as possible. If he saw any free logisticians along the way, he should bring the logistician to the JMC area. Chen Yian nodded. After bringing Zhou Yu inside, he rushed out of the medical department. He remembered what Han Shuya said and went to look for any free logisticians. However, during this time, most of the logisticians were busy. After walking around for a moment, Chen Yian walked into a small garden. He wanted to leave, but he suddenly saw a seated figure in the garden. His eyes lit up. There was a young man meditating in this little garden. He seemed to be asleep or was listening to something. From his relaxed posture, he must be very free. Chen Yian was elated. He could finally answer to Second Lieutenant Han. Ling Lan felt a gust of wind in front of her. It was harmless, so she opened her eyes calmly. She saw a logistician running towards her with a silly smile on his face. Is he looking for her? Ling Lan raised her eyebrows. The people who usually looked for her were from Ling Tian and the team leaders. Even the members of the teams would not look for her personally. Who ordered this logistician to look for her? Did something happen to Lin Zhongqing? Lin Zhongqing was a careful person. He would not let anyone unfamiliar get near her. Ling Lan couldn't guess why this logistician was looking for her. I finally found you. Hurry up and follow me. The logistician wanted to grab her hand. Ling Lan tilted her body and evaded his hand. Who are you? Why are you looking for me? Ling Lan frowned. Who is this idiot? Does he know who she is? Ling Lan forgot she had retracted the cold aura around her while she was meditating because this was her living space. Hence, to Chen Ian, she was just a young-looking recruit, although she was indeed a recruit. Also, Chen Ian was a simple person. He would never think that this beautiful and youthful young man was their terrifying regiment commander. Chen Ian patted his chest and introduced himself. I am called Chen Ian. I'm looking for you because I need you to be a JMC. Oh right, what is your name? JMC. Does she look like a JMC? Ling Lan was stunned for a moment. Her mother was an outstanding JMC. She used her voice to attract her current husband. Did she inherit her mother's talent? Ling Lan touched her chin. If she stepped down as the regiment commander one day, she could still become an outstanding JMC. She would not have to worry about not having a job. Ling Lan looked at the idiot in front of her. All her comrades didn't notice this talent of hers. Why was this idiot able to see it? Does he have an innate talent for noticing things normal people couldn't? Ling Lan looked at Chen Ian curiously. When she saw her reflection in his eyes, she understood everything. Unconsciously, she retracted her cold aura while she was meditating. This young man probably just saw a harmless youth meditating in front of him. No wonder he wasn't afraid of her. He probably never thought that she was his regiment commander. However, he still lowered her guard. She didn't release her cold aura immediately to disguise herself. This young man must have some kind of special innate talent. Chen Ian, I'll remember your name. She had a sudden thought. Is Chen Yifan your brother? Ling Lan had a strong impression of Chen Yifan. He performed very well throughout the months of harsh training. He was almost as good as the members of the Ling Tian battle team. This caused Ling Lan to see him in a different way. Ling Lan also respected him because he gave up a high-ranked position in order to protect his younger brother. Ling Lan always felt that friends, families, and comrades were way more important than power and money. Chen Ian was elated to hear his big brother's name. Ah, you know my big brother? My big brother is very strong. Chen Ian had a look of admiration on his face. As expected. His big brother was very talented, so his potential must be not bad too. Ling Lan decided to ask Li Shiyu to find out what Chen Ian's innate talent was later. She was really interested in Chen Ian. He made her lower her guard against him. Luckily, Chen Ian was on her side, so nothing bad happened. However, what if someone with a similar innate talent wanted to attack her? With her attitude just now, she would be in danger. Ling Lan wanted to die a natural death, so she cared very much about the factors that could cause her to be at risk. Why did she decide to look for Li Shiyu? Because Li Shiyu had been very interested in innate talents which could psychologically affect humans recently and was researching about them. The people from Ling Tian had the honor and bad luck of becoming Li Shiyu's guinea pig. During this time, the people from Ling Tian feared Li Shiyu even more. He was now the second most frightening person, just behind their boss. No one was able to touch their boss's rank. Anyway, in this period of time, whenever someone from Ling Tian battle team heard Li Shiyu's name, they would feel a chill down their spine. They were all afraid that Li Shiyu would catch them and ask them to become his guinea pig. Although Li Shiyu wouldn't harm them, he would stare at them intently with a crazy look in his eyes. It was scary. Chen Ian never expected himself to meet the ultimate scary boss just because he was looking for a JMC. Also, because of this boss, he would be noticed by Li Shiyu and become a part of his experiment. Let's have a moment of silence for Chen Ian. Chen Ian didn't sense any signs of danger at all. When he heard Ling Lan asking about his big brother, she definitely knew of his big brother. Hence, he viewed her as his friend. He looked at Ling Lan's young face and felt that she must be younger than him. He felt that he should take care of her. He patted his chest and said, "Since you know my big brother, you are my friend too. If anyone in the logistics department dares to bully you, just tell them my name. If they still bully you, I'll teach them a lesson." Chen Ian waved his fist to pretend that he was strong and to instill Ling Lan with some confidence in him. Sob, he can finally protect someone. I am so touched. Chen Ian was filled with motivation. He realized that he had grown up to become someone that could protect people younger than him. Big brother, are you looking at me? I'm already all grown up now. I'm a man now. I can protect you just like how I protect, huh? What is this young man's name again? Chen Ian suddenly realized that he didn't know what this young man was called. Did he not ask him? He remembered that he did. Was he too careless and didn't hear his reply? This must be the case. Why was he so negligent? Chen Ian was upset with himself. He felt he owed this young man an apology. Little brother, I'm sorry. I didn't hear your name just now. Can you repeat it? What is your name? Ling Lan was speechless. She didn't say what her name was. Was this idiot thinking too much? She looked at Chen Ian's sincere eyes and knew that he really felt sorry for forgetting her name. Sigh. Ling Lan noticed that she couldn't resist such puppy eyes. She said, "My name is Ling Lan. You should know who I am now, right?" Ling Lan was waiting for Chen Ian to be shocked, but instead, she saw him looking down at his communicator. Han Shuya had sent a message to hurry Chen Ian after she noticed that he was not here yet. They couldn't handle the mecha operators that were rushing to enter their base anymore. Ah, it's already so late. Damn it. Chen Ian didn't hear Ling Lan's last word. He ran out. When he saw Ling Lan still standing on the spot, he said hurriedly, "Lin, hurry up. Second Lieutenant Han can't handle the workload anymore. She needs our help. Hurry up." Ling Lan noticed Chen Ian's agitation. She heard Han Shuya's anxious voice on the communicator, so she knew that the JMC was in dire need of more manpower. She had nothing much to do currently, so she decided to go over and take a look. If she could help them, she would. Ling Lan cared a lot for the only two girls in the Ling Tian battle team. If she didn't hear Han Shuya's agitated tone, she would not have followed Chen Ian. The moment the two of them left the garden, a figure appeared at the other end of the road. He wore a silver mask on his face. His lips were pursed and he was frowning. He looked at the two people leaving thoughtfully. Qi Long and Zhao Jun are both humble-looking but smart people. Luo Lang is stupid. Rabbit treated the three of them better compared to the other people from Ling Tian. I'm unhappy about this, but it is the truth. I can't deny it. Compared to these three people, Ling Lan still had some guard against me. No, not only me, she treated other people the same way too. Now, another idiot has appeared. Rabbit let her guard down against him too. Li Lanfeng had a complicated look in his eyes. I was wrong from the start. His rabbit didn't like people who were scheming. He liked direct people. Li Lanfeng gave a bitter smile. Yes, he would prefer this kind of person too. It was too tiring to scheme against one another. If he saw someone like him, he would probably hate that person too. Li Lanfeng was depressed. He wanted to look for Ling Lan because he had something to discuss with her. However, now, he didn't have the mood. He left the garden. The piece of paper in his hand was torn into pieces. He threw them on the ground. After Li Lanfeng disappeared, another figure appeared at the spot where Ling Lan was meditating just now. He wore a mask too. However, it was a black mask. He looked at Li Lanfeng's back view before turning to look at the direction where Ling Lan left. He frowned. Li Lanfeng. He is a dangerous person. Should I tell Lan'er? Ling Xiao didn't have a good impression Li Lanfeng from the start. He felt that Li Lanfeng suppressed his emotions too much. He looked gentle and harmless, but Ling Xiao saw through him. He knew that Li Lanfeng was a cunning person. No matter how he pretended, he would never become a positive person. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and decided to give up on the thought. Ling Lan chose her own friends. She had to depend on herself to see through her friends. Moreover, since she had accepted them as her friends, her daughter might already have the same opinion as him. Forget it, they have their own lives to live. They need to experience certain things in order to grow up. No matter what the result was, he would support his daughter. Ling Xiao sighed. He made his decision, but he still hoped that his daughter would not be at any risk. Ling Xiao disappeared from the garden. It became peaceful again. Ling Lan and Chen Ian quickly reached the JMC workplace. Before they entered the atrium, Chen Ian shouted, "Second Lieutenant Han, Second Lieutenant Luo, we are here." Han Shuya's loud voice came from within. "Why are you so slow? Hurry up and enter room number 3. Yuan Yuyun is alone in the room. He is reaching his limit." There were 3 people in room number 1 and number 2. However, there was only one person in room number 3. He must be going crazy by now. Okay. Chen Ian immediately dashed to room number 3. He called Ling Lan along. Ling Lan entered room number 3. She saw Yuan Yuyun with a JMC headset in each hand. His back was facing the door. When he heard someone entering the door, he didn't look back and just said, "Number 9, number 10. Choose one. Hurry up. Everyone is waiting." They had thought only a portion of the mecha operators from each mecha clan would come. But instead, besides those important personals, all the mecha operators from each mecha clan wanted to visit their temporary base after seeing it. The order given by the command center was to satisfy the mecha clans as much as they could, so Yuan Yuyun couldn't stop them from entering. Ling Lan sat on the seat nearest to her. The moment she wore the JMC headset, she saw the number of signals being sent in. She frowned. So many people want to come in. Yes. There is still some space in the mecha hold, so we can't reject them. Yuan Yuyun just finished directing 2 mecha operators, so he replied without thinking too much. This voice sounded familiar. Is it someone he knew? Yuan Yuyun remembered Luo Chao and Han Shuya saying that there would be 2 more logisticians arriving, so he thought that this voice belonged to a logistician. He didn't have the time to think too much since he was really busy. Another application to enter had come in. He accepted the invitation. Ling Lan looked at the empty mecha holds. The mecha operators that entered their base could see how many mecha holds there were left, so they couldn't reject them. She pressed the call button and started guiding the other mecha operators. F***K, why am I being a JMC for them? Ling Lan scoffed. She decided that she must extort some more resources during the discussion. If not, she would be extremely unhappy. At that moment, Ling Lan felt someone beside her. She looked up and saw her father sitting down on the seat next to her. He took the JMC headset and wore it. Ling Lan was dumbfounded. "Daddy, why are you here? There is a lack of manpower, right?" Ling Xiao winked at Ling Lan. Ling Lan turned her head back. What a weird world. A God-class operator come General of the Federation was actually lowering his status to be a JMC now. This would be a huge piece of news to the Federation if someone found out about it. Don't worry. I would step in for your mother when she wanted to take a break in the past. Ling Xiao seemed happy that he managed to frighten his daughter. Ling Lan was speechless. "Mother, what other things did you do in the past? How could you allow the mighty and handsome General Ling Xiao to become like this? Also, father, don't you think that you are pampering my mother too much? You became an all-round superhuman for my mother. Whenever she needed you, you would help her." With the help of Ling Xiao, the mecha operators were all properly guided into the base. Ling Lan looked at the dwindling empty mecha holds. She stood up and reminded Yuan Yuyun, we need to have some mecha holds for our own members. Reject any application to enter the base from now on. Yes. Yuan Yuyun replied immediately. He quickly passed down the order to the rest of the JMCs. After he arranged everything, he suddenly remembered that the voice sounded really familiar. He got a shock. He turned back and saw Chen Ian lying on his chair weakly. The busy day had tired him out. Chen Ian saw Yuan Yuyun looking at him and thought that he wanted to find Ling Lan. He pointed to Ling Lan's seat. He said he was busy and left first. Just now, Lin pulled a person and rushed out of the room. He left so quickly, Chen Ian didn't manage to see who the person was. Thank you for calling your friend over to help. Yuan Yuyun felt that he must be mistaken. His boss is a busy person. Why would he come and help him? No problem. He had nothing on anyway. Chen Ian smiled. Lin was a good person. He helped him with his problem before leaving to do his own work. He must find him for help again next time. Chen Ian had taken Ling Lan as his friend now. To him, it was normal for friends to help each other out. Ling Lan didn't expect herself to be eyed on by this idiot after she helped him once out of kindness. Of course, Chen Ian had to escape from Li Shiyu first before he could come and look for her again. By the time Ling Lan entered the meeting room, all the other regiment commanders of the other mecha clans were already there. However, none of them felt surprised that she was late. They would do the same thing on their own base too. This type of action was to force some pressure on the other party so that they would be able to have more control over the discussion later. The regiment commanders didn't know that Ling Lan was late because she went to be a JMC. She didn't have any intention of pressuring them. However, since they thought this way, Ling Lan decided to go along with it. Peak of Qi Jin. No, if he could suppress our force of presence this easily, he must be a domain realm master. They knew what Ling Lan's physical skills level was, the moment she came in. They immediately changed their attitude and became more serious. Their air of arrogance disappeared. When they first entered the base, they were stunned. However, they told themselves that it was because of 250 mecha clans' powerful background, not because of their own efforts. However, the appearance of Ling Lan pushed this thought out of their minds. Regiment Commander. The 10 team leaders of 250 mecha clans stood up simultaneously and greeted Ling Lan. They wanted to increase Ling Lan's prestige. Ling Lan was a cold and stern leader, but she never cared much of her rank. In 250 mecha clan, the ranks between soldiers were similar to each other. This was because most of the soldiers in 250 mecha clan were veterans. They used to be team leaders of other battle teams and some were even previously regiment commanders. None of them was ranked lower than a major. The regiment commander before Ling Lan didn't have a higher military rank than these veterans, so he had a hard time controlling them. If Ling Lan didn't rule with an iron fist, the veterans would not have listened to her. Her strength also played a huge role. In the military, only the strong had the right to speak. Ling Lan would brutally beat down anyone who tried to rebel against her, forcing everyone to bow down to her. In order to become a qualified regiment commander, both strength and the methods used were important. Ling Lan knew what the team leaders wanted to do, so she emitted a stronger force of presence. The other regiment commanders lowered their heads uncontrollably. Sit. Ling Lan sat on the seat specially prepared for her. It was the chairman's seat. Seemed like her subordinates wanted her to control the meeting. The other regiment commanders realized that unconsciously, Ling Lan had taken control of the meeting. They were upset, but they had to admit that her force of presence was too strong. They had no choice but to lay low. Ling Lan leaned on the chair. She glanced at Han Jijian and Li Lanfeng. She wanted them to host this meeting. Han Jijian looked at Li Lanfeng. He noticed Li Lanfeng seemed to be a little absent-minded. He didn't seem to have any intention to host the meeting. Hence, he coughed and said, "Thank you for coming to 250 Mecha Clan's base to discuss the action plan against the Black Giant Ants with us. The ant-like creatures had been officially named as the Black Giant Ants by the Federation. Since this is a collaboration, all the mecha clans must cooperate with each other. The missions and tasks of each mecha clan should be stated clearly. Hence, can regiment commanders. As Han Jijian was speaking, Ling Xiao had walked into the meeting room quietly and gotten himself a seat at the side. He had suppressed his physical skills and his force of presence. He smiled. He didn't expect his daughter to be so strong. She managed to subdue everyone with her force of presence alone. As expected of his daughter, Ling Xiao started feeling proud of himself. He suddenly felt someone looking at him. The person shifted his gaze away, but Ling Xiao still caught him. He looked up and frowned. It's Li Lanfeng again. Li Lanfeng didn't know that Ling Xiao had noticed him. At that moment, he was confused. If Ling Lan liked people who were straightforward, why did she like Ling Yu? He only met Ling Yu a few times, but he could tell that Ling Yu was not a direct person. He was a cunning person just like him. However, Ling Lan trusted him. Li Lanfeng noticed this through Ling Lan's small actions. He even realized that Ling Lan trusted Ling Yu more than Qi Long and Luo Lang. Was this because Ling Yu was his loyalist? Li Lanfeng knew that every big family had a bunch of loyalists. He also had a few loyalists that only belonged to him. They were loyal, firm, and only listened to him. Even if he ordered them to die, they would do it without any hesitation. However, even if that was the case, he was still unable to trust them. So, why does Ling Lan trust Ling Yu that much? Li Lanfeng couldn't find the answer. He was puzzled. He felt a cold gaze looking at him. He raised his head and saw Ling Lan's eyes filled with concern. Ling Lan must have noticed something was amiss with him. Li Lanfeng felt apologetic. He was too immersed in his own thoughts and was unable to participate in the meeting. It meant that he couldn't help his mecha clan to secure more resources. However, Ling Lan's show of concern made him happy. The confusion in his eyes disappeared. If Ling Yu was able to gain Rabbit's trust, I can too. Li Lanfeng regained his confidence and started taking part in the discussion. He gave it his all. He worked together with Han Jijian and misled the other regiment commanders. In the process, the officers agreed to some unfair rules. Ling Xiao looked at the ambition in Li Lanfeng's eyes and furrowed his brows. He didn't have any opinions on his daughter's other friends. He just didn't like Li Lanfeng. He felt that this person was dangerous. I must trust my daughter. Ling Xiao suppressed the urge to move Li Lanfeng away from Ling Lan. He must trust that his daughter could handle her own business. Li Lanfeng and Han Jijian were a formidable pair when they worked together. The other regiment commanders were not easy to deal with too. Hence, Ling Lan just sat at the side and kept quiet throughout the discussion. She only said 4 words during the meeting. Besides telling everyone to sit, all she said was, "Let's do this" at the start of the discussion. The results of the discussion were good. 250 Mecha clan got the advantages that they wanted and the other regiment commanders were happy too. They gave up some advantages but they secured a base to stay. The 250 Mecha clan agreed to let them use their temporary base as their station to freshen their weapons, equipment, and energy. Of course, those weapons and equipment were provided by the 7th Division. They would send the resources over through their starships. 250 Mecha clan only had around 200 mecha operators. Hence, the regiment commanders of the mecha clans from the 7th Division felt that 250 mecha clan would not be able to use much of their resources even if they gave it to them. Since they got so many resources for free, 250 mecha clan had to make sure that everyone from the 7th Division was treated well. The temporary base could only hold around 2,000 people, so the logisticians from the 7th Division couldn't enter their base. This was a huge challenge to the logisticians of 250 Mecha clan. Lin Zhongqing had a long discussion with He Chaoyang, Yuan Yuyun, Li Jinghong, and Luo Xiaoyun. In the end, they gritted their teeth and decided to take on this challenge. This land-clearing mission was a good experience for the logisticians of 250 Mecha Clan. After this mission ended, all the logisticians became outstanding logisticians, building a strong foundation for 250 Mecha Clan as it moved to become a super Mecha Clan. The mecha operators from 250 Mecha Clan also performed exceptionally well during this mission. They were experienced veterans, so they managed to quickly regain their abilities, performing like their past peak state. Some of them even felt their bottlenecks loosening. It was a win-win situation for both parties. The 7th Division was glad 250 Mecha Clan didn't request for more things. Mind you, if 250 Mecha Clan didn't let them use their base, they could forget about clearing the black giant ants. If they didn't have a powerful back-end system to ensure that their weapons and equipment were repaired as soon as possible, they would be unable to attack the black giant ants continuously. Once the black giant ants managed to escape due to a window of time, they wouldn't be able to annihilate them anymore. Even if they managed to find some good resources, they would have to constantly keep their guard up against the black giant ants. If the black giant ants were smart enough and decided to attack their logisticians instead, they would be in danger. 250 Mecha Clan's base had a protective shield. If those creatures wanted to attack the base, it would be hard for them too. This was why building a temporary base was so important in a land-clearing mission. As time goes by, all the divisions determined that the creatures on this planet had a certain degree of intelligence. Some were even as smart as humans. Those divisions that didn't realize this at the start were ambushed by the creatures on the planet. Some mecha clans got annihilated just like Bingu. Ling Lan felt that 250 Mecha Clan was quite lucky when she heard about the news. The giant circular creature at the bottom of the lake was powerful, but it was not really smart. Hence, it was not as scary as those creatures with high intelligence. This allowed her to subdue it rather easily. Of course, Ling Lan knew she would win against the creature even if it had high intelligence, especially because of her father at her side. If her father couldn't even defeat the creature, then the Federation should just give up on this planet. No matter how many divisions they sent over, they would never be able to take over this planet. Very soon, the clearance of the black giant ants started. The logistics department of 250 Mecha Clan got busy. At the start, the mecha operators from the other mecha clans were not used to the working style of the logisticians from 250 Mecha Clan. The first thing they did was to fill up a form that asked them about their favorite food and certain habits that they had. The mecha operators were puzzled as to why they needed to answer these questions. However, they soon forgot about the doubts, they were too engrossed in the services provided by 250's logisticians. Whether it was their food or their living conditions, everything was accommodated to them. The logisticians in charge of their mechas would take notes of their likes and habits and install their favorite weapons on their mechas. They even prepared backup energy storage units based on the different models of mechas. The mecha operators from the other divisions didn't take notice of these small little things, but when they left 250 Mecha Clan's base and went back to their own temporary base after it was built, they then realized they were not happy with the services there. At first, they thought that it was due to their base not having the same facilities as 250 Mecha Clan's base. However, after returning from their missions a couple of times, they finally understood what the main difference was: the logisticians. During their time in 250's base, there would always be enough ammo in their weapons. Now, they kept having problems with their weapons and equipment. This caused them to have no choice but to end their missions halfway through. This was when they realized the reason why they felt so much difference was due to the logisticians. Compared to the logisticians of 250 Mecha Clan, their own logisticians were too bad. Besides the logisticians, the mecha operators from other mecha clans were also astounded by 250's mecha operators. They had the least number of people, but the number of black giant ants they killed were as many as them. Those mecha operators that had the honor of fighting alongside them saw how frightening they were. Their decision-making in battle and mecha piloting ability exceeded them. After working with them for a couple of times, they realized this group of outstanding mecha operators consisted of ace mecha masters that had made a name for themselves a long time ago. They were either regiment commanders, team leaders of mecha clans or team leaders of battle teams in the past. Now, they knew why the logisticians of 250 mecha clan were so amazing. They had to serve people of such high caliber, this was just their guess. This made the mecha operators from other mecha clans respected 250's mecha operators even more. Smart people knew that if they could get some advice from famous and powerful mecha operators, they would make fewer mistakes in their pursuit of strength. The people who just advanced to an ace mecha master was very different in terms of ability and experience when compared with those that were at peak level ace mecha masters. Some people knew about the reason why these mecha operators were sent to 250 mecha clan, but seeing how strong the mecha operators were, they started suspecting whether the rumor they knew was fake. Did they spread these rumors to cover up the truth? Maybe the 23rd Division wanted to form a named Ace Mecha clan to be in charge of passing down the legacy of the 23rd Division. They remembered that the regiment commander of 250 Mecha clan had the surname Ling. This confirmed their suspicion. This regiment commander must be under General Ling Xiao. It was understandable for a general to use his own people to groom the Mecha clan that would pass down the legacy of the division. The regiment commanders who saw Ling Lan before had to admit that this young man was indeed an extraordinary person. He was able to subdue this bunch of outstanding and arrogant mecha operators. The regiment commanders that worked with Ling Lan for this mission saw her exceptional commanding and fighting abilities and decided that they would never fight with her. The final conclusion the 7th Division came to was that 250 Mecha Clan was a future named Ace Mecha Clan the 23rd Division wanted to groom. It would become the most important mecha clan which would pass down the legacy of the 23rd Division. This news started to spread within the 7th Division and then started spreading to the other divisions too. Unbeknownst to Ling Lan, 250 mecha clans started to gain fame among the grassroots mecha clans within each division. Some soldiers even wanted to enter 250 mecha clan. The mission to clear the black giant ants was a success. After the last batch of black giant ants was killed, all the mecha operators shouted in happiness. They knew that once the black giant ants were cleared, the mecha clans that participated in this mission would have a safe spot to build their temporary base. The temporary base of 250 mecha clan had inspired the regiment commanders of the mecha clans in the 7th Division, so they decided to build a combined temporary base. The command center accepted their request. Not long after, a base larger than 250 mecha clans base appeared on the land where the black giant ants once existed. Ling Lan didn't want to participate in the division of resources after this. The mecha clans from the 7th Division would get the best resources, but they would not cut back on the resources they would give 250 mecha clan. Ling Lan didn't place much importance on the resources they got from the black giant ants mission, but Lin Zhongqing still sent He Chaoyang over to supervise the other mecha clans. Lin Zhongqing felt that no matter how little it was still valuable. There must be no mistakes. He was in charge of the living conditions of the entire 250 mecha clan. Hence, he needed to make sure nothing went wrong. Since 250 mecha clan didn't make a fuss over their gains and resources, the 7th Division had a better impression of them. This caused a chain reaction. The 7th Division was satisfied with the 23rd Division due to 250 mecha clans action, while the 23rd Division had a good impression of 7th Division too from the feedback they received from 250 mecha clan. Hence, the two divisions were satisfied with each other, they formed a good relationship with each other. Coincidentally, the areas where the other mecha clans from the 23rd Division and 7th Division landed were around the same area. Because of this satisfactory collaboration, the mecha clans under the two divisions met up for a discussion if their territories overlapped with each other instead of fighting each other. Both parties made consensus. If they found the same resource, they would follow what 250 mecha clan did and work together. This was something unexpected. This collaboration had a deep impact. In the future, these two divisions continued to maintain their good relationship. When everyone was fighting for resources in the Federation headquarters, these two divisions would work with each other to let each other gain resources. Even if they had different viewpoints about issues that might cause a conflict to occur, one side would keep quiet and not mess with the other party. Compared to the 7th Division, which had been around for a few centuries, the newly built 23rd Division gained more benefits from this collaboration. The support from the 1st Marshal as well as the help from the 7th Division allowed 23rd Division to rise in rank. They started to hold more power in the discussion within the Federation. The 2nd Marshal and 3rd Marshal gritted their teeth secretly when they noticed this. However, they never linked the reason for this relationship to be the land clearing mission or to 250 Mecha Clan. They thought that the 7th Division helped the 23rd Division because Ling Xiao was once under the 7th Division. Of course, all these happened in the future. As the land clearing mission progressed, more Mecha Clans started building their temporary base. With 250 Mecha Clan continuing to cooperate with the 7th Division, they didn't stop expanding their territory. After some time, they found some small mineral caves. Ling Lan had not informed the higher authorities about the huge energy mine she found at the bottom of the lake. Based on what Ling Xiao said, they should first let the staff officer department reach a consensus with the headquarters of the Federation. This was to prevent other people from sucking away the gains the 23rd Division should have. The 23rd Division was still young compared to the other divisions. It didn't have much influence in the military, even if its general was one of the God-class operators in the Federation, it was still not able to prevent others from snatching their resources. Actually, Ling Xiao didn't know that the most valuable resource Ling Lan found was not the huge energy source at the bottom of the lake. Instead, it was a yellowish-brown plant that could be found everywhere on this planet. After Li Shiyu conducted a series of experiments, he concluded that the yellowish-brown plants contained a strange element. This element could not be found in the Federation. Injecting this element into the cells of a human would drastically increase their regeneration ability. That's right, regeneration of organs and limbs would not be a dream anymore. It would become a reality. Li Shiyu named this element, the Nuwa element. Legend has it that Nuwa was the creator of humans. Nuwa also used her body to patch the sky. Regeneration of organs and limbs was similar to how Nuwa patched the sky. Hence, Li Shiyu gave it this name. When Li Shiyu told her about his findings, Ling Lan's first thought was that he was in trouble. This finding, as well as the technique behind this, could change the world. The Federation would never allow this technique to belong to a single person. That meant that Li Shiyu would lose his freedom and be under the Federation's control. He would only live in their secret base with the researchers. If other countries found out about this, Li Shiyu would be unable to appear in public ever again. No one knew what these countries would do. The worst-case scenario was, extreme advocates of nature might view Li Shiyu as their enemy and think of ways to kill him. Ling Lan thought about it carefully for a long time. In order to ensure Li Shiyu's safety and freedom, she decided to keep this a secret. At the same time, she told Li Shiyu that he must not tell anyone about this. Even Ling Lan felt burdened by Li Shiyu's findings. This was the first time she realized she was still not strong enough. She was still unable to protect these comrades who trusted her. Ling Lan, you need to become stronger. Since her father was the general of the 23rd Division, Ling Lan relaxed ever since she entered the 23rd Division. She didn't work as hard on improving herself unlike before. In this half a year, she didn't improve much in her physical skills or mecha piloting skills. However, Li Shiyu's findings caused her to have a sense of crisis. This made her motivated again. Ling Lan could have told Ling Xiao about this and asked him to solve this issue, but she didn't. Ling Lan still had her pride. She felt that as an adult, she needed to be responsible for herself. Li Shiyu was her comrade. She should be the one taking care of this matter. Additionally, Ling Lan felt that the fewer who knew of this secret, the safer it was. The 3 months deadline for the land clearing mission was near. 250 Mecha Clan found a few more normal-sized mineral caves. Some were standard caves while some contained rare minerals. Other Mecha Clans liked exploring mountainous areas, but 250 Mecha Clan gave up such potential areas and continued guarding their flat piece of land which didn't seem to have anything besides the yellowish-brown plants. Due to 250 Mecha Clan's inactivity, the 7th Division found many resources. They all thought that this was General Ling Zhao's way of giving back to them, so they started treating the 23rd Division better. After a series of misunderstandings, the two divisions' relationship got even better. Ling Lan's selfish actions accidentally benefited her father, which in turn made the 250 Mecha Clan to be ranked at the bottom in terms of resources found. Because of this, when it was found out the lake within 250 Mecha Clan territory contained a huge energy source, many other Mecha Clans and divisions had their eyes on it. However, due to the relationships formed through this mission, the 7th Division helped them to guard their resources along with their allies and the division under the 1st Marshal. More than half of the votes supported 250 Mecha Clan, so the 23rd Division got the right to take over the energy source. Another reason why they were so generous was that they knew that even with the resource at the bottom of the lake, the resources 250 Mecha Clan found couldn't compare to theirs. Thus, they didn't care about this small loss. Additionally, they could please General Ling Xiao. Hence, without much difficulty, Ling Xiao got the resource. Ling Xiao was surprised at how easy it was, but since he achieved his motive of protecting his daughter's interest, he couldn't be bothered to think about the minor details. He knew that even if the other party had some hidden intentions, it would be exposed sooner or later. He would just take whatever that comes along. He was not afraid of it. The most dangerous portion of the land clearing mission was done. After that, normal Mecha Clans would come and scour the planet to see if there were any leftovers. It was still dangerous, but compared to their portion of the mission, it was much safer. The Federation made this decision because they wanted to train the normal Mecha Clans. Of course, if these Mecha Clans found some resources, they would get some of it. However, those resources were all non-renewable. Before they left, the command center of the land clearing mission informed 250 Mecha Clan that their temporary base would be taken over by the 23rd Division. It would be used by the other Mecha Clans that would be coming to this planet. Ling Lan didn't reject the request, but she didn't accept it readily too. She took the chance to get some benefits from the command center. Although her father was the general of the 23rd Division, she was still the regiment commander of 250 Mecha Clan. She must think for her Mecha Clan first. She managed to get many things from the command center. She had to thank Lin Zhongqing for this. His exceptional negotiation skills turned the representative from the command center pale. From then on, this representative placed Lin Zhongqing on his blacklist. He never wanted to talk to Lin Zhongqing ever again. After Ling Xiao knew about this, he laughed heartily. There were many capable people under his daughter. His daughter didn't forget to groom her comrades while she was improving herself. As expected of his daughter, she inherited all of his good traits. While praising his daughter, Ling Xiao remembered to compliment himself. At that moment, he had forgotten that the things his daughter extorted were all his. Well, even if Ling Xiao remembered, he would still give it to his daughter willingly. He might even help his daughter to extort more things from the 23rd Division if he had the chance to. After finishing everything, Ling Lan ordered Lin Zhongqing to remove Meng Lan from the base. She was not kind enough to give away the intelligent entity which Little Four created. Although Meng Lan was just a powerful intelligent system and not someone like Little Four, she was still much better than the mainframes from the Federation. Ling Lan couldn't bear to give Meng Lan away. To Ling Lan, Meng Lan was the personal mainframe of 250 Mecha Clan. She was in charge of the safety of 250 Mecha Clan's virtual world. She made sure their information would not be leaked out. Suddenly, an alarm rang throughout the entire base. Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. A huge creature had appeared outside of the base. All mecha operators, please get into position and prepare to fight. Meng Lan stopped her removal process. The entire base was on level 1 alert. Her voice rang throughout the entire base and all the mecha operators rushed to their mechas. What happened? Ling Lan was looking through the documents for their land clearing mission when she heard the alarm. Meng Lan displayed some images on the screen. Numerous tentacles appeared outside their base. A huge circular object rose above the surface of the lake. However, it didn't attack the base. It just stayed there, seemingly to remind the base of its presence. What is it trying to do? Is it not afraid that I'll kill it? Ling Lan was shocked. The creature was the sidekick she took in. It had been peaceful for these past 3 months. Why did it suddenly start creating a ruckus when she was about to leave? No, it seemed to be angry that you are leaving. Little Four yawned. Little Four was awake now, but he always seemed tired. He would sleep whenever he had the time to. As for Little Blossom, he was taken away by number 5 for training. Ling Lan wanted to bring Little Blossom back. However, number 5 just stared at her with deadpan eyes. He seemed to be telling her that if Little Blossom didn't go for training, she would have to replace him. Hence, Ling Lan pretended that she said nothing. Sob. Little Blossom, I know that you are suffering. I'll compensate you when you are back. Ling Lan felt guilty, so she decided to compensate Little Blossom when he comes back. If Ling Lan knew that number 4 was the one who was training, she would probably still let Little Blossom handle it. Ling Lan was conflicted about having Little Blossom experiencing number 5's training methods. That type of training was inhumane. There were several moments in the training that almost broke her, but luckily she managed to get through those moments. However, Little 4 seemed to be able to communicate with Little Blossom, who was training. Thus, he could obtain the circular creature's thoughts. After all, a part of Little Blossom was inside the spiritual entity of the circular creature. Little Blossom could easily acquire the creature's thoughts. If it had any antagonistic thoughts towards Ling Lan, Little Blossom wouldn't hesitate to order his clone to devour the spiritual entity of the creature. Angry? What's there to be angry about? It should know that we're not from this planet. Once our mission ends, we will leave. Ling Lan had a headache. How come all of the helpers she recruited were all so troublesome? Boss, you should comfort it. Otherwise once you leave, it would cause a big ruckus. Without Daddy's power, there's no way to stop it. As Little 4 spoke, he also yawned, then he rubbed his eyes and said, I'm tired, boss. I'm going to sleep. After saying that, Little 4 disappeared, not noticing Ling Lan's worried expression. Ever since Little 4 had awakened, he was not as hyper as before. Instead, he was always quite sleepy. In a day, he would only be awake for 1 to 2 hours. For the rest of the day, he would be asleep. Ling Lan was worried that Little 4's forced awakening might have caused some problems in his evolution. Unfortunately, Little Blossom wasn't here, so Ling Lan couldn't ask him about the possible problems which might arise from the evolution of intelligent entities. Although Ling Lan was worried, she would just watch Little 4 sleep every day. She was afraid that if she told him about it, it would harm Little 4. Ling Lan tossed her worry to the back of her head and took a deep breath. She signaled Meng Lan to turn on the headquarters public announcement channel, all available mecha operators stand by. After giving this order, Ling Lan stood up and opened her room. She saw her father, fully equipped in his gear, standing in front of her. Dad, I have to trouble you to come with me again. In order to prevent the circular creature from going berserk, she must use her dad, this godlike individual, to keep things in check. It's my pleasure. Even though Ling Lan had a mask on, Ling Lan almost couldn't defend against her father's bright smile. As expected, her father was also a demon. Luckily, her mother reined him in. Ling Lan silently rejoiced for all the women in the Federation. If it wasn't for the fact that her father had a significant other, it was possible that those women who saw his smile would make a fatal mistake. Not long after, Ling Lan and Ling Xiao landed their mechas on the shore of the lake. The circular creature saw the two of them appearing and began to cry out. Ling Lan seemed to hear the sorrow from its cries. Let's talk down there. Ling Xiao also felt that the circular creature had something to say and immediately prompted Ling Lan to go down. Ling Lan's communication method was related to the Divine Command sect. If the fact that Ling Lan could communicate with the creatures of this planet was leaked, the military would definitely focus on her. There could even be people thinking about using her for their own gains. Ling Xiao didn't want the higher-ups to focus on Ling Lan, it might even cause her to be in danger. However, if it was found out, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. At most, he would let Ling Lan publicly announce their relationship. It was just that, as his child, she would be under a lot of danger. Unless it was necessary, Ling Xiao definitely didn't want Ling Lan to fall into the palms of the higher-ups. Alright. Right as Ling Lan answered, his father ruthlessly kicked the creature, sending it to the middle of the lake. Ling Lan could feel the hopelessness from the creature. It was as though she heard the circular creature's petulant cries, asking why did Ling Xiao kick it. I'll tell you at the bottom of the lake. While comforting the circular creature, she piloted her mecha and kicked the circular creature into the lake. The two of them stepped on the large body of the creature and instantly sank into the lake. The water in the lake began to turn. Countless tentacles flailed with great force as if they were being attacked. Those tentacles splashed a lot of water around, then disappeared into the lake without a trace. After a short while, the surface of the water returned to its original calmness. Did the regiment commander get into a fight with that thing? Many mecha operators asked this question. He should be. When we first landed on this planet, we had already battled with this kind of creature. We originally thought there was only one, but we didn't think that the bottom of the lake had another one as well. A mecha operator who was one of the first to arrive on this planet, explained to his comrades. He also mentioned the long drawn-out battle with the large circular creature. This made the mecha operators who landed after the first batch felt regretful that they weren't there to witness it. They hated themselves for missing out on such an exhilarating battle. When do you guys think our regiment commander will be able to take that thing down? Many mecha operators began to place bets on whether or not their regiment commander would be defeated by the large creature. No way, how could that be possible? It had to be said that, Ling Lan's powerful image was engraved in the minds of every mecha operator and logistician in the 250 mecha clan. That big thing is very powerful. It will probably take some time. The mecha operators who had battled with the circular creature knew very well that it could severely injure their team leaders. In the end, it was taken down by the regiment commander's long-range attack, otherwise the outcome would have been unpredictable. While everyone was guessing about the brutal battle happening at the bottom of the lake, the circular creature, Ling Lan and Ling Xiao had arrived at the bottom of the trench. Ling Lan put her mecha's arms on her hips and looked at the circular creature, who was rolling around under her feet, with a cold glare. Alright, who do you want? Please, can't you maintain your image of being a terrifying monster? Isn't such childish behavior too shameful? Hearing this, the circular creature finally stopped rolling around, protesting its feeling of being wronged. It began to roar, saying that it didn't want to be left alone. Ling Lan laughed coldly, with your body, where can you run to? You want me to stay at this trash place forever? If you're not satisfied, I can instantly get rid of you. Then you won't be alone anymore. The circular creature's body immediately froze. It seemed to remember that its life was in the hands of this person in front of it. In the next second, it pounced towards Ling Lan. Wait, no, it sent out two tentacles and wrapped around Ling Lan's mecha's thigh firmly. It was softly caressing her mecha's thigh with its head, trying to get on Ling Lan's good side. Dad, where did it learn something like this? Ling Lan looked to Ling Xiao helplessly. It had only been 3 months and this circular creature already learned the bad habits of the human race. Ling Xiao coughed and said, in the past 3 months, too many people from 250 mecha clan came here. Perhaps it learned by observing them. Alright, speak properly, don't act cute. Ling Lan's beam shield flashed and shook off the circular creature's tentacles easily. Of course this was also because the circular creature was afraid of hurting Ling Lan, thus it didn't use any force. Rawr! Follow her. How would that be possible? No starship would dare to transport a creature of this size. Ling Lan shook her head, no way. I can't take you with me with your large body. Rawr. You're saying your body can be stretched freely? Ling Lan said with surprise in her voice. Rawr. Oh, not stretching but splitting the main body. The primary stages of splitting, the main body is small. Ling Lan thought about it and believed it seemed right. Otherwise, if the creatures here could freely stretch their bodies, it would be quite terrifying. Oh yeah. Are there any other creatures on this planet who has your ability? Ling Lan thought of this possibility and felt irritated. If there were creatures with this ability with a high degree of intelligence, then those creatures would be the bane of the soldiers who remained on the planet for future missions. In order to make Ling Lan happy, the circular creature told her everything it knew. It cried out once again, telling Ling Lan, no other creature on this planet had the ability to change their body size. Ling Lan breathed a sigh of relief. Without this ability, the soldiers of the Federation would be safer. It would also not affect the 250 mecha clans rewards. Ling Lan told the creature to split apart in front of her. If its body was really small, she would take it with her. Hearing this, the circular creature was very happy. Soon, the creature suddenly cracked open right in the middle. A white mini version of the circular creature swam out from it. It looked similar to a ball. Its two eyes almost took up the surface area of the ball. It had countless number of tentacles at the bottom of it, but those tentacles were very soft. They were like bits of string, moving along with the flow of the water. It actually looked cute. Ling Lan saw how the circular creature looked after it split its body. She was silent for a few moments and then finally said, in the future, I'll refer to you as Little White. Previously, Ling Lan didn't even think about giving a name to the main body of the circular creature. Now that she saw a cute miniature ball, she automatically gave it a name. As expected, ladies cannot reject a cute creature. Even though Ling Lan's outer expression was cold and heartless, it was still hard for her to suppress her feminine side. Hearing the name, Ling Xiao had a look of hopelessness on his face. He suddenly discovered that his daughter didn't have any talent in giving names. Rawr, Little White cried out excitedly. It could finally leave this lifeless and desolate place. It turns out, the actions of Little White was planned. It wasn't actually because it would miss Ling Lan. Too bad Ling Lan was used by Little White this one time. Ling Lan told Little White to hide in the space between her large sword and its sheath. Little White squeezed its body into the space. Seeing this, Ling Lan actually had the thought of pinching Little White, thinking that it would be very soft and stretchy. Wah wah wah. It took her 2 lifetimes to discover she actually liked toys and dolls that were stretchy, soft and cute. In the cockpit, Ling Lan couldn't help but blush. She definitely couldn't let others discover what she liked. Otherwise, she would lose her dignity as the boss. 250 Mecha Clan was probably the first clan to leave the planet. Of course, Ling Lan also smuggled a special pet from the planet, Little White. According to military regulations, all soldiers, who participated in land-clearing missions, were not allowed to take any lifeforms out from the planet. Even a little speck of dust was not allowed. The reason Ling Lan was successful in smuggling Little White on board was not only because Little White's small body, but also because Little Four was just too good. She successfully got past the detectors at the port. After 250 Mecha Clan entered the planetary sector of the Federation, Ling Xiao, who had been alongside Ling Lan, quietly left. Ling Lan knew that her father must quickly return to the 23rd Division. First staff officer, he probably couldn't endure the pressure coming from multiple parties anymore, since Ling Xiao was gone for 3 months. 250 Mecha Clan on the other hand, still needed to go to the Federation's military headquarters. 250 Mecha Clan's performance during the land-clearing mission was outstanding. They managed to squeeze into the ranks of the 10 best-performing clans. They would go there, as well as the 9 other clans, to receive additional merits from the military. Other than our clan, What clans are going to the military headquarters? Even though 250 mecha clans mecha operators were veterans and had also received similar rewards in the past, they had never received it in such a high honor. They were unable to hold back their excitement and joy in their hearts. Their daily conversations were always about this topic. These veterans knew it was all due to Regiment Commander Ling Lan's contribution that allowed them to enjoy such an honor. They were very grateful towards Ling Lan. However, veterans were not the same as recruits, who outwardly showed their feelings. These veterans kept their gratefulness in their hearts, but their respect for Ling Lan was not any lower than that of any recruits. Major General Jiang Wei, department head of the Federation's Military Safety Department, at the age of 40, was considered to be one of the more famous officers from the Federation. He was currently looking through a file. The file was a list headquarters had sent him about the 10 of the top-performing clans in the land-clearing mission. In the first, second, and third place were top clans that were known throughout the galaxy. Jiang Wei smiled. As expected, the clans that could receive additional merits were those powerful and capable veteran clans. After flipping to the end of the file, Jiang Wei's expression was one of astonishment. It was because the two clans that were ranked at the bottom two were clans he had never heard of. One of the mecha clans was, of course, the 7th Division's Courage God Ace Mecha clan. It wasn't considered to be one of the stronger mecha clans from the 7th Division. Jiang Wei thought hard for a moment and suddenly remembered, a few years ago he had approved the title application of the Courage God Ace Mecha clan from the 7th Division. The title they applied for was called Courage God. He didn't think that only in few years, this mecha clan had grown to such heights. Jiang Wei's expression was joyful. Didn't a mecha clan that had an outstanding performance which he had personally approved of, confirmed his decision he made was indeed the correct one? However, when Jiang Wei read the name of the 10th mecha clan, a stunned expression was shown on his face. 250 mecha clan of the 23rd Division. Perhaps others wouldn't know about the story behind 250 mecha clan, but as one of the creators of 250 mecha clan, Jiang Wei knew exactly what 250 mecha clan was all about. He couldn't help but rub his eyes. The number 250 at the front was indeed not a mistake. How is this possible? How could a mecha clan like that be one of the top 10 performing clans in this mission? Jiang Wei went into deep thought. Did Ling Xiao have something to do with it? Ling Xiao and Jiang Wei were from the same generation and, of course, they are in the Federation's military most powerful group of people. In the past, due to Ling Xiao climbing up the military ladder too quickly, he outshone Jiang Wei's achievements. It was like comparing the sun to a random lantern on the street. Although Jiang Wei's performance was outstanding as well, advancing to be a major general at such a young age, it was pale in comparison to Ling Xiao's. Being in the same generation as Ling Xiao, all of the attention was on Ling Xiao and Jiang Wei's existence was completely forgotten. This made him very jealous and spiteful towards Ling Xiao. Back then, he was the one who suggested to send these damaged goods of mecha operators to the 23rd Division, simply to irritate Ling Xiao. After thinking 250 mecha clan definitely had some sort of secret, Jiang Wei couldn't help but laugh coldly. He wanted to see what Ling Xiao had done to those mecha operators. If he was to discover that Ling Xiao had been mistreating those mecha operators, he would definitely not let him off easy. Jiang Wei made a decision, immediately contacted a commanding officer of clan under his command and issued a few orders. The venue was not in the Federation's main capital on Planet General. It was instead one of Planet General's large satellite city, Soldier City. The reason why the top 10 clans was not allowed to enter the main capital was to ensure the safety of the capital's countless high-ranking officers. No one could confirm that there wasn't any assassins or spies hidden within these top 10 mechas clans. Soldier City's name was just as it sounded. The city was to garrison many ace mecha clans defending the main capital. Although these clans did not appear in the eyes of the public and silently protecting high-ranking officers, there was no doubt the ace operators within these clans were considered one of the strongest groups. These clans were of similar levels to the special forces of all the divisions. These clans defending the capital would have ace operators nicknamed Guardians of South Sea. After guarding the capital for 5 years, these operators would be able to leave the main capital and take up a position in one of the many divisions. At that time, these ace operators would become commodities for the divisions to fight for. Every time, these individuals would make divisions fight fiercely for them, causing dents in their relationships with each other. Other than these Guardians of the South Sea, the Soldier City also had clans from all 23 divisions. They would also protect the division representative from their own division. However, the capabilities of these clans were incomparable to the Guardians of the South Sea. The clans guarding their division's representative would change every 3 years. Currently, it was right at the end of a 3-year period. The entire Soldier City had mecha operators coming in and out, and was very busy. The chaotic scene increased the number of disputes in the Soldier City. The battle arenas in Soldier City hadn't closed since then. Inside Soldier City, once any clan had any disputes or problems with another clan, they were not allowed to resolve it by fighting privately. If they wanted to resolve these disputes, they must fight in the arena. These people could choose to fight solo or in group in the arena. Once an individual or group demanded a battle in the arena, their opponents would not be able to refuse the challenge. In order to make sure there wasn't anyone with malicious intent, those who were challenged could invite comrades similar capabilities to their opponents to stand in for them or join the battle. Inside the arena, any injuries or deaths were considered legal and reasonable. Almost every year, there would be soldiers who perish in the arena by mistake. Although every year there was such a gruesome scene, the battle arenas were legit and not frowned upon because it was the only place for soldiers to resolve personal vendettas. No one denied this fact. Although the mission of protecting the capital seemed to be a waste of time and somewhat dangerous, it was still a highly valued mission. Once these operators finished the 3-year guarding period, they would return to their divisions, receiving promotions and increasing the chance of becoming a high-ranking officer. Many capable and ambitious mecha operators could not refuse such a good opportunity for a promotion. In other words, in order to advance to a higher rank, one needed to have the connections or be very capable while wasting 3 years of their life. The division higher-ups must also think carefully on who to select to provide the connections for. If a dispute was to happen and a battle in the arena was set up, but those who participated were only second-rate individuals who got in through connections, wouldn't they be brutally beaten up? It would humiliate the entire division. No high-ranking officer dared to spread their connections too freely, but every 3 years they would put in a few people by going through connections in Soldier City. The clan from the 9th Division stationed in Soldier City was doing some information handover procedures. In the group of new members, 2 familiar faces appeared. Young Master 13, congratulations. Yi Ling had a faint smile on his face and congratulated the cold-looking young man. It was indeed Yi Su, who had split with Wu Jiong years ago. Yi Su snorted coldly and didn't reply. In reality, he hated going through a backdoor through connections in order to get promoted faster. In the beginning, the achievements he had achieved were all gained by his own hand. Yi Su couldn't help but remember the times when he fought and grew with Boss Lan. That was when he was the happiest, not like now where he didn't have any choice but to do things he didn't want to do. The family head said that after this mission, young Master 13 would be a mecha clan's vice regiment commander. After another year, when you become familiar with all the procedures in a clan, you would be able to be an official regiment commander of a mecha clan. Yi Ling told Yi Su the Yi family's family head's plan. He continued with a huge smile on his face, maybe young Master 13 will be the military's youngest regiment commander. Hearing this, Yi Su was in a daze. His future was indeed full of prospects, but was it what he actually wanted? He remembered Wu Jiong. The 15th Division was where the Wu family had consolidated their power. Wu Jiong probably would also be nurtured by the Wu family to a great extent. Yi Ling seemed to have seen through Yi Su's thoughts. He smiled and said, although the Wu family has consolidated their power in the 15th Division, the Wu family still has a fatal weakness. That weakness is their branch families have power as well. The power struggle between the main family and the branch family had already become heated. If Wu Jiong wants to make himself known, he will definitely be constantly pressured by the branch families. He wouldn't be like you, young Master 13, who is supported by the entire Yi family. Wu Jiong isn't someone who would give up easily. He will definitely climb up the ranks, Yi Su responded coldly. In their entire team, the person who knew the most about Wu Jiong was probably him. Back then, when he and Wu Jiong collaborated and worked hard together to grow, gave Yi Su enough time to learn about what kind of person Wu Jiong was. That's only if he has a chance to, Yi Ling half smiled as he replied. He didn't think highly of Wu Jiong. Although he was capable, he was still somewhat irresolute and hesitant. Someone with such a personality was fated to not go too far up the ranks. Although Yi Ling was sent by the Yi family to aid Yi Su, he was also there to watch over Yi Su. Yi Ling knew more than Yi Su. He even knew that if Yi Su had even a single thought of leaving the Yi family, he would be mercilessly destroyed by the Yi family. There were many descendants in the Yi family. Although Yi Su was the most talented out of all of the descendants in this generation, he wasn't the only one with great prospects. If he didn't listen to the Yi family, they would abandon him entirely without batting an eye. Yi Ling's words were met with Yi Su's silence. Yi Ling wasn't sure whether Yi Su denied his opinion on Wu Jiong. However, this matter wasn't important. Yi Ling's mission was to instill Yi Su's mind that he is nothing without the Yi family. Yi Su and Yi Ling didn't know that Wu Jiong, who they had just been discussing about, was where they were at. He was also in Soldier City and was a member of the clan from the 15th Division stationed in the city. However, the difference was the Yi family purposefully sent Yi Su there to increase his rank. After 3 years, he would be able to rightly be promoted and be a deputy in some mecha clan. A year after that, he would be able to lead his own clan. Wu Jiong came here because he didn't have the choice not to. Although Wu Jiong knew his main family had consolidated their power in the 15th Division, he didn't think that his main family was being pressured by the branch family to the point where they couldn't even breathe. The branch family created countless obstacles for him who came in late. Wu Jiong was unable to do anything in the 15th Division. As his bad luck would have it, the rules of the family state that his grandfather and father could not do anything to help him. He could only endure everything that came his way. Faced with so many obstacles created by the branch family, in order to give himself a chance to breathe, Wu Jiong had no choice but to use his family's connections which he previously had looked down upon. By using the connections the main family had, they sent his name onto the list for station troops. Wu Jiong sat in the military hover car for the troops of the 15th Division and finally arrived at the entrance of Soldier City. At the entrance of Soldier City, there wasn't any soldiers standing on guard. However, Wu Jiong knew that the surrounding area definitely hidden countless numbers of surveillance cameras and defensive weapons. Whoever dared to trespass, would definitely be vaporized by high-powered lasers instantly. These people would be evaporated and disappear from this world. After entering Soldier City, strong-looking soldiers belonging to different divisions could be seen. These soldiers would gather together in groups of 10 to 15 or walk and talk together in 2s or 3s. Although it was just one look at the city, one look was still enough to understand the special culture and extravagance Soldier City had. However, no matter how great a city was, Wu Jiong still couldn't hide the sadness in his heart. Before entering the 15th Division, he walked a successful path, only making one mistake because of Yi Su. This made him underestimate the difficulty he would face in the 15th Division. Wu Jiong rubbed his face with great force. The force he used was so strong, he felt his face was hurting a bit. However, Wu Jiong didn't care about the pain. Instead, because of the pain, he felt much better. As expected, after leaving the care of Boss Lan, he could no longer achieve anything. And now, in order to acquire power as soon as possible, he was doing something he would not have imagined himself doing in the past. If Boss Lan knew about this, he would probably be disappointed, right? When they were parting after leaving the military academy, he had set a grandiose goal. Now when he looked back at it, it was totally a joke. As expected, he was indeed a frog at the bottom of a well. Wu Jiong, who was confident in his own capabilities, began to doubt himself. "We're here." Someone shouted and awakened Wu Jiong from his daze. Wu Jiong discovered that while he was thinking about his early life crisis, they had already arrived at the headquarters of the 15th Division stationed in the city. The soldiers who came here with him excitedly picked up their bags and walked off the hover car. Wu Jiong smacked his face a few times to make himself more alert. He must walk this path since he already chose this path. Boss Lan hated people who gave up in the middle the most. Just like that, with a hint of anticipation and sadness, Wu Jiong welcomed the 3-year time period he will be stationed at the headquarters that will change his destiny. It was just that he didn't think that the person he thought of day and night, was currently taking his comrades and coming to Soldier City. Inside the regiment commander's office in the station base camp of the 3rd Division, a young major was saying his salutations to his commander, the supreme commander of the base camp. "Xiao Ting, you really don't want to stay for another 3 years?" The regiment commander looked at this subordinate in front of him who was very capable, unwilling to let him go. In the beginning, Xiao Ting, who was still new recruit, was instantly put into the stationed army for the 3-year golden time period. He however didn't want this. This would make people think that he was an untalented individual who could only rise up in rank by using his connections. However, the regiment commander knew that with such a strong family background, Xiao Ting couldn't refuse even if he didn't want it. However, his family didn't give him any nice looks either. It was just that, during the time when they had a small conflict with someone from the 2nd Division, Xiao Ting brought up the idea of fighting solo in the arena. In the end, he defeated the opponent, increasing the 3 RD Division's prestige around the city. Xiao Ting wasn't someone who was incapable and relied on his connections to rise up in the ranks. Instead, he had real capabilities. The only reason he was going through this golden 3-year period was because the 3rd Division higher-ups wanted to nurture him. Thus, they used this method to let him advance the ranks much quicker and be a regiment commander. After all, to be the regiment commander, one must have enough merits. Unfortunately, the merits gained for the missions during the recruitment stage were not enough to rank up to the position of regiment commander in a short amount of time. In order to nurture the newer generations, every division worked their hardest to help these people collect enough merits. The only reason this mission of being stationed in Soldier City was a golden opportunity was because the merits of this mission were high enough. Xiao Ting heard his regiment commander's unwillingness to part and could only show a face of sorrow. "Sorry, regiment commander, I can only obey the arrangements of the higher-ups." This time, Xiao Ting will be taking up the position of deputy regiment commander of a standard mecha clan. It couldn't be helped. The stationed mission's merits could only help him reach this position. Afterwards, he would still need to continue to work hard to get rid of the word deputy and become an actual regiment commander. Hearing Xiao Ting's words, the regiment commander could only regrettably say, "If you stay for another 3 years, you would be able to rank up to regiment commander instantly. However, I still want to congratulate you. Work hard, my major." The person in front of the regiment commander was publicly announced by the higher-ups to be someone of importance. The regiment commander had an expression full of admiration. It took him a decade to get to his position. This individual in front of him, however, used only 3 years to reach deputy regiment commander. If his performance was good, in 1 or 2 years, he would be able to advance to regiment commander. This was just around half a decade. Xiao Ting's luck is too good, thought the regiment commander. This was when each division were focused on developing and nurturing the next generation of commanders. As long as they matured, it would ensure the outstanding nature being passed down to further generations and wouldn't left in the dust by other divisions. If Xiao Ting was born a decade earlier or a decade later, he perhaps wouldn't have such a great opportunity as he has now. "Thank you, regiment commander," Xiao Ting said gratefully and saluted. Although he was given the cold shoulder treatment by the regiment commander in the beginning, he still treated him well. He trained and nurtured him and also helped him achieve new heights. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiao Ting knew Ling Lan had entered a division, perhaps Xiao Ting would be willing to wait another 3 years then be a Mecha Clan's regiment commander. Now, with the existence of Ling Lan, Xiao Ting was under a lot of pressure. He was afraid if he delayed for another 3 years, it was possible he would be left in the dust by Ling Lan. Although logically, he believed it was something that wasn't possible. However, Ling Lan was too monstrous, which made him unable to guess Ling Lan's progress. It was this thought that made him decisively return to the division. He believed he would only need to be given a year of time for him to get rid of the word deputy and officially be a real regiment commander of a mecha clan. Right as the regiment commander was about let Xiao Ting leave, his wrist suddenly trembled. He looked down and was stunned by the information sent to his communicator. Xiao Ting, before you leave, can you help me do something? The regiment commander asked with a serious expression on his face. Xiao Ting stared blankly and quickly replied, Regiment Commander, please tell me. I will do it if it is within my capabilities. The list of the top 10 mecha clans from the land clearing mission has been sent out. The higher-ups want us to use this chance to gather some information on one of the mecha clans after they arrive in the city, said the regiment commander with a frown on his face. If it wasn't for the fact that Major General Jiang Wei worked under the 3rd Marshal, the regiment commander would not want to take these missions that required so much effort and yet yielded so little reward. Which mecha clan? Xiao Ting was shaken. Every top 10 mecha clans from land clearing missions were always well-known veteran clans. They were not easy to get along with. They needed to be careful and not get in trouble with them. 250 mecha clan from the 23rd Division. After the regiment commander said the name of the clan, his expression had a hint of confusion. It was just that in the history of the top 10 clans from land clearing missions, there had never been a standard mecha clan appearing in the ranks. Anyone who had common sense would know that only standard mecha clans had numbers as their names. Although the 23rd Division was founded 5 years ago with most of its mecha clans having numbers as their names, in the past 5 years, the 23rd Division still had some mecha clans that had established titles. It didn't make sense that those titled mecha clans were no match for a standard mecha clan. Hearing this, Xiao Ting was also confused. However, the thought of the 23rd Division made him shudder. He remembered Ling Lan had gone to the 23rd Division. Here is the information about that clan. There's only the name of the mecha clan and their regiment commander on the list. You probably have to think of something to get more information. Yes, I will let little Yang to aid you. In the past 3 years, he had been your subordinate all this while. It will be easy for you to order him around. The regiment commander handed the top 10 list to Xiao Ting and at the same time gave him some subordinates to help him. Since he gave him a mission, then he should at least give him some means to complete it. Xiao Ting felt his wrist shake. He lowered his head and opened the list, reading it carefully. The regiment commander seemed to have thought of something and reminded Xiao Ting, the higher-ups require us that we acquire the detailed information before the award ceremony. Oh, Xiao Ting, I'll give you a hint. The higher-ups believe that this 250 mecha clan has some sort of hidden element. Someone controlling this clan from the shadows. The higher-ups hope that we can find out what is being hidden, they would definitely not let them get their way. After saying all this, the regiment commander frowned. He knew who these words were directed towards. It was already quite clear. He suddenly thought of people from the same generation as Major General Jiang Wei and General Ling Xiao, instantly understood the situation. As expected, no matter how high in the food chain a person may sit, they wouldn't be able to escape from the jealousy of others. It was just that, could Major General Jiang really have his way? General Ling Xiao. Even if he had done something, he would definitely not leave any evidence behind. Major General Jiang Wei may be wasting his time. Such a stupid ploy. Right after the regiment commander insulted Major General Jiang in his mind, he discovered that Xiao Ting hadn't replied to his previous statement. He raised his head confusedly and saw Xiao Ting looking at this communicator with a dumbfounded look, as though he was stunned by something. Xiao Ting. The regiment commander called out with a confused tone. Oh. Regiment commander. Xiao Ting awakened and immediately raised his head and said, "Sorry, I was lost in thought just now." "Did you hear what I said?" the regiment commander asked in concern. "Yes. I will collect all the necessary information before the award ceremony," Xiao Ting said expressionlessly. "That's good. Go and make your preparations." The regiment commander felt at ease after he knew Xiao Ting heard what he said. He thought that Xiao Ting was too engrossed in reading the documents, so he ignored his superior's words. When he was younger, he was like that too. The regiment commander smiled. He waved his hand and asked Xiao Ting to leave. The regiment commander didn't notice when Xiao Ting turned around. He clenched his hands tightly. The veins on his hands popped out. This proved Xiao Ting was not as composed as he looked. Ling Lan, it's actually Ling Lan. He is a regiment commander now. Is he someone I can never surpass? Xiao Ting was screaming in his heart. The 3 years he spent as a recruit, the 3 years he was so proud of, was not worth much at all. Xiao Ting gritted his teeth. If God allowed him to be born, why must God create Ling Lan too? If God made someone so excellent, why did he make someone even better? Xiao Ting felt helpless. He was unconvinced. Why did Ling Lan have such a smooth life? He managed to achieve so much within his first year. He even rose to be a regiment commander. Maybe someone powerful pushed Ling Lan up to this position, just like what his regiment had said. Xiao Ting remembered Ling Lan's cold and sharp eyes. He felt as though a bucket of cold water was splashed on him, instantly calming him down. Ling Lan was not someone who would walk through the back door. As his lifelong opponent, Xiao Ting understood Ling Lan. Others might change, but the cold and arrogant Ling Lan would not. That year, Ling Lan stood up against every faction in the military academy in order to protect his friends. No matter how powerful or high-ranked his opponent was, he would never bow down to anyone. Others might misunderstand Ling Lan, but he wouldn't. If he did, he had no right to be Ling Lan's opponent. The confusion in Xiao Ting's eyes disappeared. He would do his job well, not to find any evidence against Ling Lan, but to find out how he managed to be a regiment commander so quickly. Xiao Ting felt that he might be able to learn something new from Ling Lan and not waste more time on the wrong path. He didn't have much time left. If delayed more, Ling Lan would run too far ahead and he would never be able to be his opponent. Xiao Ting was a proud person. He didn't want to look at Ling Lan's back a few years later and sigh at his own fate. As for whether this Ling Lan was the Ling Lan he knew, Xiao Ting never had this query. Years of battling allowed him to know that this was the Ling Lan he knew. A few days later, all the units in Soldier City knew the top 10 mecha clans of this land clearing mission were going to enter the city and attend an award ceremony. Many officers with high positions had gotten the name list of the top 10 mecha clans. Yi Ling came to Yi Su's place with a frown on his face. He was still thinking whether he should let the other party see the documents in his hand when Yi Su walked out of his room. "Why have you come?" Yi Su raised his eyebrows. Yi Ling was unhappy. Yi Su was looking at him as though he was his servant. He scoffed. He passed the document to Yi Su and looked at his expression intently. He wanted to know if Yi Su was still able to maintain his composure when he saw the name. Yi Su frowned when he saw the derision in Yi Ling's eyes. Yi Su always kept a low profile and hid behind Wu Jiong in the Scout Academy and the Military Academy, but he was an observant and intelligent person too. From the very beginning, he knew there was something wrong with Yi Ling's identity. Yi Ling was not as simple as he looked. However, he currently didn't have much power at his disposal, so he was unable to fight against the Yi family. Thus, he had no choice but to step onto the other party's trap. After that, in order to have Yi Ling lower his guard around him, he disguised himself as an arrogant person who looked down on the Yi family. Yi Ling didn't trust Yi Su and Yi Su guarded against Yi Ling too. Hence, he was able to notice the slight difference in Yi Ling's gaze. Yi Su took over the document calmly. He told himself he must control his emotions. He guessed this document must have something to do with him. If not, Yi Ling would not behave like this. He must not let Yi Ling see through his disguise. Yi Su opened the document. It was a list of the top 10 teams of the land clearing mission. He was stunned. These ace mecha clans should have nothing to do with him, right? He must have made a mistake in his disguise. Yi Su started suspecting himself. However, as an observant person, he still sensed Yi Ling gaze at him. Hence, although he was confused, he still took care of his expression. Yi Su calmly looked through the list. Top 10 mecha clans for the land clearing mission of planet Juhao, the official name for the planet. Jing Tian Ace Mecha Clan, 1st Division, Regiment Commander, Sun Yiqing. Swift Thunder Ace Mecha Clan, 2nd Division, Regiment Commander, Lei Ganqi. Qian Ace Mecha Clan, 3rd Division, Regiment Commander, Su Qiuming. Yuhan Ace Mecha Clan, 4th Division, Regiment Commander, Su Yongkang. Pejuan Ace Mecha Clan, 6th Division, Regiment Commander, Jin Feiyang. Hidden Dragon Ace Mecha Clan, 9th Division, Regiment Commander, Hua Tianyi. Bite Moon Ace Mecha Clan, 1st Division, Regiment Commander, Lu Shu. Ferocious Lion Ace Mecha Clan, 13th Division, Regiment Commander Lo Putian. Courage God Ace Mecha Clan, 7th Division, Regiment Commander, Yu Zhongling. 250 Mecha Clan, 23rd Division, Regiment Commander, Ling Lan. Yi Su looked through the list quickly. He remained calm all the way, but when he saw the name of the last regiment commander, he couldn't control his emotions anymore. No matter how prepared Yi Su was, this name still impacted him greatly. Young Master 13, I remember the captain of the battle clan you joined during your military academy days was called Ling Lan too, right? Yi Ling was satisfied with Yi Su's reaction. He purposely teased Yi Su before saying, "Sigh, I must be thinking too much. He is a recruit just like you. How can he be the regiment commander of a top 10 mecha clan? It must be a coincidence. This person must have the same name as him. What a pity. Your captain must be slaving away in some unknown mecha clan." These were Yi Ling's true thoughts. There were so many people in the Federation. It was normal to have the same name as someone else. He wanted to tell Yi Su without the Yi family, he would be in the same situation as his past captain, slaving away in some unknown mecha clan for 3 years. He would not have experienced such a good opportunity like this where he just needed to enjoy his 3 years as a recruit, then go back and become a high officer. Compared to the masses, Yi Su had a high starting point. Yi Su looked at the familiar name in shock. He took some time to regain his senses. What Yi Ling said made sense, but for some reason, Yi Su felt that this Ling Lan was his boss. Others might not be able to be a regiment commander in their first year as a recruit, but his boss was someone who always created miracles. Yi Su smiled. Only he understood the pride and happiness in his smile. He also felt a little sad. As expected, he couldn't be compared to his boss. Wu Jiong was also as stunned as Yi Su. The two of them had parted ways, but their intuition was the same. They both knew deep down the regiment commander of 250 Mecha clan was their boss Lan. The day of the award ceremony arrived. Almost all the units in Soldier City sent their representatives to get a position at the plaza where the award ceremony was held. Most of them were here to see the Courage God Ace Mecha clan as well as the 250 Mecha clan. The 10 mecha clans entered the Soldier City based on the order as they were placed. All the mecha operators walked into the plaza after getting off the hover bus. The first 8 mecha clans were well-known mecha clans in the military world. Some of the mecha operators in these mecha clans were Super Ace Mecha Masters with a title. All the Ace Mecha Masters in the Federation knew that Ace Mecha Masters without a title were not really Ace Mecha Masters. They were only given the Ace level because they needed to go to the battlefield. When the Super Ace Mecha Masters got out of the hover bus, many mecha operators wanted to rush over and interact with them. All of them looked at the Super Ace Mecha Masters with respect. If any one of the Super Ace Mecha Masters would give them some advice, their mecha piloting skills would improve tremendously. There was a huge difference between having a good teacher versus finding the path yourself. Less time and effort would be spent on the wrong path. Unfortunately, the rules in Soldier City was strict. The mecha operators were jumping with excitement in their heart, but no one dared to move and challenge the rules of the Soldier City. When the Courage God Ace Mecha clan entered, the gazes of the mecha operators in the crowd changed. Most of them were indifferent. The Courage God Ace Mecha clan received this title just recently, and there were no Super Ace Mecha Masters in this mecha clan too. Most of the mecha operators from Courage God Ace Mecha clan were just normal Ace Mecha Masters. Their team leaders were Elite Ace, and their regiment commander, who was the strongest among them, was just shy of becoming a peak-level Ace Mecha Master. Most of the units stationed in the city had a similar power structure to the Courage God Ace Mecha clan. The concept of survival of the fittest was ingrained deeply into all the soldiers' minds. Hence, when they saw a mecha clan similar to them in terms of ability, they wanted to challenge them. Many mecha operators already had the thought of testing the mecha operators from Courage God after the ceremony. They must have a fight with them. The underwhelming appearance of the Courage God Ace Mecha clan caused everyone to start looking down on 250 Mecha clan. If a titled Super Ace Mecha clan was so weak, then a normal Mecha clan would be worse. This Mecha clan probably relied on their exceptional luck to get to this position. Very soon, the mecha operators from 250 Mecha clan slowly got out from their hover bus. The first person to step out of the bus was a cold-looking youth. The moment he appeared on the plaza, everyone turned quiet. Soldiers with weaker wills couldn't help but tremble. That person is very strong. An old mecha operator who got dragged to come by his friend tensed up the moment the young man appeared in his sight. He instantly got on his guard. This was the instincts of an experienced and strong soldier. This old mecha operator felt an unprecedented sense of danger from the bottom of his heart. Who is he? Every soldier experienced various degrees of shock. They were all from the top strata of mecha clans, so everyone was quite familiar with each other. However, no one was prepared for the shock when such a powerful and unknown person appeared from 250 Mecha clan. These powerful mecha operators could feel the dangerous force of presence exuding from that young man. Those with a lower level of physical skills couldn't sense this force of presence. They could just felt that this young man was very cold as ice. Their sixth sense repeatedly rang alarms in their heads, warning them not to never provoke that young man. As expected of my boss. Wu Jiong's eyes turned red when he finally saw Ling Lan. The hardships he experienced at the 15th Division made him miss his days at the military academy. He missed those carefree days with Ling Lan. He missed the times when there was always someone in front of him, taking care of everything. Too bad, he would never feel this sense of stability anymore. Wu Jiong, do you know him? The person beside Wu Jiong, a 28-years-old man with an arrogant look on his face, noticed Wu Jiong's red eyes. Wu Jiong looked at Ling Lan. He was the first person who offered him help after he entered his division. Wu Jiong was sure Ling Lan knew his background due to his surname, but just wasn't sure whether he was from the branch families or the main family. After all, the 15th Division belonged to the Wu family. Additionally, with him suffering more hardships than the average recruit, it was quite obvious he was from the Wu family. Even a normal mecha operator could feel the invisible tension between the higher authorities of the 15th Division. A smart person would not choose his side before the inevitable conflicts had ended, but Ling Lan was different. He chose to help Wu Jiong when he was at his lowest point in life. Wu Jiong was grateful to Ling Lan. Hence, he brought Ling Lan along on this gold-plated mission when he was given this opportunity. Wu Jiong wanted to help his team members who entered the 15th Division, but they were not Ace Mecha Masters yet. Thus, they couldn't participate in the gold-plated mission. The military didn't want the plaza to be filled with weaklings, so they set the requirement to have only Ace Mecha Masters and above. This rule helped them to segregate out the weaker people. Of course, Wu Jiong knew the main reason why he accepted Ling Lan so quickly was because he had the surname Ling. Wu Jiong wanted to tell Ling Lan who Ling Lan was, but he changed his mind. Nothing. A speck of sand got into my eyes. Ling Lan's expression froze for a moment. After a while, he smiled and said, "That's true. Many hover cars came, so it's normal to have a lot of sand." Wu Jiong looked at Ling Lan again. He saw familiar faces stepping down after Ling Lan. He suddenly felt calmed. The anxiousness in his heart disappeared. He smiled for the first time in a long time. He clenched his fist. As expected of Boss Lan, he created miracles during his first year in the military. Since he is working so hard, how can I give up just because there are obstacles? Wu Jiong turned around. He saw the person he wanted to see. There was no point in staying here any longer. You are not watching anymore? Ling Lan asked in surprise. 250 Mecha Clan just came out, but Wu Jiong had already lost his interest. Yes. I have already seen what I wanted to see. It's time to go back for training, Wu Jiong replied indifferently. Ling Lan's expression changed. You mean that harsh training you always do? Why does Wu Jiong like to torture himself? Ling Lan suspected the information he got was wrong. Was Wu Jiong not a direct descendant of the Wu family but was instead from the branch family? This thought flashed past Ling Lan's mind. However, he soon denied the thought. If Wu Jiong was not from the main family, why would he be sent to the garrison? Yes. I must do it every day. As for you, you can do it if you want it, Wu Jiong replied. I will definitely accompany you. We are comrades, Ling Lan replied with a smile. He must not let his past efforts go to waste. No matter how hard it was, he would accompany Wu Jiong. Real friendships are formed when you pass through thick and thin together. Ling Lan had his own plans. As for that person, Ling Lan turned and looked at Ling Lan, who was standing in front of the members of 250 Mecha Clan. If that person was who he thought he was, they definitely would be able to meet in the future. He just hoped that the stupid things the Ling family did in the past would not affect their generation. Compared to Ling Lan, he would rather pester Wu Jiong. Ling Lan was the only son of General Ling Xiao. He was the real heir of the military. This was probably why he was able to become a regiment commander when he was just a recruit. No one was able to be fair and just all the time. Even the military idol, Ling Xiao, who was the icon of fairness, couldn't do it. However, this was something he was happy to see. If not, he wouldn't be unable to get anything from Ling Lan when he got close to him. Only those stupid old fools would offend the guardian deity of the Ling family, Ling Xiao, in order to get such a small gain. This was why they were in such a bad state now. Even the branched descendants of the Ling family couldn't have a smooth path in the military. They needed to look for other people to help them. Thinking about this, Ling Lan gave a cold smile. He was one of the innocent victims that were implicated by what happened that year. He hated General Ling Xiao for being so heartless, but he also hated the narrow-minded elders of the Ling family even more. Wu Jiong didn't know what Ling Lan was thinking about behind him. At that moment, all he had was one thought. He must not let his boss Lan get too far ahead of him. That year, when he left the military academy, he made a promise with his boss Lan. Wu Jiong clenched his fist. Boss Lan, give me 3 years. I will fulfill my promise. He was supposed to be Boss Lan's companion. He would not let other people get this position. Wu Jiong walked forward with a firm resolve and footsteps. Ling Lan noticed this. The aura on Wu Jiong had changed. Was it because of a stimulation? Or was there something he didn't notice? Ling Lan swiftly turned around and looked at Ling Lan. His instincts told him that Ling Lan was the reason why there was a change in Wu Jiong. Unfortunately, he had no information about Ling Lan's past deeds. Thus, he didn't know how Wu Jiong knew Ling Lan. To protect his son, General Ling Xiao used every means to remove any information on Ling Lan. If he didn't have prior knowledge of the name of General Ling Xiao's son, he would be as oblivious as everyone else here. On the other hand, Yi Ling and Yi Su had entirely different expressions when they saw Ling Lan. Yi Ling looked shocked. He didn't know how a normal recruit with no background was able to climb to the rank of a regiment commander. As for Yi Su, he was suppressing his excitement. As expected of his boss Lan. No matter where he goes, he would create miracles. It was a pity he couldn't follow behind him anymore. Yi Su felt a little sorry for leaving Wu Jiong, but he didn't regret it. That was why he was able to endure Wu Jiong's anger. However, he didn't dare to look at Ling Lan. He was afraid of the cold and sharp eyes that could seemingly see through his thoughts. Young Master 13, are you sure Ling Lan is just a normal person? Yi Ling finally calmed down and asked Yi Su. Yi Su looked at Yi Ling coldly. Does he have the right to say Boss Lan's name? He saw Yi Ling looking away and sneered. The Yi family was crazy to even think that they were a powerful elite family. They thought that just because they had the support of a division, they were mighty and all the descendants of the Yi family had to bend their backs backward to work for them. They forced their descendants to serve them. Even the subordinates they sent had no respect for their masters. His subordinate, Yi Ling, didn't care about his idol and blatantly said his idol's name. Is this how a subordinate should act? The Yi family is rotting. Yi Su couldn't help but remember the irritating Li Yingjie who grew up with him. They were both from elite families and had similar family feuds in their families. Yet, the Li family treated their descendants much better than the Yi family. They would raise them up unconditionally. They provided their descendants with adequate resources, but their future depended on their own efforts. This was why the Li family didn't do anything when Li Yingjie and Li Lanfeng decided to enter the 23rd Division and not the 4th Division. Yi Su didn't know the details of the Li family, so he made the wrong assumptions. Yi Su was jealous. Why is that irritating Li Yingjie so lucky? Why was he fortunate enough to be born into the Li family? How could he shamelessly enter the 23rd Division with Boss Lan when he disturbed Boss Lan during their days in the Scout Academy? Yi Ling knew that he said something that caused the ire in Yi Su. If he had called Wu Jiong by his name, Yi Su might not be angry. However, if he called Ling Lan by his name, Yi Su would definitely get angry at him for this. Even today, Yi Su always called Ling Lan, Boss Lan. To compensate for his mistake, he smiled and said hurriedly, I'm just shocked. Young Master 13, tell me, is Ling Lan really just from a normal family? This was impossible. He must have a powerful background. If not, the descendants of the Li family, the Yi family, and the Wu family would not bow down to her so easily. Yi Su smiled coldly. Of course, he had a good background. Speaking of it, his background was the strongest out of all of them. But, he would not tell Yi Ling anything. This was the secret between the leaders of Ling Tian. Moreover, Yi Su believed Boss Lan didn't rely on General Ling Xiao to get to this position. He was not so weak. He used his own efforts to clear the path for himself, to rise up to the ranks of a regiment commander. Yi Su had confirmed the name Ling Lan on the name list was his boss Lan, so he had no reason to stay here any longer. He turned and left immediately. Yi Ling was furious when Yi Su didn't reply to him. He could feel the contempt from Yi Su. However, he controlled his anger. Before the Yi family gives up on Yi Su, he must not offend him. Yi Ling realized Yi Su was slowly becoming similar to someone over this period of time. He chased after Yi Su. Along the way, he turned back and looked at Ling Lan, who had frozen the crowd. If he wanted Yi Su to work for the Yi family willingly, he needed to destroy that person in his heart so that he would have no hope to retreat. Yi Ling gave a cold smile. So what if he was strong? Without a powerful background, the Yi family could easily destroy his future. When Ling Lan stepped onto the plaza, she felt a few intense gazes falling on her. Little Four was in a good mood, so he quickly found those people and showed her their faces in an instant. Ling Lan was stunned to see a few familiar faces. She didn't expect to see some of her comrades which she hadn't seen for a few years here. Why are they at Soldier City? Little Four noticed Ling Lan's confusion and excitedly explained everything to her. Ling Lan realized every division had its own personal stationed army. The stationed army was an army every mecha operator wanted to enter. This gold-plated mission was a mission every mecha operator wanted to take. Ling Lan felt her head hurting. She was worried because Little Four kept sleeping, but when he was awake and was in a good mood, she couldn't handle him. He talked so much, her head hurt from his chattering. She almost couldn't maintain her boss-like persona. However, Little Four's chattering allowed her to understand why Wu Jiong and Yi Su were here. The Yi family and the Wu family probably wanted to use this method to let them rise up in ranks quickly. Ling Lan felt there was nothing wrong with this. Since they had this opportunity, why not make use of it? Ling Lan was not as fair and just as people thought. If someone could climb up the ranks within a short period of time, they should just do it. Hence, this philosophy of hers allowed her to use her father to help her get what she wanted unapologetically. The powerful operators were shocked the moment Ling Lan appeared. However, if 250 Mecha Clan only had Ling Lan, it was still a lousy Mecha Clan to these people. They would not respect or fear it. Yet, the mecha operators that followed behind her caused them to view 250 Mecha Clan differently. Among the young soldiers standing behind Ling Lan, two middle-aged mecha operators stood out. The powerful mecha operators at the scene recognized these two people. They were mecha operators with a title. One of them was a member of the 7 Stars of the South while the other was a member of the 7 Stars of the North. These two people, who were from entirely different divisions, appeared together in a normal mecha clan. This was definitely something impressive. Not only that, but the people in the crowd also recognized some powerful mecha operators who didn't have a title but had many military achievements. These mecha operators were quite famous. Some of them were even their old brother-in-arms and their past comrades. They remembered these mecha operators and knew why they left their previous division. The highest-ranked military doctor gave them a verdict, of them not being able to operate a mecha anymore. This caused them to leave their beloved division and was sent somewhere to enjoy their retirement. They thought they would not see them again. Yet, they appeared here. They could operate mechas again and even became one of the top 10 mecha clans in a land-clearing mission, winning against many powerful ace mecha clans. The crowd was confused. Were the verdicts given by the military doctors wrong? Did they really lose their ability to operate mechas or were they sent to carry out a special mission? Even after all the mecha operators from 250 mecha clan had assembled, the mecha operators in the crowd still had not regained their senses. Hence, amidst their confusion, the 10 mecha clans were sent to their respective camping grounds where they could rest and prepare for the award ceremony that was 3 days later. Senior officer, we have made the necessary arrangements. 250 Mecha Clan will be camping next to the camp of the 3rd Division. Jiang Wei nodded in satisfaction when he heard the report. If he was able to embarrass 250 Mecha Clan before the award ceremony, he would be able to humiliate Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, this time, you will not have such a smooth path. Jiang Wei gave a cold smile. In the office of the regiment commander of the 3rd Division, Xiao Ting passed the information he collected in these few days about 250 Mecha Clan to his regiment commander. His regiment commander took the documents and read them. When he saw the names of Yang Mingji and Lu Ferong, he frowned. He lowered his head and pondered for a long time. Then, he looked up and met Xiao Ting's eyes. His eyes were dim. Xiao Ting, we were given an order to provoke 250 Mecha Clan to determine their general capabilities. What do you think we should do? Xiao Ting replied emotionlessly. If the order is not given by our direct superiors or the headquarters, I feel that we shouldn't do it. Ling Lan was not an easy person to bully. Instead of embarrassing 250 Mecha Clan, they might become their stepping stone. He already did such a stupid thing in the past, so he didn't want to do it again. The regiment commander was shocked. No matter who his opponent was, Xiao Ting never backed down. Why was he so apprehensive today? Was there someone he was afraid of in 250 Mecha Clan? The regiment commander didn't expect himself to guess accurately. Even Xiao Ting, who never shrunk back, didn't want to offend 250 Mecha Clan. Was it worth it to do it for the sake of a major general of the same faction? Yang Mingji, Lu Furong, members of the North and South Stars. They are mecha operators with a title. Long Qigong, Lu Yulong, Jiang Shaoguan, Zhuang Shaohan, Wu Yang, they are all experienced soldiers on the battlefield. They were very famous in their previous division. Gu Dongyang. He is in 250 Mecha Clan too. The regiment commander looked at the familiar names on the list and started remembering the old days. He remembered the days on the battlefield. Suddenly, he saw a familiar name and exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Ting was puzzled. Gu Dongyang. He had a title too, but he wasn't on par with Yang Mingji and Lu Furong in terms of status. Why was the regiment commander so surprised? I need to consider this. The regiment commander was confused. He knew Gu Dongyang would not be able to operate a mecha anymore. How did he manage to stand up again? The regiment commander had a mysterious look on his face. He gritted his teeth in the end and said, I need to know if he really regained his power. He initially didn't want to provoke 250 Mecha Clan for Major General Jiang Wei, but now, he decided to understand the situation of the Mecha Clan first. Why can't he just retire obediently? Why must he be so stubborn? Cough, Xiao Ting heard his regiment commander sighing. He knew his regiment commander had decided to provoke 250 Mecha Clan. Xiao Ting didn't say anything. He politely bidded farewell to his regiment commander. Before he left Soldier City, he would do his last job well. The Soldier City was the satellite city of Planet General. Much money was spent to modify Soldier City. The weather here wouldn't be too bad. Luo Chao and Han Shuya could finally have a good night's sleep. The next morning, when they saw the beautiful and bright sun, their fatigue was dispelled. Ah, Luo Chao, the sunlight is so comfortable. We have not seen sunlight for half a year, right? Han Shuya pulled the curtain open. The warm sunlight entered into the room. She closed her eyes while basking in the gentle sunlight happily. Planet Juhao was not suitable for humans to live in. There was no sunlight, it was enveloped in darkness all year round. After spending so much time on planet Juhao, Han Shuya felt she was getting moldy. Yes, the sunlight is so beautiful. Luo Chao walked to the window and enjoyed the sunlight with Han Shuya. Why don't we go shopping? Han Shuya's eyes lit up as she asked the question. They had not gone shopping for almost a year. Luo Chao was tempted too. However, she still had some qualms. We are not familiar with Soldier City. Furthermore, when we came yesterday, I didn't see any woman around. Is it safe for us to go out like this? Luo Chao still remembered how she was teased when she went shopping during the Grand Mecha tournament. Not everyone in the military was good, there were some perverts mixed in, ruining her whole experience. Luo Chao's words reminded Han Shuya. She looked at Luo Chao. With the sunlight shining on her, making her look pure and beautiful. Then, she thought of the stupid men outside who had not seen a woman for a few years. She would definitely not be able to stop them alone. Han Shuya forgot she was a woman and that it would be dangerous for her too. However, Han Shuya was unwilling to give up on this opportunity. She pondered for a moment and an idea came to her. Never mind, we can get our boss to protect us. They could use this opportunity to get closer to their boss too. As Luo Chao's best buddy, she must help Luo Chao to win the heart of their boss. She would feel at ease if her boss got together with Luo Chao. No, no. No way. Luo Chao waved her hands in shock. Han Shuya would not be stopped by her, so she rushed out of the room, running towards Ling Lan's room. Shuya, don't go. Boss is very busy. He has many things to do. Luo Chao wanted to cry. How could they trouble their busy boss just because they wanted to go shopping? Luo Chao felt guilty. She reprimanded herself for not holding Han Shuya back. She chased after her hurriedly to stop her before she did anything stupid. Unfortunately, Han Shuya's physical skills were higher than Luo Chao's. No matter how hard Luo Chao ran, she was unable to catch up with Han Shuya. When Luo Chao arrived at Ling Lan's room, she saw Han Shuya smiling brightly at her. She struck 2 fingers and gave her a peace sign. Huh? What does that mean? Luo Chao, boss agreed to go shopping with us. Han Shuya's excited voice could be heard. Luo Chao was surprised when she heard footsteps coming behind Han Shuya, revealing Ling Lan. She met Ling Lan's gaze. Ling Lan was already in her military attire. Boss, actually, we can just ask my brother to accompany us. Luo Chao's face turned red. Although she was elated that she could go shopping with her boss, she still gave a logical suggestion. Boss, please don't agree, sob, when did I become such a bad girl? I disregarded how busy he is just because I want to go shopping with him. Luo Chao was embarrassed. She felt sorry for her boss who always took care of her. I want to familiarize myself with Soldier City too. Although she couldn't enter Planet General, Ling Lan still wanted to take a look at Soldier City. After spending so much time in that horrible place, she needed to experience the life of a normal person again. Well, she would never admit that she actually wanted to go shopping too. Millions of soldiers resided in Soldier City, so there were many entertainment spots in the city. The luxurious shopping street in Soldier City was similar to the shopping streets in all the other cities. The only difference was, the staff of the shops was soldiers. Normal businesses were not able to set up in Soldier City. All the shops in Soldier City were under the purchasing department of the military. The products were internally distributed supplies, so their quality was guaranteed. Not only were they better in quality than those products outside, but they were also relatively cheaper too. Hence, all the soldiers in Soldier City spent most of their salary here. Some bought necessities they currently needed, while others bought in bulks to bring them back after their term in Soldier City ended. Even if they couldn't use it, it was a good gift to normal people. Normal people might not be able to buy military supplies even if they wanted to. Today, the street was extremely busy. Besides the soldiers who resided at Soldier City, the top 10 mecha clans were here too. The soldiers of these mecha clans took the chance to do some restocking. The price here was more affordable compared to the price at their division. Additionally, they needed to prepare some presents too. If they met any comrades after going back, they would be able to give them something. There were female soldiers in Soldier City, but they were rare. However, there were many female products sold. Everyone knew those high-ranking officers, with the exception of a few younger ones, had either a wife, mistress, or a girlfriend. To make their women happy, they were willing to spend a lot of credits on them. Thus, the sales of these shops were good. The moment Han Shuya and Luo Chao arrived at the shopping street, they were attracted by the huge array of products available. If their boss was not beside them, they would have gone berserk, rushing into shops while shouting happily. They had not used their salary for almost a year, so they had enough credits to buy whatever they wanted. Their boss even secretly gave them a bonus of 100,000 credits. This was their salary for an entire year. It was enough to let them buy things without any qualms. Sob, their boss really pampered them. Han Shuya and Luo Chao were touched. Han Shuya went to ask her other comrades after she received the bonus from her boss. Those guys only got 50,000 credits. This was halved of what their boss gave them. The 2 ladies were elated. Their boss was obviously biased towards them. As smart people, they would not boast about their bonuses and create trouble for their boss. However, their smile got brighter and attracted the attention of many soldiers on the street. Everyone on Lingtian came out to shop together. They were all extremely happy to receive an additional bonus from their boss. They were touched by their boss's selfless love towards them. Actually, Ling Lan was generous because Little Four helped her to invest the extra credits her comrades had left. The investment managed to do well, so all of her comrades had millions of credits now. To prevent her comrades from losing their minds due to the sudden wealth, she didn't tell them how much their real assets were worth. The bonus was also a reward for them as they performed well in the land clearing mission. It meant that this pile of money didn't belong to Ling Lan. It was theirs. Just like this, these people, who were kept in the dark, pledged their loyalty to their boss. Although the people from Lingtian came out shopping together, they didn't stay with Ling Lan. The temptation to shop with their boss was huge, but they were all forced away by Han Shuya's unrelenting stare. Hence, the three ladies, Ling Lan, Han Shuya, and Luo Chao went shopping together. Of course, to other people, Ling Lan was a man. Many soldiers on the street didn't have a girlfriend, so they got jealous when they saw Ling Lan moving around with two ladies by his side. They wished they could take his place. However, the cold aura around Ling Lan stopped them from doing anything stupid. Ling Lan noticed the desire in Han Shuya's and Luo Chao's eyes. As expected, no ladies could resist beautiful accessories and clothes. Even if they currently couldn't use them, they still wanted to buy them. Ling Lan nodded. They were the only two females in her team, so she would try to fulfill all their desires. Ling Lan forgot she was a lady too. No wonder Mother Lan always complained that the 5 years in the military academy had made her less ladylike. They entered a shop and saw all the trending accessories laid out on the counter. There were clothes and jewelry too. Ling Lan had no interest in these, but she got tempted too. However, the moment they entered the shop, the chatty staff members sprung into a corner as though they got frightened. "Boss, retract your cold aura. Don't scare them." If there was no one attending them, how were they supposed to shop? She pulled Ling Lan's sleeve and reminded her. Ling Lan was enlightened. The staff was not real soldiers. They were only a soldier in name, but in fact, they were normal people. They were unable to handle her force of presence. That was why they hid from her when she came in. Ling Lan had no choice but to retract the cold aura around her. The shop regained its warm atmosphere. One of the young ladies noticed the change in the temperature and looked over curiously. She saw 3 female soldiers, standing at the door. One was gentle-looking, one was quite handsome, and one looked very young and had a kind of androgynous beauty. Just by standing there, they were able to become the center of attention. The young lady was puzzled. Why did they hide? Just now, she felt fear. It was like when their superior came to inspect their work. They didn't dare to look at their superiors, so they hid in a corner and pretended to be busy. They must be thinking too much just now. It must be because they felt guilty for chatting during working hours. The young lady found an explanation for her actions. Since there were customers, she gathered her courage and walked towards them. She greeted them enthusiastically. "Officers, what would you like?" Besides people like them, everyone else in Soldier City was soldiers. In order to become a part of the staff at Soldier City, they needed to have ample knowledge about the different titles and ranks of a soldier. The young lady glanced at the 3 customers. The 2 ladies were second lieutenants while the other one was a major. She was surprised. At first, she thought that these 2 ladies brought their younger brother or younger sister out for shopping. It seemed like she was wrong. She started to greet them with more respect. There were many lieutenants in Soldier City, but majors were less common. She didn't dare to offend them. "Boss, Luo Chao and I will go and shop around. Would you like to take a seat and wait for us?" Luo Chao wanted to start shopping immediately, but she couldn't just leave her boss like this. Her boss might get angry for neglecting him. When the attendant heard this, she got agitated. More sales meant more commission for her. She hurriedly asked, "Are you not interested in the products we have?" Ling Lan shook her head. She was not uninterested. It's just that with her current status, she couldn't use them. The attendant was disappointed. She looked at Ling Lan's young face and suddenly thought of something. She quickly introduced the second floor to her. "Officer, we have a dolls section on the second floor. You can go up and take a look. Our resting area is on the second floor too. If you get tired of shopping, you can have a rest." Luo Chao heard this and knew that the attendant had misunderstood something. She laughed and turned to look at Ling Lan's pure face. She didn't expect her boss to look like this after he retracted his force of presence. Her face turned red. She believed that only Shuya and her saw this side of Ling Lan before. Luo Chao looked at Han Shuya instinctively. She noticed that the careless Han Shuya didn't realize the change in their boss. Luo Chao felt something sweet spreading through her heart. She might be the only one who saw this side of Ling Lan. Was this a secret between her and her boss? Just as Luo Chao was immersed in her own thoughts, Han Shuya laughed loudly. "Haha! You are so funny. How can you ask our boss to go to the dolls section? He is a man. Why will he like these dolls?" Han Shuya's words stabbed Ling Lan's heart. "Who says I'm not a woman? Fine, I'm not supposed to be one. However, that does not mean that I don't like dolls, right?" Ling Lan was sad. She walked towards the second floor while ignoring Han Shuya. She was afraid that she might kill her accidentally. As the attendant looked at her in shock, Ling Lan slowly walked up the stairs. She saw a whole house of dolls and soft toys. Surprisingly, a few bulky men, from majors to lieutenant colonels, were standing in front of the shelves of the soft toys with a troubled look. The attendants that should be attending to them were nowhere in sight. They might have frightened them away or they might be busy with other customers. Ling Lan was walking past them, but when a cold-looking lieutenant colonel saw her, his eyes lit up as though he saw his life savior. He hurriedly called out, "Excuse me." Ling Lan stopped in her tracks. She looked at the person curiously. Why did he call her? Sorry to disturb you. My daughter is around the same age as you. I want to buy something for her." "What kind of dolls do girls your age?" The officer's face turned gentle when he talked about his daughter. At that moment, he realized he wasn't sure what gender the person in front of him was. He looked at Ling Lan's epaulette and got a shock. "I'm sorry, Major. If this person is a major, he should be a man." The lieutenant colonel knew although there were many outstanding women in the military, their rise in rank would be much slower than a man would. The new generation was even more stringent towards women, so to be a major while being a young female was quite unlikely. Ling Lan knew without her force of presence, such situations would definitely happen. However, she had a good impression of this lieutenant colonel. It might be because he reminded her of her father, Ling Xiao. Both of them pampered their daughter very much. Thinking about this, she nodded and said, "How old is your daughter?" She had read many novels and mangas in her past life. Even if she didn't have a clear idea of what girls in this world like, it should be similar to her own experiences. She is 15 years old. The lieutenant colonel's eyes turned gentle. He had not seen her for 3 years. Is she doing well? 15 years old, a young lady. She should like cute things like me. Ling Lan pointed to a cute soft toy. This one. The lieutenant colonel looked at the round ball which had a dumb-looking face on it. He couldn't tell what this was. Would his daughter like it? However, since someone of a similar age chose it, it should be right. The lieutenant colonel thought for a moment and decided to listen to the young man. He took the soft toy. The officers around them had been eavesdropping on their conversation. The moment the lieutenant colonel took the soft toy, they hurriedly grabbed the rest too. These officers shopped together to buy gifts for their daughters. To maintain their fierce and stern image, they rejected the help of the attendants and wanted to do it themselves. However, they underestimated the complexity of a young girl's mind. They looked at all the soft toys dejectedly. After thinking for a long time, they still didn't know what to buy. Luckily, one of them was smart enough to grab a young man who was of a similar age. This young man helped them solve their problems. After they paid for the soft toy, they suddenly remembered the minimum age to enter the military was 18 years old. If the young man was from the military academy, he should be at least 21 years old now. How could there be such a young major? They turned back, but the young man was nowhere in sight. It was as though he never here. The officers felt a chill down their spine. Did they see something they shouldn't have? After Ling Lan helped these officers, she walked towards the resting area which was located deeper in the shop. Ling Lan liked those soft toys, but she couldn't buy them. To prevent herself from being tempted by the soft toys, she decisively waited in the resting area for Han Shuya and Luo Chao to finish shopping. That way, she would not feel the pain of not being able to buy what she wanted. Ling Lan was smart and logical. She didn't give herself any chance to make a mistake. She sat on the sofa and flipped through the internal information viewable only to a major on her communicator, trying to find some useful information. Suddenly, her pocket started bulging. A few white lines slowly weaved out of her pocket. Very soon, something white and round popped out of her pocket. It surveyed its surroundings before climbing out. It was Little White, the creature Ling Lan smuggled from the planet Juhao. It noticed its master was focused on her communicator and wasn't paying attention to it. It was elating. It wanted to leave Ling Lan and shop somewhere else. However, just as it was about to escape, a slender hand grabbed it. Ouch! It hurts. Little White looked at its master with tears in its eyes. Didn't she know it hurts to pinch someone? With its size and its expression, Little White could win over the hearts of 99.99% of young girls. Even Ling Lan felt her heart softening. But, the brutal training in the learning space made her firm. She raised her eyebrows and looked at Little White dangerously. Painful? Humph. How dare it used its spiritual power against her? No wonder she lost her concentration for a moment. Was Little White looking for death? Little White knew it had angered its master. It lowered its head to show its master it knew its mistake. It also held Ling Lan's finger with some of its tentacles and pulled it lightly. It seemed to be whining and asking her for forgiveness. Ling Lan wanted to laugh. After leaving the planet Juhao, Little White's intelligence seemed to have increased. It didn't know where Little White learned this cute action from. Every time she wanted to scold it, it would use this expression to get away. Little Four heard his boss's thoughts and hurriedly ran away. Little White, there is a limit to my patience. This is the last time. If you disobey me again, you will disappear permanently, Ling Lan threatened in a calm tone. She liked Little White's cuteness, but she knew what it really was. If she didn't manage to subdue it, Little White could cause huge damage to the human world. Ling Lan couldn't let that happen. Hence, she must watch over Little White carefully and prevent it from going out of her sight. Little White's chubby body flopped around. At the same time, it clung on Ling Lan's hand and began to rub against it. It hoped Ling Lan would let him off easy this time. Ling Lan glanced at it coldly and then continued to read through the information on her communicator, no longer paying attention to it. Little White instantly lowered its head down depressingly after it saw its 100% effective cutesy move had failed. It crawled up Ling Lan's shoulder weakly and curled up there without moving a muscle. It would be looking for a death wish if it continued to try to get on Ling Lan's good side, since Ling Lan had already given it a warning. Xiao Ting took his men and walked around the streets. Of course, they weren't there to buy anything, but instead they had received a mission from their regiment commander. Their mission was to stop those from 250 Mecha clan. Of course, Xiao Ting's regiment commander's target was Gu Dongyang. This made Xiao Ting become curious about what kind of resentment did his regiment commander harbor against Gu Dongyang. Gu Dongyang had only just appeared and his regiment commander couldn't wait to get information on him. Although he couldn't refuse the mission given by his regiment commander, Xiao Ting didn't actually want to do this mission. Thus, he didn't go to the area where men like to shop, but instead came to the shopping district for women. "Captain Xiao, are you to buy something nice for your significant other at home?" A member saw Xiao Ting had brought them here and had an understanding expression. He pointed to a shop and smirked. In the past 3 years, Xiao Ting became very close with his team members. Ever since he lost to Ling Lan, Xiao Ting stopped being a lone wolf. Even though he still spoke little to no words, he was still different from the time when he was in the academy. The difference was like heaven and earth. This made him face less problems and issues in the army. He quickly got used to it and formed good relationships with these veterans mecha operators. Xiao Ting sent a glance towards the shop and couldn't help but swear, **T. It turns out inside the shop that the veteran pointed at, Xiao Ting actually saw a familiar face behind the glass. Luo Lang. No, he saw that person standing close to another girl. Xiao Ting instantly remembered that person was probably not Ling Lan's right-hand man, Luo Lang. Instead, it was the legendary Luo Lang's younger twin sister, Luo Chao. Having Ling Lan as his rival for life, he, of course, would have information of his subordinates. Xiao Ting felt his head throbbing in pain. He wanted to avoid Ling Lan, but God wouldn't let him do that. He just walked around randomly and managed to find Ling Lan's members. Xiao Ting was still thinking whether he should pretend not to have seen them and instantly turn around to leave the area. His comrades on the other hand, were staring at the girls by the window. They felt their hearts were pierced by an arrow of love and were instantly excited to go up to them and introduce themselves. In their eyes, Xiao Ting was a genius whose future held no bounds. If the girls inside the shop could marry Xiao Ting, it would definitely be an honor for them. These girls would definitely not think about rejecting someone of this caliber. Just like that, Xiao Ting was dragged into the shop by his comrades, which didn't give any chance to make an excuse to leave. Luo Chao and Han Shuya were shopping excitedly. They suddenly felt the shop being intruded by many people and, Luo Chao raised her head. She saw 7 or 8 military officers walking towards them with eerie smiles on their faces. They exuded the intention of surrounding them. Luo Chao panicked. She immediately pulled on Han Shuya, who hadn't noticed them. Han Shuya turned around anxiously. After seeing those military officers, her face instantly steeled and she pushed Luo Chao behind her to protect her. Those military officers were mostly senior captains. The youngest officer in the group was actually the highest ranked, a major. Those officers didn't seem to be malicious and was just looking at them with smiles on their faces. They would then exchange looks with the young major from time to time. Han Shuya glared angrily at the young major, who had irritated look on his face. She suddenly discovered that this person seemed very familiar. Han Shuya immediately widened her eyes and shouted in surprise, "Xiao Ting." Han Shuya loved gossip and stories. After returning to Lingtian Battle Clan, Han Shuya was very interested in Ling Lan's time in the First Men's Military Academy. From gathering little bits of gossip, she managed to know of all the glorious achievements Lingtian Battle Clan had achieved in the First Men's Military Academy. Of course, some of the gossip she gathered was for her best friend, Luo Chao. The only reason Han Shuya had remembered Xiao Ting was because she knew Xiao Ting was her boss's only rival within the military academy. She also knew that during the Grand Mecha tournament when Ling Lan led the clan as the regiment commander, Xiao Ting fell into Ling Lan's trap and became the deputy regiment commander back in the day. She and Luo Chao had a chance to participate in the event and thus saw how Xiao Ting looked in real life. Xiao Ting smiled bitterly in his heart. As expected, he was recognized by them. Of course, his expression the outside was still calm and he nodded towards Han Shuya, second lieutenant. It's been a long time. Xiao Ting's team members who stood beside him had a surprised look on their faces. So he knew them. Captain Xiao definitely has a crush on one of them for a long time. Wonder which one it is. Is it the cool-looking girl in the front or was it the soft and shy girl in the back? They began to think wildly. It's been a long time indeed. Who knew we would see you here? Are you here to buy something or? Han Shuya watched Xiao Ting cautiously and began thinking whether Xiao Ting came to find her boss. Additionally, she was also on her guard against him because he might take them as hostages to fight against her boss. Han Shuya seemed to be brash and forthright on the outside, but it was clearly contradictory to her personality, which was overly cautious. Of course, he came here to find you. Before Xiao Ting could answer, one of the 30-year-old senior captains replied with a smile. Xiao Ting doesn't speak much. If he wants to get a girl, it would be somewhat difficult. As a good comrade, they have to at least help him. Since Xiao Ting doesn't dare to say it, thought the senior captain who spoke up. As expected, they didn't have any good intentions. Han Shuya's eyes steeled and went into a defensive position. As long as they had the thought of attacking them, she would immediately counterattack. However, her words were still the same, Xiao Ting, the boss is on the second floor. If you want to find him, then you can go straight to the second floor. What kind of man are you to mess with women like us? Luo Chao also felt something was off and silently took out a few tranquilizers. If those men moved oddly ever so slightly, she would give them 1 or 2 darts. They shouldn't think they could bully them just because they were women. Han Shuya and Luo Chao weren't scared because their boss was here. As long as they hold off their first attack, their boss would most definitely run to save them. They were very trusting of Ling Lan in that aspect. After hearing frustration from the words of the 2 girls, Xiao Ting's comrades felt something was off. One of them silently pulled on Xiao Ting's sleeve and softly asked, "Captain, are they not the girls you like?" "Who is this boss they spoke of?" Xiao Ting smiled bitterly and shook his head, "Of course not. I have something against their boss." "Rival?" Xiao Ting's comrade's expression instantly changed. The easygoing atmosphere instantly evaporated. Ling Lan was now their rival as well since he was their captain's rival. "Yes, my rival," Xiao Ting nodded. This was something that could not be changed. Xiao Ting no longer wanted to hide it from them. After all, they would probably work together with him in the same mecha clan after they returned to the 3rd division. Is he really strong? When Xiao Ting first entered into the 3rd division, he was already an elite ace. He was nurtured by the higher-ups of the 3rd division. Someone he considered as his rival should definitely be quite capable. Stronger than me. Xiao Ting tried his best to make sure his face didn't twitch. It was the first time he had lost and he lost badly. If it was possible, he didn't want to mention it again. However, Xiao Ting wasn't someone who hides his past. He told his comrades the real events of the past since they had asked him. Xiao Ting's words made everyone's eyes widen. Stronger than Xiao Ting. Also a military academy cadet. Same year? No, probably not the same year. You are the strongest from the 1st Men's Military Academy in that year. One of the senior captains began to count his fingers and tried to guess the situation of the Xiao Ting's rival. The strongest? Back then, I was just a frog in a well. Their boss had defeated me when he was only in his 2nd year while I was in my 5th year. That's right, my rival is younger than me by 3 years, but he is stronger than me. Xiao Ting told the truth to his confused team members. No, how is that possible? Everyone began to shout in surprise. Wouldn't a monster like that instantly enter the Flying Dragon Special Forces? Why would someone like that appear in the world of commoners? Those who could enter the stationed army all knew some secrets that were not publicly information in the military. For example, there were 2 ways of entering the Flying Dragon Special Forces. One was to be picked out from billions of people. These types of members were considered outer circle members and couldn't enter the core of the Flying Dragon Special Forces. The real core of the Flying Dragon Special Forces were monsters they nurture from when they were very young. In other words, a random person from that group would surpass Xiao Ting's existence. However, Flying Dragon Special Forces' level was too high and wasn't something such low-ranked officers such as themselves could touch upon. Thus, they could only gossip about it and couldn't see it for their own eyes. I never believed it back then, but in reality, monsters really do exist, Xiao Ting replied softly. Although he knew many secrets after entering the division, including how there were many other monsters like Ling Lan that existed, Xiao Ting still felt those monsters had nothing to do with him. Ling Lan was the sole person that had defeated in his entire life. Xiao Ting's words made everyone's sights turn back onto Han Shuya and Luo Chao, making the two of them panic. Although the conversation between Xiao Ting's group made them understand it wasn't what they had thought, they still broke the peace. Now, the two girls didn't know whether they would take ruthless measures to take revenge. Originally, the group thought that Xiao Ting had someone he liked among the two girls and didn't measure the girls' abilities. Now that they knew these two were subordinates of a monster, a few eyes instantly sized up Han Shuya and Luo Chao. The physical skills of these two girls actually reached the refinement stage. As expected, the subordinates of a monster isn't too bad. One of the senior captain's eyes glimmered. He wanted to see the monster Xiao Ting had mentioned, who was the boss of these two girls. At that moment, a cold voice rang from behind them, "Xiao Ting, you have a problem with my team members." Xiao Ting's body trembled fiercely. He turned around instantly and saw Ling Lan standing high above the staircase on the second floor. He was glaring at him coldly as though a king was looking down at his subjects, releasing his regal aura. He became stronger again. Xiao Ting's expression changed slightly. Although Xiao Ting knew that in 3 years' time, Ling Lan would definitely become stronger. It was just when the truth was in front of him, he still felt depressed about it. The result, he worked hard to get for 3 years, seemed to not make him get ahead. Luckily, he was not left in the dust either. "Ling Lan, I didn't think we would be able to meet here after 3 years. Xiao Ting instantly steeled himself and broke free from the pressure Ling Lan exerted purposefully. He then replied calmly. Ling Lan didn't answer. She walked down the stairs lightly step by step. Each step seemed easy, but each step was stepping on the hearts of Xiao Ting's group. A few of the weaker ones even had hallucinations about their hearts being trampled by Ling Lan. Feeling that his team members were in trouble, Xiao Ting's aura exploded outwards in an attempt to quell the aura Ling Lan had sent towards them. Xiao Ting thought that he would be injured. However, when his aura exploded, it didn't clash with Ling Lan's aura. That was because his aura didn't hit anything. Xiao Ting's body trembled fiercely, causing him to almost fall over. Luckily, Xiao Ting's basic physical skills were solid, which gave him the chance to balance his lower body. Compared to 3 years ago, you've grown much stronger, a voice rang from behind Xiao Ting. Xiao Ting turned immediately. No one knew when Ling Lan had arrived behind him, which was where Han Shuya and Luo Chao were. Compared to 3 years ago, you've gotten much stronger as well. Xiao Ting knew he had lost again but didn't want to give in to his opponent. The control Ling Lan had on his aura had already reached the stage of purity. Xiao Ting was much worse in this area compared to Ling Lan. It seemed that you're doing well for yourself. Ling Lan looked at Xiao Ting's insignia and said. Still can't compare to you. Becoming major in your first year and then a regiment commander. Xiao Ting hated this fact. If this person didn't exist, his achievements would definitely be the top among those around him. However, with this person around, all that he achieved seemed to be not enough. My luck is quite good, Ling Lan replied. With her own father helping her and in addition to the time in the military academy, where she somehow managed to complete a legendary mission which accidentally made her team into a 5-star battle team. This gave her a higher starting point than other military academy cadets. Of course, her comrades were also quite strong. The number of ace operators they had already reached the requirements for a 4-star battle team. This made her Lingtian battle clan acquire their first 4-star battle team mission. All of this made her shorten the time she needed to work for her achievements. Ling Lan thought about it and felt that luck was something she could not live without, for her to have gotten to her current position. To Xiao Ting, Ling Lan's honest words were just for show. He was also quite lucky, but why couldn't he achieve Ling Lan's achievements? Seeing Xiao Ting's inconsiderate expression, Ling Lan knew Xiao Ting didn't believe her words. She didn't continue speaking about the subject. She immediately pointed towards the two girls, Han Shuya and Luo Chao, who hid behind her pretending to be weak. Enough of that. Tell me, what's this all about? I saw people I recognized and came to greet them. What, I can't do that. Ling Lan questioning damaged Xiao Ting's pride. He also replied coldly. Other people can, but you can't. Ling Lan glared at Xiao Ting with eyes filled with malice. She only had these two younger sisters and had already decided to have them be partnered only with someone in her team. She wasn't going to give them up to outsiders. Furthermore, this person in front of her was her rival. If she did, wouldn't that be sending lambs to slaughter? Why? Xiao Ting's eyes narrowed. What did he mean by that? Is he doubting my capabilities? Ling Lan's cold glare was like sharp blade. I'm worried when it comes to you. As expected, Xiao Ting had impure thoughts about the two girls in her team. Are you worried or are you looking down on me? Xiao Ting's eyes had a hint of anger. Is he not worthy enough to be his rival? Since you understand, why would you even ask? Ling Lan's smirk was somewhat cold. She didn't have any qualms with Xiao Ting, but now she marked him down as a possible threat in her mind. It should be known that Luo Chao and Han Shuya were two girls they had protected from when they were young. He wants to take them away. Does he treat me as heir? Is he looking for a death wish? The conversation between the two of them had already diverted into a weird direction. Everyone had stunned expressions on their faces as they watched the two of them quarreling. Didn't Xiao Ting say they were rivals? Then, what is with this current situation? Xiao Ting considered Ling Lan as his lifelong rival. However, Ling Lan didn't care about him at all. Ling Lan's behavior had completely angered Xiao Ting, causing his force of presence to explode out. Some of Xiao Ting's team members could not defend against the force and was sent a few steps back. At the same time, the countertop of the shop was toppled by the force. Everything was in disarray. Xiao Ting's force of presence was the overwhelming type. It wasn't like Ling Lan's, which was targeted. Other than the targeted person, no one would be able to feel it. As Xiao Ting's force of presence exploded out, the attendants in the shop screamed in horror as they held their heads and went into a fetal position. *T. Ling Lan reacted and a pressure immediately came down from the sky. Xiao Ting could feel a literal mountain on his shoulders. The immense pressure made his legs tremble at an incredible rate. It was as though he was going to be forced onto his knees by the pressure. The force of presence that had originally erupted in the shop seemed to have been quelled and vanished instantly. The attendants no longer felt the overwhelming pressure and lifted their heads in confusion. They saw the young major, who released the terrifying pressure, now had sweat dripping down his forehead. His entire body was shaking furiously as though he was sick. "Miss, is that Major sick? Do we need to call emergency services?" One of the attendants saw the situation and quickly realized something was wrong. She wanted to help, so she asked the owner. "Dumbass. Those are experts fighting with each other. You're asking for a death wish if you run in there now." The owner wasn't as inexperienced as the attendant. She knew what was happening just from the looks of things. It seemed that the young major's opponent was even stronger, otherwise how could he have easily quelled the young major's explosive and wild force of presence? It was because of his actions that her shop still existed. The owner thought about it and couldn't help but give a grateful look towards the person facing against the young major. That person seemed to have felt her look and glared coldly at her direction. The owner then felt herself falling into an icy dungeon. She tucked her head down in terror and didn't dare to look again. That person is so cold. She didn't think that the rival of that young major could be such a terrifying person. The owner was in shock, but was happy that although the person seemed to be cold-hearted, he was actually not. Otherwise, her entire store would have been destroyed. After enduring the extreme pressure for some time, Xiao Ting felt he had already reached his limit. He seemed to hear his knees cracking. He might have to kneel down in front of Ling Lan in the next second. Could it be that he would have to kneel down to Ling Lan and give up all of his dignity? Or perhaps, the idea of them being lifetime rivals was only just in his own head, while Ling Lan did not seem to care about it. Xiao Ting's eyes glimmered with uncertainty as his heart trembled. So, Ling Lan looked down on him. Why wouldn't he? Back then, he lost by the difference of one move. And now, in a battle of aura, he didn't even have the power to counterattack. What did he have to let Ling Lan view as a rival? Xiao Ting started to give up. He couldn't compare to the monsters in this world, and Ling Lan is that type of monster. Under the pressure of Ling Lan's domain, Xiao Ting began to doubt himself while on the verge of fainting. His knees began to slowly fall towards the ground. Ling Lan's expression was filled with regret. Is Xiao Ting only capable of this much? No. Others could make him lower his dignity and honor, but not this person in front of him. The fighting spirit in Xiao Ting's heart was ignited. His knees, that were originally buckling, straightened up once again. This made Ling Lan's eyes glimmer. The force of presence she was retracting, exploded out once again, forcing Xiao Ting to be under an even stronger pressure. Xiao Ting, you said you will be my rival in this lifetime. Then, let me take a look and see if you're qualified. Ling Lan's eyes looked at Xiao Ting with determination, hoping he would surprise her. Ling Lan clearly knew she needed an opponent who was on the same level as her. There would definitely be countless hard battles in the future. If she didn't have an opponent of a similar level pressuring her, her growth would definitely be stagnant. She was afraid that if her current situation continued on, that in a situation where she was to fight against a stronger opponent, she would be defeated and be unable to do anything about it. Ling Lan liked the feeling of being pressured into a crisis-like situation. This filled her with motivation. She clearly knew after her father had returned to the division and solving every one of her problems, she was more dependent on him. Compared to her speed back in the day, her advancement speed was clearly much slower now. Although part of the reason was because the higher the level, the harder it was to advance, the actual reason was because she no longer felt pressured and lowered her own standards. Without pressuring herself to the limit with a hellish training program, she wouldn't be able to continue the speed of her advancement from back in the day. Initially, Ling Lan didn't know about this issue regarding her growth. However, Li Shiyu's discovery on planet Juhao woke Ling Lan up from her relaxed state, giving her a sense of crisis. However, that wasn't enough. After all, the problems arising from Li Shiyu's discovery would be in the future. It wouldn't give Ling Lan an instantaneous feeling of danger. Thus, Ling Lan must find an existence that could constantly remind her and pressure her. When she knew Xiao Ting's Qi Jin stage was at the stage of optimal peak great perfection, she hatched an idea. If there was no existence like that, then she must create it. Thus, Ling Lan decided to create an opponent that could match up to her. Shadowing her and pressuring her, constantly forcing her to be in a heightened state. This would make her train harder to grow. Of course, whether her idea could come to fruition would depend on whether Xiao Ting could advance by himself. It should be mentioned that she was already satisfied with Xiao Ting's current performance. At that moment, the uniform Xiao Ting wore was soaked with sweat. His comrade saw this and tried to go over to help him. Ling Lan shot a cold glare at them and everyone felt they had been frozen in place, unable to move a muscle. So this is Xiao Ting's rival. So strong. These captain rank officers lowered their heads uncontrollably under Ling Lan's gaze. They couldn't put any strength into resisting. This made them admire Xiao Ting, who was resisting the pressure from Ling Lan completely, even more. Xiao Ting was probably the only one qualified enough to be considered a rival for someone this strong. Ling Lan didn't think that her actions of forcing Xiao Ting to advance, accidentally helped Xiao Ting take in a group of loyal brothers in arms in the future. However, even if she knew about it, she wouldn't be afraid. After all, her subordinates also needed opponents, just like her. Xiao Ting's eyes were now blackened with blood because the blood vessels in his eyes burst. Ling Lan was no longer in front of his eyes, only his memory from the past 20 years was there. He saw himself handsome and dignified at the age of 20, but took a fall after losing to Ling Lan at the age of 21. He saw himself trying his hardest in the division for 3 years, but in the end couldn't even defend himself against one attack from Ling Lan. Could it be that he, Xiao Ting, was a stepping stone for Ling Lan prepared by God? If that was the case, then he wasn't willing to give in. He wasn't willing to give in. Every level he obtained was acquired from his own efforts and wasn't given to him by God. The blood, sweat and tears Xiao Ting had put into every step on his path could dye his whole path red. Why should he be the stepping stone? Why? Xiao Ting felt that God wasn't just. He didn't lack talent, he worked hard, but why did God give up on him to instead aid his rival? Xiao Ting's anger ignited and the bottleneck of his body suddenly loosened. If he can become a domain user, then I, Xiao Ting, can do it as well. Xiao Ting didn't want to submit to Ling Lan. He immediately put forth his entire body's qi gene. He forcefully pushed towards the bottleneck that couldn't be broken easily. He was sure that to fight against a domain expert, he must become one. He knew about the fact that those who were below domain stage were considered ants to those domain experts. Still lacking a bit. Ling Lan knew advancing in Qi Jin was between the line of life or death. If it was possible, an individual should choose a safe place to advance. Currently, they were in a place that wasn't a good place to advance. Luckily, she was a domain expert and could expand her domain outwards to create a safe space to make sure he wasn't disturbed during his advancement. Xiao Ting's advancement towards the domain stage wasn't something that happened naturally. It was Ling Lan's domain pressure that ignited Xiao Ting's unwillingness to give in. In the end, with his own qi gene resisting from the inside, he created a catalyst for breaking through his bottleneck. This type of condition was an opportunity that could arise only by chance and was considered to be Xiao Ting's catalyst. Of course, Ling Lan had a hand in this as well. Originally, Ling Lan was experimenting whether she could use her domain to force the bottleneck of Qi Jin to loosen up. Now, it seemed that it was indeed effective. It was too bad Xiao Ting was the first person Ling Lan experimented on. It couldn't be helped since Ling Lan's subordinates with the strongest physical skills, Qi Long and Zhao Jun, had only reached the peak stage of Qi Jin. They hadn't actually reached the level of optimal peak great perfection. Even if Ling Lan wanted to force the matter, she wouldn't be able to acquire this type of results. Bam! The pressure from the outside along with the pressure from the Qi Jin inside Xiao Ting clashed. His body could not endure the pressure from both sides and began to crack open, causing blood to gush out from the wounds. Not long after, Xiao Ting became coated in blood. This terrified the attendants in the shop, causing them to scream once again. Compared to Xiao Ting's pitiful expression, Ling Lan's expression didn't change. She kept staring at Xiao Ting. If Xiao Ting had reached his limit, she would immediately stop exerting her pressure. She didn't have any qualms against him. Instead, she admired him quite a bit. This was also why she chose Xiao Ting to be her rival. No one would want someone who they hated to always appear in front of them. The immense pain caused Xiao Ting to regain some clarity. He was overjoyed to find out that he has a chance to advance to the domain stage. If he couldn't hold on to this chance now, he wouldn't know when he would get another chance to advance to the domain stage again. Risking everything on the line, Xiao Ting let out an angry roar. He gathered up all of his qi jin, ruthlessly crashing it onto the loosened barrier that was originally as hard as steel. Bam! Xiao Ting seemed to have heard the sound of the barrier being broken down. The qi jin that had seemed to be in a narrow river, now suddenly felt it had entered an ocean. The limitless power began to flow through his body. He even felt that if he exerted all of the power inside his body, he would flatten the place where he stood in an instant. Additionally, the pressure that he couldn't resist against a moment ago, now seemed to be a slight breeze. Is this the power of a domain? Your condition is still not stable. Are you planning on dropping back down to Qi Jin? Ling Lan felt that the domain stage Xiao Ting had just broken through into was very unstable. There were already signs of it dissipating, thus she immediately spoke up to remind him. After all, he had broken through only by using outside forces and not by himself. Acquiring a domain through this kind of shortcut would result in an incomplete domain. The barrier that had been broken by force was actually slowly reverting back to its original state. If Xiao Ting didn't try his best to stabilize his domain, everything he had acquired from his breakthrough would slowly disappear as time goes by. In the end, Xiao Ting would drop back to Qi Jin. The domain you have acquired is actually considered a pseudo-domain. Only after you have put in a lot of hard work to continue to be in the pseudo-domain state would you find the real secret of the domain. Then, you would be considered to have entered the doors of the domain stage. Ling Lan quickly deduced Xiao Ting's situation and was somewhat disappointed with the result. It seemed that there were still many issues using this method to help her comrades to quickly advance to the domain stage. She needed to find a different way. Ling Lan's chilling voice made Xiao Ting, who was overjoyed with excitement, feel his heart dropping. He looked at Ling Lan with a complicated look on his face, then quickly closed his eyes. He focused to feel the changes brought upon by advancing to the domain stage along with the secrets of the Qi Jin in his body. The team members who Xiao Ting had brought, felt the change in Xiao Ting's aura, as it was becoming stronger and stronger. It was as though Xiao Ting had ascended to a much higher and distant state than them. Remembering that Xiao Ting was at the peak of physical skills in Qi Jin, optimal peak great perfection, their expression changed instantly. Their expression immediately turned into a mixture of both joy and fear. Could it be that their captain had actually advanced to domain stage? Although the Federation paid more attention to mecha piloting skills than physical skills, all mecha operators knew that physical skills was an essential part in operating a mecha. The higher the physical skills, the higher the level of a mecha an operator can pilot. Of course, there were other factors involved in mecha piloting advancement, but no one could deny that physical skills was definitely one of the important factors in determining how far one could reach in their mecha piloting path. No matter how talented a Qi Jin expert was, most would only be able to reach ace level. Only a lucky few could perhaps enter the early stage of imperial level, but wouldn't be able to advance any further than that unless they advanced to the domain stage. For domain experts on the other hand, as long as their talent in mecha operating wasn't bad, they could easily enter imperial level. The mecha operators who could enter the garrison army all knew that the real kings of the battlefield weren't ace operators, but rather, it was the imperial mecha operators who lowered their level down to ace level. These people were considered the real undefeatable kings of the battlefield. If Xiao Ting actually advanced to the domain stage, along with his terrifying mecha piloting talent, in the future, Xiao Ting would definitely become an imperial operator. With such a strong individual being their captain, in the future, their battle team would perhaps become a 5-star battle team, maybe even a legendary battle team. Thinking up to this point, some senior captains were overjoyed. They were originally hesitating whether they should continue to follow Xiao Ting. Now they affirmed their decision and beliefs to follow Xiao Ting. After all, it was really rare to be given a chance to follow an imperial operator who had yet to develop and grow, and they could work together to bring honor to themselves. At that moment, Luo Chao and Han Shuya also saw through the reason why Ling Lan had pressured Xiao Ting. They looked at their boss with a perplexed look. Is it good to be helping his own rival? The time Xiao Ting used to stabilize his state of mind wasn't too long. He slowly opened his eyes and saw Ling Lan standing in front of him. His eyes showed a hint of gratefulness and fighting spirit. I probably have the qualifications to be considered as Ling Lan's rival now, right? Ling Lan, I will remember this favor you have done for me. Xiao Ting was silent for half a second and then finally spoke. Xiao Ting wasn't someone who returned kindness with ingratitude. He will keep this favor that Ling Lan had done for him in his heart. However, it didn't mean that he was going to give up on becoming Ling Lan's rival. Xiao Ting had already made a decision. One of these days, he would definitely return the favor to Ling Lan. This was the results of your own hard work, it has nothing to do with me, replied Ling Lan calmly. She didn't want to take credit. Her main motive was not to help Xiao Ting to advance but to instead, use Xiao Ting as an experimental lab rat. The main reason why Xiao Ting was successful was because of Xiao Ting creating his own catalyst for his advancement and the results of his own hard work. Ling Lan didn't care about whether Xiao Ting would be able to return the favor. Xiao Ting and her were on different paths. In the future, they may perhaps battle each other. Ling Lan didn't want Xiao Ting to return her any favors. However, Xiao Ting was a proud individual. Once he makes a decision, he would definitely not change it because Ling Lan didn't want it. He only nodded towards Ling Lan and then told his teammates to leave. When leaving, he didn't forget to transfer some credits to the store as reimbursement for the items he had broken in the shop. Xiao Ting walked to the door and suddenly stopped. He hesitated for a moment, then turned around and said to Ling Lan, "My regiment commander is very interested in your subordinate, Gu Dongyang. He probably has sent someone over to go fight him. If you go there now, perhaps you'll arrive before it happens." Xiao Ting considered this information as interest given to Ling Lan. Xiao Ting felt more relaxed and left the shop without caring about his teammates' stunned expressions. "What? They're from 250 Mecha Clan. Captain, why didn't you say something earlier?" A frustrated voice of team member echoed from behind the door. The 250 Mecha Clan that their regiment commander had ordered them to fight actually appeared in front of them and they missed them just like that. "If I told you, could you even stand against him?" Xiao Ting's sneering echoed afterwards. "Ugh, not sure." His team members understood they had met up with a big boss. They wouldn't be able to go against him. Ling Lan watched as Xiao Ting left into the distance and quickly began to think. Luo Chao anxiously shouted, "Boss, let's contact Captain Gu quickly." Although she didn't know whether Xiao Ting's words were true or false, she still wanted to notify Gu Dongyang to be on guard. There was nothing wrong with that. Ling Lan's right hand's index finger and thumb rapidly rubbed against each other. She then instantly had a decision: "No need, you can keep shopping." Why? If by any chance Xiao Ting spoke the truth, isn't Captain Gu in danger? Han Shuya was also somewhat anxious. What dangers are there in Soldier City? Ling Lan said indifferently. Although soldiers of the Federation belonged to different divisions and could have fights with each other, they still wouldn't use ruthless methods. Furthermore, this was probably Gu Dongyang's private matter and should be resolved by Gu Dongyang himself. Ling Lan knew very well that although she was the regiment commander of 250 Mecha Clan, she wasn't 250 Mecha Clan's babysitter. They must rely on themselves to resolve their own problems. She would only be their shield for her clan members when necessary. After answering Han Shuya's question, in the next second, she disappeared out of the two ladies' sight. Han Shuya and Luo Chao knew that their boss must have returned to the lounge on the second floor. After sitting down and before Ling Lan could think, she heard protesting roars. She then saw Little White crawling out from her back collar with great difficulty while breathing heavily. It turns out, Ling Lan had ordered Little White to stay in her back collar to hide it, which in turn almost suffocated Little White. Thus, after seeing an opportunity to come out, Little White immediately crawled out to save its little life. At the same time, it wanted to protest against its immoral master for torturing pets. Pets? Do pets behave like this? Ling Lan's expression had a hint of coldness. She pinched Little White's chubby white cheeks really hard. "Rar, please let me go. I don't dare to do it again." Other than pleading for its life, Little White could only hold back its tears and accept its master's pinching. In Little Four's words, pets don't have freedoms. Yes, as expected, the feeling was great. Rubbing it was very comfortable. Finally being able to pinch and rub Little White, Ling Lan's eyes squinted in satisfaction. "Oh, that's so cute. I like that one." A cute voice suddenly rang near Ling Lan. Ling Lan frowned. Were those words said to her? She looked over and saw 5 people, not too far from her, at the dolls section near the staircase. They could see her from that location. It was possible that they were customers that came to look for dolls and accidentally saw her rubbing Little White. That was why that person said what she said. In the group of 5, there was a petite girl. She saw Ling Lan not paying her any attention and became frustrated. She was a girl who was taken care of by the heavens. She could feel the frigid coldness emanating from that person coupled with the disrespect and uncaring vibe exuding from Ling Lan. She instantly couldn't take it. She immediately rushed towards Ling Lan and stood in front of her with her hands around her waist. "Hey punk, I'm talking to you." Ling Lan still kept a straight face and continued to rub Little White. She was not even interested in speaking with this arrogant lady. Ling Lan indeed treated her own comrades well, but this didn't mean she would treat everyone nicely. With a cold and heartless appearance, she was sometimes indeed quite cold and heartless. You, the petite girl was completely angered by Ling Lan's attitude. She pointed at Ling Lan and finally said, "Do you know who I am?" Ling Lan frowned deepened even more. She knew that with this girl's terrible attitude, trouble would come no matter if she replied or not. She coldly glanced at Little White. After all, it was this little thing that caused all this trouble. Why must it be that cute? It had to be said that Little White's appearance was indeed quite mesmerizing to people. Even Ling Lan was mesmerized by Little White. It seemed that its ability to mesmerize people was quite powerful. The arrogant girl saw that the young man was playing with her toy. She already considered Little White as her toy. The anger inside her burned even stronger. Without thinking, she immediately walked up and tried to grab Little White out of Ling Lan's hands. Right as her hands went forward, she discovered that she grabbed nothing. The young man who was sitting on the sofa was now standing behind the sofa. The soft white ball-like plushie was standing on the young man's shoulder, jumping around and making silly faces towards her. That doll is actually alive. The arrogant girl's eyes glimmered brightly. The urge of possessing it became even stronger. She was definitely going to get her hands on that doll. Ling Lan hated trouble, so she didn't want to start a fight with the girl. After dodging her attempt at grabbing Little White, she prepared to move past them and go down to the ground floor. "Stop him." Although Ling Lan didn't want to cause any trouble, the stubborn girl was not willing to stop causing trouble. She immediately called out to the others who came with her to stop Ling Lan. After she yelled, 3 captain-level officers who wore their uniforms stepped out and blocked off Ling Lan's path. Ling Lan raised a brow and a cold sharp light struck the 3 of them. The 3 of them instantly felt their hearts tremble. After seeing Ling Lan was actually a major, they were stunned and immediately responded, "Major, please wait a moment. Young Miss Chi has something she would like to talk to you about." One of the officers had sharp eyes, saw through the movement Ling Lan had used to dodge young Miss Chi's hand. The movement was light and without much effort. This made him understand Ling Lan was much stronger than them. Additionally, by looking at Ling Lan's appearance, the officer could determine that Ling Lan was also younger than them. With these conclusions in the officer's mind, he concluded that this person in front of him was either a genius nurtured by the division higher-ups or had a strong background. No matter which it was, he wasn't someone they should offend. Thus he softly apologized and said, "Young Miss Chi is the daughter of the 13th Division's Vice General. If she has offended you, please do not hold a grudge against her." Of course, he was also informing Ling Lan of young Miss Chi's background, in hopes Ling Lan would be scared of her background. A daughter of a vice general can be this arrogant? Ling Lan rubbed her chin as she went into deep thought. She couldn't help but think that maybe the reason why Ling Xiao had sent her to the first men's military academy even after knowing she was a girl, was because he didn't want her to become like this and humiliate him in public. Thinking about Ling Xiao's cunningness and evilness, Ling Lan instantly confirmed her theory. Seeing Ling Lan had been blocked by her people, the arrogant young lady was overjoyed. She slowly strutted over while flaunting around in an arrogant manner, before arriving near Ling Lan and pointed at Little White, who sat on Ling Lan's shoulder and said, "I'm taking this thing. Tell me how much do you want for it?" Ling Lan looked at her coldly. That look made the arrogant young woman feel like ice was jammed into her bones. It was as though her father was looking at her, making her feel terrified. Ling Lan saw the young woman had been frozen solid by her, so she began walking away. After the three captain rank officers saw the young miss of the vice general not ordering them to impede his way, so they looked at each other and then voluntarily moved aside to open up a path for Ling Lan to pass. Right as Ling Lan had reached the staircase, the arrogant young woman seemed to have woken up. She was admonishing herself for actually becoming oddly afraid of that young man. Without thinking again, she ran towards Ling Lan like a cannonball. Bam! The young woman was sent flying back as fast as she ran towards Ling Lan, by an invisible force, falling to the ground, skidding on it for a few meters. Bang! Her head hit the leg of a sofa, causing a part of her head to swell. Ow! The arrogant young woman cried out in pain. She placed her hand on her swollen head and angrily shouted, "You actually dare to hurt me! Attack him!" Ah! Not even a second after she said that, the arrogant young woman found herself being ruthlessly choked by a silky white and yet strong hand. She could only grab a hold the hand in pain as her eyes widened with fear. This person actually wanted to kill her. For real. "Major, please don't be angry." The expressions of the three captain rank officers changed instantly. Right as they were unsure as to what they should do next, the hatted person standing beside them suddenly spoke up. Her voice was as clear as jade, instantly quelling Ling Lan's rising anger. Decadent voice. Ling Lan didn't think that she would be able to experience this innate talent at this place. Ling Lan was surprised. From what she knew, the popular singer Ling Fei within the Federation was someone who had awakened the innate talent, decadent voice. Of course, the reason why Ling Lan was so familiar with this innate talent was because one of the men in her team, Zhao Jun, awakened this innate talent that Zhao Jun thought of as an embarrassment. This made it impossible for Ling Lan to forget it. Ling Lan looked over with curiosity and saw that person taking off the hat that covered her face. She had the face of that well-known figure, Ling Fei. Young Miss Qi had a lapse of judgment, she didn't mean to offend you on purpose. Ling Fei gracefully bowed towards Ling Lan. Every one of her movements were perfect without any flaws, even the three captain rank officers couldn't help but be drawn in by Ling Fei's gracefulness, showing drunken expressions on their faces even though they should be worrying about the person they were supposed to protect. Boss, Ling Fei's innate talent seems to be not only just decadent voice. Little Four felt something was off and immediately jumped out to tell his boss. I know. It is impossible for her to become the entire Federation's goddess with just decadent voice. The feeling Little Four felt was, of course, also felt by Ling Lan. However, she didn't have any major problems with Ling Fei, thus Ling Lan didn't care to dig into her secrets. Please forgive young Miss Qi. Ling Fei was not afraid of Ling Lan's cold expression and continued speaking with a smile on her face. Ling Lan just looked at Ling Fei's face silently. When she saw Ling Fei's smile starting to be a little stiff, she suddenly spoke, "Don't you know the move she just made would severely injure a commoner?" Hearing this, Ling Fei's smile was even bigger, "But, you're not a commoner, Major. So, you're saying I'm making a scene out of nothing?" Ling Lan raised a brow. This Ling Fei was interesting. Her ability in public relations was quite strong. Ling Lan wanted to know what would happen if she met Xie Yi. "Those are your words, Major." Ling Fei smiled again. If the smile from before seemed to at a political standard, the second smile she gave seemed more sincere, instantly decreasing the distance the two of them. As expected, she is born to be a public relations officer. Too bad she became a singer of the soul. Ling Lan thought. Although Xie Yi was good in public relations, his smile was more sly the more someone looked at it. It wasn't the same as Ling Fei's smile that slowly made others feel good and closer to her, without fail. Ling Lan wasn't planning to be ruthless towards the arrogant young woman in the first place. Her actions were only to give her a warning that she couldn't do as she pleases even though she was the daughter of Vice General. After all, Ling Lan's real identity was the daughter of a division commander. If people were under the impression of the daughters of division commanders were all arrogant and unreasonable girls, Ling Lan would feel wronged. Why must one bad apple spoil the whole barrel? Thus, after hearing Li Yinfei's words, her hand instantly loosened. Cough, 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 the arrogant young Miss Qi could finally breathe fresh air. She instantly began to cough, only stopping with great difficulty. Then she raised her livid eyes and said, "I won't let you off easy. I will definitely have my daddy teach you a lesson." After hearing these words, the three captain rank officers' faces turned yellow. Li Yinfei's eyes showed a hint of irritation. Does this young Miss Qi not see everyone's lives are in the palm of this major's hand? Just from the one movement of this major, Li Yinfei knew the three captain rank officers were no match for him. Additionally, the major knew about young Miss Qi's background, but was still so ruthless. This could only mean that the major's background was strong enough to not care about the consequences of his actions. Someone with a brain would have taken the advantage of the tame situation and made peace already, but this dumb young Miss Qi didn't know when to stop. She continued to make the situation worse. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Yinfei had followed her here, she would definitely not care about this dumb woman. Wait until your father becomes the division commander, then we'll talk. Ling Lan smiled coldly. She wasn't afraid. Ling Lan was very trusting of her father, Ling Zhao's prowess as a political figure. If it was for her, her father would be able to take care of it all, even if the top 3 generals banded together, not to mention a small vice-general. You piece of sh*t, what, realizing the threats she always used were ineffective. The young woman who didn't know what to do about Ling Lan, actually plumped down on the ground and began to cry. Ling Lan rolled her eyes. This is the daughter of a vice-general? Idiotic. Ling Lan suddenly rejoiced that her father had tossed her into a men's academy. Otherwise, her intelligence might be degraded like that as well. Li Yinfei was stunned by young Miss Qi's unusual behavior. She frowned and comforted, "Young Miss Qi, please get up and talk." Hearing this, young Miss Qi instantly stood up. She quickly rubbed away the tears and shouted loudly, "I don't care. I will get that thing no matter what." She still won't give up on Little White. Li Yinfei's head spinned. She originally wanted to form a healthy relationship with the daughter of one of the division's leaders to make going in and out of the division easier. Now it seemed that she had made a poor choice of choosing that someone to form a healthy relationship with. If she had known that this woman had mental issues, she would definitely not have agreed to go shopping with her. However, if she didn't bring her back safely, she might not be able to endure the anger and frustration that will be put on her by the vice-general. Li Yinfei could only bite her lip and ask, "Major, young Miss Qi really like these types of creatures? Where did you get it from or buy it from?" Taking Ling Lan's pet was out of the question. Li Yinfei could only ask a different question and hope this way the situation could be fully resolved. Ling Lan looked at Li Yinfei with a half-smile, "Only one exists in this world. **T, what do you actually want?" Li Yinfei, who smiled for the entire time, could no longer smile. At that moment, she understood that this cold-faced major did not have any thoughts of compromising, thus she didn't even want to say anything perfunctory. Li Yinfei became cold. Why should she be here helping the situation if this person didn't want it in the first place? She should do what they want, make the situation as big as possible. As expected, after hearing Ling Lan words, the arrogant young woman angrily pushed down on the communicator on her wrist. "Boss, are we intercepting her communicator?" Little Four shouted enthusiastically. He could finally have the chance to do something. Unnecessary. Let's just allow this situation to get more complicated. Ling Lan stopped Little Four from doing anything. After finally contacting someone, the arrogant young woman finally began to act proudly once again. "Just you wait, my people are coming here right this moment." Dumbass. Ling Lan clicked her tongue at her while looking at her with eyes filled with disdain and mockery. After she said her piece, she disappeared from the second floor in an instant. "Arg! You actually dare to run away? I'm so angry right now. The arrogant young woman stomped her feet. She angrily turned around and looked towards Ling Fei and the others who followed her and asked, "Do you know which division that person is from?" She was definitely going to have her father to force that division to hand over that bastard. Ah, I think it was. The three captain rank officers couldn't remember it at all. It was like they hallucinated the whole event. How could they not remember which division that person is from? In the end the three of them lowered their heads and softly spoke with embarrassment, "Sorry, we didn't pay attention to that. You're all a bunch of idiots. You can't even do such a simple task." In the midst of her frustration, the young arrogant woman went down the stairs to find the owner of the store. She ordered them to give her surveillance footage. Although the owner wasn't willing, she complied after knowing the identity of the young woman. The owner could only helplessly give a copy of the surveillance footage to the woman. She was, however, worried about the young officers who had angered this woman. Huh? How did that officer look like? The owner couldn't remember. Maybe it was because she was so busy and wasn't paying attention to it, the owner thought that was the case. After acquiring the footage, young Miss Chi contacted her father to send him the footage. After crying and complaining for half an hour, she finally made Vice General Chi angry. He ordered all of the soldiers from the 13th Division, stationed in Soldier City along with the 13th Division's Wild Lion Ace Mecha Clan's regiment commander, who had just arrived at the city, to aid in search of that person. Then, they were ordered to ruthlessly teach that person a lesson. Ling Fei, who left with young Miss Chi, felt odd. She clearly saw the face of the individual, but why couldn't she remember it? She only knew that the person was young and was a major with cold attitude. Other than that, she couldn't remember anything else. The strangest part was that all five of them only remembered these details and didn't have any other information. It was too much of a coincidence. Ling Lan appeared miles away from the location in an instant. She suddenly frowned and stopped abruptly. She retracted all of her aura and silently melded with the soldiers walking around the streets. She disappeared into the crowd in the blink of an eye without any traces. Right after that, two silhouettes suddenly appeared on top of different buildings, overlooking the crowded streets with suspicion, but they couldn't find any traces of what they were looking for. On one of the buildings, a middle-aged buff man suddenly appeared beside an old man, who was one of the silhouettes from before. "Elder Lien, did you find anything?" The suspicion in the eyes of the man was still losing out. It seemed that he was quite worried about the fact that they had lost their target and let the target get away. That person is very capable. If my guess is correct, that person should have already reached the Imperial level and is a domain expert. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to easily escape from us. Unfortunately, the traces and clues he left was minimal. We can't figure out who he actually is. Elder Lien also had worry in his expression. Imperial level was the strongest existence in terms of domain. These super strong individuals were considered to be the military's trump cards that didn't move about much. Why is that person in Soldier City? Elder Lien's words made the man's expression change slightly. Only after reaching their current status, would people understand the terror of an Imperial-level domain expert. Isn't the military planning on honoring the top 10 mecha clans from the latest land-clearing mission? Elder Lien, do you think this is why that person has come? The middle-aged man seemed to have remembered something and quickly told Elder Lien his thoughts. Elder Lien was reminded of this fact and nodded slightly. Indeed, that's a possibility. Perhaps there was someone whose background was beyond their understanding. That was maybe why an Imperial-level domain expert was guarding him or her in the shadows. Something like this was common, but it wasn't overly exaggerated like this time. The expert guarding the VIP was at a terrifying level. What should we do now? Should we report this to the military? The middle-aged man frowned. An Imperial-level domain expert wasn't someone he or Elder Lien could handle. It's unnecessary. Every Imperial-level domain expert would report to the military if they were to be stationed or be on leave. If the military hadn't notified us, then that means they don't want us to know of his existence. We should just pretend we don't know anything. Elder Lien lived for so long and understood very well the military's methods. He didn't want to get mixed up in unnecessary trouble. The middle-aged nodded his head, symbolizing he understood. Soldier City wasn't like other planets, where people from other countries could mix in. Those who could enter Soldier City would have had their backgrounds checked and were only allowed to enter after finding no issues with them. Thus, this Imperial-level domain expert who had entered Soldier City was definitely serving the Federation. Every movement of Imperial-level domain experts was under the scrutiny of the military. If the military didn't say anything then, that meant all of the movements of this Imperial-level domain expert was approved by the military. The two domain experts found the answer that they thought was correct. Not long after, they disappeared away from the building. At that moment, Ling Lan lifted her head and looked towards the sky. She didn't think that there were actually two domain experts stationed in Soldier City. They were also very strong and were probably domain experts who were given titles. If it wasn't for the fact that she was alert, she may have been discovered. Boss, they took the footage. Little Four, who was watching the surveillance of the store, shouted as he saw that the annoying and ugly woman happily took a copy of the footage he had forged. In order to create this video footage, Little Four used up a bunch of his brain cells. Did intelligent entities like him have brain cells? Whatever, if he didn't have brain cells, then he at least had to sacrifice a bunch of zeros and ones. Hearing this, Ling Lan smirked, then, let the scene unfold. I hope they won't disappoint me. She had to test the waters of the military and each division. She hadn't forgotten about the hatred towards the military for her father's losses back then that made her family split apart. Oh right, Little Blossom, how do you feel? It's not uncomfortable, right? After planning out everything, Ling Lan finally remembered about Little Blossom, who was in her mind space holding his big belly while burping continuously. Little Blossom, who Ling Lan was worried about since he ate too much, now narrowed his eyes with a bright and a satisfied smile on his face. Hearing that his master asked him a question, he immediately replied, yes, good, happy. Little Blossom was hiccuping to the point where he couldn't complete a sentence, but he didn't sound uncomfortable at all. Master's so nice. She actually allowed him to devour the memory of so many people. He hadn't tasted anything like that in a long time, he almost forgot the amazing taste of people's memories. Additionally, he wanted to thank his elder brother Little Four for saving him from the clutches of that terrifying woman. Little Blossom looked towards Little Four with gratefulness in his eyes. As expected, elder brother was the best. Little Blossom looked towards Little Four with a raised brow. This made Little Four's hairs stand on end as he shivered. Why does Little Blossom's expression seem so weird? What did he learn from number 4? Seeing Little Blossom full of happiness with bubbles coming out of his nose, Ling Lan knew she worried for nothing. They must keep their promise and return Little Blossom to number 4 since he had finished his task. Ling Lan shot a glance at Little Four. Little Four immediately understood her intent and immediately kicked Little Blossom, who still had a face full of happiness, back into the learning space. Aw! Ling Lan's mind space had Little Blossom's cries of agony echoing throughout it as Little Blossom was kicked away. The bubbles of happiness that filled the mind space were finally destroyed one by one. Ling Lan and Little Four looked at each other with mutual understanding in each other's eyes. As expected, without those things around them, they felt much better. As for Boss's departure, Han Shuya and Luo Chao didn't know about it. However, not long after, they received Ling Lan's message telling them that he had left temporarily and couldn't continue shopping with them. Luo Chao and Han Shuya didn't think much of it. If Boss wasn't busy then he wasn't boss. They were already satisfied that their boss could shop with them for 1 to 2 hours. In the base camp of the 13th Division troops stationed in the city, not only was the regiment commander of the station troops there, the regiment commander of the Wild Lion Ace Mecha clan, one of the top 10 mecha clans, Yu Putian, was also there. The two of them watched the video footage of the dispute between the young major and their vice-general's daughter. After watching intently, they both frowned. Brother this will be difficult. Yu Putian and the regiment commander of the station troops, He Junyi was his old friend, so they weren't formal around each other. He immediately spoke out his thoughts. It's actually that person. Our young Miss Chi really knows how to create problems for us. He Junyi also had a difficult expression on his face. Xiao Ting, the person the third marshal thinks highly of. He's a genius who is nurtured by the higher-ups of the 3rd Division. Even if it was Vice General Qi, he would still have to weigh the options of whether offending the 3rd Marshal for his daughter is worth it. Yu Putian rubbed his nose. Ever since he received the orders from his Vice General to find out about this situation, he knew trouble was coming. How could normal people shop in Soldier City? These people were either capable mecha operators or individuals with strong family or military backgrounds. Although Yu Putian had made some preparations knowing that the opponent knew of young Miss Chi's background and yet still didn't give in to her demands. It meant that he definitely had some sort of background. It was just that after knowing who the person was, his head began to ache. Xiao Ting can't be touched. Yu Putian knew this very well, but if he didn't discipline Xiao Ting, he wouldn't be able to face Vice General Qi. After all, young Miss Qi was Vice General's precious baby daughter. It was also because of this, young Miss Qi was spoiled to the point of becoming this arrogant and irritating person, causing many problems wherever she goes. She was lucky in the past because those who she offended before were individuals without much background. Those situations were easily handled and wouldn't cause any huge problems. It was just that her luck had finally ran out. After coming to the Soldier City, she managed to anger someone she shouldn't have. The reason why the 13th Division could stand their ground among the top few divisions was mostly because they didn't actively participate in political fights. They were always considered to be in a neutral position. Although the 13th Division didn't have too many connections with the 3rd Marshal, they never caused fissures in their relationship with the 3rd Marshal's faction. The 3rd Marshal had more than just the 3rd Division under his command. If they do antagonize the 3rd Marshal, the 13th Division wouldn't be able to fend off against multiple divisions attacking them at the same time. Furthermore, the other neutral divisions may not lend them a helping hand either. Their General Zhao would definitely not allow something like that to happen. However, Vice General Qi wasn't someone who gives up easily. He also stood on a different side of General Zhao. As it was public information, Vice General Qi had worked under the 2nd Marshal. He was someone who supported the 13th Division to join the 2nd Marshal's faction. It was possible that this time, he fully supported the idea of offending the 3rd Marshal's faction to force General Zhao to join the 2nd Marshal's faction. It's hard to resolve. He Junyi also thought about the disputes between the higher-ups in the 13th Division and too, had a headache. Back then, he used his connections to take his clan to be stationed in Soldier City, it was so he wouldn't be forced to pick a side. Even though he hid so far away from the division, he still couldn't escape from having to pick a side. We can't run from it, so we can only make a decision. Where do you stand? Yu Putian asked seriously. General Zhao is a lone wolf. Back then, he only became the general of the 13th Division because the 3 marshals didn't want to let either side get the upper hand. In the end, luck landed on General Zhao's hand, who is neutral. Vice General Qi is connected to the 2nd Marshal, but the few officers below him all have their own factions. In reality, among the 23 divisions in the Federation, the 13th Division has the messiest factions allegiances, He Junyi said frustratingly. You don't think General Zhao is any good? Yu Putian seemed to have understood He Junyi's unfinished statement. I also don't think Vice General Qi is good either. He Junyi didn't deny Yu Putian's question and spoke out another thought that he had. Then, what do we do in this situation? Yu Putian was kind of confused. Report it as is, He Junyi replied coolly. He quickly sent an official investigation report to the division, then silently waited for the higher-ups to give him the orders. He Junyi using the official report meant this matter was no longer a private matter for Vice General Qi. Although doing this meant offending Vice General Qi, causing them to be careful with each step they would take in the future, but by doing this would decrease the chances of being abandoned by Vice General Qi to nil and becoming a scapegoat after the fact. He Junyi chose the most neutral path since there wasn't a way they could make both parties happy. Additionally, by doing it the official way, even if Vice General Qi planned on doing something to them, he would need to find an actual and legitimate reason. Otherwise, the other factions who wanted Vice General Qi's position would use the opportunity to bring him down. The messy politics they hated that gave them headaches were now what they depended on to protect them. He Junyi and Yu Putian couldn't help but laugh bitterly. If this were to continue, the 13th division might become the weakest division among the 23 divisions. After learning Yu Putian had reported this situation straight to the military headquarters, Vice General Qi was livid. He hated the fact that those two looked down on him as they chose to offend him rather than the others. Although this action by the two of them caught Vice General Qi with his pants down, he still had managed the 13th division for so many years. If he could stand at a similar position as General Zhao, then how could he not have his people within the military headquarters? Not long after, a new order was given out, ordering the regiment commander of the 13th Division Station Clan, Regiment Commander He Junyi and the regiment commander of the Wild Lion Ace Mecha Clan, Regiment Commander Yu Putian to go to the regiment commander of the 3rd Division Station Clan to make Xiao Ting apologize. They're going too far. The regiment commander of the 3rd Division Station troops slammed the table angrily and almost splitting the desk in half. The regiment commander of the Red Flame Ace Mecha Clan, Regiment Commander Su Chuming frowned as he looked through the report the two clans from the 13th Division had sent in. Their attitude was quite tough and seemed that this issue was going to be hard to resolve. He put down the report and looked towards Xiao Ting who sat there in common military fashion and softly asked, "Xiao Ting, what do you think?" Xiao Ting coldly said, "They wrongfully accuse me and want to hang me up for trial." Although he had gone to that store, he only came into contact with Ling Lan and the two of his members. He didn't even know of young Miss Qi, how could he have bullied her? However, they said it was you. Unless you have evidence that could prove your innocence. Otherwise, you won't be able to get out this easily, Su Chuming told Xiao Ting the difficulties he had currently. The team members that went with me could prove my innocence for me. I never even met her. Xiao Ting rejoiced at the fact that he had went shopping with his team members. They are from the same battle team as you. Their statements won't be considered valid. In the military, although witness statements from members of the same battle team were not rejected, but those statements wouldn't be considered main evidence. Those statements could only be used as supporting evidence for other main pieces of evidence. This was to avoid the emotional aspect of brother-in-arms and the possibility of fake evidence. However, in this case, Xiao Ting had lost a chance to prove his innocence. There's surveillance inside the store, it can prove my innocence. Xiao Ting's expression went cold and spoke with a sad tone. The two regiment commanders looked at Xiao Ting's troubled expression and they couldn't help but sigh, "Xiao Ting. If they already prepared to go against you, then that means they already have hard evidence on you. That's not possible. How could there be evidence of something that he didn't do?" The two regiment commanders looked at each other. Su Chuming understood and explained to Xiao Ting, that evidence isn't something they said, but is actual evidence. It's just that if they think it's real then it's real. Xiao Ting's expression tensed up, "You're saying their so-called evidence is fake?" If that was the case, then he wouldn't be able to explain himself no matter how much he tried. Who was it that wanted to go against him? The anger in Xiao Ting rose up, but he didn't lose his cool. He began to quickly think about ways to get himself out of this difficult situation. "We can go to the shop and get the untouched surveillance footage." Xiao Ting quickly thought of a way. As long as he has the footage, no matter what the other side said, it wouldn't be that easy to pin it on him. Seeing Xiao Ting immediately realize a way out of the situation, the two regiment commander nodded in acknowledgement. Intelligent, capable, ability to understand quickly and calmly analyzing the situation without panicking. As expected of the genius the marshal had set his eyes upon. As for this issue regarding young Miss Qi, the people of the 3rd Division was not that easily bullied. The two regiment commanders' eyes glimmered. The 13th Division's Vice General Chi along with the 2nd Marshal's faction would not have an easy time taking down someone with limitless potential. The two of them quickly escalated this issue to where the faction of the 2nd Marshal purposefully did some meddling in an attempt to attack the younger generations they were currently nurturing. This made the two of them become even more annoyed at Vice General Chi and the 2nd Marshal's faction. Su Chuming saw the hope in Xiao Ting's eyes. Xiao Ting hoped they would send someone to get the original footage from the store. Su Chuming sighed. Xiao Ting was still too young and naive. How could the opposition give them a chance to get the original footage if they had already placed the blame on him? It could be predicted the original footage at the store would have been destroyed or damaged by now. Su Chuming showed an expression of pity, making Xiao Ting's heart drop. The calm expression he originally had finally began to change. Is the original footage gone? As expected of an intelligent person, he reacted quickly. Su Chuming didn't answer and instead contacted his subordinate. In front of Xiao Ting he asked, "Little Yuan, did you get the original footage from the store?" "Regiment Commander, I was just about to report my mission status to you." According to the store owner, after taking the surveillance footage, young Miss Chi destroyed their surveillance equipment. They paid hackers to recover it but it was ineffective. "Got it, then just stop trying. Come on back." Su Chuming was already mentally prepared for this. He only ordered his subordinate to go to the store to get the footage just in case. Now it seemed that the 13th Division really did everything flawlessly. They didn't give them any chance and wanted to completely pressure Xiao Ting. Most importantly, this issue was a difficult one. It could be a big issue or it could be a small one. This was fully dependent on the opposition. If the opposition wanted an apology, then it wouldn't be that big of an issue and wouldn't cause any problems for Xiao Ting in the future. They were afraid that the opposition might make the issue about harassment of a female. That would make it very difficult for Xiao Ting in his future. In the military, the most non-tolerable mistake was making mistakes like these. Once the other side uses this reason, Xiao Ting would be done for. The reality Xiao Ting thought of was the same as Regiment Commander Su had predicted. The original surveillance footage was destroyed and there wasn't any evidence to prove his innocence. Xiao Ting finally felt panicked. He slapped himself with great force to try to calm himself down. At that moment, he finally understood what it meant to be unable to explain himself even though he was innocent. "Xiao Ting, don't worry. The Marshal won't let their plan come to fruition," comforted Su Chuming. However, this might result into a fight between the 2nd Marshal's and 3rd Marshal's factions. In these kinds of fights, many officers from both sides would be moved around. Some would fall and others rise. It could also create an opportunity for the 1st Marshal's faction and other factions to use it to their advantage. If it was possible, they didn't want to see this kind of situation to occur. However, Xiao Ting must be protected. If they easily abandoned an exceptional and capable genius like Xiao Ting, then who else wouldn't be abandoned? Once the 3rd Marshal's faction loses the favors or the faith of the people, it would definitely crumble down. This was the most terrifying outcome. They understood this and their Marshal understood it even more. It had to be said that Xiao Ting was lucky. Before this debacle occurred, Xiao Ting wasn't someone who couldn't be abandoned. That was because he wasn't as important as he was now. Whether the Marshal was willing to help protect him or going to protect were two different things. However now, Xiao Ting was someone that the Marshal could not give up on and could not protect. Furthermore, as luck would have it, before this situation occurred, Xiao Ting had successfully advanced to the domain stage. He had it registered which made him be the first to break the record of the Federation for the youngest domain expert. This made Xiao Ting jump from being one of the quite talented mecha operators to a genius who was on par with the monstrous individual within the Flying Dragon Special Forces. He also became an important bargaining chip that they could not abandon. Su Chuming had a complicated expression on his face as he looked towards Xiao Ting. Some people were winners in life, like this Xiao Ting. Even if he was to be in a crisis, there would still be someone there to protect him, helping him to get past it. It would make people be green with envy. Xiao Ting didn't forget about Ling Lan. After all, Ling Lan and his 2 female team members could prove that he had already left the store. However, he didn't want to ask them to testify for his innocence. He didn't want Ling Lan to know of his pitiful state. Moreover, Xiao Ting felt that he had received a lot of help from Ling Lan, which made Xiao Ting feel even harder to face Ling Lan. Xiao Ting made a decision. As long as there were still other ways to resolve this situation, he would definitely not ask for Ling Lan's help. Right as the 3 RD Division stationed Mecha Clan, Red Flame Ace Mecha Clan's regiment commander was busy handling Xiao Ting's issue, a letter of challenge was sent to their headquarters. This letter of challenge was sent by the 23 RD Division's newly coined 250 Ace Mecha Clan, which they had proven to be won after their amazing performance in the land clearing mission. The reason for the letter of challenge was because of Gu Dongyang. Although Gu Dongyang's conflict didn't cause any sides to lose or gain something, Ling Lan still wanted to protect her subordinates' honor and dignity. She definitely wouldn't just swallow the anger of the attack just because they were new in the city. It was after she and Little Four were done going through the regulations of Soldier City, that they decisively played their move. While the 3rd Division was panicking from all the work they had to do, Ling Lan made a move decisively and stomped on them ruthlessly. This was what the regiment commander of the stationed Mecha Clan of the 3rd Division wanted to see. However, currently, they were not able to take advantage of it. In order to fully protect Xiao Ting, who the marshal had firmly decided to protect, they no longer had any extra manpower to fight off 250 Ace Mecha Clan's challenge. In addition to that, if they were to fight with 250 Ace Mecha Clan, it might give the 1st Marshal's faction a good reason to meddle in the fight. Then, the 3rd Marshal's faction would have to fend off attacks from both the 1st Marshal and 2nd Marshal's factions, which they could very well might not be able to do. After carefully thinking it over, the regiment commander had to give up on the decision of probing Gu Dongyang's situation. After all, there were still chances in the future to deal with Gu Dongyang's issue and didn't need to be done at this moment. Thus, he proactively asked for peace between the 2 clans. He sent a representative to 250 Ace Mecha Clan to express how sorry his was. After receiving a reply, 250 Ace Mecha Clan didn't continue to badger them. The 2 representatives from each clan began to negotiate regarding compensation. In the end, although the result was the peace that was agreed upon, the price paid for that peace made the regiment commander of the station clan of the 3rd Division bleed from the inside out. God, the negotiating representative from 250 Ace Mecha Clan is a terrifying human optical supercomputer. All of the demands he had requested were exactly the bottom line of how much he could afford. No matter how painful it was for the regiment commander of the stationed Mecha Clan of the 3rd Division, he still had to give the agreed compensation. At the same time, he had to thank 250 Ace Mecha Clan for not taking advantage of them while they were under siege. Additionally, being in a poor mood, his tone of voice wasn't very good when he replied to Major General Jiang Wei. Although he himself had indeed made a move due to the issue of Gu Dongyang, he still couldn't deny that Major General Jiang Wei's orders was the main reason for him to launch the attack. If it wasn't for his orders, would he even pay any attention to 250 Ace Mecha Clan? Would he ask Xiao Ting to investigate the backgrounds of the members of 250 Ace Mecha Clan? Without his orders, he wouldn't know of Gu Dongyang's presence and wouldn't have had to send people to investigate. The most important part was that he wouldn't have ordered everyone who was on vacation to go to the shopping district to deal with Gu Dongyang. Then, Xiao Ting wouldn't have appeared in that store, causing the annoying issue with the 13th Division's young Miss Qi. In short, the root of the problem was this petty, incapable and conniving Major General Jiang Wei. After receiving the reply of the 3 RD Division stationed Mecha Clan's regiment commander, Jiang Wei almost smashed his optical supercomputer. This was the disadvantage of being a division officer without any actual power. Even though he was a major general and was a member of the military of the Federation, many ranks higher than those regiment commanders, he still couldn't earn or receive the respect of those regiment commanders who had actual military power. Those regiment commanders did whatever they wanted, without giving any reasons before hanging up. Jiang Wei originally wanted the troops of the 3rd Division stationed in the city to smack the 23rd Division. He wanted Ling Xiao to lose dignity. Now, he was the one who lost dignity. Wu Yong, I'll remember this. I will definitely not let you live it down. Anger filled Jiang Wei's eyes. He temporarily put aside his hatred and envy towards Ling Xiao and 250 Ace Mecha clan, and began to sharpen his blades, readying up to teach Wu Yong a lesson he wouldn't forget. Soldier City was quiet. After 3 days, the headquarters sent representatives to award the top 10 mecha clans. As the main performer of the military, Li Yinfei sang a few popular songs among the Federation for the troops of the 10 mecha clans. Although Qiao Ting admired Li Yinfei, he didn't know the outcome of the issue regarding young Miss Qi. Having many worries in his mind, he, of course, wasn't in the mood to find an opportunity to get to know his goddess. Even without Qiao Ting, Li Yinfei still had many other young men welcoming her warmly. No matter how innocent and pure Li Yinfei's smile was, she still couldn't hide her excitement and a hint of ambition that no one knew about. Ling Lan led her entire clan to her clan's designated seating area and she chose to sit at the back on the right of the exit. Only they sat this way with very few people sitting at the very front, creating a large gap of empty seats between them. When Li Yinfei was performing, every time she looked at that area, she could feel her heart boiling. Are they not welcoming her? Li Yinfei's performance was at the end because the award ceremony had begun at the very beginning. Li Yinfei thought that those from 250 Ace Mecha clan had left after the award ceremony. She didn't think that 250 Ace Mecha clan was actually a mecha clan as it didn't even have enough numbers to form a battalion. Of course, they wouldn't leave in the middle of the performance. Even if Ling Lan was cold, proud and indifferent, she still wouldn't do something idiotic like that. Although Li Yinfei didn't know who the regiment commander of 250 Ace Mecha clan was, she already put large X on 250 Ace Mecha clan in her mind. It had to be said that there had to be some fate between the two people. Li Yinfei and Ling Lan was fated to not be fated at all. Although they weren't at the point where they hated each other, they still managed to reach a point where neither of them saw each other as people. There were 2 other people who didn't have a good impression on Li Yinfei. One was Li Lanfeng and the other was Li Xiyu. Ling Lan felt the darkness seeping out from Li Lanfeng's body. She turned around and asked, "You don't like Li Yinfei?" This wasn't a question but a statement. No matter how well Li Lanfeng hid his feelings, Ling Lan still managed to see through him with a single glance. "I don't like that face." Li Lanfeng clenched both of his fists. Every time he saw Li Yinfei's face, his heart filled with humiliation. Hearing this, Ling Lan raised her head to look at Li Yinfei, who was performing to the best of her abilities on stage. She carefully examined her then nodded, "Yeah, I don't like her either." It wasn't that she didn't like her goddess-like beauty. It was her face, it continued to give Ling Lan an unnatural feeling. It irritated her. The longer she looked at her, the more irritated and uncomfortable she became. Li Lanfeng turned around stunned. He didn't know whether he should be happy or angry. Being in a complicated mood, he opened his mouth in a mock attempt to say something. He could only change his action into a bittersweet smile while keeping his actual feelings inside. After resting for a short while after the award ceremony, the top 10 mecha clans returned to their own divisions. Compared to the peacefulness of Soldier City, the headquarters of the military and the divisions were considered rowdy. It was because Ling Lan had ignited a flame which finally started spreading everywhere, causing battles to erupt everywhere. First, the 13th Division and 3rd Division began to go at each other. One wanted to severely punish Qiao Ting, but the other believed that was only a small problem and believed Qiao Ting had just made a small mistake. Qiao Ting was a genius from the new generation and should be only lightly punished. It couldn't be helped. The 13th Division had hard evidence. This wasn't beneficial for Qiao Ting. Even if they knew Qiao Ting didn't do anything and the evidence was forged, at that moment, they could only ask for a light punishment. It was now impossible to reach a non-guilty verdict. The integrity of the evidence was brought up for analysis, but no one knew where the 13th Division found an Imperial rank hacker who made the 3rd Faction's Imperial hacker unable to find any flaws. This made the 3rd Division feel quite helpless. However, this proved that the 2nd Marshal's faction had made all the necessary preparations to destroy Qiao Ting's future. During the disputes between the two divisions, the 1st Marshal's faction, 2nd Marshal's faction and other smaller factions used this chance to take some advantages for their own benefits. Originally, it was only a small dispute between the 13th and 3rd Division. Now, it was as though all of the higher-ups within the Federation's military had a hand in the situation. Ling Xiao had ordered his people to make moves in the headquarters before the 1st Marshal's faction was even notified because of Ling Lan's early notification on the issue. With more time for preparation than the others, after making multiple moves, he easily acquired many important positions among the top brass of the military. It was no accident that those who took those positions were all confidants he had arranged to be there long ago. Of course, on the surface, those people were all neutral and was not connected with anyone with the 1st Marshal's faction. Ever since Ling Xiao returned to the Federation, he wasn't planning on trusting anyone before he finds the person who plotted against him. This included the 1st Marshal, who treated him as a nephew. In order to form his own faction, Ling Xiao silently nurtured and inserted his own confidants while under the watchful eyes of the 1st Marshal's faction. It had to be said that after disappearing for 16 years, all the connections and faction members Ling Xiao had publicly from before had been reduced to zero, silently disappearing from the public eye. Although some people went on to better prospects, others still patiently waited for Ling Xiao's successor. Thus, after Ling Xiao returned, he quickly picked out a few loyal members who could endure the trials and put them into the deputy rank of important positions. Compared to the main job position, these deputies were not paid any attention. 5 years of hiding was to wait for this opportunity. Under the large movements of all factions, Ling Xiao's small changes were quickly swallowed all the important positions without anyone finding out. On top of that, as someone under the 1st Marshal's faction on the surface, Ling Xiao also reaped many benefits. The 1st Marshal's faction also put forth a lot of effort and reaped many benefits for itself as well. Of course, some benefited and some lost. The results of the 2nd and 3rd factions' battle against each other caused both sides to lose a lot. However, after the battle, the higher-ups in the military that were from these two factions were all elites. It will be very difficult the next time someone wanted to look for trouble with these factions. However, the 13th Division had the worst outcome from the fight. General Zhao and Vice General Qi were all taken down from their positions. Although General Zhao was indeed treated unjustly by taking his position away, being neutral was still an offense. In addition to that, he didn't have anyone behind him to back him up. If a verdict of negligence was slapped onto his name, he would be easily taken down his position. In actuality, the reason why General Zhao could sit on the seat of a general was because back then, each faction didn't want to give it to the other factions. In the midst of the stalemate, this position accidentally fell into his hands. Unfortunately, without any charisma, General Zhao wasted many years and didn't gain any control of the 13th Division at that time. Instead, he caused the 13th Division to become split apart into different factions, forcing the division into chaos. The disappointment the Federation's military had towards General Zhao caused them to make a move on the 13th Division. Now, this time, the military was given a reason to make a move. Vice General Qi was as dumb as a human could possibly get, even a dog wouldn't bite the hand that feeds it. If this issue wasn't caused by his failure as a father, perhaps he would have had a chance to advance and take the position of general that he wanted so much. Unfortunately, the 3rd Marshal hated his guts because this man caused his faction lose much influence and power. He almost even destroyed a genius who he set his eyes on and nurtured with full support. If the 3rd Marshal didn't bring him down, how could he calm the fiery anger he had within his heart? Faced with the anger of a marshal, no one dared to protect Vice General Qi, even the 2nd Marshal had to hide away for a while. Thus, Vice General Qi became a chess piece that was heartlessly tossed aside to quell the anger of the 3rd Marshal. Both authoritative figures of the 13th Division were taken down. There would of course be new general to be arranged to take the position. Although the 1st Marshal's faction wanted this general position, the 2nd Marshal's faction and the 3rd Marshal's faction were totally against it. These two factions had the same thought that they definitely couldn't let the 1st Marshal's faction to take advantage of the situation. They already had lower number of generals compared to the 1st Marshal's faction. If the 1st Marshal's faction were to take the position of general for the 13th Division, the other two factions would become powerless. The military also didn't want the 1st Marshal's faction to increase its influence. In the end, after the other factions reached an agreement, where the 2nd Marshal's faction and 3rd Marshal's factions would choose one person to compete for the position. The 2nd Marshal's faction sent out a previous commander-lieutenant general in a department under the 13th Division, Yu Dong. The person the 3rd Marshal's faction had sent out was a commander-lieutenant general in a department under the 3rd Division, Qi Yaoyang. After hearing about the candidates, those in the 2nd Marshal's faction went pale. They knew they were going to lose. The insane god of the battlefield, Qi Yaoyang, who never lost once. Not only was his name famous among common soldiers, even within the Federation's military, there were many people who admired him. They didn't think that the 3rd Marshal's faction would send out this godlike individual. It should be known that people like him were hard to keep in check. They weren't sure where the 3rd Marshal got confidence to be able to order around this godlike individual. Without much of a fight, Qi Yaoyang defeated Yu Dong with an overpowering advantage and took over the position as the general of the 13th Division. Yu Dong on the other hand became the vice-general. As for whether Qiao Yaoyang could actually control the 13th Division and whether Yu Dong could strike back and take the position back, was all up in the air. However, it could be predicted that there will definitely be a bloody battle within the 13th Division. However, all of this was not related to Ling Lan and 250 Ace Mecha clan. They arrived at the headquarters of the 250 Ace Mecha clan in the 23rd Division. It was just that they didn't that there was an important thing waiting for them in the headquarters. Ling Lan led 250 Ace Mecha clan's members and approached the entrance of their base camp. Seeing how the entrance was heavily guarded, she raised her eyebrow instantly. "Boss, something is wrong." Qi Long, with his innate talent animal instinct, immediately felt something odd was happening. "Those at the entrance aren't our people." Li Lanfeng, with his great memory, saw through the issue immediately. After hearing those words, the team members instantly had their guards up. They were surprised that after successfully completing the land clearing mission with flying colors, their own headquarters would be surrounded by strangers. Who was it that dared to make a move on 250 Ace Mecha clan? Did these people not know this Ace Mecha clan is protected by General Ling Xiao? The companions who knew about Ling Lan's real identity, of course, knew the big boss of the 23rd Division was their own boss's biological father. Just pretend to not know anything. If by any chance something happens, don't resist. Ling Lan thought deeply for a moment, then ordered. Ling Lan believed her father wouldn't let her fall into an inescapable trap. If he didn't notify her of anything beforehand, it would mean that her father was still in control of the situation. It was just that she wasn't sure what had actually happened. Who are those people surrounding the clan and where did they come from? Ling Lan didn't want the situation to go out of hand and too complex since she didn't fully understand the situation yet. Thus, she ordered her team members to stay calm and watch the situation unfold itself. After being told what to do, Ling Lan's companions walked into the base camp with smiles on their faces. After going through many bloody battles with their boss, their acting was on point. Their fake expressions were almost flawless. If they were to act in the 21st century, every one of them would be able to win an Oscar. Right as they entered the base camp, they saw He Shuyang smiling as he led a group of people to welcome them. "Welcome back Regiment Commander Ling, being awarded as one of the top 10 mecha clans in your first land clearing mission, you have brought great honor to the 23rd Division. The general is very pleased with your performance." He Shuyang had a politically correct smile on his face while speaking in a formal manner. With this facade, Ling Lan didn't even need to think to know the people who followed behind He Shuyang were probably not her father's confidants. Without He Shuyang's reminder, Ling Lan saluted in the most standard way that a lower-ranked subordinate would greet their superiors. She shouted in a serious tone, "Hello, First Staff Officer He, sir." Before He Shuyang could respond, one of the individuals who followed behind him, a young man with an insignia of a major on his uniform, suddenly approached and rudely interjected, "Regiment Commander Ling, we are from the Federation's Military Disciplinary and Investigation Committee. We would like your cooperation in our investigation." His expression and tone were similar to of which someone with a higher authority would speak to someone of a lower rank. It was as though he was ordering around his servant. His attitude instantly angered the mecha operators from 250 Ace Mecha Clan. "What? Asking our regiment commander to cooperate with what investigation? Investigate what? A measly major actually dares to be disrespectful to our regiment commander. He really doesn't know his place." Everyone in 250 Ace Mecha Clan were all veteran elites who fought on multiple battlefields. Veteran elites were considered the hardest opponents on the battlefield. After experiencing countless of life or death situations, they would gradually get stronger. At the same time, the lawlessness of the battlefield made them become ruffians who wouldn't bow down to anyone. They were also not afraid of the supposed higher-ups of the military and would say what they had in their minds. Not long after, the spot became noisy. In a single moment, the entire area had lost control. Yang Mingji, Lu Furong and Gu Dongyang, who stood at the front, frowned. The words, disciplinary and investigation committee, made them remember some not-so-great memories. Seeing the mecha operators yelling and cursing, the major had a hint of anger on his face. He felt his authority was being challenged. He immediately waved his hand and fully armed soldiers suddenly stormed in from the surrounding area. They pointed their guns towards everyone in 250 Ace Mecha Clan. Faced with hundreds of beam guns pointed directly at them, all the mecha operators stopped talking and the entire area became silent, causing the major to have a smirk on his face. They were pretty smart for remembering to bring enough people to instantly shut down these ruffians who only knew about fighting. As expected, if he didn't take them down a peg, they might have actually thought the disciplinary and investigation committee was weak and useless. The major tilted his chin up high after thinking he had regained control of the situation. He then shouted proudly, "Regiment Commander Ling, please tell your team members to stay silent. Otherwise, don't blame me if we take them out for obstruction of justice. They might be going to military prison. I remember the military doesn't restrict freedom of speech. People have the right to state their opinions. When did the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee have the power to change the rules of the military at will? As long as it wasn't a rebellion, the restrictions applied on soldiers were quite loose. He wants to scare her with this pointless scare tactic." He was definitely looking down on Ling Lan. Ling Lan had a hint of mockery in her expression. She looked towards the major with some pity in her eyes. Did the major actually think that those hundreds of beam guns were enough to stop these veteran elites who had crawled out from countless life or death situations? Did he not see that the mecha operators were all excitedly waiting for her to give the order to attack? Additionally, this young and naive major was being used as a scapegoat by his superiors and he himself knew nothing about it. It was indeed pitiful. Furthermore, when it came to rules and regulations of the military, with little fore in hand, how could Ling Lan lose in this aspect? Ling Lan's rebuttal questions silenced the major. While he was trying to mumble out some words, a senior colonel beside him couldn't help but glare at him. As expected, he was too young and couldn't be relied on for things like this. He fell into the opposition's trap before even understanding his opponent. It seemed that this chess piece was no longer useful. After deciding to give up on the young major, the senior colonel suddenly laughed out loud. He then spoke up, "Actually, we would just like to question Regiment Commander Ling a few things. I hope Regiment Commander Ling can just provide some information for us. We're not looking for trouble. Everyone, please be rest assured. Little Ma from our department is still young, and not reliable when it comes to these types of things. Regiment Commander Ling, please do forgive him if he had offended you. So after seeing forcefully probing wasn't working, they plan on playing the good cop to lower my guard? Ling Lan's eyes flickered and didn't answer. She only nodded to show that she had agreed. The major knew he had made a mistake and might possibly lose points with his superiors. He was angry and vengeful. The major made a decision that during questioning, he would definitely make it difficult for Regiment Commander Ling. He wanted Ling Lan to know that offending him was definitely not a good idea. Seeing that Ling Lan didn't object to his proposal, the senior colonel was overjoyed. Being able to take down the regiment commander of 250 Ace Mecha clan without any bloodshed was the best outcome. Although they were sent here by the military, they still had to give General Ling Xiao some dignity since they were in the 23rd Division, and couldn't make too much of a scene. Otherwise, if they actually angered General Ling Xiao, they probably wouldn't be able to walk out of the headquarters of the 23rd Division alive. Thinking up to this point, the senior colonel felt helpless. If it wasn't for the fact that they needed to collect evidence from 250 Ace Mecha clan, why would they come near the headquarters of the 23rd Division? Luckily, General Ling Xiao was a man of justice. He wasn't like other generals who protected their subordinates by setting up obstacles for them, making them unable to investigate. If the outcome of this investigation was satisfying, they would have made an achievement for the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee, as they took out a tumor from the military and saved the soldiers who lived in inhumane conditions. Right as the senior colonel was about to ask Ling Lan to follow them, Ling Lan spoke up, "I just returned here, and my uniform is a bit tattered. Since you're here to seek some information, then please wait for a moment and let me freshen myself up. Then, I will speak with you." Although Ling Lan's tone seemed respectful, she still made a decision herself. Before the senior colonel could refuse, she saluted He Shuyang and said respectfully, "First Staff Officer He, I apologize for leaving abruptly." You're tired from traveling and indeed need some rest." I understand it very well." He Shuyang didn't give the senior colonel a chance to speak and instantly smiled as he replied. Ling Lan then turned around, gave Lin Zhongqing an order, "Senior Captain Lin, please lead these officers to the meeting hall to wait for me." "Yes, Regiment Commander." Lin Zhongqing walked up and gestured towards the officers from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee to follow him. The people from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee could only watch as Ling Lan left with her clan members. In the end, they helplessly followed Lin Zhongqing to wait in the meeting hall. They didn't notice that no matter if it was Lin Zhongqing who was leading them or He Shuyang, who was still smiling behind them, both of their expressions had hint of coldness. Those from Ling Tian, who followed behind Ling Lan, found it odd for the people from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee to come to their 250 Ace Mecha clan to look for their boss. However, they weren't worried for their boss's safety. They knew very well that if they actually posed a threat to their boss, General Ling Xiao would make a move and resolve it quickly. Yang Mingji, Lu Furong and Gu Dongyang, who didn't know Ling Lan's relationship with Ling Xiao, were quite concerned and worried. They knew very well what seeing the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee could mean. People who were under the watchful eyes of theirs would either die or lose a part of themselves. If one was to say the three of them were fearful of Ling Lan's ruthless ways back in the day, in the past 3 months of the land clearing mission, they realized the great capabilities of Ling Lan as a regiment commander. They slowly accepted this young yet capable regiment commander as their own regiment commander. Could their hopes that had just been brought up, be once again shattered by the politics of the higher-ups? Yang Mingji hesitated for a moment. As they were about to part ways, he finally spoke up, "Regiment Commander, talk with them within 250 Ace Mecha clan. Don't leave with them. In 250 Ace Mecha clan, if something was to occur, they could still protect their regiment commander. If their regiment commander was to leave with them, then no one would be able to help him." Ling Lan was stunned. Although Yang Mingji was very cooperative with her training exercises and completed her commands well, she still knew very well that he never saw her as his regiment commander. He just didn't want to make life difficult for himself, so he complied with everything she had said. Ling Lan didn't want to force the issue. After all, Yang Mingji was originally a major and could be the leader of a brigade. No matter if it was in terms of experiences or merits, he had many more compared to Ling Lan. Yang Mingji cooperating fully was the best outcome Ling Lan could ask for. It was just that she didn't think he would speak up for her. Does this mean she has received some of his trust? These nice surprises kept coming. After Yang Mingji spoke up, Lu Furong and Gu Dongyang all agreed with Yang Mingji's opinion on the matter. They believed she shouldn't leave 250 Ace Mecha clan. If the opposition wanted to take Ling Lan by force, they could help in stopping them from doing so. Ling Lan was grateful. The words of the three of them were, however, not wise at this moment. It should be known that if they had any physical altercation with them, they would easily be considered to have betrayed the military. Then Yang Mingji, Gu Dongyang, and Lu Furong would lose all of their merits and achievements, and become criminals in the military records. The place where they would be sent to, would probably be the military prison. I know, but please do not worry, Ling Lan said in a serious tone. However, Yang Mingji and the others didn't trust in Ling Lan's promise. General Ling Xiao had shown no intentions of protecting 250 Ace Mecha clan since the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee had arrived at 250 Ace Mecha clan with First Staff Officer He. Who else could help Ling Lan if the head of the division wasn't going to do anything? Seeing Yang Mingji and the others were indeed worried about her, Ling Lan was afraid that they would make sudden moves based on their concern. She thought for a moment then spoke, "It will be fine. I have the same surname as General Ling Xiao. He will protect me." After saying that, Ling Lan disappeared. She was probably going to her room. Yang Mingji, Gu Dongyang and Lu Furong looked at each other. Lu Furong wasn't sure what he had heard was correct and so he asked, "What did Regiment Commander Ling say just now? Did you guys hear it?" "He said he and General Ling both have the surname Ling, so the general will protect him," Gu Dongyang repeated. "But, General Ling Xiao always resolves things justly. Even if it was his own family, he still may not make any moves." Lu Furong frowned and didn't understand why Ling Lan was so confident that Ling Xiao would do something like that. Yang Mingji on the other hand had a light bulb lit up in his head. He remembered he had heard something many years ago from someone. When Ling Xiao sacrificed himself, he had a posthumous child. Back in the day, the Ling family and Ling Xiao's wife, Lan Luofeng, had fierce fight for Ling Xiao's inheritance. In the end, Lan Luofeng had won. This was also the reason why the Ling family had left planet Doha. Then, he thought about how when Ling Xiao returned, he didn't meet with any family members except for his immediate family members. Now it seemed the event was true. Could Ling Lan be Ling Xiao's? Yang Mingji's heart began to beat furiously. If that was the case, he and Lu Furong might perhaps be able to get justice for their comrades who sacrificed themselves for nothing. Yang Mingji had a realization, but he didn't tell what he had thought of to Lu Furong and Gu Dongyang. General Ling Xiao had kept his son a secret for a long time. There was definitely a reason behind it. He shouldn't say anything in case he screws it all up. Seeing Lu Furong and Gu Dongyang still confused about the meaning behind Ling Lan's words, Yang Mingji coughed and said, "Our regiment commander can definitely resolve this issue. It's the same as when we thought 250 Ace Mecha clan would never be able to stand up again. Now, we should learn to trust our regiment commander." Hearing Yang Mingji's words, Lu Furong and Gu Dongyang seemed to have realized something. They both nodded and returned to their own dormitories to wait for the final result. Right after Ling Lan returned to her own room, her already freezing cold expression became even colder. Although she knew her father wouldn't let anything bad happen to her, she still felt uneasy by the fact that things were out of her control. She felt somewhat defeated. As expected, she couldn't be like her father Ling Xiao, a person able to control everything within a grasp of his hand. She circled around the small living room, seemingly in deep thought for quite a while. She then decided to still find her father to ask what was going on. "Little 4, help me contact right as Ling Lan was about to ask Little Four to contact Ling Xiao, she suddenly had a thought that maybe Ling Xiao couldn't contact her since he would have contacted her by now. It was clear that the disciplinary and investigation committee was sent by the military. He Shuyang's off-putting behavior also proved it was not known to the 23rd Division. They came to do a private investigation, catching all of them off guard. In the military, the disputes between the different factions were ongoing. Ling Lan thought about the havoc she had caused in Soldier City. Shouldn't the military be in chaos because of that event? Maybe that could be why all the different factions are sending out their people in the shadows. Maybe the request to investigate her was just a smokescreen, and their actual target was actually Ling Xiao. Ling Lan had a lot of thoughts swirling in her mind, which made her really anxious. She knew if her father had received any information about the current situation, he would have already made a move. Did her father's enemies discover something off about her father's movements, so they decided to test out the waters with her? Conveniently, 250 Ace Mecha Clan appeared during this time, from being a useless mecha clan to a top 10 mecha clan in their first land clearing mission. It was indeed easy for people to formulate intricate conspiracy theories about her father's situation. It seemed she needed to be more careful and shouldn't let anyone know of her and her father's relationship. Otherwise, even if she eventually took the position of regiment commander through sheer merits and achievements, it would still cause heavy damage to her father's reputation, giving his opposition a chance to attack her father. Perhaps, her father not contacting her directly was also because of this issue. Ling Lan had a few conclusions after minutes of circling around the living room. Currently, her relationship between her father must continue to be only a normal working relationship between a general and an Ace Mecha Clan's regiment commander. She should only be a normal officer working under her father. This might lessen his worries so he could make moves whenever he wanted to. Although Ling Lan knew that the top brass of the military definitely knew the truth, but they probably had some sort of agreement, and wouldn't actively announce the relationship between her and Ling Xiao. Their confidants might also know something, but would definitely not dare to let any of that information leak out. It meant that on her side, she would just need to be careful to not let the disciplinary and investigation committee find out her relationship with her father. A bone-chilling breeze suddenly blew across the small living room. She predicted the reason why the higher-ups of the military had sent the disciplinary and investigation committee to investigate the 23rd Division privately, was to find out about her relationship with Ling Xiao and then to publicly announce it. Of course, it didn't eliminate the possibility that they wanted to give her father a bad name. It seemed her father's public image had made the higher-ups envious of him. Now, they wanted to catch her off guard and have her make mistakes to show them her weak point for them to use it to their advantage. They severely underestimated her. With that thought in mind, Ling Lan sat on the sofa in the living room with a well-thought-out plan, her lips perked as she sneered. What could they do if she contacted her father? Little 4, contact mom and make sure no one discovers you. Alright, let's see what you can do, god of the virtual world, Little 4. Compared to Ling Xiao, Lan Luofeng was a smaller target. Understood, boss. Little 4's expression had hints of excitement. Only at these moments, he wouldn't feel sleepy and would be full of energy. Additionally, he could finally speak to his warm and kind mother. Humph, just as boss had predicted, these bastards actually dare to monitor mother's communicator. If I was to let you find me, then how could I still stand around boss? This position of number 1 underling can only be kept if I am capable. The petty Little 4 traveled past the surveillance of these people while memorizing their information. After this event blows over, he planned on finding them one by one to make them pay. Lan Luofeng, who was sitting in the office's sofa while looking at her communicator, suddenly saw a string of small words appear on it. The words made her display a smile on her face. She stood up with grace and walked towards Ling Xiao, who was looking through documents at the other end of the room. Then, she sat down beside him. Ling Xiao raised his head in surprise as he saw Lan Luofeng sitting beside him. In the past few days, Lan Luofeng didn't give him any good looks. He didn't think that today she would actively move closer to him. Is she forgiving him? Ling Xiao knew he had done many things recently that went beyond what Lan Luofeng could endure. Thus, he didn't dare to have any opinions about Lan Luofeng's treatment towards him. Ling Xiao, I have something I need you to do. Do you have time? She showed her communicator discreetly and shook it in front of Ling Xiao. The message on it made Ling Xiao smile. If my wife needs me, I'll make time even if I don't have time. Ling Xiao held Lan Luofeng's hand to gesture to her that he had already sealed off his office. No one would be able to eavesdrop on them. As for hackers, since his daughter told him she would take care of it, then it wasn't a problem he had to worry about. Lan Luofeng glared at Ling Xiao. If it wasn't for the fact that her daughter was looking for Ling Xiao, she wouldn't give him the time of day. He actually agreed for those bastards to investigate her baby girl. If she didn't make him sleep on the floor for a month, she would no longer call herself Lan Luofeng. Ling Xiao didn't know his pitiful days hadn't ended yet. He hugged Lan Luofeng lightly, then pushed on the connect button on Lan Luofeng's communicator. A 5 or 6-old little kid jumped out and smiled like a little doll, wearing a red outfit and was very festive. Lan Luofeng loved this little kid the moment she laid her eyes on him. Hello Mom and Dad, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ling Little Four. From now on, I will be your son. Little Four's smile was cute, and his expression was sparkling with excitement. This was the first time he talked with Mom and Dad. He didn't know whether they liked him or not. Little Four, who was always full of confidence, began to doubt himself. He looked at Lan Luofeng and Ling Xiao with a sad look. Ling Xiao didn't feel anything, but Lan Luofeng thought it was very cute. If Little Four wasn't just a virtual entity, Lan Luofeng may have already held him in her arms and kissed him a few times before letting him go. So cute. Lan Luofeng held her face with her hands and shrilled, heart shapes started forming in her eyes. As expected, Lan Luofeng couldn't resist the charm of a cute kid. Where's Ling Lan? Only the handsome and dignified Ling Xiao was reliable and instantly went looking for the main individual in the incident. Boss is on the line. It's just I wanted to say hello to Mom and Dad first. Little Four showed a pure smile. That pure expression of ass-kissing made Ling Xiao's hairs stand up on end. He instantly had a bad feeling about Little Four. Where did his daughter find this little punk? He actually dared to lure in his wife. Ling Xiao felt sour. It had to be said that, Little Four's cute appearance made Lan Luofeng and Ling Xiao have two different impressions. Ling Xiao felt Little Four was too cute and didn't have anything that was like a man. His impression of Little Four was definitely not very good. Little Four didn't know Ling Xiao's thoughts at that moment. After being satisfied, he immediately moved aside. On the virtual screen, Ling Lan's cold and calm face appeared. My baby Lan. Before Ling Lan could say anything, Lan Luofeng couldn't control her emotions as she shouted with her reddened eyes. Her daughter, who she originally could have held in her arms, must face trials and tribulations by herself because of her and Ling Xiao's mistake. Now, she could only watch as her daughter suffer while unable to do anything to help. Mom, I'm fine. Ling Lan could only comfort Lan Luofeng first. However, when Lan Luofeng wasn't paying attention to her, she glanced towards her father. Her glance was blaming him as to why he hadn't comforted his own wife, making her face a crying mom all the time. Ling Xiao could only show a pained expression as he smiled bitterly. Could he tell her that he couldn't do anything about Lan Luofeng? Wouldn't that affect his dignity as a father? Ling Lan was only just criticizing him and Ling Xiao still thought he had dignity. That was funny. Ling Lan already knew her father couldn't do anything about her mother. If he could do something about her mother, would he have been kicked out of his own home and become Ling Lan's personal bodyguard? Did he actually think that as a general, he had nothing better to do? Some things were better not mentioned because Ling Lan still wanted her father to have some semblance of dignity left in case he needed it. Ling Xiao was pitiful. He still didn't know that with his daughter, his image was no longer dignified. He thought he had faked it well all this time. Lan Luofeng knew that it wasn't the time to be emotional. She forced herself to stop crying and smiled, "My baby Lan, your father's here. If you feel wronged, talk to him." After saying that, she pulled on Ling Xiao to let him speak. Ling Xiao actually wanted to talk with his daughter for a while, but he still coughed and said in a dignified tone, "Ask me whatever you want." Ling Xiao knew of his daughter's personality. She definitely wouldn't ask for help. She was definitely asking about things she couldn't figure out herself. "Have they found out anything?" As expected, Ling Lan went for the main topic right off the bat. She could only think of a way to go against the opposition if she knew what they were here for. Ling Xiao half smiled and glanced at Ling Lan. This made Ling Lan frown. Her father's expression meant it was her fault that these issues occurred. What mistake did she make? Ling Lan couldn't help but think where she had made an error. In the 6 months' time, you haven't been able to subdue everyone in 250 Mecha clan. That's a fail, said Ling Xiao. Ling Lan had a realization, did someone from my clan complain to the military? That was the only possibility for the military to send people here and catching her father off guard. Do you get it now? Asked Ling Xiao. The people who I took with me for the land clearing mission are probably fine. Those who could have issues are only those left in the headquarters. Ling Lan quickly determined the list of suspects. This would explain why the disciplinary and investigation committee of the military would come to 250 Mecha clan to investigate. The person who reported it to the military was definitely within 250 Mecha clan. If someone from the land clearing mission reported it, then they probably would have been kept at Soldier City to be investigated and not be able to return to their base camp. To be honest, you're pretty lucky. If you didn't cause the dispute between the 3rd Division and 13th Division, making all of the factions in the military fight over positions which caused them to not have any expendable resources to investigate you, you might have been told to stay in Soldier City for the investigation. If you were really held back in Soldier City, it would have been much more difficult for you to get out of this situation. Ling Xiao rejoiced at the fact that Ling Lan had created a scene. It was originally supposed to test the waters of the military, but he didn't think it would help them reap so many benefits and also accidentally helped her out of a crisis-like situation. Now that she had returned to the 23rd Division, it was more difficult for the opposition to lay a hand on his daughter. The coldness in Ling Xiao's expression seeped through his joyful facial expression. If those people dared to betray his daughter, then that meant they were ready to give up everything. Do you know what they had reported you on? Ling Xiao realized Ling Lan hadn't asked him about this. The military is usually careful, but they still sent the disciplinary and investigation committee, so it's probably my training methods. Ling Lan didn't need to think and knew that only this would cause people to denounce her. Do you know what the name of the crime is? Ling Xiao smiled. If his daughter could take only such a short time to realize the problem, it meant that she was a sensitive and intelligent person. Even if she was to face other traps and plots against her in the future, she would be able to handle them. In actuality, the reason why Ling Xiao hadn't contacted Ling Lan wasn't because he was afraid that their relationship would be exposed. What could happen even if they were exposed? Who was Ling Xiao ever afraid of? He wanted everyone to know that he has a capable and special child. In short, Ling Xiao used this situation to test Ling Lan's problem-solving skills. After all, if Ling Lan continued to live within the military, as she climbs the ranking ladder, these plots from different powers would be countless. She must get used to them for her to live in the military. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with Ling Lan's performance this time. Probably being violent and violating human rights or something like that, Ling Lan said nonchalantly. Ever since she decided to use this method to forge these mecha operators into sharp blades, she was already prepared that she would be met with a problem like this. Do you have any plans to resolve it? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrow as he asked. Knowing the problem but without the capabilities of providing a solution was also a fail grade. It's simple, just don't admit to it, Ling Lan smiled coldly. At that moment, other than the witness statements of those mecha operators who betrayed her, the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee would be hard-pressed to find any other hard evidence against her. How could she leave any evidence if she had already thought that an outcome like this might happen? The video footage were all destroyed by Little 4. Without capabilities similar to Little 4, they were impossible to recover. Don't let the number of mecha operators' witness statements get past 10% of the clan's population. Otherwise, even if they don't have evidence, the opposition can still make a case. Ling Xiao reminded. Don't worry, I have a way around it. Ling Lan smirked. The game had begun. She was already going to send away those conniving and sly individuals from 250 Ace Mecha Clan after she completed the land clearing mission. She didn't think that they would actively give her an opportunity to let her cast them away in public. Ling Lan didn't know whether she should mock them for thinking they were smart or pity them for causing their own demise. She only hoped that they won't regret what they had done. After talking for a short while afterwards, Ling Lan said goodbye to her mom and dad. At that moment, Ling Xiao suddenly asked, who was that little punk at the beginning? During the 3 months that he was alongside Ling Lan, he never saw a little kid with her. Ling Xiao remembered that intelligent AI, Meng Lan. Did that Ling Little 4 come from the same place as Meng Lan? Ling Lan was originally planning on telling the truth. She suddenly had a playful thought. She straightened her face and said in a serious tone, Dad, after so many years, shouldn't you give this little brother an official identity? Ling Xiao. Lan Luofeng, who was full of smiles while watching the two of them talk to each other, had her eyes went bright red instantly and began to scream after hearing Ling Lan's words. Nonsense. Ling Xiao had a pained expression. He angrily glared at Ling Lan and quickly comforted his wife to not listen to Ling Lan's nonsense. Mom, I love you. And Dad, be safe. Ling Lan's expression showed a hint of playfulness. Lan Luofeng, who originally thought Ling Xiao had done something to betray her, instantly understood that it was Ling Lan's prank. She felt angry and happy at the same time. It seemed that Ling Lan had felt something wrong was going on between Lan Luofeng and Ling Xiao. Thus, Ling Lan gave her a chance to let out her anger. She really is my little sweetheart. Lan Luofeng thought as her eyes began to redden, but it returned to its original large fiery eyes in an instant. She shouldn't waste her daughter's goodwill. As for Ling Xiao, he was suffering and happy at the same time. He both loved and hated his daughter's prank, and didn't know whether he should cry or laugh. After hanging up the call, Ling Lan's smile disappeared and returned to her cold expression. She quickly washed up and changed into a clean major uniform. At the same time, she ordered Li Lanfeng and Li Shiyu to accompany her to the meeting hall to fight a weaponless battle. Faced with these kinds of plots, traps and maybe even lying with a straight face, the conniving and sly Li Lanfeng was more suitable than the virtuous Han Jijian. As for Li Shiyu, back then, the reason why her father sent her to 250 Ace Mecha Clan now became her weapon for counterattacking. Ling Lan even thought that maybe from the very beginning, her father had already prepared everything for her. He was just trying to see whether she will use it or not. Ling Lan smirked. If this was her father's test, then she would let her father know she wasn't some useless heir. Not long after, Ling Lan led Li Lanfeng and Li Shiyu, who had prepared thoroughly, to the meeting hall. As they were walking there, Ling Lan told them about her predictions and why they had come to 250 Ace Mecha Clan. The two of them also made their preparations and walked into the meeting hall full of energy. The Disciplinary and Investigation Committee had expressions of dissatisfaction when they saw Ling Lan bringing 2 majors with her. Ling Lan didn't pay them any heed and immediately sat down at the main seat. Li Lanfeng and Li Shiyu also sat down beside Ling Lan, without any regard for the others. They would, of course, not give the opposition any good looks since they didn't come here to be peaceful. After Ling Lan showing that she was the master of the place, she gestured the opposition to sit down and speak. Only the senior colonel, who was sly and conniving, wasn't affected and kept smiling. The others were more or less angered by Ling Lan's attitude. Especially the young major, with his expression becoming more twisted. Li Lanfeng scanned around the room, and knew the senior colonel would be the most difficult person to deal with. He took a deep breath and focused. He must fight a brilliant battle for himself and Ling Lan. On the side, Li Shiyu had his eyes somewhat closed. Before his regiment commander throws him into the fray, he would only be a bystander and wouldn't participate in the battle from the beginning. You seem quite busy, Regiment Commander Ling. You made us wait for a very long time. Before Ling Lan could say anything, the young major jumped out and spoke loudly. Of course, our regiment commander is a commander of a clan. He is much busier than major like us who don't have actually power. Li Lanfeng said while smiling. Although it seemed he was mocking himself, he was actually mocking the young major. The young major could not find a proper rebuttal, so the stress started building up in him which almost made him faint. Actually useless. The senior colonel, who led the team, cursed internally at the fact that his subordinate was useless. His expression however didn't change as nodded and smiled, indeed. Major Ling has made many achievements at such a young age, resulting in being a regiment commander at such a young age. Perhaps you are a genius that General Ling has set his sights on. Your future is limitless, Major Ling. Ling Lan had her eyes half open and didn't respond, making the senior colonel feel awkward for talking to himself. He couldn't help but insult Ling Lan in his head for being a sly bastard. His words were actually a trap. No matter how Ling Lan responded, they would be able to continue to question her. Now that her lips were tightly sealed and wouldn't say anything, the senior colonel couldn't continue to ask questions. Even if it was the confident senior colonel, he still couldn't help but feel demotivated from the defeat he took at the very beginning of the interrogation. The entire meeting hall was silent. Ling Lan's group of 3 came to this meeting with the thought of speaking only when necessary. They won't actively speak to the opposition to let the opposition find a chance to question them. Thus, they calmly held the teacup Lin Zhongqing had brought and drank from it slowly. This extremely calm demeanor made the people from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee irritated. The only way to get through Ling Lan's defenses was to make her panic, increasing the chances of her making a mistake. Waiting wasn't an option. Those from the committee knew that they weren't given much time. If they couldn't find hard evidence in the required time, they could only return without achieving anything. Just as Ling Lan had thought, they only had a small amount of people speak and make witness statements. They didn't have actual evidence and the amount of witness statements were not enough to make a case. After thinking about this point, the senior colonel sighed internally. There were clearly so many people who had stayed back at the base camp, but in the end, only less than 10 individuals were willing to expose their regiment commander's abusive training methods. The others, no matter how much they questioned, threatened or tricked them, they still couldn't make the others say anything. This made the senior colonel admire this young regiment commander's methods of being able to make his subordinate not dare to speak a word in a short time. However, the more the situation continued on, the more he wanted to rip off Ling Lan's facade. He definitely couldn't let this violent individual rise up the ranks. If that happened, there would be more soldiers going through inhumane training methods. The senior colonel's eyes flickered, and a strong will showed within them. Wasn't this the reason why the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee existed? The senior colonel threw a glare at this confidant. A lieutenant colonel, who was a subordinate of the senior colonel, spoke out in a formal and cold manner, Regiment Commander Ling, we've looked through your files. You are a new recruit who just entered the division this year. You're still short a few days for an entire year. Please explain how did you manage to jump the ranks from being a new recruit to a regiment commander? After hearing him, Ling Lan raised her eyes and smirked, I thought the documents have it clearly written down. Did you not read it? Hearing this, the lieutenant colonel instantly shouted, Ling Lan, please correct your attitude. When I'm asking you, you must answer. Ling Lan frowned and spoke with a hint of confusion, Mr. Senior Colonel, are you here to question about things? Or are you here to interrogate me? They want to scare her. However, Ling Lan was quite daring. Otherwise, she wouldn't cause so many troublesome situations to occur, causing her father to have headaches when he cleans up after her. Ling Lan knew it all very well. She was indeed not a naughty child. The senior colonel was frustrated. With the current amount of evidence, he couldn't register this case to court. Hence, he could only ask her for questioning and not interrogate her. These two terms meant similar things, but there was a huge difference between them. Initially, he thought he could scare the evidence out of Ling Lan since she was young and inexperienced. Yet, she was surprisingly well seasoned. A single sentence from her placed them on the passive side. Since Ling Lan asked, the senior colonel had to reply. This is just a questioning. My men are just too passionate about their job. If they did anything wrong, please forgive them. Ling Lan gave a cold smile. Since they are part of the disciplinary and investigation committee, they should know what they should do and what shouldn't. If they do not, they shouldn't be able to sit in this position. Ling Lan looked at the fierce-looking lieutenant colonel. She said indifferently, "Lieutenant Colonel, what do you think?" The lieutenant colonel's face twitched. He suppressed his anger and didn't reply to her. He must not be angered by Ling Lan. If he did, Ling Lan might be able to derail the conversation for it to not be about her. In that situation, the loss would outweigh the gain. The senior colonel felt he needed to speak up now. He pulled the conversation back to the main topic. "Regiment Commander Ling, we have seen your data. However, there are some doubts we would like you to clear up." Ling Lan glanced at the senior colonel calmly. The senior colonel didn't wait for Ling Lan's reply and immediately asked her, "Regiment Commander Ling, after you entered the 23rd Division, you didn't undergo the 3-month-long recruit training camp. May I ask why? Injured?" This was not a good reason to escape from the recruit training camp. There must be something going on. Li Lanfeng heard this question and scoffed. The people from the disciplinary and investigation committee looked at him angrily. The senior colonel controlled his temper and turned to look at him. He said with a tinge of unhappiness in his voice, "Major, is there anything wrong with my question?" Li Lanfeng coughed. He smiled and replied, "The reports clearly stated the reason why our regiment commander didn't undergo the recruit training camp. Our regiment commander Ling was injured at that time. As for how he got injured, it's written there too. The 23rd Division headquarters gave him a special dispensation so he didn't need to undergo the recruit training camp. I don't understand why you feel the need to ask this question when the answers are written so clearly. If you suspect there is something wrong with the documents, you should ask the headquarters. I just want to hear the reason from Regiment Commander Ling directly." The senior colonel was furious after listening to what Li Lanfeng said. F***K, I've never seen such an uncooperative soldier. Of course, you can. However, our regiment commander can refuse to answer such meaningless questions. Li Lanfeng smiled gently. He was not afraid of the senior colonel's intense gaze. The disciplinary and investigation committee will report your actions to the higher authorities. If you continue to not cooperate with us, don't blame us for being merciless. The lieutenant colonel could no longer control his anger. Please do it. Li Lanfeng waved his hands indifferently. His calm expression made the people from the disciplinary and investigation committee feel even more indignant. They didn't expect to meet such huge resistance the moment they started their investigation. Regiment Commander Ling, please remember that you are a soldier. You should cooperate with us and help us with our investigation. The senior colonel slammed the table and glared at Ling Lan furiously. His gentle expression and friendly demeanor had disappeared. "Senior colonel, our regiment commander would not be sitting here wasting his time, listening to your accusations if he didn't want to cooperate with you." Li Lanfeng slammed the table too and glared at the senior colonel coldly. F***K, you are in our territory. If they allowed themselves to be bullied in their own territory, they should just dissolve their mecha clan. Ling Lan sat in the middle of the confrontation like an ice statue. She ignored the argument that was happening and sipped her tea nonchalantly. Leopard is performing well, I must give him a thumbs up later. As expected, it's relaxing to have someone at the front end fighting for her. I need to nurture him more in the future. Ling Lan found Li Lanfeng's usefulness and decided to use it shamelessly. The senior colonel glared at Li Lanfeng for a long time. In the end, he backed down first. He looked at the calm Ling Lan and reprimanded her, "Regiment Commander Ling, is this how you treat your guest?" Ling Lan looked down and blew her tea elegantly. She took a sip and replied indifferently, "Senior Colonel, if you want to ask something that isn't written in the reports. Let's not waste each other's time." She raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at the senior colonel. "Our mecha clan needs to be on the battlefield soon. Every minute we are wasting could be put to better use. 1 minute of training could increase our chance of survival in the battlefield. Let's not waste time, indirectly killing people. You are a murderer." The senior colonel screamed in his heart. Those people said he had killed 2 mecha operators heartlessly. However, no information could be found even after they searched through the entire database of the 23rd Division. It was as though the 2 mecha operators never existed. The senior colonel didn't know he had found the truth. The greed for merit blinded him, causing him to oversee this possibility. The senior colonel took much effort before he managed to control his anger. He no longer waited for them to make a mistake. He could tell the 3 majors were very experienced people. It would be difficult dealing with them. Just like what Ling Lan said, he should stop wasting each other's time and go directly to the point. Even if he didn't get any information, it was better than getting angered by them like this. According to what we know, you brutally killed 2 people when you first became the regiment commander of 250 Ace Mecha Clan. This was the reason why your men reported to us that you didn't have the capabilities to be their leader. Ling Lan raised her eyebrows. Who said that? We have enough evidence to prove that you were vicious towards your men when you were just appointed as a regiment commander. You killed 2 people, Regiment Commander Ling. If you confess now, you may still have a chance to get a lighter sentence. The senior colonel stared at Ling Lan. He directly threw this question at her so that she would get agitated. That way, she might show them some loopholes. Confession will place you in jail while resistance allows you to go back home for the new year. This was a saying used in her past life, and it speaks the truth. Ling Lan wanted to go back home for the new year. There was no change in her expression as she firmly replied with a calm face, "I didn't." "Didn't? You are lying." The young major who had been controlling his anger and watching the questioning from the side sprung up furiously and shouted at Ling Lan. "I'm lying. Where is your evidence then? Who are the people that died? What are their names? Where are they from? When did they enter the military?" Ling Lan threw a flurry of questions to the other party. The other party was speechless. They didn't have any relevant evidence, but this caused them to suspect even more that someone was protecting Regiment Commander Ling behind the scene by destroying all the evidence against him. "Since you can't show any evidence, should I suspect that you are trying to frame me?" Ling Lan glanced at the officers intently. The officers lowered their heads, not daring to look at Ling Lan directly. "What is done by night appears by day. Regiment Commander Ling, the people that accused you are from your own mecha clan, not us." The senior colonel gave a cold smile. He refuted Ling Lan's words. Ling Lan had nothing to respond to this query. Someone from her mecha clan complained against her. Whether the complaint was true or fake, she couldn't refute it. The senior colonel was delighted. He finally managed to gain the upper hand in this confrontation. He waited to see how the other party would respond. Li Lanfeng smiled. He finally entered the trap. He waited so long for this moment. Li Lanfeng gave a gentle smile and answered calmly, "Senior Colonel, those people that accuse our regiment commander, are they the people who stayed back at the base?" The senior colonel narrowed his eyes. He looked at the smiling Li Lanfeng and pondered over his intention for asking this question. He couldn't find what the other party wanted to do, so he decided to be safe and remain silent. The senior colonel smiled and looked at Li Lanfeng, without replying to him. Li Lanfeng didn't seem awkward after he got ignored. He nonchalantly continued on, you all should know that there are different levels of mecha operators in a mecha clan. Some are good, some are bad. This time, our regiment commander brought all the capable soldiers on this mission. Those that are left, Li Lanfeng appeared to be sad and disappointed. He clicked his tongue to show his unhappiness. Actually, our regiment commander had made a decision, that if these mecha operators couldn't pass the test after he comes back from this mission, they would be moved to normal mecha clans or be sent out of the military. The senior colonel got a shock when he heard that. He said without thinking, you can do that? When he came, his superiors had told him what kind of mecha operators were in 250 Ace Mecha Clan. Li Lanfeng appeared stunned by the senior colonel's expression. Why can't we do that? An excellent Ace Mecha Clan should only keep the best mecha operators. Those that didn't meet the requirements would be cut. He was trying to confuse truth by mixing it with falsehood. They were being incredibly disrespectful towards these mecha operators who achieved many merits before. The senior colonel was furious, but he controlled his emotions. He signaled his assistant to hand him the folders with information about the mecha operators of 250 Ace Mecha Clan. He took the documents and slammed it in front of Li Lanfeng. He said coldly, I've read through the background of all the mecha operators in 250 Ace Mecha Clan. They are excellent mecha operators from other divisions. How can they be not capable? Are you trying to send them away just because they don't listen to you? Li Lanfeng didn't flinch. Well, he was wearing a mask, so even if he did, they wouldn't be able to see it. He took a folder out and pushed it towards the senior colonel. He said with a smile, being outstanding in the past doesn't mean they will remain outstanding. Why don't you take a look at the documents inside this folder first? The senior colonel took out the documents from the folder curiously. It contained the past results of these mecha operators. He was shocked. The results were terrible. The senior colonel knew these mecha operators were forsaken by their past division, so it was normal to have such results. The documents felt like a hot potato in his hands. These documents alone were enough to refute his statement that these mecha operators were excellent. However, if he showed his hand now, would he get used by them? The senior colonel's mind worked furiously. The senior colonel saw the three majors staring at him, waiting for his reply. He then thought of something. Everyone has their lows, we should be more patient towards them. Even if they wanted him to show his hand, he wouldn't do it. Senior colonel, you are right. The military has its rules, but we are not heartless. However, these mecha operators have been like this for a few years. We need to be responsible to the other soldiers. We can't let them continue like this. It is unfair to the other soldiers who are fighting hard at the front line, who are working for their benefits while these operators just stay at the base doing nothing, but mope around and obtaining the same benefits as those who are working at the front lines. Li Lanfeng tapped on the document in the senior colonel's hand, signaling him to look carefully. The senior colonel's expression changed. He knew what these mecha operators were like. Is the other party forcing him to state his intention? Then, he remembered what the commander had said when he came to the 23rd Division. He sneered. They have many achievements during their time in the military. Even if they can't regain their powers, we should still not give up on them. Are you trying to deny their merits? Do you want the soldiers in the military to be disappointed in us? Senior Colonel, is there a misunderstanding? Li Lanfeng was elated when he heard the senior colonel finally stating his true intention. He pretended to be surprised and explained himself, I'm just saying that we need to be responsible for them since they can't go back to their old days and control a mecha, we should send them to where they truly belong. Letting them stay in 250 Ace Mecha Clan is just harming them. Isn't this? The senior colonel stopped talking abruptly. He was shocked to realize that he had walked into the other party's trap. 250 Ace Mecha Clan was a forsaken Ace Mecha Clan. However, it was not an official status. If the 23rd Division wanted to reorganize 250 Ace Mecha Clan and Ling Lan carried out this mission on an order, then there would be no problem at all. As the regiment commander of an Ace Mecha Clan, he had the right to send those underperforming soldiers out from his clan. The senior colonel turned pale. He let down his guard and got fooled by the other party. Whether the mecha operators from 250 Ace Mecha clan are kicked out or not has nothing to do with our investigation. Don't try to change the topic, Regiment Commander Ling, our leader has spoken clearly just now. Your men accused you of using violent means and killing mecha operators in your mecha clan. We would like you to give an explanation for this accusation. The assistant beside the senior colonel realized that the situation was going against them, so he tried to turn the tables around. Ling Lan looked up indifferently and replied, I've made myself clear just now. Who did I kill? Where is the evidence? I hope that you can show them to me. The lieutenant colonel gritted his teeth and tried to beat around the bush. You don't have the right to know some things. In that case, I have to suspect that I'm being framed. Ling Lan gave them a look of contempt. If they had evidence, then there would be something wrong. The lieutenant colonel fumed in anger. If they had solid evidence against him, why would they be sitting here and questioning him? The lieutenant colonel couldn't win against Ling Lan, but his words caused the senior colonel to calm down. He decided to change his method of asking. He tapped his index finger on the table, attracting everyone's attention. Seeing the confident look on their senior colonel's face, the people from the disciplinary and investigation committee felt at ease. On the other hand, Ling Lan and her comrades turned vigilant when they noticed that their opponents had regained his composure. They prepared themselves for his attack. The senior colonel was satisfied with the pressure he had created. He looked at Ling Lan and said slowly, let's not talk about this matter first. I have something I would like to ask you. Why don't you give it some thought about why do you think your men accused you of such matter? When facing this kind of sly criminals who would not confess to their crimes until the last moment, it was useless to lay out everything clearly in front of them. He was fooled by his own experience. He thought that the other party was easy to deal with since he was young, immature, and had only entered the military recently. He didn't put much thought in his plan, so he acted rashly. That was why he met so many obstacles. However, it was still not too late. The senior colonel viewed the three people in front of him as his greatest opponents now. He no longer dared to underestimate them. Ling Lan was on her guard. As expected of someone who was sent by the military headquarters, he was definitely a difficult opponent, as no matter what her answer was, it would be turned against her. Ling Lan took her teacup and pretended to think about this question. The senior colonel didn't interrupt her. He waited silently for her reply. Senior colonel, I have some thoughts about this question, maybe I can discuss it with you now. Li Lanfeng was a sensitive person. He sensed that this question was a trap, so he instantly opened his mouth. The senior colonel turned to look at Li Lanfeng. He pretended to be interested in what he was saying. Ling Lan will not speak for himself now. F***K. The senior colonel hated Li Lanfeng for interrupting him. However, he couldn't show it on his face. He signaled for Li Lanfeng to speak. Li Lanfeng smiled. He ignored the glares people were shooting at him and calmly said, Senior Colonel, you should know that an Ace Mecha clan provides much better treatment to their mecha operators compared to normal mecha clans. This is not just a change in quantity, it is a change in the quality of living too. Anyone with a brain will know what is the better option. Unfortunately, some people just do not have the ability to enjoy this treatment. Our regiment commander is a fair person. He will not let useless people get what they shouldn't. As he spoke, he looked at Ling Lan with his eyes full of respect. If Ling Lan was not firm enough, her expression would have changed under the intense and eerie gaze of Li Lanfeng. It is so scary. Li Lanfeng's speech and expression almost caused the senior colonel to vomit out blood. Regiment Commander Ling is fair. Those mecha operators are useless people. How can he say such lies so uprightly? It seems like he really underestimated these young people. Li Lanfeng knew that he shouldn't get too overboard. He could already feel Ling Lan's intense desire to punch him in the face. He retracted his gaze. Although he wanted to become Ling Lan's confidant and close friend, he didn't want to become her punching bag. Li Lanfeng wasn't a masochist. Li Lanfeng sighed after he retracted his gaze. He gave a disappointed and sympathetic look. They knew that they don't have the ability to stay in 250 Ace Mecha clan, but they were not willing to let go of their current way of living. This caused them to turn crazy. It's reasonable that they chose to frame our regiment commander. Li Lanfeng started his retaliation. Frame? The senior colonel narrowed his eyes. Seemed like the other party had made their preparation. They were indeed hard to tackle. That's right, they framed us. Those mecha operators don't have the capabilities to enjoy, but they wanted to enjoy the benefits and treatment of an ace mecha member. They didn't want to give up the benefits, so they wanted to use this method to prevent our regiment commander Ling from chasing them away. Li Lanfeng's smile had disappeared. His cold eyes and firm tone showed how angry he was. His intent gaze stabbed the hearts of the people from the disciplinary and investigation committee. They lowered their heads and avoided his gaze. Li Lanfeng knocked on the table with his right hand as he continued. If you all believed them and decided on the verdict without making the proper investigation, they would succeed in their plan. The regiment commander that comes to replace Regiment Commander Ling would turn a blind eye to them to prevent this from happening to him. By right, only the best mecha operators could enjoy the benefits of being in an ace mecha clan. Yet, these useless people took advantage of their positions. This is a humiliation to all the ace mecha masters. You are tricked by these useless people. We can't allow that to ever happen. Li Lanfeng's words caused those people who didn't know the truth to feel angry towards the mecha operators, who provided them with witness reports. They started to suspect that the mecha operators were lying to them. Only those that knew what 250 Ace Mecha clan really was, knew Li Lanfeng was just talking nonsense. Unfortunately, they couldn't refute him directly. This situation had happened to a normal Ace Mecha clan before. They settled many similar cases before. Li Lanfeng's upright and just speech caused a commotion among the people from the disciplinary and investigation committee. This is bad. The senior colonel immediately replied, these mecha operators fought in wars before and are experienced soldiers. They wouldn't do this kind of thing for their own benefit. Li Lanfeng sneered. What criminal is a criminal from birth? Everyone knew what he was trying to say. The senior colonel almost fainted from anger. Li Lanfeng was outrightly suspecting them. Ever since the disciplinary and investigation committee was formed, no one dared to question their actions directly in front of their faces. It was like giving them a slap on their faces. The senior colonel glared at Li Lanfeng. He gritted his teeth. However, Li Lanfeng was not afraid. He looked back at the senior colonel firmly. After training with Ling Lan, the force of presence this senior colonel exuded was nothing to him. The senior colonel looked at the calm Li Lanfeng and felt demotivated. Where did these young people come from? Even when facing high-ranked and experienced officers like them, they maintained their composure. They never flinched when they attacked them. Instead, they retaliated powerfully. Were they really framed? For the first time, the senior colonel suspected himself. The major couldn't control himself anymore when he saw his leader being speechless. He sprung up and shouted. Do you have evidence to prove that they had framed you? Li Lanfeng looked at him with contempt. Do you have evidence then? They didn't have any evidence, and yet, they dared to come to their territory and incriminate them. Do they think that 250 Ace Mecha clan was easy to bully? The argument went back to the same point again. The senior colonel knew that this was their weakness, so he wanted to beat around the bush and get more information out from the other party. However, they were too composed. They knew their strength and what could bring them more benefits. Hence, they kept talking about the points that gave them advantages. The major was frustrated when Li Lanfeng talked back. He spoke without thinking. Since you said that they are useless and they framed you because they stand the thought of you having the possibility of chasing them out of the military, why don't you prove to us how capable your mecha operators are? They were all mecha operators disregarded and sent out from their own divisions. He didn't believe that the difference between their capabilities would be so stark. If they were able to discover that the useless mecha operators were on par or even better than the capable mecha operators, they could prove that Ling Lan used unscrupulous methods to rule over her mecha clan. This way, even without evidence for the crime of killing her mecha operators, they would be able to take her away. As long as they were able to bring Ling Lan back to the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee, they would be able to control what happened after that. The Major's eyes were filled with hatred. He must destroy Ling Lan. Ling Lan wanted to laugh when she heard what the Major said. Isn't he helping her? As expected, the worst thing was not meeting a powerful opponent, it was having a stupid teammate. The senior colonel looked hesitant when he heard what the Major said. He had thought about this too, but since 250 Ace Mecha Clan had managed to become one of the top 10 mecha clans during this land clearing mission, so he didn't dare to mention this. He was afraid that he would lose terribly. The senior colonel's expression changed. In the end, he chose to cut off all means of retreat. Truth be told, he didn't believe that all the 250 mecha operators in 250 Ace Mecha Clan had regained their Ace Mecha operating skills. These people had been diagnosed by professional military doctors. How could they be healed by this new regiment commander? If it was that simple, 250 Ace Mecha Clan would not have been formed in the first place. The senior colonel felt that this was quite possible, so he nodded. He is right. Since you said that those mecha operators who framed you are useless, you can invite them to have a battle with those capable mecha operators and let us see the difference in them. Ling Lan touched her teacup and went into deep thought. The people from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee were elated when they saw that. As expected, this was their weakness. Don't you trust your mecha operators? The senior colonel resumed his smile. Ling Lan thought for a moment before replying, that is possible. However, there are too many people in 250 Ace Mecha Clan. It will take a long time if we let everyone participate in the battle. The preparation will be hard too. Why not we choose a few representatives from each side? The truth is, you want to choose the few most capable mecha operators, right? Since there are so many useless mecha operators, so they had to be a few that managed to recover. All the people from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee believed that this was her real intention. Their eyes lit up. The Major was excited, he could already sense the merits coming towards him. You are right. The senior colonel smiled brightly. The tension between the two parties disappeared. The Major was frustrated when he saw his superior agreeing to Ling Lan. Before Ling Lan could say anything, the senior colonel continued, how about this? We will randomly choose someone from the capable and useless category. We don't know their real strengths, so this would be a fair decision. The senior colonel smiled. He tried to detect any signs of agitation from the other party, but Ling Lan's expression didn't change at all. The senior colonel was disappointed. Ling Lan knew what the senior colonel was trying to do. Unfortunately, she was really not afraid. The results of the mecha operators were all real. Those that were capable went along with her for the mission, while those useless ones continued to train at the base. Since the other party wanted to get a slap in the face, Ling Lan would not stop them. She nodded indifferently, that is fine too. The senior colonel felt uneasy when Ling Lan agreed so readily. However, he quickly threw this uneasiness to the back of his mind. He trusted himself, maybe Ling Lan just wanted to try his luck. The senior colonel and his assistants carefully chose 3 people out of the 200 mecha operators on Ling Lan's side. They purposely excluded Yang Mingji, Lu Furong, and Gu Dongyang from the list of choices, as they knew that these 3 people had already bowed their heads down to Ling Lan. The senior colonel thought they must have received some benefits from Ling Lan, and in turn regained some of their abilities. If not, arrogant people like them would not listen to a major who was much younger than them. The 3 people they chose to compete against had unfamiliar names. Then, they chose the 3 strongest mecha operator based on the past achievements from the 50 useless mecha operators. One of them was even an ace mecha master with a title. The senior colonel felt that no matter how weak a titled ace mecha master had become, he should still be stronger than a normal ace mecha master. Ling Lan took over the name list. She looked at it and smiled. She didn't know if the senior colonel was unlucky or lucky, but the 3 people they chose to compete against were among the group that had the best results. On the other hand, the 3 people they chose to represent them were among the ones who had the worst results. Even if I don't want to slap them in the face, it's impossible now. Ling Lan sighed. She passed the name list to Lin Zhongqing, who was serving them tea. As the head of logistics, Lin Zhongqing had the ability to prepare this battle within the shortest period of time. 10 minutes later, Lin Zhongqing came back and nodded at his boss. Ling Lan stood up. The people from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee got a shock. They thought Ling Lan wanted to escape, but instead, she said, "The battlefield has been prepared. Would you all like to watch the match with me or stay here and wait for the results?" The senior colonel stood up hurriedly. "Of course, we would watch the match with you." He must not let Ling Lan out of his sight. If Ling Lan escaped, it would be difficult for them to catch him again even after they got enough evidence. Ling Lan didn't know what the people from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee were thinking. Even if she knew, she wouldn't care. She never had the thought of running away anyway. Hence, Ling Lan, Li Lanfeng, Li Xiu, Lin Zhongqing, and the people from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee came to the training ground. The training ground of 250 Ace Mecha Clan was technologically advanced. The people from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee were surprised to see such advanced facilities in an untitled Ace Mecha Clan. Some of them started to suspect that 250 Ace Mecha Clan was an important Ace Mecha Clan to the 23rd Division. Unconsciously, those people that didn't know the truth were starting to believe what Li Lanfeng had said. They couldn't believe that such a wealthy and powerful Ace Mecha Clan was a retirement home for useless mecha operators. This didn't make sense to them. The senior colonel looked at the 6 people who were preparing for battle and frowned. The spirit of these 6 people was entirely different. 3 energetic and motivated mecha operators stood on the right side, and the 3 on the left looked fine, but compared to the 3 on the right, their aura was much weaker. Their gaze kept shifting around too, seemingly uneasy about the environment they were in. The senior colonel suddenly felt uneasy about a thought that suddenly came into his head. He shouted, "Where is Senior Colonel Kong Lincheng?" A person on the left raised his hand up high. "I'm here." Kong Lincheng's eyes lit up. He knew these people must be from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee, as he already met them a few days ago. He turned around and looked at the cold and calm Ling Lan. His heart sunk. Did they fail to apprehend that monster? Kong Lincheng had enough of this suffering. He had to endure the pain from the agents and from the brutal training every single day, being constantly on the edge of death. Every time he managed to open his eyes the next morning, he would curse his good luck. To him, this luck wasn't good at all. This good luck caused him to experience what it was like to be in a living hell, and never being able to escape. As he was about to reach his limit, a plan suddenly came to his mind and he started to commence his plan. Fortunately, this time God seemed to be on his side. Their vicious and heartless regiment commander went on a land-clearing mission with the main team, leaving only a few people in the base. Without the surveillance from those powerful guards, Kong Lincheng managed to advance through his plan rather smoothly. He succeeded in persuading a few mecha operators who equally hated Ling Lan and worked together with them to send their accusations to the military using special means. Kong Lincheng didn't believe the headquarters of the 23rd Division. He suspected that the 23rd Division headquarters was the one who sent Regiment Commander Ling to clean them up. He would not walk into their trap. In these past few days, he kept waiting for the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee to appear. He thought when they appeared, Ling Lan would definitely be dead or at least be taken away to military prison. Yet, he was standing in front of him all fine and proper while he was being summoned. Does he know what I did? Ling Lan asked Lin Zhongqing to secretly tell the 3 mecha operators from their side that the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee suspected the results of their test. The three mecha operators were extremely furious for being doubted against. They decided to show those bastards their true power. They were once well-respected ace mecha masters. After falling from grace and picking themselves up again, they were much more sensitive to other people's derision. Ling Lan was constantly looking for more ways of improving the abilities of her mecha operators. Since the disciplinary and investigation committee served themselves up on a silver platter, she would, of course, not be rude and reject it. The competition would a test that was based on the 7 basic training of a mecha operator. The passing marks were the same as the benchmark provided by the military. The 250 Ace Mecha clan followed the benchmark of the military, so the disciplinary and investigation committee couldn't find anything amiss with them. The result of the competition was just like what Ling Lan had expected. The 3 capable mecha operators passed the test with flying colors, proving the results they got were true. As for the 3 useless mecha operators, all of them failed, including the one that had a title. The people from the disciplinary and investigation committee were stunned by the results, especially the senior colonel and those that knew the secret of 250 Ace Mecha clan. They looked at Kong Lincheng in disappointment and scoffed. Since other people can revert back to their old form again, why can't you? You have a title. Kong Lincheng understood what they were thinking from just the look of their faces. His face turned red, clearing, showing the amount of frustration he had. He hated the Federation. It only knew how to use them and never consider their future. He had been fighting for 10 years. Why couldn't he retire? In reality, the Federation had created many plans for those mecha operators who got tired of fighting and wanted to retire from the military. The Federation allowed those mecha operators to apply for retirement and would supply them with a place to stay and a stable job. Of course, the pay and treatment would not be the same as they were in the military, but the Federation would still give them rewards based on their merits. They would not let their past mecha operators live a hard life. However, Kong Lincheng didn't like the retirement plans the Federation had planned for him. He felt that the Federation owed him more. He wasn't willing to give up the treatment he received in an Ace Mecha clan, as the benefits given to an Ace Mecha clan was the best. To escape from being on a battlefield ever again, he pretended he was mentally traumatized by the war. That way, the division had no choice but to continue providing for him until the end of his days. When the 23rd Division was formed, the division he was in threw him into the 23rd Division to get rid of him and a few other useless mecha operators. Kong Lincheng was happy at this result. He believed that General Ling Xiao would continue providing for them in order to not dishearten the soldiers that just entered his division. His commander knew this, and that was why he sent them to this division. Kong Lincheng expected Ling Xiao to be a gentle and patient person. However, this was not true. He was more vicious and brutal compared to other generals. After bearing with them for 5 years, he decided to clean them. He even sent a bold and heartless major to torture them to death. Kong Lincheng regretted his actions. If he didn't come to the 23rd Division 5 years ago, he would still be able to live his carefree life. He would not lose his face in front of the people from the disciplinary and investigation committee too. Ling Lan didn't care what these useless mecha operators were thinking. From the moment they accused her, she had given up on them. She looked at the senior colonel calmly. "Senior Colonel, what do you think?" The senior colonel felt his face burning. The truth had been laid out in front of him. He felt that a single wrong decision would cause him to lose entirely. He sighed. "Regiment Commander Ling, seems like I need to re-examine the truthfulness of the accusation." He still didn't want to admit defeat. The major that hated Ling Lan looked at them in disbelief. When he heard what his leader said, he thought his leader had given up on the investigation. He got agitated and said instantly, "Did you torture them brutally because they couldn't meet your expectations?" The senior colonel glared at him. At first, he felt that this major was young and motivated, so he was suitable to be on the front line. Now, he was just a stupid teammate. Ling Lan decided to ignore the major since the senior colonel of the disciplinary and investigation committee had decided to take a step back. She didn't need to argue with this small figure. However, the major became more confident when Ling Lan didn't reply to him. He wasn't willing to return to the disciplinary and investigation committee just like this. From the gazes of his comrades, he knew that nothing good would happen to him after he comes back. If he took a gamble now, he might still have a chance to earn some merits. The major plucked up his courage and decided to make one last-ditch effort. He cast aside all his considerations and said everything on his mind. If you are really innocent, why are there so many accusations? Framing you. This word is just humiliating the mecha operators. The major looked up and told the secret that all the higher authorities knew. Other people might not know where these mecha operators come from, but I do. Every one of them has achieved many military achievements. They are well-respected seniors, so their characters can be trusted. They are weak now because they were traumatized during battles. Thus, the military has the responsibility to provide for their future. They were sent to 250 Ace Mecha Clan in the past so that they could retire peacefully here. However, you disobeyed the orders of your superiors and made them undergo brutal training so that you can gain merits for yourself. You punished the people that didn't listen to you cruelly. You are a criminal. The people that didn't know the truth let out a gasp. They started discussing among themselves. They didn't expect the normal-looking 250 Ace Mecha Clan to have such a history. Did Regiment Commander Ling really do all these brutal things for his own gains? Kong Lincheng was elated. Seems like the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee is preparing to take down Ling Lan. The senior colonel knew that things had gone out of hand after the major had said that. When he talked to the major before this mission, he told him the secret of 250 Ace Mecha Clan so that he could be more confident about this mission. However, this young fellow just said this secret out blatantly. But who knows? This might be their chance to finally corner that criminal. Even if the argument failed, he could just push all the blame to the major. Hence, the senior colonel kept quiet. He looked at Ling Lan and wondered how he would respond to this. Li Lanfeng saw that the other party finally said the secret and threw a glance at Li Shiyu. He should come out now. Li Shiyu smiled. He coughed and said, "Hello everyone, let me introduce myself. My name is Li Shiyu. I'm a specialist military doctor from the hospital at 23rd Division Headquarters." Li Shiyu. This name sounds familiar. The senior colonel remembered when he was reporting his work to his superiors, he heard the dean of the military headquarters hospital chatting with them. The dean was commenting that it was a pity that they didn't manage to scout a talented military doctor into their team, and the name of this talented military doctor was Li Shiyu. He had a strong impression of this name because he was the only person who rejected the recruitment from Flying Dragon Special Forces. It caused a commotion among the Federation at that time. Many officers knew of this name. Major Li Shiyu, the military doctor who created the newest model of restorative agent. I have long heard about you. The senior colonel gave a sincere smile. People at their level could offend anyone but a military doctor. No one knew when they would require their help to save their lives. The higher your position was, the more fearful you were of death. Li Shiyu smiled brightly. He looked at the major and gave him a gentle smile. I can answer your queries. I came to 250 Ace Mecha Clan under a secret order from the headquarters. They wanted me to examine the mecha operators from 250 Ace Mecha Clan again. Li Shiyu's smile got deeper as he continued. The specialists from the division headquarters and the military hospital felt that time heals many illnesses. After 5 years of relaxation here, there should be some changes in the mecha operators' conditions. The specialists and mentors in the hospital hoped the mecha operators could regain their abilities again. At the same time, they believed that these heroes who fought their way out of the battlefield do not want to continue being useless baggage to the Federation. They will constantly think of ways to try and regain their power again. No matter what state they are in, as a military doctor, I must help these heroes stand up again. Thus, the military hospital decided to send a military doctor every 5 years to 250 Ace Mecha Clan to examine these mecha operators to give them a new verdict on their condition. They do not want to miss the best time window for each mecha operator's recovery. Li Shiyu's words made the actions by the 23rd Division and the military hospital seem noble. The senior colonel felt a sense of danger. Even if they made a mistake in handling the mecha operators, they could use this reason to push the blame onto others. This is the 5th year. After much discussion, the military hospital decided to let me take on this mission. This was a sign of their trust, and that is why I came to 250 Ace Mecha Clan. I have to thank Regiment Commander Ling for helping and cooperating with my work. He never tried to explain himself even when he was misunderstood. Li Shiyu gratefully saluted to Ling Lan. Ling Lan saluted back expressionlessly. She seemed to be saying that this was her job and she should do it. Their interaction showed the other people that they were on the same status level and that Li Shiyu was not under Ling Lan. Facts proved that the headquarters had foresight. When I came to 250 Ace Mecha Clan, I realized many mecha operators showed signs of improvement. When I reported this back to the headquarters and the hospital, my superiors were elated. They ordered me to continue observing them and treat them. Youth knows no fear. The specialists and mentors agreed to my proposal. They decided to let me lead a team to be in charge of the treatment of the mecha operators in 250 Ace Mecha Clan. Li Shiyu was full of respect and gratefulness to the mentors in the military hospital. He respected how they ensured that there were no loopholes in the plan. Even if there was, they would cover it up and make sure that they didn't have to worry about not having a path of retreat. At first, he thought this act was meaningless. Now, he felt that the headquarters was giving them protection. They were just too weak and couldn't handle such huge drawbacks. Oh, right. This treatment proposal was sent by our division hospital to the main military hospital, and it received approval. Li Shiyu added on. The senior colonel's heart dropped. He never expected the military headquarters to have a hand in the treatments of these mecha operators. He was already going to give up on earning any merits from this case due to Li Shiyu's status, but now with the military headquarters having a hand in this, it would be better for them to stay further away from this case. Since the other party had gained approval from the military headquarters, they couldn't touch Li Shiyu even though they suspected him. They had to confront the military headquarters if they wanted to do it, as the main military hospital was a part of the military headquarters. Only their superiors from the military law department had the right to give an order to investigate them. The disciplinary and investigation committee didn't have the right to do that. Li Shiyu didn't care how frustrated the other party felt when they heard his words. He smiled gently and continued. Fortunately, my treatment worked. Most of the mecha operators regained their abilities. Of course, I have to thank the mecha operators for cooperating with me for the treatment. Li Shiyu was like an angel now, gentle and kind. The people from the disciplinary and investigation committee started respecting him. This person saved more than 200 experienced Ace Mecha Masters. 200 Ace Mecha Masters might not be a lot when compared with the total number of Ace Mecha Masters in the Federation, but this proved that his treatment was effective. If any mecha operators fall under the same state as them, they wouldn't have to be forced out of the Federation anymore. His treatment could save millions of manpower for the Federation. An experienced and capable Ace Mecha Master was hard to groom, as there was only one such person among 10,000 mecha operators. Losing one was still a great loss to the Federation. What Li Shiyu said stunned everyone, even the major side. He knew he couldn't turn the tides around anymore. However, this did not mean that the major had given up. He had already lost everything, but he couldn't accept the results. He started to speak without thinking. This doesn't explain why some of the mecha operators accused him of tormenting them. You are covering up for him. You two are on the same side. The senior colonel was speechless. What the major said made sense, but after Li Shiyu came out to explain everything, it meant that they no longer had the right to question them. It was stupid for him to keep pestering them. The Federation was stringent towards violent behaviors by regiment commanders, but towards military doctors, they turned a blind eye. All the high-ranked specialist military doctors would do some illegal things. The Federation knew this, however they didn't stop them. Some illegal actions were even done under the orders from the higher authorities. The Federation was clear that in order for military doctors to improve their skills, experiments were necessary. Li Shiyu had healed 80% of these useless mecha operators back to their old form. This success rate was enough for the Federation to completely ignore his forbidden actions. If he had killed 10 or 20 people to get this result, the Federation would try its best to cover it up for him. The process of getting the result wasn't important compared to the actual result. Not only that, Li Shiyu was acting on the orders of the headquarters. If they continued accusing him, wouldn't they be questioning the headquarters' decisions? His position might be taken away because of that. The senior colonel dared to offend anyone but a highly acclaimed military doctor. Exceptional regiment commanders could be found everywhere, but military doctors who could create miracles were rare. Hence, he decided to abandon the major, as his status was more important than the so-called camaraderie. Li Shiyu smiled when he heard the major's accusation. The aura around him continued to be warm and harmless. To the senior colonel, the smile was a devil's smile. Unfortunately, the major had lost his composure and couldn't see this. He still had the hope that he could win this argument. I will report your accusation to the main military hospital. They will personally explain it to you, Li Shiyu replied calmly. The major's face turned pale. He had regained his senses now. If the main military hospital stepped in, he would be the one that needed to explain himself. His career was gone now. Li Shiyu ignored the major who was forsaken by the senior colonel. He said to the senior colonel, "Since your men voiced out his concern, I feel that you should take a look at these documents. Then, you will know why someone wants to frame Regiment Commander Ling." He passed the documents regarding the performance of the 50 useless mecha operators during their treatment as well as his final verdict on their condition to the senior colonel. The details of the treatment were not written inside to prevent any leakage of information, as some people might use the information to harm the mecha operators. The senior colonel flipped through the documents. The first thing he saw was the verdict on Kong Lingqing's condition. He read the report, and his heart palpitated furiously as he continued reading through the whole report. This report was enough to destroy Kong Lingqing's future. Seems like Ling Lan and his men wanted to clean up the mecha operators that didn't listen to them. If they sent this document to the military hospital, Kong Lingqing would definitely be chased out of the military. He might even be put under house arrest to maintain the reputation of the military. Evil. The senior colonel continued to flip through the documents. Everyone that accused Ling Lan all had similar verdicts. Their situation was bad. However, those that didn't actively participate in this were given a path of retreat. Those mecha operators thought that they did everything secretly, but in actual fact, their opponents saw through their entire plan. Impressive. Even when he was not in his base, he was still monitoring over it carefully. He had control over his entire base and knew what to do when a situation arose. The senior colonel respected Ling Lan for this. At the same time, he regretted his rashness. With just one step, he lost everything. If he had been more cautious after receiving the statements of accusation and didn't come to find Ling Lan before obtaining more evidence, would the situation be different? Frankly, the senior colonel was thinking too highly of Ling Lan. At the start, she was indeed caught by surprise. However, the senior colonel gave her enough time to prepare. When he gave her time for her to wash up, Ling Lan made use of this time to calm down and ask her father for information about what had happened. Furthermore, the furious little four used his powerful search engine to find those people that betrayed 250 Ace Mecha Clan. As long as you did something, there would be traces left behind. As long as there was something left behind, Little Four would find it. Since they knew who the betrayers were, Ling Lan would not forgive them easily. She passed the list to Li Shiyu immediately. Li Shiyu was angry too. The two of them had put in so much effort so they could stand up again. How dare they betray them? Soon, he came up with those documents. Li Shiyu looked amiable on the outside, but inside he was not. If not, he wouldn't have gotten a nickname, Dr. Frankenstein. The senior colonel really made a big mistake this time. If the disciplinary and investigation committee wasn't so eager in bringing Ling Lan back, they might have succeeded. Okay, that was nonsense. If they did succeed, they wouldn't be able to bring her back either. Ling Xiao would kill anyone who possessed a threat to his daughter. Li Shiyu ignored the senior colonel's trembling hands and smiled. I have already sent a copy of this to the headquarters. He would not let these people have a chance to escape. After a while, they would be taken away. As for where they were taken to, it was not of his concern. The senior colonel's hand stopped moving. He looked at Kong Linqing pitifully. Kong Linqing's heart dropped when he saw the gaze. He got agitated. Did they lose to Ling Lan? What does that look mean? The senior colonel had no time to consider his feelings. He held the document tightly and ordered his men to go back. Leader! The major shouted unwillingly. Shut up! Go back with me. The senior colonel looked at him with a cold face. Is he not done with embarrassing himself? Stupid pig! The senior colonel decided he would kick this young man out of his position the moment he went back. This major would no longer be able to climb high in ranks anymore. No matter how hard he worked, his future was bleak. The people forsaken by the military had no future unless they met someone powerful who was willing to help them. The people from the disciplinary and investigation committee arrived confidently and left dejectedly. Ling Lan sent them off with cold eyes. She said to Li Shiyu, "Thank you for taking the blame. It's fine. I have to thank you for recommending me to the higher authorities. It allowed me to obtain more resources." Li Shiyu's eyes glinted. He needed power and reputation. He needed more people acknowledging and helping him. This was the only way he could obtain more resources to treat his eldest cousin brother. This was the devil in his heart. He would never be able to let it go unless he solved it. Li Lanfeng looked at them with a complicated expression. He glanced at Li Shiyu secretly and looked down. He seemed to be thinking deeply about something. Ling Xiao had been waiting for the good news at home. He finally heard that the people from the disciplinary and investigation committee left dejectedly, and to prevent them from being embarrassed again, they called the headquarters immediately and asked for a military ship to immediately send them away from planet Southcrest. Ling Xiao now knew his daughter must have destroyed them brutally, so he quickly asked his daughter about the juicy details of what had happened. When he knew that his daughter made use of his best hand, he was delighted. As expected of his daughter, Ling Xiao started praising his daughter to the sky. Ling Lan's prank broke the tension between Ling Xiao and Lan Luofeng. They started becoming lovey-dovey again, so Ling Xiao was in a good mood. Hence, his subordinates had a good time too. For the past few days, Ling Xiao had been constantly releasing a cold aura. The officers around him couldn't handle it. They felt that they were living in an ice age. It was freezing. The entire 23rd Division received many resources from the land clearing mission, so they managed to grow even more rapidly. Many people were envious of them, but when they saw the dejected people from the disciplinary and investigation committee leaving, they suppressed their desires to create trouble. Ling Xiao could put up with them offending him once, but if they continued to provoke him again and again, he would definitely take revenge. Ling Lan passed this crisis smoothly. For a period of time, 250 Ace Mecha clan remained peaceful. After Kong Linqing and his group were taken away by the law enforcement team of the 23rd Division, the 40 remaining mecha operators were awakened from their delusions. 250 Ace Mecha clan was no longer the hopeless mecha clan they knew. All the mecha operators who got thrown into 250 Ace Mecha clan were once famous. Besides those that had given up on themselves entirely, no one liked being chased out from their mecha clan. They had their pride. Thus, when they saw Regiment Commander Ling showing his hand, they got flustered. They felt lucky that Regiment Commander Ling gave them another chance. If they were unable to reach the standard of an ace mecha operator within a month, they would either be sent to normal mecha clans or be given the option to leave the military. They no longer had a fluke mind. Without the black sheep like Kong lynching, these mecha operators managed to reach the minimum criteria for the test and got to stay at 250 Ace Mecha Clan. Ling Lan felt that these mecha operators had not unleashed their full potential yet, so she raised the level of their training again. The mecha operators cried. They understood what living hell was like. They wanted to faint and escape the training, but the military doctor in charge of them was exceptional. One syringe was enough to wake them up and be energetic again. Oh my God, this demon could go to the military hospital. What is he doing here? At night, whenever the mecha operators were about to sleep, they would curse a person called Li Shiyu. Why didn't you go to the military hospital? Why? F***K, why didn't you go there? Are you going to go there soon? Sob, Dr. Frankenstein, Major Li, Granddaddy Li, can you go to the military hospital? Please. Heaven might have heard their curses, so after a while, the military hospital passed a summon to Li Shiyu asking him to report the results of the treatment to them personally. When Li Shiyu left the base, there was a huge uproar. It almost caused a massive earthquake. This was the only way the mecha operators could show their excitement. Finally, they could pretend to faint. Did they succeed? Well, who knows? Ling Lan was clearing some documents in her office when someone knocked on her door. A familiar voice was heard. Regiment Commander, are you free? Ling Lan didn't even look up. She said directly, come in, Lan Feng. Even if I'm not free, I will be free for you. Ling Lan heard the hesitation in Li Lanfeng's voice. From the way he spoke, she predicted that he was going to ask her some personal things. Li Lanfeng was a proud person. If he came to ask her for help, it meant that he couldn't solve it himself. Her comrades were important to her, so she wouldn't let them face their problems by themselves. Although Li Lanfeng had entered her team after the military academy and had only worked together for a year, the time spent in the virtual world, the sincere and pure relationship they had, was enough for Ling Lan to consider Li Lanfeng as her confidant. This relationship was different from her relationship with her childhood buddies like Qi Long, but she still treasured it very much. Li Lanfeng sat on the sofa in the living room. He lowered his head in deep thought. Ling Lan made 2 cups of hot tea in the pantry and placed one in front of Li Lanfeng. This job should be done by her adjutant, but Ling Lan didn't like having one. She didn't like having someone unfamiliar around her. The training in the learning space made it hard for her to trust anyone staying beside her all the time. Of course, she trusted her childhood companions and was willing to show her back to them. However, an adjutant was like an officer's assistant or butler. The future prospect for this position was not good, so Ling Lan didn't want to affect her comrades' future by having them work as her adjutant. Her personal secret also meant that she couldn't have an adjutant. Hence, Ling Lan didn't have one. She had to do most things on her own. Ling Lan took her teacup and sat down on the sofa on the right side of Li Lanfeng. She sipped her tea slowly and waited for him to speak. Li Lanfeng took the teacup instinctively but didn't drink it. A few minutes of silence passed by. Li Lanfeng sighed. He placed the teacup back on the coffee table and leaned against the sofa. He cupped his hands and rubbed his thumbs, symbolizing his confused state of mind. It was different from his normal calm expression. Tell me what you are thinking. You have already lost your composure, so you will not be able to make the most optimal decision. If you trust me, share your thoughts with me. I might be able to give you some of my opinions on the matter. Ling Lan put down her teacup helplessly when she saw Li Lanfeng's actions. Li Lanfeng raised his head. He wanted to give her a grateful smile but he couldn't. He sighed. I don't know how to explain. Ling Lan looked at Li Lanfeng sincerely. She waited for him to continue. Li Lanfeng grabbed his head in frustration. Besides his grandfather, no one in his family knew that he wanted to change his destiny. None of them knew what he was going through. However, he didn't know that his younger brother, who didn't know the truth, would sacrifice so much to help him. If he was going through some hard times, then it was still fine. But with how things were going now, he was going to reach his goals soon, so Li Lanfeng didn't need his help anymore. If the truth was revealed, Li Lanfeng might lose his younger brother. He was a selfish person, but the things his younger brother did for him over the years truly made him guilty. I lied to him for so many years. Li Lanfeng looked up and gave a bitter smile. Although I didn't do it on purpose at the start, everything that happened after that put me in a difficult position. In the end, I'm unable to explain myself. You want to explain to him, but you are afraid that he wouldn't understand, right? That is why you don't know what to do. Ling Lan raised her eyebrows. F***K, why does his situation sound so familiar? You understand me well. Yes, I want to explain to him, but I don't know how to. Everything started with me. But before I knew it, the lie had started growing exponentially. A cigarette would be perfect for the situation now. At the start, he didn't have the intention to continue to lie for so long. However, over the years, he continued on the lie until the lie he made started to take deep root in their relationship. Especially in these few years, he couldn't pick up his courage and tell him the truth, shattering his whole conviction, basically telling him what you have done over the past decade was useless. I am a coward. Ling Lan's hand trembled when she heard this. Is Li Lanfeng probing her? Maybe. The things he said, isn't it referring to her? Boss, don't worry. Let me check his information first. Little Four noticed Ling Lan's agitation and immediately consoled her. He didn't expect one of his boss's comrades to be so sharp. He couldn't underestimate him. Ling Lan calmed down and pretended to listen to Li Lanfeng carefully. So, do you think you should explain or not? Ling Lan threw a question at Li Lanfeng to see what he was thinking. If I don't explain, the truth will still be exposed in the end. Once the other person realized it himself, the situation will turn for the worse, right? Li Lanfeng asked with uncertainty. Is he warning her? Ling Lan glanced at Li Lanfeng coldly as she pondered over his words. Will the situation be better if you explain it? Ling Lan asked again. I don't know. Li Lanfeng shook his head. He really didn't know what the results might be. I might be scolded terribly, and he might forgive me in the end, or he might treat me as a complete stranger from then on. Does this mean that he doesn't know how to accept the truth? Ling Lan rubbed her chin thoughtfully. Does this mean that he just suspects her but can't confirm his suspicions yet? Is he just talking about himself? Is she thinking too much? However, lying from birth, not having the intention at the start but being deliberate in the end, wasn't it talking about her? This was too much of a coincidence. Ling Lan had thought about what would happen if her secret was discovered. However, since her comrades didn't find out after so long, she forgot about this problem. Now that Li Lanfeng brought it up again, she got flustered. She lost her coolness in that instant. She couldn't predict if he was probing her. Ling Lan looked up and saw Li Lanfeng staring intently at her. She felt nervous. After some time, she said, actually, this is a gamble. It depends on how strong your relationship is with the other person as well as how important you are to him. Ling Lan was lucky that her face could remain expressionless no matter what state of mind she was in. She started thinking carefully. If her gender was exposed, what would be the consequences? Would they leave her in a fit of anger? Would they stay back and continue working hard with her? However, this world was biased against women. It was hard for a woman to gain recognition in this era. Maybe, her comrades would feel ashamed that she was a woman. Ling Lan started frowning when she thought about this. Her mood turned bad. F***K, this bastard Li Lanfeng. Why did he remind her about this? Gamble? Li Lanfeng repeated the word. He was deep in thought. You must be confident that you are important to the other person. You must trust that even if he is angry at you, he will forgive you. If that is the case, you can take the gamble. Ling Lan spoke her true thoughts unexpectedly. Is it possible? Although Ling Lan trusted her bond with her comrades, she didn't dare to take a gamble. Li Lanfeng pondered for a long time. In the end, he gave a tired smile. He had his answer. He just didn't have the confidence. Is the relationship formed when they were young, strong enough to have him forgive him? He was thinking too much. Li Lanfeng appeared confused for a moment. Soon, he regained his composure and said, "Thank you, Ling Lan." As expected of his rabbit. "You are the only one that can clear my thoughts. I did the right thing to look for you." Li Lanfeng, was it really right of you to look for Ling Lan? Li Lanfeng didn't know the pressure he placed on Ling Lan. He was just grateful that she helped him make a decision. He should just let time settle this matter for him. "Thank me." "What did I say?" Ling Lan asked nervously. "What does he mean? Did I reveal myself just now? Did he catch it?" Li Lanfeng smiled. "You didn't say anything. Thank you for protecting my pride." The smile was glaring to Ling Lan. She gritted his teeth. So. With her cold face and cold aura, it was easy for people to feel that this was a statement instead of a question. So, nothing happened. Li Lanfeng smiled. He accepted Ling Lan's opinion. If that was the case, he would pretend nothing had happened. So, his probing session ended. Ling Lan was relieved. But, what does he know? Ling Lan was troubled by this question. From then on, Ling Lan started to think about Li Lanfeng more often. Of course, this was not because of their relationship was good. Ling Lan just wanted to know whether this idiot knew her secret or not. If he knew, she must kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Important things must be said thrice. Li Lanfeng took his leave under Ling Lan's death glare. However, he suddenly turned back. "Oh right, leader, I forgot something." Ling Lan's heart dropped. He hasn't given up yet. Is he probing her again? Or does he plan to show his hands? Ling Lan stared at Li Lanfeng sharply as she waited for his final move. Sob, why is Rabbit giving him so much pressure today? He seems like a huge monster preparing to gobble him up. Li Lanfeng felt a chill down his spine. I would like to take some time off." Li Lanfeng quickly said his request. He felt that if he stayed here any longer, he wouldn't have the courage to ask for it anymore. Why? Ling Lan raised her eyebrows. What is he trying to do? Is that a threat? Is he trying to blackmail her? "I have something to settle at home, so I need to be away for a month," Li Lanfeng replied honestly. "Boss, agree to it. That way, I can find his true identity." Little Four had never really looked up Li Lanfeng's background before, so until now he only had some basic information on Li Lanfeng. The data from the moment he was born to the age when he entered the military were stated clearly, but Little Four didn't believe it. Li Lanfeng had such strong spectre abilities. How could he have such a smooth life? There must be something wrong with this information. Fine. When are you preparing to leave? Ling Lan felt what Little Four said made sense, so she agreed to Li Lanfeng's request. "I'll need 3 days to finish the things I have on hand." Li Lanfeng predicted the time he needed to finish all his current matters. "Okay. Don't forget to register when you leave." Ling Lan waved her hand. After Li Lanfeng left her office, Ling Lan started thinking about this matter seriously. Suddenly, she said, "Little Four, shall we take a break too?" Little Four's eyes lit up. "Are we going to follow Li Lanfeng?" Ling Lan gave Little Four a look of contempt. "Follow him? We are on a break. If we meet him, it will be just a coincidence." "Okay, I understand." Little Four saw the dangerous look his boss was giving him and cleverly decided not to expose her. If she didn't find an answer to this matter, she would not be able to feel at ease. Also, the base was running smoothly now. Nothing would happen even if she left for a few days. More importantly, this was a good chance to test her comrades too. After all, they need to become leaders themselves in the future. Just like this, a few days after Li Lanfeng left the base, Ling Lan left too. She gave some orders to the team leaders and Lin Zhongqing. To prove that she was not following Li Lanfeng, she asked Little Four to hack into the system to choose an easy mission for her to do on planet Azure. In the training center of the Flying Dragon Special Forces, many young soldiers were working hard with their training. Some people surrounded a youth's optical supercomputer and were discussing among themselves. I heard that our team leader asked Brother Tang to take on a mission the military gave us. Do you know what that mission is? A youth whispered to the person beside him. He heard some rumors but he was not sure about the details. It's a 4-stars disguise mission. They needed a young person to act as the disguise, but the mission is too dangerous for the average soldiers. Thus, to prevent them from dying needlessly, they gave us the mission. The youth in front of the optical supercomputer seemed to know some details of the mission, so he started explaining. As expected of Brother Tang, the first mission he received is a 4-stars mission. The people on the scene looked enviously at the sole person training in the training center. He was the most powerful monster of the Flying Dragon Special Forces, Tang Ningyu. Of course, Brother Tang is the strongest in our special forces. Only he has the ability to take on this mission, the young person in front of the optical supercomputer said. The person these people were jealous of, was his boss. At that moment, he saw a message on the optical supercomputer and said hurriedly, "It's time for the missions to be refreshed. Don't talk to me. I must help Brother Tang get this mission." All the missions were distributed by the military. The people below would then choose the mission they wanted. Even if the military made the decision to give this mission to Flying Dragon Special Forces, they still had to follow this procedure. If not, they wouldn't be able to credit the person who completed the mission. This procedure was to prevent people from abusing their own position by distributing missions only to their own men. Plus, no one would be able to take on this mission. As the criteria for taking on this mission is quite stringent. The criteria were the person had to be in a battle team that was rated 4 stars or above, his physical skills must be above the peak stage of Qi Jin and his rank must be higher than a lieutenant colonel. Most importantly, he must be 23 years old or below. These requirements were set specially for Tang Ningyu. They couldn't think of anyone else that was able to match all these criteria. It should be known that no matter how talented a person was, the highest military rank one could get when one just entered the military was a senior captain, and would only be able to rank up to a major 3 years later. If he wanted to rank up to a lieutenant colonel, that would be another huge obstacle. The Federation wouldn't let a person rank up to a lieutenant colonel unless he spent at least 10 years in the military. The Federation would only give an exception to monstrously talented people like Tang Ningyu or someone who had received many military achievements. Anyways, these criteria would be impossible to match unless you were Tang Ningyu. Besides Ling Xiao, there was no other person in the entire Federation who would be able to match this at his age. Thus, the people from Flying Dragon Special Forces were confident that this mission would eventually fall into their palms. The people from Flying Dragon Special Forces didn't know that there was another prodigy, Ling Lan, in the 23rd Division who ranked up to a lieutenant colonel at a young age. You could say that she was lucky. As Ling Xiao couldn't stand the fact that his daughter was being questioned, so the moment the people from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee returned to the headquarters, he sent a request to let Ling Lan rank up to a lieutenant colonel. Although the speed of her progress was a little too quick, the Federation agreed to his request. They wanted to pacify Ling Xiao as well as to compensate Ling Lan. Of course, her outstanding performance during the land clearing mission was already enough for her to rise in rank. This was the main reason why the headquarters didn't reject his request. Ling Lan had all the factors of success. Because of this, Little Four chose the wrong mission for her. Huh, it's out. The youth's eyes lit up when he saw the Planet Azure mission. Just as he was about to accept the mission, he realized that the mission was not reacting to his clicks. What's happening? the youth said as he continued clicking on the mission. Suddenly, the page refreshed. The remarks for the Planet Azure mission changed from green, which meant that it was free, to red, which meant that it was taken. Did I get it? The youth was stunned. He hadn't entered his boss's number yet though. Did the headquarters program it so that once they clicked on the mission, Boss Tang's details would be entered automatically? This was the only reason the youth could think of. He shouted hurriedly, "Boss Tang, did you receive the mission?" Tang Ningyu frowned. He didn't sense any vibration from his communicator. However, to prevent any oversights, he stopped his training and took a look at it. As expected, there was no message. Did someone else take this mission? Tang Ningyu thought of another possibility. He walked over to the youth, and the youth immediately gave up his seat. Tang Ningyu stood in front of the optical supercomputer and saw the red letters. He knew that the optical supercomputer wouldn't make a mistake. The only possibility was, someone else took the mission. Fast. Tang Ningyu's eyes turned dark. He didn't expect that there was another lieutenant colonel who was of similar age as him. How did that person climb up to this position? Did he have a powerful background? Tang Ningyu remembered what his mentor told him. His mentor once said that not all prodigies of the Federation would come to the Flying Dragon Special Forces. Hence, he shouldn't aim to be the strongest in the Flying Dragon Special Forces, but instead, should aim to be the strongest in the Federation. No matter who this person is, I must know more about him. Someone like Ling Xiao might not appear again, but I still can't underestimate him. A competitive spirit flashed past his eyes. He instantly contacted his team leader and told him that another person had already taken the mission. He asked his team leader to have the Federation send the mission again. He must take a look at this person. He hoped that he would not disappoint him. In the logistics department of the headquarters, a lieutenant general was listening to the report from his subordinate. Resend the mission. Do the Flying Dragon Special Forces really think that they are irreplaceable? The lieutenant general gave a cold smile. However, that mission was specially assigned to the Flying Dragon Special Forces, his subordinate replied carefully. That is because no one expected another monster to appear. The lieutenant general remained expressionless. However, deep inside, he was elated. Those people from the Flying Dragon Special Forces were too arrogant. They always looked down on other people. It made him furious just thinking about them. Also, the person what took the mission, it must be his child. He remembered the events that caused a commotion in the Federation. Should we reject them? The subordinate asked with a troubled expression. The commander of the Flying Dragon Special Forces was not someone he wanted to offend. He was afraid that the other party might charge into their office and choke him to death. If that happened, people like them would have a hard time. Why should we reject them? Since the Flying Dragon Special Forces wants to take this mission, let them take it. One additional person is always a good thing. The lieutenant general smiled coldly. He wanted to see how powerful that monster from the Flying Dragon Special Forces was. Can he defeat the son of the biggest monster, Ling Xiao? Yes, Lieutenant General. The subordinate's eyes glowed. Sob, his lieutenant general is such a nice person. He didn't make things difficult for them. Oh right, they hope that we can give them some information about the person who accepted the mission. The subordinate suddenly remembered the commander's request. Get out. Ask that person to get out too. The lieutenant general shouted. He chased his subordinate out of his room. The subordinate rushed out of the room with cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He regretted saying that sentence. Their department was only in charge of sending out the mission. The mainframe was the one who controlled the details. They didn't know anything. The lieutenant general had the power to check the details, but why would he do it for someone he wasn't familiar with? Also, the lieutenant general's relationship with the commander of the Flying Dragon Special Forces wasn't too good. The subordinate slapped himself. He was too hurried just now, so he got confused. They don't know. Tang Ningyu turned serious when he saw the message. Even his commander couldn't get any information. Seems like my opponent is quite powerful. Let me meet you on planet Azure then. Tang Ningyu looked at the mission on his communicator. At the spaceport on planet Azure, a childlike young man hugged a soft white ball while sitting on a chair at the resting area. He looked frustrated. There was also a suitcase beside him. He must be from somewhere far away. For some reason, he stayed at the spaceport and didn't enter planet Azure. Boss, forgive me. In Ling Lan's mindscape, Little Four cried and hugged Ling Lan, who was furious. She was preparing to teach Little Four a lesson. Why did you choose such a troublesome mission? Ling Lan wanted to kill Little Four. She just wanted to stalk Li Lan Feng, so she just needed a simple mission that could be done quickly, but instead, Little Four chose a 4-stars mission for her. A solo 4-stars mission was much harder than a 4-stars team mission. It was probably extremely dangerous and domain realm masters might even appear. Normally, she would be fine with this mistake. However, now, she didn't have the heart to do it. Damn it. I'm sorry, boss. I didn't take note of the details of the mission. I saw planet Azure and just accepted it immediately because I was afraid someone would take it. Little Four cried loudly. He felt that Ling Lan could handle anything, so he didn't focus on the details. He didn't expect such a high-level mission to appear on the third-rate planet, planet Azure. This was why he got careless. In reality, Little Four was rash and reckless because he underestimated how difficult planet Azure's missions could be. From the many missions distributed from the military, it would be difficult for there to be one in planet Azure. Thus, once Little Four saw a mission popped up for planet Azure, he was so excited that he didn't think before he went and grabbed it. Ling Lan knew very well she couldn't blame Little Four for this mistake. If she wasn't so eager to go to planet Azure, Little Four wouldn't have done anything like this. In the end, her plan to stalk Li Lan Feng might fail. She might even meet Li Lan Feng, which in turn, make her not able to continue her lie. It was just that this mission was too much of a hassle. She actually needed to pretend to be a transfer student for a scout academy. Adding both her lives together, she was almost 50 years old. An anti-level old lady actually needed to pretend to be a 10th grade teenage cadet. After thinking about this point, Ling Lan felt a little bit nauseous. She resisted the urge to drag Little Four out of her mind space and ruthlessly give him beating on his little behind. This mission's criteria are really specific. Was it specifically made for me? No, I came to planet Azure really spontaneously just for Li Lan Feng. Taking this mission was really only a coincidence. It seems that this mission wasn't supposed to be given to me. Then, who is it supposed to be for? Ling Lan hugged the soft and fluffy little white while sitting on a chair in deep thought. Boss, after we accepted this mission, the military sent out another similar mission. Then, it was instantly accepted by someone. Little Four felt that Ling Lan was thinking about this and quickly added. Do you know who accepted it? Ling Lan asked. Little Four raised his head proudly, of course. When I saw another similar mission being sent out, I made a note to pay attention to it. He suddenly began to make faces. Boss, it was a person from Flying Dragon Special Forces from your mission to activate your battle team. However, I didn't continue to dig deeper to find out who it actually was. The Flying Dragon Special Forces had a large group of hackers. Although Little Four would mess with them when he had free time, this time was official business. Little Four still remembered Boss had told him to not make too big of a scene. Thus, he didn't go too deep into the system of the Flying Dragon Special Forces. Since they have made their own arrangements, then we'll just take it as a free vacation. Hearing that the military had added another similar mission, Ling Lan felt relieved instantly. She decided that if the other person could complete the task successfully, then she would only be there as a bystander. Of course, if the other person was to be met with some difficulties, then she would help out. After all, she also accepted the mission. She couldn't do nothing and just take merits from the other person's hard work. Ling Lan took a look at her mission details. The military had sent her a forged identity document. The document would prove that she was a descendant of a small family with a weak-minded personality, unable to continue in the 2-star Central Scout Academy and could only be transferred to the 3-star Central Scout Academy on planet Azure, and she was supposed to be in the 10th grade. This personality is really different from my own, the difference is like between heaven and earth. Ling Lan smiled bitterly. She sighed at the fact that her luck wasn't that good. It should be known that the identity was given to them randomly by the mainframe. Not sure what kind of identity the mainframe would give the person from the Flying Dragon Special Forces, Ling Lan thought. Boss, do you want me to go find out? Little Four quickly jumped out and was ready to do a good job to retake his position as the top underling of his boss. Ling Lan angrily glared at him, "Stop making a scene. We must not cause too much havoc. That would be the best situation. But, if there are only 2 10th graders transferring, then it's possible for the other person to easily find out who I am." Ling Lan frowned as she realized this issue. Hearing Ling Lan's concerns, Little Four immediately went through the list of this year's transfer students for the Central Scout Academy on planet Azure. He discovered there were actually 20 students transferring this year to planet Azure. It turns out, in the past few years, many students got into better schools after going to the Central Scout Academy on planet Azure. There were even people who had gotten into military academies. This made a continuous stream of 10th graders coming and going from the Central Scout Academy. If it wasn't for the fact that the higher-ups had made a rule that a Central Scout Academy could only have 20 transfer students in a year, it was possible that the other students from other Scout Academies and those who had money and some family background would try their best to be transferred to the Central Scout Academy. When Ling Lan heard Little Four telling her about this, she knew that the other person wouldn't find her so easily among the 18 other students. Ling Lan was relieved and thus would continue to regard this mission as a free vacation. She even felt pity for the 2 students who were substituted by her and the person from the Flying Dragon Special Forces. The Central Scout Academy on planet Azure was the largest scout academy on the planet. In the past few years, the Central Scout Academy on planet Azure had made great achievements. For example, 11 years ago, they broke the record for number of obstacle mission taken by a Central Scout Academy. Also, 8 years ago, one student managed to get into the top-class First Men's Military Academy, causing an uproar. Afterwards, the students at the Central Scout Academy were like the coming of spring where they continuously got into famous academies within the Federation. There were even many students who got into military academies. Although those military academies were normal ones and weren't the top ones in the Federation, they were still military academies. After graduating from the military academies, then entering a division, these students would have a larger head start than the common students. As the performance of the school started increasing, it made the Central Scout Academy on planet Azure an academy which everyone wanted to go to. The young cadets who missed out on other Central Scout Academies, would fight for these 20 spots every single year. Today, the Central Scout Academy had opened its doors very early in the day. It wasn't to welcome returning cadets as those cadets had already arrived at the academy 3 days prior to its opening, nor it was to welcome first-year cadets as those cadets had already finished filling out their documents for the academy. It was to welcome the 20 10th grade transfer students. There were already a few people standing in front of the huge door of the academy. It was the 10th grade valedictorian, Yu Jingyuan, and his team members. There's actually no one in sight. It seems that all of the transfer students this time are quite arrogant. One member said with discontent. Those who could be one of the 20 transfer students were definitely not common folk. They either had some sort of ability or their families had a lot of money or power. Every year, these 20 transfer students would always cause an uproar among the factions within the academy. At least, in the past 3 years, the 10th grade valedictorian had been taken by these outsiders each year. Another member thought about this and couldn't help but look their captain, Yu Jingyuan, with a worried look on his face. Yu Jingyuan smiled lightly, if they are stronger than me, then they can take it, as long as they don't hinder my application to a military academy. For Yu Jingyuan, being valedictorian was just the icing on the cake. He didn't care whether he lost the position or not. Back then, he had already set his goal on entering one of the top military academies. He knew it would be a hard goal, but he wouldn't give up for him as he wanted to follow in the footsteps of his idol. The reason he didn't care about the title of valedictorian was because his idol was not the valedictorian when he had gotten into the first men's military academy. Oh, there's movement. One member's ears suddenly began to wiggle. If anyone from Ling Tian Battle Clan was there, they would know that this person definitely had awakened an innate talent that had something to do with his ears. After the member said that, 9 hover cars in a line formation quickly flew towards them from afar. They immediately stopped directly opposite of them, where the hover car stop was at. 9 people stepped out from the cars one after the other, with each car having one person stepping out from each of them. They either don't come or come in droves. Seeing the situation, one member couldn't help but snort coldly. It seemed that the cadets at the academy weren't friendly towards the transfer students. Stop talking. Let's finish our mission first. Yu Jingyuan stretched his arms and legs, then with his hands in his pockets, he walked towards the 9 individuals. Transfer students. Yu Jingyuan walked in front of the 9 individuals and asked. The 9 of them were originally using their expressions to fight against each other, neither of them bowing to anyone or even saying hello. After hearing someone walking towards them and then asking whether they were transfer students, they knew that these people were sent by the academy to welcome them. They shouted almost in unison, yes. However, after answering, the 9 of them began to glare at each other angrily once again. One of them were recalcitrant, which made Yu Jingyuan feel helpless. You guys should go to the academy to register. If you don't make it there on time, Yu Jingyuan half smiled and only reminded them. Even if they wanted to see who was more capable, they should still first register their identity as a student in the Central Scout Academy on planet Azure. After receiving Yu Jingyuan's reminder, the 9 of them no longer cared about each other. Yu Jingyuan then told them one of his team members would lead them to register themselves. There were still 11 people who hadn't arrived, so they still needed to continue to wait at the door. The 9 individuals disappeared after passing through the door of the academy. Right after, another 5 hover cars arrived. This time, the atmosphere wasn't as bad as before. One of the transfer students had a warm and sincere personality. When he knew Yu Jingyuan was the one who would lead them to register themselves, he began to happily call him Elder Brother Yu, which instantly made Yu Jingyuan's team members warm up to him. Seeing this, Yu Jingyuan shook his head. Warming up to someone without really knowing them was not a good idea, but he couldn't tell that to his team members now, he could only wait to remind them once they returned back to their home. Before Yu Jingyuan lead them in, he heard the sound of another hover car coming from afar. Another hover car stopped at the stop. Once the door opened, a small white ball jumped out from the hovering car. Everyone was entranced by this scene in front of them. Then, they saw a thin body crawling out of the hover car with a backpack on his back. Crawl. Everyone instantly had a confused expressions on their faces. Afterwards, they saw that person bending over as he pulled out a large luggage bag from the car. They instantly were even more perplexed. Is that guy a transfer student? He seems so weak. The person used all of his might before finally pulling out the big luggage bag and then stood up straight. The white ball suddenly jumped up and sat on top of the person's shoulder. At that moment, everyone realized that the white ball was actually an unknown living organism. Is that a pet? Is that person not a transfer student? If so, why did he come off his hover car here? Did he get off at the wrong stop? Everyone had question marks floating above their heads. It should be known that they had never seen a Scout Academy cadet who took their pets to school before. That youngster, who still had a baby face, stood there with his fully red face from using all of his strength, automatically catching the attention of everyone. He was a handsome and intelligent-looking boy. Although his face made them unable to accurately pinpoint his gender, everyone still automatically made their own assumptions on what his gender was. The person wiped the sweat off his forehead. As he raised his head, he saw Yu Jingyuan and the others. His eyes flickered instantly and immediately moved the large luggage bag towards them. Yu Xingyuan couldn't endure watching him struggling any longer. He turned to signal at his team member. His team member quickly went up to help. He originally looked down on the person for having such a weak and frail body, but after taking the luggage bag, he understood why he was struggling so much. The large luggage bag was actually around 100 to 150 kilograms, arousing his curiosity of what's inside. Of course, this kind of weight was not an issue for him. However, he guessed that this young man's strength was low. Looking at his weak and frail body, he also knew that perhaps the young man was also lacking in places other than strength. A transfer student? As that person smiled shyly, Yu Xingyuan's voice also became much more mild-mannered. Hearing this, the young man nodded. Seemingly afraid that Yu Xingyuan wouldn't believe him, he wanted to take out the transfer documents from his backpack. Seeing the young man's clumsy movements and awkward expression, Yu Xingyuan pitied him. He quickly said, "You don't have to take it out now. You'll be fine if you take out at the registrar office in the academy." Hearing this, the young man scratched his head shyly and smiled timidly. He was innocent to the point where no one would be able to refuse if he asked for something. Yu Xingyuan softened up and actually introduced himself. "I am a 10th grade student, Yu Xingyuan. What's your name?" This difference in attitude towards the young man made the other transfer students who hadn't left have weird looks on their faces. "Hello, elder brother Yu, my name is Pei Xiaoyun." Even when the young man said his name, he still said it shyly. This made Yu Xingyuan become somewhat worried about him. How could this person pass the welcoming event prepared for these transfer students? Yu Xingyuan knew very well that the welcoming event was prepared to take these transfer students down a notch. Now, he hoped that his fellow cadets would be less merciless after seeing how harmless Pei Xiaoyun was. At that moment, the member who was holding Pei Xiaoyun's large luggage bag, had some questions and asked, "Xiaoyun, what's in the bag? Why is it so heavy?" The young man seemed to be so harmless and weak. This made the member lower his guard, causing him to use Pei Xiaoyun's given name when he was calling him, making them seem closer than before. Pei Xiaoyun scratched his head and said timidly, "I like to design miniature things, so I brought a set of tools and electronics for making things. Those are indeed very heavy. I'm really sorry for burdening you." "Oh, so that's why." In their Central Scout Academy, there were many cadets who liked to make miniature things. They also had different kinds of tools. However, there were definitely no tools that were this heavy. "Hey little Jean, you will help Xiaoyun register and then lead him to his accommodation," Yu Xingyuan said. He thought that if he let Pei Xiaoyun drag the luggage bag by himself, it might take him forever before he finished registering. "Okay, Captain." This team member whose name was Little Jean did not complain about the order Yu Xingyuan had given him. When he first saw Pei Xiaoyun, he could already feel that this weak young man had an affinity with him. Just like that, Little Jean led Pei Xiaoyun and 5 other transfer students to the registrar office to register. Only 5 transfer students hadn't arrived yet. After they waited for a while longer, they saw a hover car flying hurriedly over. It suddenly screeched its tires, stopping exactly at the bus stop across from them. The car door flung open. A muscular person jumped out from the door, wearing a black t-shirt and a pair of military pants with a military belt. With his bronze-colored skin, he looked handsome and friendly. He looked at Yu Xingyuan, and then walked over calmly with a gentle smile. "My name is Gu Zhengrong. Are you my classmates?" He introduced himself simply. His straightforward personality caused Yu Xingyuan to have a good impression of him. He replied, "Yes, my name is Yu Xingyuan. I'm in charge of bringing you to the registrar." Gu Zhengrong was about to reply to him, but he sensed something coming towards him, so stopped himself from talking. As he was lifting his head, 4 private hover cars flew towards them. Yu Xingyuan looked at the time on his communicator. Those must be the 4 remaining transfer students. Those 4 students seemed to have powerful backgrounds just by looking at their cars. Four young men with four distinctly different auras slowly walked out the cars. The auras were cold, gentle, passionate and lastly sinister respectively. Yu Xingyuan looked at the four people. This year will be quite hectic. The four of them scanned Yu Xingyuan and his team members. They rejected their servants' offers to help them and personally brought their suitcases over. They arrived in front of Yu Xingyuan around the same time. The four of them looked at each other. The gentle young man smiled. He politely sidestepped to let the three people move forward first. The passionate man laughed and took a step back. The cold-looking youth and the sinister-looking youth exchanged glances with each other. The sinister-looking youth smiled and waved his hand, signaling the other party to move first. The cold-looking youth nodded at the sinister-looking youth to thank him. Then, he turned to Yu Xingyuan and said, "Ling Hanfeng, transfer student. Nice to meet you." This person remained cold from the start to the end, even his name sounded cold. The sinister youth felt that too and snickered at him. Ling Hanfeng glared at him. The sinister-looking youth replied, "I'm sorry. My name is Meng Xiaoran. Nice to meet you." Sparks ignited when their eyes met. These two people had become enemies before they even entered school. Yu Xingyuan's head was throbbing. He could already feel his plan to quietly prepare for his upcoming exams failing. This batch of transfer students were all formidable characters. At that moment, the gentle-looking youth said, "My name is Su Pei. Nice to meet you. Xiao Yiqiu." Just as Yu Xingyuan was about to introduce himself, the passionate young man interrupted him. Yu Xingyuan had no choice but to swallow his words. He felt frustrated. They are indeed a troublesome bunch. Yu Xingyuan was not stupid. He knew Xiao Yiqiu interrupted him on purpose. Gu Zhengrong couldn't stand it anymore, so hurriedly introduced Yu Xingyuan. "This is our classmate, Yu Xingyuan. He will be bringing us in for registration. I'm a transfer student too. Nice to meet you all." He raised his right hand. Su Pei looked at Gu Zhengrong's right hand. He raised his hand slowly and held it. Then, he instantly let it go. On the other hand, Xiao Yiqiu held it firmly and forcefully shook it 2 times to express his enthusiasm. Gu Zhengrong retracted his hand and placed it behind his back, before shaking it a few times. Seems like Xiao Yiqiu's handshake had caused him some pain. Gu Zhengrong did this secretly so almost no one saw it. However, Yu Xingyuan and the 4 who just came noticed this small action. They responded very differently in reply to his actions. They felt happy, pity, contempt and grateful. Just like this, Yu Xingyuan finished his mission. When he got back, one of his team members asked him who they should take notice of. Yu Xingyuan thought about it carefully before replying, "If you want to find a friend, you can consider Gu Zhengrong. If you want an opponent, look for Ling Hanfeng. Xiao Yiqiu is someone you never want to offend. Su Pei will not bother us if we don't find him for trouble. As for Meng Xiaoran, I'm not sure about him yet, I need to observe him further. Everyone else can be ignored." The team member refuted. "Shouldn't you look for someone like Pei Xiaoyun for a friend? He looks like a simple-minded person and will never backstab us." Yu Xingyuan looked at them with disdain. Sometimes, you can't make friends based on their personalities. Instead, you should look at their capabilities. If they are not capable enough, you might be harming him and yourself if you befriend him. Why? The team member couldn't understand why he should do that. Why must he look at other traits when he was just looking for a friend? When did their team leader become so snobbish? Yu Xingyuan's expression turned complex. He seemed to be thinking about something. He sighed and said, "There are many people who don't like us in school. If you want Pei Xiaoyun to have a peaceful life at school, treat him as a stranger. No one would touch this pure and harmless young man as long as he doesn't belong to any factions." This was the first time Yu Xingyuan didn't want someone to be pulled into the battle between the various factions. Yu Xingyuan's words caused his team members to fall into deep thought. They decided to leave Pei Xiaoyun alone. They should find their next candidate among the 5 transfer students. The distribution of the accommodation at the Central Scout Academy on Planet Azure was done by the mainframe of the school. The living conditions there were not as good as the Central Scout Academy on Planet Doha, as there were no villas. Every student lived in an apartment. Each apartment had 4 students living in it. Everyone had their personal room and bathroom, with the kitchen, dining room, and living room being shared. Little Jean brought Pei Xiaoyun for registration. He decided that since he already sent him there, he might as well send him all the way. Thus, he brought him directly to his apartment, 1027. Under Little Jin's guidance, he placed the door's chip into his communicator. From now on, he could enter the room just by scanning his communicator on the door. The moment he entered the apartment, he saw the luxurious decor and the expensive pieces of furniture. He was shocked. Little Jean saw this and felt proud. "Xiaoyun, this is not bad, right? This is our best apartment, only people from the special class and transfer students like you can live here." Pei Xiaoyun nodded. "It's better than my place." He touched his chip and looked at the 4 closed doors. The communicator on one of the doors suddenly lit up and beeped. "That is my room." Pei Xiaoyun rushed forward happily. He pushed the door gently. A room about 20 square meters was revealed. All the necessary equipment could be found inside. Everything inside screamed high class. Pei Xiaoyun was extremely satisfied. Little Jean didn't stay any longer after completing his task. He bided farewell and left. When the door closed, Pei Xiaoyun's smile instantly disappeared. His aura turned cold. The temperature in the room dropped immediately. "I wonder if the person from the Flying Dragon Special Forces will be one of my roommates. I'm anticipating it." Pei Xiaoyun smiled. His smile got brighter and soon, it warmed up the entire room. The white round ball on his shoulder suddenly started jumping happily. It seemed to be excited too. "Little White, you must remember that you are just a harmless pet. Don't reveal your feral side." Pei Xiaoyun picked up the white ball and looked at it threateningly. Little White wanted to rebel against her. However, in front of his boss's frightening gaze, it could only bow down to her. It screeched sadly to show that it had understood her. Sob, it was finally out from that hellish planet, but its boss still wouldn't allow it to eat to its heart content. What a bad boss. Little White bit its tentacles sadly and looked up at the sky, relenting itself to its fate. It relaxed its body and allowed Ling Lan to squeeze it to her heart's content. That's right. This harmless and shy young man was Ling Lan in disguise. Just as Ling Lan was focused on squeezing Little White, she heard the door opening. 3 people walked in. One had a cold aura, one was sinister looking, and one looked handsome and refreshing. The sound of them walking in surprised Ling Lan. She looked up in surprise. When she saw the 3 of them, she gave them a shy smile and said in a low voice, "Are you 3 staying in 1027 too?" The sinister-looking youth looked at Ling Lan playfully. He held up his hand and showed her the chip. "If there is nothing wrong with this chip, I should be staying here. My name is Meng Xiaoran. What about you? Are you my new roommate?" The cold-looking person heard what Meng Xiaoran said and replied, "Ling Hanfeng." Ling Lan knew that must be his name. However, she pretended to be uncertain. The handsome young man couldn't bear to see her like this, so he explained, "That is his name. My name is Gu Zhengrong. Nice to meet you." Ling Lan appeared embarrassed. She gave a shy smile and said, "My name is Pei Xiaoyun. Nice to meet you all. I didn't expect our roommate to be you." Meng Xiaoran was sized up Ling Lan. "Interesting. Very interesting. My father asked me to be transferred here, but it won't be boring any longer, I guess." Ling Lan pretended to be scared by Meng Xiaoran's evil look. Ling Hanfeng clicked his tongue in response. Gu Zhengrong pretended to move casually and blocked Meng Xiaoran's light vision of Ling Lan. Meng Xiaoran sneered. He didn't say anything. He grabbed his luggage and walked to his own room. Lang Hanfeng entered his room too. Ling Lan pretended to be agitated. She seemed to be wondering if she provoked these two people. Gu Zhengrong quickly consoled her. It's fine. Their temper is like that. You'll get used to it. However, they both don't like each other. Don't enter their fight. Ling Lan quickly nodded. Gu Zhengrong smiled when he saw how obedient Ling Lan was. He wanted to pat Ling Lan's head but Ling Lan evaded his hand instinctively. After that, her face turned pale. She looked as though she realized that she did something wrong. Gu Zhengrong shook his head when he saw her frightened state. Why are you so timid? If you don't like your head to be touched, just say it. There is no such thing as compromising in the Scout Academy. Ling Lan bit her lips and nodded slightly. She looked at Gu Zhengrong gratefully. You can return to your room now as there are no other plans today. Have a good rest. I'll call you when it's time for lunch. Okay. Thank you, Brother Gu, Ling Lan replied obediently. Are you calling me brother now? Gu Zhengrong smiled. Do you think I'm older than you? Ling Lan smiled shyly. She said in a soft voice, Brother Gu is good at taking care of people. You must be older than me. No way. I've lived 2 times and am almost 50 years old. Huh, you're right. I was born on the first day of the new year. There is probably no one older than me in this school. Since you called me Brother Gu, I'll take care of you from now on. Gu Zhengrong didn't reject her. Ling Lan's face and her fake personality made her appear too harmless, and since she did not appear to be a potential opponent of his, Gu Zhengrong didn't mind taking care of her. Just like this, the 4 people met each other. After a simple introduction, they went back to their own room. Little 4, do you think the person from the Flying Dragon Special Forces is among the 4 of them? Ling Lan couldn't come to a decision. All their physical skills were at the optimal peak of refinement. However, physical skills could be suppressed. She couldn't use this as a gauge. Besides Gu Zhengrong, she only met the other 2 people for a short while. She couldn't get more information from them. I'm not sure. They are all very interesting. Little 4 was not certain. The cold-looking person had the arrogance of someone from the Flying Dragon Special Forces. However, if he was disguising himself, he shouldn't be that obvious. On the other hand, this kind of simple disguise might work even better. Meng Xiaoran was sinister and seemed hard to deal with. It was also a good choice for a disguise. It was unpredictable and would attract less suspicion. On the other hand, Gu Zhengrong had the aura of a soldier. He was really good at assessing the situation and determining the most optimal way on how to react to it. Additionally, he was really good at taking care of people. With these traits, he should be the most probable suspect. However, these traits could also be the reason why he could also be the least probable suspect, as hiding out in the open would probably attract less suspicion, but he still might be the person from the Flying Dragon Special Forces. These 3 people were all suspicious but there was no solid evidence to prove that they were from the Flying Dragon Special Forces. Maybe the person from Flying Dragon Special Forces was not among the 3 people in her apartment. After all, there were 20 transfer students but she only saw 8 of them. The 5 people who came together with her could be eliminated, as she didn't feel a sense of uncertainty when she met them. Her profound insight couldn't pinpoint out the target but it could help her eliminate some people. Soon, it was lunchtime. Gu Zhengrong knocked on Ling Lan's door just as he promised. Ling Lan walked out of her room excitedly. However, when she saw Meng Xiaoran and Ling Hanfeng standing in the living room, she almost backtracked into her room in fright. Xiao Yun, since we are living in the same apartment, we should move together. Ling Hanfeng and Meng Xiaoran are not bad people. What are you afraid of? Gu Zhengrong was speechless. Pei Xiaoyun is too timid. No, I'm not afraid. I just didn't expect these 2 brothers to be waiting for me. Ling Lan waved her hand hurriedly. She was not scared, she was just shocked. That is better. Meng Xiaoran tapped his lips with his finger and gave Ling Lan an evil smile. That seductive gaze and flirtatious expression made Ling Lan furious. She wanted to drag this person behind an alleyway and beat him up badly. K, I'm a man now. Why are you giving me that look? Damn it. Meng Xiaoran's expression caused Ling Lan to hide behind Gu Zhengrong's back. Just as Gu Zhengrong wanted to ask Meng Xiaoran to stop teasing Pei Xiaoyun, Ling Lan popped her head out and said righteously, Brother Meng, I'm a man. Don't seduce me. Pfft. Gu Zhengrong laughed immediately, even the cold Ling Hanfeng cracked a smile. Meng Xiaoran was shocked. He didn't expect to be teased by this shy little rabbit. He was stunned for a moment before he started laughing as well. Ha ha ha, interesting. Very interesting. This little rabbit is not totally useless after all. He still has some courage left in him. Meng Xiaoran was really interested in Ling Lan now as he was just faking his interest just now. Okay, it's okay. Your expression was too real just now, so Xiaoyun misunderstood you. Gu Zhengrong suppressed his laughter and started covering for Ling Lan. Let's go. I don't want to eat leftovers. Ling Hanfeng suddenly interrupted them. Meng Xiaoran looked at Ling Hanfeng in surprise. He didn't expect the proud Ling Hanfeng to help someone. Is he in a good mood? That impossible. The reason why was helping her could only be because he got interested in Ling Lan too. Haha, this is getting exciting. Now, Meng Xiaoran truly felt that coming to this school was a good decision. Ling Hanfeng was interesting. Gu Zhengrong was interesting as well. Su Pei and Xiao Ichio were interesting too. Even Pei Xiaoyun, who he didn't like at the start, got interesting. It seems like he won't get bored this year. The canteen of the Central Scout Academy was split into low class, middle class, and high class sections. Ling Lan and her roommates were going to the high class section. Students who could enter the high class section were either from the special class or were transfer students. The uniform of the Central Scout Academy was dark blue in color. Only the valedictorian had white lines on its edges. There was only one valedictorian in each grade. They had a special dining spot in the canteen, showcasing the honor of a valedictorian. The valedictorian in the Central Scout Academy must be the highest scoring student in terms of physical skills. Once the position was given, it would not change for the entire year. The only way the valedictorian position could be taken away was through a challenge. If you wanted to compete against the valedictorian for his position, you would need to fight against the members of the valedictorian's battle team first. After winning against his 5 normal members and the valedictorian himself, would you obtain the position of valedictorian? This cruel challenge rule meant that the valedictorian would keep changing. However, this survival of the fittest atmosphere caused the students there to be strong and full of fighting spirit. This was why the students from Central Scout Academy of Planet Azure were able to enter various military academies even though their talent and potential were average among the masses. The moment Ling Lan and her roommates entered the canteen, they saw people already challenging Yu Xingyuan and his battle team. The students in the canteen got excited when they saw this, so they quickly gathered around them to spectate. Yu Xingyuan put down his chopsticks. You really want to challenge me? Of course. An arrogant youth replied proudly. He was one of the 20 transfer students that arrived earlier today. 3 more arrogant young men stood beside him. They must live in the same apartment. They probably came to challenge the 10th grade valedictorian together. Little Jean smiled and asked, do you know how the challenge goes? I just have to win against all of you and then win against him, right? The arrogant youth pointed at Yu Xingyuan. Yup, we will each take a turn fighting you. Do you have the confidence to win against all of us? Little Jean waved his finger to remind the youth that the challenge was not that easy. The arrogant youth didn't back down. He sneered. I know. The 5 of you are a piece of cake anyway. He looked at Yu Jingyuan, who was staring at him calmly. Among the 6 people in front of him, only the valedictorian made him feel pressured. The other members seemed easy to deal with. Little Jean smiled and got up after hearing what the youth said. He stretched his body and said, "Since you are looking for a beating, I have to satisfy you. If not, I'll feel sorry for your mother who wasted her years, raising a son who's blind. You bastard." Little Jin's insult caused the youth to explode in anger. He rushed up and wanted to give Little Jean a good punch in the face. However, he suddenly realized that Little Jean had disappeared from where was standing. He felt a strong gust of wind behind his back. In response, he turned around and punched behind him. Boom! 2 fists collided. The youth felt a huge force coming towards him and took a few steps back to negate it. Little Jean took 2 steps back too. He retracted his fist and smiled. "No wonder you are so bold. You do have some skills. That guy is pretty okay. He could take Little Jin's brutal blow." Yu Jingyuan's team members discussed quietly among themselves. They no longer looked down on this youth. Since he dared to challenge us, he, of course, has some capabilities. However, Little Jean has the innate talent brutal force. His opponent could never fight on an equal playing field. Yu Jingyuan was not worried at all, as Little Jean took 2 steps back while his opponent took 4 steps back. The difference in strength seemed small, but it was actually huge. After a few more rounds, the difference in strength would be exposed soon. As expected, when Little Jean realized that he was at an advantage, he continued attacking relentlessly. The arrogant youth wanted to go on the defensive, but Little Jean didn't give him any chance to do so. Hence, after throwing punches at each other for a while, the arrogant youth couldn't bear it anymore. When Little Jean threw the last punch, the arrogant youth took 10 steps back and spat out some blood. His internal organs were severely injured from that last punch. Little Jean retracted his fist. He blew at it while looking at the youth with disdain. "Do you still want to challenge our team leader?" The arrogant youth turned pale. He didn't expect this average-looking member to be so strong. It should be known that in his previous school, his ability was enough for him to rule the entire school. He thought he was considered quite strong there, but unexpectedly, he couldn't even win against a normal member. This huge setback caused the youth to lose his confidence. He screamed and pushed his comrades away, before rushing out of the canteen. He was too embarrassed to eat his meal there. Little Jean shrugged. He said with pity, "Boring. That transfer student couldn't even handle such a small setback." It seems like the strength of the transfer students this year varied. Little Jean looked at the 3 people who came with the arrogant youth. The 3 people took a step back instinctively. This timid action caused Little Jean and Yu Jingyuan to shook their heads. Ling Lan and her roommates also felt unhappy too. They felt that the arrogant youth embarrassed all the transfer students. Little Jean was bored, so he wanted to continue eating. When he turned around, he saw Ling Lan from the corner of his eyes. Ling Lan gave him a shy smile and secretly gave him a thumbs up. Little Jean was speechless. Doesn't he know that he is also a transfer student? Isn't he afraid that other transfer students would notice that small action? Little Jean felt worried about Pei Xiaoyun. To prevent anyone else from noticing her, he quickly looked away and walked towards his team leader. He sat down and started eating seriously. "Little brother Xiaoyun, don't come and look for me." Little Jean prayed silently. "You know him?" Everybody except her roommates didn't see Ling Lan's small action. Gu Zhengrong couldn't keep the doubt he had to himself and immediately asked her. Ling Lan nodded. "I'm able to complete my registration mission because of him. He is a good person." Ling Lan looked grateful, seemingly oblivious to how her answer could be taken the wrong way. Meng Xiaoran rubbed his forehead. He said in a low voice, "I suggest we should keep a distance from this idiot." He didn't want every transfer student to misunderstand him, thinking that he seek refuge with the non-transfer students. Idiot? Who? Ling Lan blinked innocently. Meng Xiaoran's lips twitched. He couldn't maintain his naughty smile anymore. He left them instantly. He didn't want to stay with an idiot. You really don't know who he was talking about? Gu Zhengrong was speechless. If I knew, he'll be happy, right? Ling Lan asked him back while giving a cheeky look. Ling Hanfeng smiled. He knew Pei Xiaoyun was not as simple as he looked. He was innocent and shy but not stupid. Also, he had a superb instinct. He knew who he shouldn't offend and who he could make friends with. Gu Zhengrong heard her question and laughed. This Pei Xiaoyun. Should I call him bold or warn him against being too overconfident? The four of them ate their lunch and then returned to their apartment. After chatting for a while, they returned to their rooms. The next day, the four of them came to their classroom. The 20 transfer students were split into 2 special classes. Each class had 10 students. Coincidentally, Ling Lan and her roommates were all placed in the second class. Su Pei, Xiao Ichio and a bunch of other people were in the same class. This order might be due to their time of registration. The first 10 people who registered were put in the first class. We meet again. They saw familiar faces as they walked into the classroom. Su Pei greeted them amiably and Xiao Ichio waved at them. Ling Hanfeng didn't reply to them. Meng Xiaoran didn't seem interested in Su Pei and Xiao Ichio, so he just leaned against the doorframe lazily. Ling Lan lowered her head as she was walking into the classroom. Gu Zhengrong looked at the 3 of them and felt that he couldn't rely on any of them. Hello, you two are bright and early. No, we are not. Lesson is almost starting. Su Pei replied gently, but his words were not amiable at all. Gu Zhengrong smiled awkwardly. In the end, Ling Hanfeng couldn't stand it anymore and walked past Su Pei and Xiao Ichio. Ling Lan followed closely behind him. She continued looking on the ground as she walked by the 2 of them. Meng Xiaoran shook his head and followed after Ling Lan. Gu Zhengrong smiled apologetically at Su Pei and Xiao Ichio before walking past them as well. Sob, why do they always let me do the hardest things? Gu Zhengrong gave the 3 people blaming look. Ling Hanfeng and Meng Xiaoran ignored him while Ling Lan didn't even look at his face. No one answered him in the end. Ling Lan followed behind Ling Hanfeng and didn't look up at all. However, in actual fact, she was observing everything around her. She saw a team member of Yu Xingyuan, the person who helped her with her registration and had brought her to her apartment, Little Jean, and who easily defeated that arrogant youth yesterday. However, Little Jean didn't even send a glance at her. It was as though he didn't recognize her. Ling Lan was curious about the reason why he was ignoring her. Well, her face was not irritating to the eyes, so there must be something wrong with him. Everyone just sat around casually without any prearranged seats. Ling Lan followed her roommates to sit in the last row together. Little Jean was sitting in the same row too. Ling Lan noticed how Little Jean was occasionally sending a glance at her. She secretly gave him a smile and waved at him. Little Jean got a shock when he saw her actions. He gave her a small smile, and turned around instantly, completely ignoring her again. He didn't look like he disliked her. Ling Lan leaned on the table dejectedly and wondered why he was doing that. He doesn't hate you, he just wants to keep a distance away from you. Ling Hanfeng's voice floated into her ear. Ling Lan looked up in surprise. She didn't expect the aloof Ling Hanfeng to clarify her doubts. Is it because I looked so harmless that this ice mountain let down his guard against me? Ling Lan frowned in her heart. She remembered what the staff had told her when she applied for the Central Scout Academy on Doha that year. She should stop taking such disguise mission in the future. Ling Lan didn't want her face to attract too much attention to her. Fortunately, her face was still very childish. Thus, it wouldn't cause too much damage yet. It might be because she had been taking suppression shots continuously. Thinking up to that point, Ling Lan recalled that there was only 1 year left before the deadline she had set with her mother would come. She felt frustrated. She didn't know how she would change after she stopped taking suppression shots. After pretending to be a man for more than 20 years, she was already used to this life. She felt awkward, thinking about experiencing life as a woman in the near future. Forget it, let's just go with the flow. There will be a way around this. Ling Lan decided to forget about this matter. Although Ling Lan was internally freaking out, externally she still looked as though she was consoled by Lang Hanfeng's words. She gave him a faint smile. Lang Hanfeng looked at her coldly in response and turned away too. Those indifferent eyes really did make people want to hit him in the face and tear his expressionless face apart. Ling Lan leaned on the table again and started self-reflecting. When she treated her comrades coldly in the past, did they feel like hitting her too? Don't worry, boss. Your comrades don't dare to have any negative opinions about you. Little Four stood up immediately and denied her thoughts. If boss didn't look at them coldly for a day, they would worry about their boss as he was acting out of character. Ling Lan was enlightened. Her comrades were all masochists. Meng Xiaoran smiled when he saw how disheartened Ling Lan was. Ling Lan rolled her eyes at him. For some reason, Meng Xiaoran always teased her whenever he could. He seemed especially interested in her. Ling Lan couldn't understand why though. Why would someone powerful like him be interested in a shy, timid, and normal young man? Shouldn't he be more interested in people like Ling Hanfeng, Gu Zhengrong, Su Pei, and Xiao Yiqiu? Those people suited his taste better. Gu Zhengrong, who was talking to the person beside him, noticed their interactions. He turned and comforted Ling Lan. Xiao Yun, ignore them. He lowered his voice and added, they are all weirdos anyway. Ling Lan smiled when she heard that. Her sincere and pure smile attracted many people's attention. Su Pei couldn't help and send a glance over. When he saw the smile, he frowned. Xiao Yiqiu saw Su Pei's expression and followed his gaze. He smiled. You like it? Su Pei relaxed his brows and resumed his indifferent expression. It's quite beautiful, right? Do you think he will still be able to smile like that after he experiences some humiliation? Xiao Yiqiu's eyes glinted. He was thinking about something. Who knows? Maybe heaven pampers him and would never let him experience any setbacks. Su Pei closed his eyes after finishing this sentence, showing that he didn't want to continue the conversation. Pampers him? I don't believe that there is such kind of people around. Xiao Yiqiu looked at Ling Lan and gave her a friendly smile. Little Jean saw Xiao Yiqiu's smile, and his heart dropped. He remembered his team leader's comment about this person. He was not as good as he outwardly showed. Xiao Yiqiu looked like a positive young man, but he was not one. He wondered if there were good intentions behind his smile. Little Jean started to worry about Pei Xiaoyun. Unfortunately, he couldn't warn him personally. If his enemies saw him interacting with Pei Xiaoyun, they would think that Pei Xiaoyun was on his side, causing her a lot of trouble. Little Jean looked at Gu Zhengrong. Maybe he should befriend Gu Zhengrong. After all, his team leader said that he would make a good friend. He looked like he had a good relationship with Xiaoyun, so he might be able to help her too. Little Jean made a decision, after feeling frustrated for a moment. He was the only member of his team in the second class. There was no one he could discuss with. After some time, the teacher finally arrived. There were no lessons for the students in the 10th grade. They were able to plan and conduct their own training. This gathering was to just let the transfer students be familiar with their future friends and potential foes. Under the guidance of their teacher, Ling Lan and the other transfer students did a simple self-introduction. Then, they were officially announced as students of special class number 2. After that, the teacher dismissed them. Ling Lan and her roommates returned to their apartment and did their own things. Ling Lan spent most of her time in the apartment fiddling around with her equipment. As for her roommates, they were mostly away. They would normally visit the combat arena and fight with the students there to raise their combat experience. They would also go around making friends, widening their network. Even the cold and arrogant Ling Hanfeng found a few good friends. Ling Lan's actions proved that her personality aligned with her actions perfectly. To some people, Ling Lan was cleared of their suspicion. However, this didn't mean that she wouldn't face any trouble or danger. Sometimes, even if you are not someone's obstacle, they would still disturb you because of their own interests. Sometimes, they were just lunatics who just wanted to harm you. After staying in her room for 4 days, the holiday came. The Central Scout Academy of Planet Azure wasn't so strict with their students compared to the Scout Academy in Doha. At Doha, the students could only go home during the summer and winter holidays. During other times, they must remain within the school compound. Here, the school gates would be opened every holiday. The students were allowed to visit the cities nearby to buy some necessities. Of course, you needed to have credits first. This showed the difference between the Central Scout Academy of Planet Azure and Doha. At Doha, the students didn't have to worry about all these. The school would provide it for them. But, on Planet Azure, the school didn't have the luxury to spend that much to support their students. However, this was a good thing for Ling Lan. Her main purpose for coming here was to find out Li Lanfeng's background. This mission was just a way for her to get on Planet Azure. She wanted a simple mission so that she could finish it quickly and stalk Li Lanfeng. However, her missions were too much of a hassle, so she didn't have the time to find Li Lanfeng. The description of the mission was just 1 sentence, but Ling Lan could already feel how dangerous it was. She didn't expect the peaceful-looking Central Scout Academy on Planet Azure to be controlled by an unknown force. Students were nurtured to become spies from a young age. These young men would then enter into different military academies after they graduated. After that, they would enter the military, and thus, becoming a spy in the divisions. If one of the cadets didn't expose himself and got noticed by an inspector, the Federation wouldn't have known that one of their education facilities was infiltrated by their enemies. The military traced this clue to the Central Scout Academy on Planet Azure. However, the enemies had already taken over the Central Scout Academy on Planet Azure for more than 10 years. The waters were very deep in the school. A few soldiers who pretended to be teachers couldn't find any evidence there. Some of them even left the school, went missing, or ended up dead. Hence, although there was definitely something suspicious there, the Federation couldn't do anything about it. They now knew that the enemies were guarded against the teachers who were sent to this school, so this tactic wouldn't get them any results. They had no choice but to find another way around it. This was why they gave out this disguise mission. They wanted someone to investigate the school using the status of a student. Considering how dangerous this mission was, they appointed the Tang Mingyu for this mission. They also sent a few powerful teachers over to attract the enemy's attention. Not only that, if the student was exposed, the teachers could help him escape. The Federation would not allow such a talented person to die in this mission. The next afternoon, Ling Lan packed up happily and prepared to go out shopping. However, she saw none of her roommates had gone out yet. They were all sitting on the sofa in the living room, spending their time looking at their communicator. Ling Lan asked in surprise. "Are you all not going out?" Meng Xiaoran gave an evil smile and replied lazily, "I am." Ling Lan looked up at the sky. It is almost noon. Who were they waiting for? When he saw Ling Lan being confused, Gu Zhengrong laughed. "Xiao Yun, we were waiting for you." Ling Lan scratched her head. "Did I agree to go with you? I need to go to the city today to buy some daily necessities." "Idiot." Ling Hanfeng threw that word at her. Ling Lan lowered her head and appeared to be deeply affected by that word. However, in her heart, she was furious. She couldn't stand Ling Hanfeng, she wanted to tear his face apart. "Don't talk to Xiaoyun like that." Gu Zhengrong spoke up for Ling Lan, so Ling Lan gave him a grateful look. "We know you are buying things today, that was why we waited for you. Who knew you would sleep in today?" Gu Zhengrong pointed to the glaring sun outside as he teased her. Ling Lan scratched her head shyly. I slept late yesterday because I was designing a mecha model. Hey, how did you know that I'm going to the city today? She pretended to just notice it. Your suitcase only consisted of pieces of equipment and tools. If you don't go shopping today, I have to suspect that you are a pig. Meng Xiaoran stretched his back and stood up. His words were irritating as usual. Ling Lan glared at him. Meng Xiaoran was being irritating, but Ling Lan's unusual reaction caused Ling Hanfeng to be surprised. He looked at Meng Xiaoran mysteriously. Okay, let's go out immediately. If not, it'll be too late. Gu Zhengrong looked at the time and reminded everyone. In the end, Ling Lan was dragged out of the apartment by Meng Xiaoran and Ling Hanfeng. When Little White realized that its boss was pulled away, it quickly jumped over and barely managed to catch the edge of Ling Lan's clothes. It had luckily prevented itself from being abandoned. Sob, it's hard being a pet. It must fight with strangers for its boss. If not, its boss would disappear. Little White suddenly had a sense of crisis. As for Ling Lan, she already had it multiple times in her heart. K, I didn't agree to anything. If you guys follow me, how am I supposed to stalk Li Lanfeng? Ah! Ling Lan screamed in her heart. However, on her face, she had to appear surprised and elated. Basically implying with her expression that she really believed that her roommates really wanted to go out with her, so it must mean that they took her as their real friend. This was such a huge surprise to her. To hell with surprises. I don't need them. Ling Lan pointed her middle finger at them mentally. Her impression of Meng Xiaoran, Ling Hanfeng, and Gu Zhengrong dropped by a considerable amount. Experience proved that once the things you do that was different from their expectations, their impression of you will drop. Hence, knowing what other people wanted of you is really important. If not, no matter how hard you work or how sincere you are, your effort will be put to waste. Her roommates didn't know that as they were dragging Ling Lan to the city, they had become the enemy of their cute younger brother. They still thought that this was a good bonding session to improve their relationships. As a person who had many friends, Gu Zhengrong already prepared a shopping list already. The four of them didn't waste much time and got all the essentials that Ling Lan needed. Ling Lan noticed something good when she shopped with her roommates. She didn't need to carry her shopping bags. Although she was a man now, her face helped her gain many liberties. Most of the time, after she paid for her shopping, the ladies at the counter would pass the bags to her roommates. If they didn't take it, the ladies would look at them unhappily. They seemed to be scolding her roommates. Why aren't you taking care of your younger brother when you brought him out for shopping? What kind of older brother are you? Under the ladies' intense gaze, her roommates had no choice but to take the bags. This made Ling Lan feel like she was with her comrades again. As their boss, Ling Lan never had to carry anything. It was because she had too many underlings, so she never had the chance to. Soon, it was lunchtime. Gu Zhengrong suggested that they find a place to have a meal. Meng Xiaoran and Ling Hanfeng agreed. As for Ling Lan, her opinion was of relative importance, so no one asked her. I don't want to eat with you all. Damn it. Ling Lan finally knew what it was like to be an underling. She felt frustrated that she was unable to decide things for herself. Ling Lan decided that in the future, she would only be a boss and would never be an underling. She would kill whoever dared to make her his or her underling. The three people in front of her felt a chill down their spine. They turned back instantly, and saw Ling Lan looking at them with a puzzled expression. Everything was fine, so the three of them thought that they were just too sensitive. Their mood was already dampened, so they casually chose a restaurant that did not look too bad. When they entered the door, a handsome man with a gentle smile appeared in front of them. He had some food in his hand and was bidding farewell to the shop owner. Ling Lan cursed in her heart. She didn't expect the person who should be reporting to his superiors at the headquarters military hospital to appear here. The person was Li Shiyu. Nothing was worse than meeting someone you knew when you were on a spy mission. Ling Lan lowered her head and did a hand sign with her hands secretly. She wanted Li Shiyu to pretend that he didn't know her. When Li Shiyu saw Ling Lan, he was shocked too. He wondered why his regiment commander was here. However, when she lowered her head, he knew that something was amiss. He saw the hand sign that only a member from Ling Tian would know and immediately understood everything. He looked at the three people beside his regiment commander intently. They were all young men around 15 years old. Yet, they all had different auras. He also realized, to his surprise, that his regiment commander's cold aura had disappeared. Ling Lan was like a cute and handsome younger brother when she stood among the three people. Her aura really attracts someone to want to protect her. Oh my God, our brutal and vicious boss is so handsome. Li Shiyu felt that heaven was evil. It gave his boss this face so that he could honey trap people, right? Lang Hanfeng felt Li Shiyu's gaze and looked at him coldly. The gaze seemed familiar, but it was different from his boss's gaze. His boss's coldness was from the bottom of his heart. As for this young man, the coldness was just on his face. Every time his boss looked at them indifferently during training, he felt that boss really did want to kill them. Li Shiyu smiled. Beside this mock cold-looking youth, there was someone who was the real deal. Yet, he just disguised himself as a harmless and pure person. Li Shiyu knew the truth, so this scene appeared funny to him. If this young man knew Ling Lan's true form, would he still be able to maintain his mock coldness? Li Shiyu felt sorry for Lang Hanfeng, so he smiled at him. Li Shiyu had a warm smile. It was not as gentle as his elder cousin brother's smile, but it was enough to melt Lang Hanfeng's coldness. As expected, this young man was just pretending to be arrogant and cold. Li Shiyu smiled again. He nodded at Lang Hanfeng and left the shop. His eldest cousin brother loved to eat malyuomi, and this shop had the best malyuomi. Every time he would come back to Planet Azure to visit his eldest cousin brother, he would buy some for him. Because of his health, his eldest cousin brother's diet was specially prepared by nutritionists. He did try a little bit of his food out of curiosity once and he never wanted to eat it again. Yet, his eldest cousin brother had to eat it every day without stopping. Li Shiyu respected his eldest cousin brother's perseverance. When he was young, he couldn't bear to see his eldest cousin brother eating such horrible tasting food, so he asked him what he wanted to eat. His eldest cousin brother told him that he wanted to eat malyuomi. It was a kind of dessert his eldest cousin brother's mother made for him when he was young. Li Shiyu knew the reason why his eldest cousin brother wanted malyuomi. It was not because malyuomi was delicious. Instead, it was because his eldest cousin brother just missed his mother and the love she gave him. Unfortunately, his mother had a hemorrhage after giving birth to him, so her health was poor. The medical expertise in the Federation was quite high, but it was not enough to save her life. When his eldest cousin brother was 4, she died. The only memory she left for his eldest cousin brother was malyuomi. Thinking about this, Li Shiyu's mood turned for the worse. Although he had brought some agents he invented, he wasn't sure if they would work. If he couldn't heal his eldest cousin brother now, he would miss the best time for his treatment. Li Shiyu got agitated. He wanted to know why his boss came here, but he believed that if his boss wanted to find him, he would. Li Shiyu had sent the address of the Li family to his boss. He knew that the communicator his boss was using now was not his personal one, but with Ling Lan's hacking abilities, he would definitely get whatever information he wanted. The Li family's house was situated beside a beach a few kilometers away from the Central Scout Academy. Li Shiyu came over in a hover car. He got off right in front of the main door. Then, he knocked on the door carefully. The person who opened the door was the majordomo of the Li family. Because of his eldest cousin brother's health, he came to Planet Azure when he was 5 years old to meditate, trying to make use of the peacefulness of Planet Azure to stabilize his condition. This majordomo in front of him volunteered to come with his eldest cousin brother to Planet Azure. Hence, Li Shiyu respected this majordomo very much. Majordomo, long time no see. how have you been? Li Shiyu gave a gentle smile as he spoke to the old man who seemed a little shocked by his visit. The majordomo quickly regained his composure. He smiled and asked, "Second young master, what brings you here? I heard from young master that you have already entered the military, and are doing very well there. Congratulations on your success, second young master." Li Shiyu replied, "Thank you, majordomo." He peeked past the majordomo and asked in a low voice, "How is brother Mulan?" In his past numerous visits, the majordomo would frown whenever he heard this question. However, this time, he gave a bright smile to Li Shiyu. Li Shiyu's eyes lit up when he saw the smile, hope started to light up inside him. Is his eldest cousin brother's health getting better? As expected, Li Shiyu received good news from the majordomo. Young master's body is recovering well. He should be able to fully recover after some time. Li Shiyu was elated. He wondered which amazing military doctor managed to heal his eldest cousin brother's illness which had been pestering him for many years. The majordomo answered his query. Around 5 years ago, young master went to the beach to take a walk. Coincidentally, he met a domain realm master there. The domain realm master must have been in a good mood that day, or he just happened to like Li Mulan, so he taught Li Mulan some physical skills training just out of the kindness of his heart. With the help of Li Shiyu's agents which he had been continuously sending all these years, Li Mulan's body slowly started improving. When he heard that, Li Shiyu started to visibly relax his shoulders. The responsibility on his shoulders felt lighter. But, Li Shiyu was still afraid that the majordomo didn't diagnose his eldest cousin brother accurately, so he rushed into the house to diagnose his eldest cousin brother's health personally, but only after throwing the mayuomi to the majordomo. The Li family's house had a vintage design to it. There were olden-style buildings and pavilions around the compound. Small streams and long corridors weaved through the house. It was segregated into 2 areas, the public area and the private area. The public area was where visitors would come if they were to come in the compound and where they attend to the visitors. As for the private area, it was where Li Mulan stayed, so no outsiders were allowed to enter the private area. However, Li Shiyu was not an outsider to Li Mulan, so he could freely enter the private area. The majordomo, just like the past numerous times, didn't stop him. He smiled as he watched Li Shiyu rushing into the house. The situation was like a puppy seeing its owner coming back home. He felt happy that these 2 brothers had such a great relationship. The private area was designed more exquisitely compared to the public area. As you enter the private area, you would be met with an immersive and luxurious garden. With the status and wealth of the Li family, this garden was as luxurious as the imperial garden of any imperial family in the past. Li Shiyu was in a rush to see his cousin, so he leaped his way over the garden instead of running through it, leaving some beautiful buildings behind the garden with no one admiring them. Without thinking, he rushed to the tallest 3-story building. "Big brother." Li Shiyu pushed the door open and ran in. Although the exterior design of the house was of a vintage style, the interior was a mix of modern and vintage. These 2 totally different designs merged together perfectly. The room was spacious, around 400 square meters. A few antique cupboards and shelves segregated the room into different sections. When you entered the room, the first section you would encounter would be the living room. Sofa and chairs made from catalpa wood were filled this area. There was one door on the west side of the room and another door on the east side of the room. The former led to the pantry while the latter led to the study. After walking through the study, a clear and shining crystal curtain could be seen, the scent from a scented candle permeated throughout the room. Through the crystal curtain, you could see a silhouette of a beautifully carved bed. It was the bedroom. The moment Li Shiyu entered the room, he heard the sound of the crystals on the curtain crashing into each other. A fair and pretty hand slowly moved the curtains to the side, revealing a beautiful man wearing a purple robe. When Li Shiyu heard the sound, he immediately rushed over to the room. He saw his eldest cousin brother smiling at him. Suddenly, Li Shiyu couldn't control his emotions, he could feel the tears starting to build up in his eyes. He had waited for this scene for so many years. Finally, his eldest cousin brother could stand in front of him healthily. He no longer had to lie on his bed weakly, as though death was just around the corner. Brother. All of his emotions congregated into a single word. Shiyu, you are here. Li Mulan looked happy. He walked over instantly and grabbed Li Shiyu's hand. He pulled him to a chair at the side and asked him to sit down. Normally, he would talk with his guest in the living room, only the people he trusted the most would be invited into the study. Li Shiyu felt Li Mulan's trust in him and immediately let out a happy smile. Li Mulan saw this and slowly shook his head. He flicked Li Shiyu's forehead and said in a pampering tone, "You are already this old. Why are you still like this? I really wonder how did survive in the military like that." Li Shiyu replied proudly, "I was fortunate enough to meet a good leader." Li Mulan relaxed. "That's good. I was afraid that you would be unable to get used to life in the military. I was elated when I knew you had received merits." Li Shiyu was not surprised that Li Mulan knew what had happened to him so quickly. If the Li family didn't know any information about him, he should be worried instead. Although Li Yingjie and he had entered the 23rd Division instead of the divisions controlled by the Li family, Li Shiyu still believed that the Li family would not give up on them just like that. They would definitely watch over them. Once the two of them ever did anything noteworthy, the Li family would be the first to know. Li Shiyu told Li Mulan about the happenings in the military. After that, he stared at Li Mulan for a long time. Li Mulan felt awkward by the relentless stare. He touched his face instinctively and asked in a puzzled tone, "Shiyu, is there something wrong with my face?" "Brother, let me inspect your body," Li Shiyu said seriously. He was still unable to feel at ease unless he examined his body personally. Li Mulan understood Li Shiyu's worries, so he just nodded obediently. They went into the bedroom. Li Mulan laid on the bed obediently. Li Shiyu took out a device and started collecting data from Li Mulan's body. The results were lower than the standard data from a healthy person, but compared to the data he took in the past, there was a huge difference. However, the device also made mistakes, like what happened to Luo Lang. Hence, Li Shiyu used his traditional Chinese medicine knowledge, which he didn't have a full grasp of, to inspect Li Mulan's body. He concluded that his eldest cousin brother's health was indeed improving. He started to relax again. Li Mulan saw Li Shiyu's relief and smiled. "Do you believe that I'm fine now?" Li Shiyu nodded. The two of them returned to the study and chatted for a while more. The major domo placed the malyuomi on a plate and served it to them. Li Mulan knew that Li Shiyu had brought it specially for him, so he took a piece and bit into it. "How is it?" Li Shiyu asked. Li Mulan slowly nodded. "It tastes the same. I like it." Li Shiyu smiled happily. Li Mulan looked at the elated Li Shiyu and started to turn serious. "Shiyu, actually, there is something I've always wanted to tell you. However, I knew that you would not listen to me in the past, so I didn't say it. However, now, I feel that this is the right time for me to say it." "What is it?" Li Shiyu was nervous. This was the first time he saw such an expression on his eldest cousin brother's face. He didn't expect to feel so much pressure from his eldest cousin brother. "Don't let me affect your future. Your future shouldn't be tied to the state of my body. You should have a bigger ambition," Li Mulan said seriously. "Brother, I don't have any grand ambition." Li Shiyu smiled gently. "Ever since I was young, I have always just wanted a carefree life. I just want to do what I want to do. Being the family head of the Li family was never my dream. Big brother, your health gave me the motivation to work harder. It gave me direction when I was lost. After so many years, I started to like being a military doctor. I feel a sense of achievement whenever I see those people who were declared hopeless getting another chance to live because of me." Li Shiyu retracted his smile and continued earnestly. "Big brother, don't worry. I'm very happy in the 23rd Division. Since your health is getting better, I will work hard for my leader then. Li Shiyu's eyes were full of respect. My leader will be a ruler someday. As his comrade, I must not be too lousy. Li Mulan laughed when he heard what Li Shiyu said. His laughter warmed up the whole room. Li Shiyu couldn't look straight at him, as his heart started palpitating quickly. If that is the case, Shiyu, you have to work hard. Li Mulan was sincere with his words of encouragement. Of course. Li Shiyu was firm with his decision. Oh right, my leader might come and find me in the next few days. You can have a look at him. Li Shiyu suddenly remembered this matter, so he told Li Mulan. This was to prevent Ling Lan from being stopped by the majordomo when he came by to visit. Li Shiyu didn't think that the majordomo could stop Ling Lan, but to prevent their relationship from getting worse, fine, to protect the Li family, it's better that they didn't offend Ling Lan. Li Shiyu knew what Ling Lan was capable of. Clang! The plate of Mayuomi fell on the ground, shattering into countless pieces. Li Shiyu immediately bent down and picked up the broken shards. He asked with concern in his voice, "Brother, are you all right?" Li Mulan gave a forced smile. "I'm fine. I was careless just now. It's a pity that I wasted the Mayuomi. It's okay. If you like it, I'll get more for you tomorrow." Li Shiyu was bending down, so he didn't notice the nervousness in Li Mulan's eyes. Ling Lan is coming. The best time to commit a crime is when the moon is high up in the sky. Boss, where are we going to commit crime? Little Four's face blushed as he said excitedly. Yes, this is the first time I would do something bad with boss. It is too stimulating. Yes, I will definitely coerce boss into doing some more bad things in the future. Little Four began to hide his evil smile. Ling Lan glared at Little Four coldly. Her expression was somewhat threatening. That Little Four, always thinking of doing something bad. He even said that we were going to commit a crime. What crime? I am just accepting the invitation of one of my subordinates, Li Shiyu, to go to his house as a guest. Although the time of day she was going there, it was indeed a small problem. But could she really be blamed for it? She had 3 roommates who stuck to her like sticky candy. Other than waiting for them to fall asleep, how else could she have gotten rid of them and move about on her own? In their eyes, she was just a shut-in and would never leave her room unless necessary. Ling Lan stood on top of the roof of the highest building. She looked down below at the garden that was surrounded by mist and the other buildings beyond the garden. She indeed seemed like a heart-snatcher, meeting with her mistress at night. It was all Little Four's fault. He made her have impure thoughts. Ling Lan decided to punish Little Four when she got back. It was too bad that Little Four didn't know that his boss had already become angry at him. Perhaps when they return, his little but will suffer. Ling Lan looked at the buildings in the back and frowned slightly. Now, which building does Li Shiyu live in? She didn't want to meet with her mistress, no, meet up in a bedroom and make it awkward when she enters the bedroom of an unfamiliar person. Little Four, check where Li Shiyu lives. After having no way of finding out, Ling Lan could only ask the omnipotent cheating machine, Little Four. However, the omnipotent cheating machines also had times when it was not so omnipotent. Right as Little Four began to excitedly crack his knuckles and was about to make his move, his expression in the next second looked like a frozen eggplant. He had a sad expression on his face as he spoke, "Boss, this place actually doesn't have any surveillance equipment. I can't do anything. What was wrong with the mansion of the Li family? How could they not even have one piece of high-tech equipment? They actually made him lose his reputation in front of his boss." Little Four didn't have any good feelings about this place. It seems that the master of this place is very careful. Sometimes not having a high-tech security system was considered to be an asset when facing certain enemies. Ling Lan wasn't as petty as Little Four and admired the cautiousness of the master of the place. "But we don't know where Li Shiyu is, how do we look for him?" asked Little Four. "How to find him? We'll go look one by one," Ling Lan said without any care for the world. Although she didn't want to get into a stranger's bedroom, it didn't mean that she couldn't do that. Then, where do we start? Little Four was filled with energy once again. In short, doing bad things. No, helping his boss was something he very willing to do. Let's start from there. Ling Lan pointed at the closest building. She then vanished in a flash. In the next second, Ling Lan softly landed in the corridor of the building's second floor. She frowned as she looked at the ancient door in front of her. She was originally planning on using Little Four to silently enter into the room to take a look. Now it seemed that Little Four was completely useless in this area. However, it wasn't difficult for her. Ling Lan pressed against the door and used her inner strength to slowly turn the lock of the door. She slowly opened a crack and then instantly slid inside. After she got into the room, she saw some antique-looking furniture. There was also the scent of some sort of incense. Ling Lan immediately stopped breathing. Although this was the subfamily's lodgings of the Li family, she was still coming in at night. The people here shouldn't know she was there. If they were to discover her, it was normal that they might have a few methods to defend themselves, such as poison in the air. After standing silently for a while, Ling Lan discovered that there wasn't any movement in the room. She also discovered that the incense she had smelled was because there were some burning in the room. She then saw that there was a clear crystal curtain in the room as well. Ling Lan frowned slightly. Could it be that she had gotten into the room of a lady from the Li family? This made Ling Lan become somewhat concerned. Should she leave and go look around elsewhere? After all, Ling Lan was currently dressed as a man. If a man was to get into a lady's room, other than doing perverted things, there was no other reason why a man would enter into a girl's room in the middle of the night. If she was discovered, she wouldn't be able to explain. Right as Ling Lan was about to leave, she accidentally saw a white blazer hanging on the armrest of a chair. It was the one Li Shiyu had worn when she saw him earlier today. She immediately began to roll her eyes. She couldn't understand why a room where a man was staying in was even more feminine than a room of a woman who pretended to be a man. However, since she knew that Li Shiyu lived there, she no longer needed to leave. Ling Lan walked deeper into the room and pushed the crystal-clear curtains away without a sound, creating a small opening for her to go in. Ling Lan was then standing at the head of a large bed. The large bed had a layer of thin cloth, veiling it from prying eyes. Ling Lan slowly lifted up the cloth. Although the person laying in bed could possibly be Li Shiyu, Ling Lan still had her guard up just in case. She was still careful and didn't dare to disturb the person who was in the bed. When Ling Lan saw the face of the person on the bed, her expression was shaken. Her hand immediately trembled and the cloth instantly fell down, reverting its undisturbed state. Li Yinfei. Ling Lan was stunned. She didn't think that she actually had gotten into a lady's room. She blamed Li Shiyu for tossing his clothes randomly, causing her to misunderstand. Right as she was about to turn around and leave, her body stopped. The face she just saw didn't make her feel uncomfortable like Li Yinfei's face did in the past. It was as though how the face she saw just now was what Li Yinfei's face should be, being able to naturally imprint her face into someone's mind, making them unable to forget about her. The title of woman whose beauty was incomparable was probably meant for the person on the bed. Ling Lan had always thought her looks weren't bad, but compared to the woman in the bed, she decided that she should just stay as a woman dressed as a man. Ling Lan was already sure that the person on the bed was definitely not Li Yinfei. This also explained why she felt uncomfortable when she saw Li Yinfei's face. Li Yinfei definitely tried to change her face into the person on the bed. However, no matter how much modifications were done, they were still modifications, it definitely couldn't be as natural as the original. After knowing that it was some lady from the Li family, she lost interest no matter how beautiful the lady was. Right as she was about to leave once again, her expression suddenly changed slightly. Her domain suddenly activated in an instant, enclosing the surrounding area. At the same time, she turned around and tore off the cloth on the bed. The beautiful woman on the bed had cold sweat dripping down her forehead as she frowned with a pale expression. It was as though she was enduring immense pain. "Boss, this aura is very familiar." Little Four was like a little hunting dog who had a sensitive nose. He immediately jumped out to warn Ling Lan. "I know." Ling Lan replied as she bit her lip. Did this bastard use this method to remind her of his existence? Actually deceiving her for this long? Ling Lan quickly picked up the beautiful person from the bed. She no longer cared to be chivalrous since she knew who it was. She somersaulted and sat behind that person. She held the person softly and let the weak, frail and bony body lean on her chest. Ling Lan coldly said beside the person's ear, "Hold on. Explain to me everything in detail when this is over." Perhaps the person had heard Ling Lan's words. The beautiful person's lips began to pucker, showing a stubbornness and unwillingness to give up. "Take a deep breath and move your chi." After saying that, Ling Lan held the person's delicate hands. They were somewhat cold but also soft. Ling Lan discovered that the person's hands weren't that much better than her own. Each finger was like crystals. This made Ling Lan hate him even more. A man more beautiful than her and had hands more delicate and softer than hers. It was too much for her feminine heart to handle. Alright, she should just stay as a pretend man. If it was said that Ling Lan still had thoughts of reclaiming her feminine side before, she no longer had that thought anymore. Ling Lan also used a chi-flowing technique to send her chi from the palms of the beautiful person into his body. The beautiful person's small amount of chi gene was working tirelessly to provide his wounded body with some nutrients. When it met with Ling Lan's immense chi gene, it was as though it had found its place and combined with it without a fuss. With Ling Lan's limitless energy as a backup, the chi gene began to heal the muscles and nerves that were damaged by his spiritual power. At the same time, he began to have a pained expression and began to fiercely counterattack against the spiritual power inside his body. As expected, his chi gene didn't want to give up even a little. It's the same as its master. Ling Lan didn't know what to say. His meditative chi was very soft and was only responsible for constantly providing nutrients to his body. It didn't have any attack mechanism. She didn't think that chi could become different from the personality of the person. This made her curious about the meditation method for chi that she learned in her previous life. What kind of meditative method was it? However, it was also because they had learned the same method of meditation that there was no rejection of chi, even though their internal energy behaved differently. Otherwise, Ling Lan wouldn't know how to help him. Finally, the berserk spiritual power within the person's body was pushed out of his body by the meditative method. However, in the brain area, the spiritual power was still in a frenzy. If it wasn't for the fact that she had contained the spiritual power within her domain, the frenzied spiritual power would definitely have destroyed everything in the room, even the small building that they were in could possibly be destroyed. This type of situation was occurring because the master of the spiritual power had lost control of it. If spiritual power was not controlled, it was possible that the main consciousness had gone into a coma. However, Ling Lan discovered that her words invoked a reaction from the main consciousness. This meant that the main consciousness wasn't in a coma yet. It was probably stuck somewhere and couldn't get out. It was because of this situation that Ling Lan carefully released her own spiritual power to get close to the person's spiritual power. She had to know what happened to the main consciousness of the person. It should be known that in the past few years, this person's spiritual power was very stable. A sudden frenzy meant that something had definitely happened. After feeling a spiritual power that was not its own invading it, the frenzied spiritual power began to crazily attack Ling Lan's spiritual power. Although Ling Lan only sent out a portion of her spiritual power which seemed weak, it was actually fierce and formidable. It did not budge under the relentless attacks of the person's spiritual power. Her spiritual power slowly closed in on its destination, which was the person's brain and mind space. Inside the mindscape of the person, there was a thick fog clouding the area, completely blocking her vision. After scanning the area for a while, Ling Lan couldn't determine where the main consciousness was. However, Ling Lan wasn't worried as she had another way around it. She controlled her spiritual power to encase her whole body and slowly walk deeper into the fog. This seemingly easy series of action actually made Ling Lan release many droplets of sweat from her body, showing how strained and how much pressure her body was withstanding. It seemed these series of action was not as easy as one would assume. After searching for more than 10 minutes, she finally found a silhouette of a person huddled in a corner near her. Ling Lan was overjoyed and immediately controlled her spiritual power to move herself closer to the silhouette. The silhouette seemed to have felt something and raised his head towards Ling Lan's direction. Usually, Ling Lan would see a masked Li Lanfeng. However, what she saw was a beautiful face similar to Li Yinfei. After realizing that Ling Lan was coming towards him, Li Lanfeng's face instantly became pale. His knee-jerk reaction was to actually run away from Ling Lan. Li Lanfeng, if you dare to even move a single step away from me, I will destroy you. Li Lanfeng trying to escape from her completely angered Ling Lan, causing her to immediately threaten him. Li Lanfeng, of course, didn't dare to move again. Knowing Ling Lan, he knew that her threat was not a joke. Although he was shy and unwilling to meet Ling Lan in his current state, he didn't want to upset her too much. Heh, why so obedient now? Ling Lan looked at Li Lanfeng coldly. She then took out her hand and took advantage of Li Lanfeng's beautiful face. No, she was actually pinching it to see how it felt. Ling Lan was definitely a pervert. She forcefully pinched his face, wanting to use pain to tell Li Lanfeng that running away was not a choice. Ling Lan, Li Lanfeng, who was always joking and confident, was now actually nervous and stuttering. Huh? Ling Lan looked directly at his face with a cold stare. The meaning behind her attitude and expression was that as his regiment commander, she was very angry with the decision he had made. Hence, she took away his liberty to call her by her name. It was no surprise that Li Lanfeng understood Ling Lan best and knew what her attitude and expression implied. He instantly shouted in sad tone, "Regiment commander. Tell me, why are you hiding here?" Ling Lan looked at the main consciousness that was fully awake and asked irritably. "Because you were coming, regiment commander." Ever since Li Lanfeng heard the news from Li Shiyu in the afternoon, he began to panic. He was filled with anxiety until it was deep into the night. After tossing and turning in his bed for a couple of hours, he forced himself to sleep so he could escape from reality for a while, but couldn't even escape it in his dreams. He didn't want to tell Ling Lan that in his dream, after Ling Lan knew he had lied to her, she used a merciless tone to tell him that their friendship was over. Obviously, he could never accept such an outcome. Thus, he continuously tried to change the outcome of the dream. Unfortunately, he had not succeeded and thus was trapped in his mindscape. "It seems that you know that your lie isn't forgivable." Ling Lan laughed coldly. "But, will running away solve it, Li Lanfeng?" Ling Lan's right hand suddenly pinched Li Lanfeng's lower chin as she looked straight into Li Lanfeng's eyes. The immense pressure made Li Lanfeng weak in his knees. Ling Lan then said in a sharp tone, "I really don't care if my companions have secrets. This is your own personal issue and I'm not interested in knowing. But, I hate it when in the face of problems, people don't actively try to figure out a solution to the problem, but instead run away. I don't want you to be that type of person." Li Lanfeng closed his eyes in shame and resisted. He shook Ling Lan's right hand off of him. He held his face and said, "I didn't want to either, but I was scared. I was scared that you wouldn't forgive me. I was afraid you would abandon me, afraid it would break our bond. But, I really didn't want to lie to you. Ling Lan, please forgive me, please." Li Lanfeng's tears fell down uncontrollably. As a person who had the Phoenix Thrall fate, life was not easy. He hated his own face and didn't want people to look at him differently just by the virtue of his face. If it was possible, he wanted to completely destroy his face. However, he had once made a promise that before he succeeded in changing his fate, he would definitely not do anything about his face. Otherwise, he would lose every resource the Li family gave him. In the end, he still wasn't decisive enough to make a decision. If he had half of Ling Lan's firmness, perhaps he wouldn't have lived such a humiliating life, so lonely and exhausting. Forgive you? What should I forgive you for? Ling Lan's cold voice rang beside Li Lanfeng's ears. Li Lanfeng immediately opened his eyes. He didn't when, but he actually woke up and his entire body was leaning against Ling Lan's chest. Although Ling Lan still had coldness in her expression, Li Lanfeng didn't know why he felt a warm feeling instead when he touched his arms and his strong but powerless chest. What did you lie to me about? Li Lanfeng, tell me, what do you want me to forgive you for? Ling Lan leaned on Li Lanfeng's head and spoke softly. The breath coming out of her mouth brushed against Li Lanfeng's ears. This made Li Lanfeng feel a sort of electricity that he couldn't describe. He suddenly curled up his body while his face blushed. I didn't show you my real face when we formed our friendship. Although I didn't lie on purpose, I still lied to you. I'm really sorry. Li Lanfeng was still a calm individual. Although his current predicament being in Ling Lan's arms was somewhat awkward and uncomfortable, he could still quickly compose himself and return to how he was normally. I said it before, I don't care what your secret is. If this face is your secret, I still do not care, so you didn't do me any wrong. So there's no lying or any need for forgiveness. You don't have to apologize to me. Ling Lan told Li Lanfeng her opinion about the matter. Back then, in the virtual mecha world, the two of them never met face to face. However, Ling Lan knew that this friendship between the two of them was very real. How could she be petty and angry at something like this since they never met with their true face in the very beginning? Furthermore, she also hid a secret that she had never told the public. If she couldn't even tell them her own secrets, she, of course, wouldn't demand her companions to tell their own. Ling Lan's words made Li Lanfeng's eyes glimmer. Thank you, Ling Lan. Don't thank me. However, I'm curious to know about your relationship between Li Shiyu. If Li Shiyu lived in the Li family's mansion on planet Azure and Li Lanfeng also lived there, then Li Lanfeng was definitely not just a descendant of a branch family like he had once mentioned. Li Lanfeng was constantly worried that Ling Lan would break up their friendship because of his fake persona and how he had lied to her. After receiving a decisive answer from her, he no longer had any doubts and was also in a good mood. He told everything to Ling Lan, including his real identity, Li Mulan, the first heir of the Li family. However, as for the Phoenix Thrall fate, Li Lanfeng didn't say anything about it. It wasn't because he didn't want to tell Ling Lan, but it was because he didn't know how to explain it. He was afraid that Ling Lan would look down on him after he told him. Anyone could look down on him, but only Ling Lan couldn't. Li Lanfeng knew that he was on the edge of drowning. He clung on to his last remaining lifeline and never wanted to let go. Ling Lan was his only friend. He couldn't accept the fact that this person who he acknowledged and trusted would look at him with tinted glasses. This would break him. Although he knew the possibility of that was low and how Ling Lan was not that type of person, he was still scared and swallowed his words. Li Lanfeng spoke softly and Ling Lan listened without making a sound. Ling Lan continued to hold Li Lanfeng in her arms. No one wanted to change this and no one was going to change this. It was because Ling Lan was holding Li Lanfeng's hands and was using her qi to heal his body. Li Lanfeng, on the other hand, was drowning in the warm yet cool aura coming off from Ling Lan. He was enjoying Ling Lan's care and love. This made him feel that he wasn't fighting alone against his own fate where now he had a strong companion supporting him. After Li Lanfeng finished explaining, the entire room became silent once again. Li Mulan. Are you going to be satisfied if I forgive you? After being silent for a long while, Ling Lan finally spoke, but her tone was even colder and sharper than before. Is he angry? Li Lanfeng was surprised. His body, that was originally leaning into Ling Lan's arms instantly froze up. Then what should I do? Li Lanfeng didn't know on to respond. What did Rabbit's words mean? Didn't he say that he didn't care? Was he lying? What should you do? Ling Lan's expression was sharp. If it was said that she wasn't angry at the beginning, she was now actually angry. Li Lan Feng, when you were Li Lan Feng, I never had any complaints with you. But I now have a complaint about Li Mulan. Why? Li Lan Feng asked in shock. Weren't both of these people him? Ling Lan stood up and pressed Li Lan Feng onto the bed with her eyes with a hint of killing intent. That's because Li Mulan had forsaken someone. Li Lan Feng was her most important friend, but Li Shiyu was also a team member who she cared greatly about. Li Lan Feng didn't forsake the others in Ling Tian. He only had forsaken his own cousin, Li Shiyu. Ling Lan's words made Li Lan Feng unable to respond. After a long while, he said, "You're right, I have forsaken Shiyu." Li Lan Feng had pained expression on his face, a face that everyone in the world would adore actually made Ling Lan pity him. However, this couldn't change Ling Lan's opinion about the matter. Ling Lan was someone who was able to endure the allure of beauty. But, I don't know how to tell him. Should I just give it to him straight and tell him I am Li Lan Feng, who had lied to him from when he was a child and was not actually as weak as he had thought? I don't know whether or not Shiyu would go insane if he hears that. He had already sacrificed so much because of me. Li Lan Feng had been thinking about this long and hard about this problem. Now, he was being blamed by Ling Lan and thus felt his defenses around his heart breaking down, so spoke out all he had in his mind in an instant. Li Lan Feng, there is only one chance. If you miss this chance, you might actually lose your younger brother if he finds out in the future. Ling Lan warned. She didn't want the Li brothers in her team to break their bonds because of this incident. If it did happen, she would be the one who would have the headaches. Li Lanfeng's expression froze. After a long while, he replied, "I will consider it. I hope next time when I see you again, you will have already resolved this issue." Ling Lan still hoped that Li Lan Feng could resolve this issue in the next few days. She knew that something like this would become more complicated and troublesome as time goes on. Sometimes, cutting the Gordian knot wasn't a bad idea. Li Lan Feng understood the meaning behind Ling Lan's words and nodded. With his pretty face and obedient expression, even Ling Lan, who always quite firm and serious, couldn't help but loosen up. As expected, when beauty reached a certain level, it definitely could weaken anybody. It was too strong. Although Ling Lan wanted to show Li Lan Feng her firm stance about the situation, she still couldn't endure the beauty of his face and couldn't continue to force a serious expression on her face. Seeing that Ling Lan's attitude had softened up, Li Lan Feng knew that the crisis had been averted. He showed a slight smile that could break the hearts of millions. "Ah, I can't hold on much longer, I'm going to shut down." Little Four, who was watching from Ling Lan's mindscape, saw Li Lan Feng smile and instantly felt his computer chip heating up. He quickly returned to the learning space to check on his computer chip. With fear in his heart, Little Four silently wrote down Li Lan Feng as the most dangerous individual to his computer chip. "Also, don't smile. You don't look like a man at all." Ling Lan warned him in serious tone. "Woo-woo, it was actually so beautiful." However, in order to not expose herself as a female and also make sure her companions don't think she was a gay male, she could only stay away from it. Ling Lan was crying internally. If it was possible, she would want to look at handsome men with a smile that could break millions of hearts. It was nice to look at and made her mood better. "Yes." Li Lan Feng obediently stopped smiling, but could not restrain himself from smirking a bit. He knew that Rabbit would have random thoughts after seeing his face. Thus, he could only relent himself to the fact that he was too weak and wasn't manly enough. It was possible that after the vacation, he would be dragged into some ruthlessly training sessions by Rabbit. Rabbit probably wouldn't stop until Li Lan Feng becomes a masculine and muscular man. "After we go back, you will train. If you don't train until you're fully exhausted every day, then don't even think about getting to the next level." Ling Lan frowned and glared at Li Lan Feng as she added another order. She was very pleased with his looks, but was not impressed with his weak body constitution. She didn't want her friends to die young, especially if their spiritual power had already advanced again. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Lanfeng had kept using her qi meditation technique along with Li Shiyu's free yet precious medicinal agents, it was possible that this advancement would have instantly destroyed his muscles, turning him into a vegetable who would need medicinal agents wherever he goes. It would just be like Ling Lan's previous life where she silently waited for her body to completely crumble and perish. As expected, it was what he had guessed. The contentness in Li Lanfeng's eyes was even more obvious. He answered, yes, loudly to show that he understood. Also, your spiritual power had just advanced and your body still hasn't gotten used it yet, so rest more and don't make too much movement. Ling Lan was very worried for Li Lanfeng. She now discovered that the person that she should worry about the most was no longer the idiotic Luo Lang. Instead, it was Li Lanfeng who seemed to a sly and manipulative person. No, now he should be called Li Mulan, a two-faced man. After hearing Ling Lan's caring attitude in his words, Li Lanfeng obediently agreed with him once again. Seeing such an obedient Li Lanfeng made Ling Lan feel uncomfortable. She was still used to that sly, manipulative and conniving Li Lanfeng. If you're all right now, I'm going to go find Li Shiyu. Ling Lan couldn't handle the current Li Mulan and decided to leave in order to calm down. After this incident, she also learned about herself. She was definitely someone who put beauty first. It was a natural for a woman to be entranced by beauty. Right as Ling Lan sat up, Li Lanfeng also sat up and held Ling Lan's hand with the curtain still closed. Don't leave yet. I heard from Shiyu that you're here on a mission this time. What kind of mission is it that actually made you come to planet Azure? Seeing the care and concern in Li Lanfeng's eyes, Ling Lan felt embarrassed. After all, the only reason for her to take this mission was to hide the fact that she was following him. Now that she had understood Li Lanfeng's situation as it was his personal matter to resolve and also after him not hiding anything from her after she confronted him about it, it was her who had mistaken. After feeling sorry for what she did, Ling Lan couldn't refuse Li Lanfeng's care and concern. She laid back down, faced Li Lanfeng and softly spoke about the details of her mission. Individual 4-star mission. That's considered an S-rank mission. Who knew that the Central Scout Academy on planet Azure would have such a powerful hidden faction in the academy? Li Lanfeng was a bit concerned and began to think about his time in the academy, hoping to find anything that could help Ling Lan. Back then, when you were in the academy, was there anything odd that happened? Ling Lan also thought of how Li Lanfeng had graduated from that school. Li Lanfeng traced back memory in great detail, but in the end, he still shook his head and said, no. Back then the Central Scout Academy was very normal. Each year, the students weren't outstanding. If it wasn't for me, the Central Scout Academy would definitely not be able to break Doha's record from many years ago, Li Lanfeng spoke with great confidence. Back then, the other scouts who worked with him, although were the strongest of the Central Scout Academy in planet Azure, they were still could not be compared to those geniuses from Doha Central Scout Academy. He was definitely the main reason why they were able to beat the record that year. That means after your year, it began, Ling Lan had already received the list of individuals from planet Azure's Central Scout Academy who got into well-known military academies after Li Lanfeng's year. The year after Li Lanfeng's year, there were 2 people who got into well-known military academies. In the 3rd year, there were 5. In the 4th year, there were 13 people and the 5th year was when it had erupted and reached a total of 37 people. In the 6th year, the numbers dropped but still managed to churn out 31 people. Then in the years after that, the numbers increased every year. Although the increase wasn't much, there would still be higher than the previous year. This was until last year where the number of people who got into well-known military academies and institutions reached 53 people. This number didn't even count those who got into standard institutions. In 8 years of time, Azure's Central Scout Academy changed from a normal Scout Academy to a well-known Scout Academy in the sector. Their numbers were indeed out of this world. It's probably because of your amazing test results that caused that faction to focus on the academy. That's why they began to meddle with Central Scout Academy. Ling Lan quickly determined the cause. This also proved why there was so little people in the beginning and then it suddenly erupted in the 5th year. 5 years was enough time for a faction to completely take over a small unguarded scout academy. It seems that's the case. Li Lanfeng smiled bitterly. He didn't think that his hard work and diligence from back in the day to change his fate actually made his academy become a piece of pie that an unknown faction was eyeing. It seems that I need to investigate those who had graduated after you and those who got into well-known military academies. They are all suspects. No, you have to start 3 years before I graduated. Start investigating in the year when my team broke the virtual barrier. Li Lanfeng's eyes flickered with confidence. In that year, the Azure Central Scout Academy raised its reputation in the Federation. Thus, it was possible that from then the faction had already begun making their plans. Indeed, Azure Central Scout Academy stunned the entire Federation that year. It is definitely possible that it was from then the unknown faction began to target the academy. Ling Lan was in agreement with Li Lanfeng's suggestion. With a clear target, Ling Lan ordered Little Four to go investigate. Of course, he could only do that after she gets away from this place. Currently, Little Four didn't have any chance to go into the virtual world. Right at that moment, Ling Lan's expression brightened. She turned around and looked towards the curtains and smirked. How do you want resolve this? Li Lanfeng said in a sad tone, does this count as purse snatching? If you're not certain, I can leave. Ling Lan was confident that she could leave without leaving behind any traces. Li Lanfeng began to think long and hard. Seeing this, Ling Lan sat up and prepared to leave. Although she didn't like Li Lanfeng's hesitation, it was still his own personal issue. As his boss, she was only reminding him what to do. She couldn't say any more, otherwise she would be going over a line. Seeing Ling Lan was about to leave, Li Lanfeng was worried and pulled Ling Lan back again. She wasn't pulled back at all but instead his entire body fell into Ling Lan's arms because he used too much force. A beauty giving in to her. Ling Lan instantly frowned and held Li Lanfeng. Although Li Lanfeng was beautiful, shouldn't this have been the other way around? She is the woman here. Bam, the curtains were opened and Li Shiyu had a stunned expression on his face when he saw their current position, elder brother. Li Lanfeng immediately got out of Ling Lan's arms. After he got up, Ling Lan's dismayed expression was no longer blocked by him. This made Li Shiyu feel even more uncomfortable. Captain, what are you guys doing? Has the world turned crazy? Does their own cold-blooded regiment commander have impure thoughts about his eldest cousin brother's beauty? But, what is the meaning of his eldest cousin brother's compromising pose? The innocent Li Shiyu lost himself in all of this. Shiyu. Li Lanfeng, no, Li Mulan's expression changed from red to green. He hadn't thought about how he would talk to Li Shiyu just yet. He didn't think that he would have to do it so soon. Now he had no choice but to tell him. Li Mulan, who was panicking, held Ling Lan's hand tightly. It was as though he was trying to siphon power from her to have the courage to face Li Shiyu's blame. Li Shiyu saw his eldest cousin brother not letting go of their regiment commander's hand and concluded that their regiment commander didn't force his eldest cousin brother to do anything. Could it be that his eldest cousin brother gave his consent? Li Shiyu felt terrible. He bit his lip and said, let's talk outside. *T, his warm and soft eldest cousin brother actually was taken advantage of by his regiment commander. Delete all of these images in my head. Li Shiyu immediately put the thought to the back of his head. Perhaps their regiment commander was there to find him and had only gotten into the wrong room. Huh. Why did that reason seem weird too? Seeing Li Shiyu's depressed shadow disappearing into the darkness and also Li Lanfeng's unwillingness to let go of her hand even if he died right there, Ling Lan helpless gestured towards Li Lanfeng to come with her. She wanted Li Lanfeng to tell Li Shiyu the truth. It was so depressing for Ling Lan. It was originally something between the two brothers. Why did she become part of it? As expected, she shouldn't go into rooms randomly. Ling Lan decided that she would never go into someone's room randomly ever again. She wasn't careful and got herself trapped in a complicated situation. If her identity was to be exposed in this manner in the future. Ling Lan frowned. She felt that all of her dignity was lost because of Li Lanfeng. She should cherish life and stay away from these situations. Ling Lan suddenly had an epiphany. The atmosphere in Planet Azure's Central Scout Academy was fervent. Every student had excitement on their faces because the first person who had brought honor to their academy, Li Lanfeng, was coming to the academy today. Li Lanfeng led his companions in their 7th year to break through the virtual barrier. They also broke the record that had always been kept by Doha's Central Scout Academy. At the same time, he was the only one to get into the best academy of the Federation, the first men's military academy. These records were not broken by anyone to this day. The Azure Central Scout Academy slowly rose up the ranks and became a well-known Central Scout Academy in this sector starting from his year. After entering the academy, every Azure Central Scout Academy cadet would be informed of Li Lanfeng's legendary past by the instructors, and thus encouraging every cadet to set their goal to be the next Li Lanfeng. This also made Li Lanfeng be held at a huge importance in the hearts of the academy's cadets when compared to their other seniors. He was even considered to be an idol for some cadets. In the high-class canteen, many special class cadets had already sat down on their seats. They were somewhat restless and were waiting for the academy to announce the arrival of Li Lanfeng. Yu Xingyuan was among them with little Jean and his other team members sitting beside him. Yu Xingyuan, who was originally calm and collected, actually had a hint of anxiousness and embarrassment on his face. "Captain, are you actually nervous?" Little Jean asked worriedly. Although Li Lanfeng was indeed very strong, in his eyes, Li Lanfeng wasn't that much better than his captain. If it wasn't for the fact that they had performed poorly in their 7th year, they probably could also have achieved what Li Lanfeng had achieved. Hearing this, Yu Xingyuan took a deep breath and replied, "You don't understand." Perhaps many cadets believed that Senior Li could reach such a height was because he was lucky to some extent. Only Yu Xingyuan knew that there was no luck involved in his achievements, and Senior Li completely used his own hard work and determination to bring the world to its knees. This made him see Li Lanfeng more as an idol. The reason was because without Li Lanfeng's teachings, Yu Xingyuan might not have been able to walk the path he was currently on. It could be said that Senior Li had changed his future. At that moment, Yu Xingyuan's memories of when he had just arrived in the Central Scout Academy years ago began to come back to him. Yu Xingyuan, who was physically weak, small, average talent, quiet, introverted, and was frequently bullied by a few strong and muscular cadets. Additionally, he was also a student of a standard class. Like always, he was beaten with cuts and bruises all over his body. He struggled as he crawled up from the ground and slowly left the training dojo. He wanted to find a place where no one knew about and cry his heart out. Back then, he was a real crybaby. On that life-changing day, he was beaten to the point where he was completely disorientated. Unknowingly, he walked into the forest area of the academy. The forest area was usually the place of the upper graders and forbid the lower graders from entering. Perhaps it was a coincidence or perhaps no one paid attention to him when he walked into the forest area. He successfully walked past every security point and into the deep parts of the forest area. When he found out he had went the wrong way, it was already too late. He had already gotten lost in the forest area. Back then, he was walking aimlessly in the forest area and couldn't get out for a long time. He was so hungry and afraid. In the end, he was so tired that he fell asleep beside a large tree. He didn't know how long he had slept for, but when he woke up he heard some noises. He walked towards the direction of the noises and discovered that there was an upper-grade senior going through their basic physical skills training again and again. Every motion was perfect enough to be printed into a textbook. However, even though the movements were perfect, the senior seemed to be dissatisfied. The senior continued until he was fully exhausted. Perhaps he was too entranced, or too afraid to be alone in the forest, or perhaps he was curious as to why a senior would focus on training his basic physical skills. Yu Xingyuan, who usually kept to himself, actually didn't choose to leave. Instead, he watched the senior cadet go through the training again and again, until he was completely entranced by it. You've already watched for this long. You should come out now. The senior cadet sat on the floor, but his face was facing Yu Xingyuan's direction while he spoke in a calm manner. It seemed that from the very beginning, when Yu Xingyuan had set his eyes on him, the senior cadet had already discovered him. Yu Xingyuan didn't know why the senior cadet didn't stop him from watching and allowed him to watch for such a long time. What really confused Yu Xingyuan was that this senior cadet had a metal face mask covering half of his face. Usually, only people with distorted features would need these types of high-tech equipment to live like a normal person. In order to make changing and examining equipment easier, these people would often don a metal face mask like the one on the senior cadet. He didn't know whether this senior cadet had problems with his eyes, his ears, or perhaps his vocal cord. Yu Xingyuan walked out from behind the huge tree with a confused look on his face. Yu Xingyuan's outer appearance wasn't the best because of his fear and the fact that he was hungry, tired, and had tear marks on his face. You're new here. This senior cadet in front of him wasn't as cold and proud as normal senior cadets. Instead, he was full of smiles and waved at him. He didn't know why the senior cadet had half of his face covered, but he could still see him smile. Well, the senior cadet did indeed smile at him warmly. This warm feeling was something Yu Xingyuan would never forget. Yu Xingyuan walked towards him without having any guard up. He nodded at the senior cadet, telling the senior cadet that he was right. Before the senior cadet could speak, Yu Xingyuan's stomach began to rumble, causing him to blush from embarrassment. You're hungry and lost. You're really something, actually walking into the forest area, the masked senior cadet began laugh. He took out a portion of food that he had prepared from his bag and handed it to Yu Xingyuan. This act of kindness moved Yu Xingyuan to the point of him bursting into tears. Ever since he entered the academy, this senior cadet was the first person to be kind to him. You can cry your heart out. A warm hand patted Yu Xingyuan's head. Before the senior cadet said that, Yu Xingyuan held in his tears in fear that it would irritate the senior cadet. He didn't think that not only did the senior not become irritated, he was even comforting him. After receiving the other person's consent, he cried his heart out. It wasn't like the previous times when he hid in a corner and cried without making noise. He cried loudly as though to let out all of the misfortunes and feelings of being wronged from the past. After letting out all of his emotions, Yu Xingyuan finally stopped his crying. He began to wipe away his tears as he blushed as he looked towards the senior cadet who treated him warmly with a look of embarrassment. The senior cadet laughed lightly and poked Yu Xingyuan's forehead softly. Did you cry enough? If you did, that's good. Remember, you can't cry anymore in the future. Since we're already in Scout Academy, then we don't have the right to be babies anymore when everything could be resolved by crying. Yu Xingyuan nodded with great force, with his eyes glistening. The senior cadet saw the bruises and cuts from Yu Xingyuan's face that were still there and asked, You were bullied? Yu Xingyuan's eyes reddened. However, he remembered that the senior cadet told him that he couldn't cry anymore. He could only hold the 2 droplets of tears in his eyes and said pitifully, My physical constitution sucks, my talent isn't good and I don't know how to speak to people. I don't know how to talk with the other students, so there might be some misunderstanding. They always come to me and look for trouble. Physical constitution, talent and way of speaking are all useless. The most important thing you need to have is capabilities. Then, you won't be bullied by anyone. The senior cadet suddenly became cold. This sudden change in pressure made Yu Xingyuan become so afraid that he didn't dare to speak. Did I scare you? The senior cadet smiled lightly. That's the real way of surviving in the academy. If you don't want people to bully you, then become strong for me. But my physical constitution, Yu Xingyuan had no confidence in himself. Bam! Yu Xingyuan was flicked on the forehead with great force. I don't want to listen to your excuses. I just want to see whether or not you've made an effort. The masked senior cadet stood up and put on his clothes with white edges. He was actually a valedictorian. Yu Xingyuan's eyes showed an expression of admiration. When I first entered the academy, I was just like you. I was also weak and bedridden. Everyone looked down on me, but I still managed to stand at the highest point of this academy. After hearing those words, Yu Xingyuan realized he had already gotten out of forest area. So strong. He didn't even feel anything and actually was taken out of the forest by the senior. Yu Xingyuan was pumped. Could he also reach the level of that senior cadet? He thought about the fact that the senior cadet was practicing basic physical skills. Is that the secret to his success? Although Yu Xingyuan was quiet and introverted, he had already made a decision that he would not change himself for other people. He began to work hard on his basic physical skills. When other cadets had the chance to learn mid-level to high-level physical skills, Yu Xingyuan was still practicing basic physical skills. Everyone laughed at Yu Xingyuan for wasting his time. However, after training for 5 years, Yu Xingyuan finally discovered the advantages of training his basic physical skills to perfection. After practicing to its perfect form, basic physical skills could actually increase a person's physical constitution and talent. After discovering this, he searched through the virtual world for any information regarding it, but he couldn't find anything. He was stunned and knew that he may have discovered a secret that strong individuals might have hidden away. Being the intelligent person that he was, he also kept this secret to himself and didn't dare to tell anyone. Of course, he also knew that even if he had said something, it was possible that no one would believe him. If it wasn't for the fact that he saw seniorly practice the basic physical skills countless of times with the perfect motions and movements, carving it into his memories, or else he might not be able to perfect his basic physical skills within a decade. He also wouldn't know about the otherworldly secret that was hidden within it. Yu Xingyuan knew very well that the reason he was able to change his fate in the 6th year, enter the special level class, acquire the position of valedictorian, and even have a completely different path in the future, was because of the fated meeting back then, with him receiving the opportunity to observe Senior Lee and Senior Lee giving him pointers about what to do to solve his problem. That person was the person who brought an incomparable honor to Planet Azure's Central Scout Academy, Li Lanfeng. After knowing who that person was, Yu Xingyuan saw him as his idol for life. He had already decided that he would definitely get into the first men's military academy and walk the path of his idol. And in the future, enter the 23rd Division and go to the clan Li Lanfeng resided in. Yu Xingyuan clenched his fists and thought to himself, I definitely need to do that to not make Senior Lee look bad. Of course, if he could see him today, he would definitely tell Li Lanfeng that the crybaby from the past was now a tough valedictorian who would never cry again. At that moment, Ling Lan was currently sitting at a corner in a high-class restaurant. There were 3 people with different aura beside her. The 4 of them had 4 completely different and unique auras. This unique combination attracted many people's attention. Ling Lan lowered her head and squeezed Little White furiously as she vented her frustration. Little White sobbed. Why am I always the only one getting hurt? These 3 people said that they wanted to bring her to see the once famous character of the Central Scout Academy of Planet Azure, Li Lanfeng. Ling Lan was speechless. However, she couldn't tell them that she was extremely familiar with Li Lanfeng, right? When she saw how agitated the valedictorian, Yu Xingyuan, was, Ling Lan felt a little better. Her love for gossip got ignited. Did Li Lanfeng interact with this junior of his before? She remembered how Li Shiyu worked hard for Li Lanfeng for so many years. It's possible that such a thing happened before. Ling Lan sighed. Why must all the gentle and sincere young men be tricked by sly people? He's here. A scout rushed in excitedly. The cadets that were talking about a moment ago turned silent immediately. Everyone looked towards the door and waited in anticipation. The principal of the Central Scout Academy walked in excitedly with a masked young man. He's Li Lanfeng. There was a huge commotion. However, Ling Lan was not attracted to the warm and gentle Li Lanfeng. Instead, her gaze landed on Li Shiyu, who was giving off a cold aura. Li Shiyu had a cold expression, but he still followed closely behind Li Lanfeng. He seemed to be protecting him. Ling Lan played with little White's fur when she saw this. She was curious. Did the two of them make up with each other already? That night, they didn't end on a good note. Ling Lan recalled that dark and windy night a few days ago. Ling Lan and Li Lanfeng walked into the study outside the bedroom. Li Shiyu was already sitting there with a stern face. When he saw the two of them appearing, his gaze turned dark. Li Lanfeng looked at Li Shiyu's black face. His heart dropped. He quickly left the room with the excuse of helping Li Shiyu and Ling Lan get some tea. He needed to calm down and think of a solution first. Hence, Ling Lan and Li Shiyu were left alone in the study. The atmosphere was awkward. Ling Lan looked down on Li Lanfeng's actions. Since the situation had come to this point, he should just have the courage to face the consequences. Why did he run away at such a crucial moment? Did he think that he could hide from this forever? Also, what did this have to do with her? Why did she seem like a sinner now? Ling Lan took a deep breath and threw her uneasiness to the back of her mind. She chose a chair casually and sat down. Then, she nodded at Li Shiyu. Sit. Li Shiyu's eyes twitched when he saw Ling Lan acting like the host. However, he felt better when he saw how blatant Ling Lan was. He chose to sit opposite of Ling Lan. He stared at her intently and asked, "Regiment Commander, why are you here?" Actually, what Li Shiyu really wanted to ask was, "Why are you on my eldest cousin's bed?" Ling Lan replied indifferently, "I came to look for you. I saw your windbreaker on the chair outside, so I thought that it was your room." This was the truth. She didn't know that Li Lanfeng was Li Mulan. Also, she arrived when Li Lanfeng lost control of his spiritual power and started advancing forcefully. Ling Lan had a keen sense of spiritual power, so she instantly felt this. She had interacted with Li Lanfeng using their spiritual power many times, so Ling Lan remembered Li Lanfeng's spiritual element. Thus, the moment Li Lanfeng lost control, Ling Lan knew who the person was. Li Shiyu felt slightly guilty when he heard Ling Lan's reply. He thought badly of his boss just now. However, it was hard not to misunderstand him. The scene just now was